Konoha, year 25, 9:30 p.m. The sun had long set, yet the silhouette of Hokage Rock remained discernible against the night sky. The streets were sparsely populated, and the air still lingered with the remnants of a lively atmosphere. A sense of tranquility enveloped the entire village, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried a hint of coolness. Uchiha Shin walked silently along the street, clad in the distinctive flamboyant cloak of the Uchiha clan. As he strolled, he was lost in thought, reflecting on his circumstances. It had been 5 years since Uchiha-chan had crossed over into the world of Naruto. Regrettably, upon his arrival, he discovered that his father had already passed away, and his mother had succumbed to despair shortly after giving birth to him. Starting off as an orphan, relying on scavenging for survival, he epitomized the struggles of his kind that IT took him. Several months to comprehend that this world lacked any semblance of security, where human life was often deemed less valuable than that of a dog. Such wretched fortune. The world of Naruto was not a tender, heartwarming realm. It was rife with various jutsu, bloodshed, and had witnessed multiple ninja world wars. More terrifying was the realization that, while one might hope to quietly develop their skills, they would soon be overwhelmed by a horde of genin and an abundance of kage. Moreover, how many could truly survive to see the later stages of their journey? To endure here without the fate of a protagonist was perilous indeed. Initially, Uchiha-chan harbored thoughts of simply living a modest life as a transmigrator. He believed that merely surviving until the end would suffice. After all, Naruto and Sasuke would eventually emerge. However, reality had a way of derailing his plans. Uchiha Shin had intended to learn ninjutsu, enjoy drinks, savor hot pot, and sing songs, but was abruptly confronted by the harshness of his circumstances. His name, Uchiha, bore heavy implications. The mere thought of Itachi, who would be born in a decade or so, ignited within him an impulse to confront the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Alas, he was not yet strong enough to challenge Fugaku. Even without the specter of Itachi's betrayal, Shin realized that survival would be a daunting task. He discovered that his deceased father was named Uchiha Kagami. What convoluted identity! Uchiha Kagami had been a disciple of the second Hokage, a contemporary of the third, yet he had perished at the tender age of 25. 25? His peers, who had once roamed the world alongside him, had either risen to leadership roles or become esteemed advisors within Konoha. Kagami had met his end shortly before Chin's birth during a mission. More significantly, Uchiha Kagami had a renowned descendant, Uchiha Shisui. Given the age gap, Shisui could not possibly be Kagami's son, leaving Uchiha-chan as the sole offspring of Kagami. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining conclusion, however absurd, was that Shisui was, in fact, Chin's son. What a perplexing situation. Can one fathom the bewilderment of suddenly acquiring a son? In the manga, Shisui was depicted as an orphan. Did this not imply that Uchiha-chan might share the same tragic fate as his father, Uchiha Kagami, meeting an untimely end? Uchiha-chan sighed. It seemed this era was rife with such convoluted legacies one could hardly navigate the world without a tangled backstory. This simply would not do. Thus, for the past 5 years, as soon as his body permitted, Uchiha-chan commenced basic training in taijutsu, shuriken techniques, and hand seals. He could not afford to become a mere bystander. Even if he were to be a bystander, he must strive to rise above. This thought sustained Uchiha-chan. Fortuitously, his father, Uchiha Kagami, had completed numerous strength missions, leaving him with considerable wealth. Coupled with the orphan's allowance provided by Konoha each month, he managed to lead a relatively comfortable life. Thank heavens, he was grateful that his inheritance had not been seized by Konoha. Otherwise, he might have found himself, like Naruto, reduced to drinking expired milk, unable to afford even a bowl of ramen. Grateful to the Land of Fire, to Konoha, to the Hokage, and to the organization. Of course, although he had not studied Tai Chi, nor was he a special forces operative, he possessed the quintessential tool of a transmigrator and essential ninja system. Regrettably, this unreliable system had only provided guidance once, when he was 4, upon extracting chakra, and thereafter remained silent. Am I destined to be an unfortunate soul? Later, through experimentation, he discovered that diligent training could earn him ninja points, which he could accumulate through physical training, shuriken practice, and even studying. For instance, just after returning from his training, he heard a voice announce, "Host has completed 200 laps ninja, points 10. Although Uchiha Shin remained uncertain of the purpose of these ninja points, he trusted that the system would eventually reveal its significance. Indeed, a voice soon echoed in his mind. Host has accumulated 2,000 points. The panel will now unlock. Uchiha Shin, filled with anticipation, quickened his pace, eager to return home. He had awaited this day for far too long. Oh, foolish system of mine. Uchiha Shin's home lay within the Uchiha clan's territory, in a somewhat secluded area. After his parents' passing, the clan reclaimed their former large house, leaving him to reside in a dilapidated structure. Though the house was worn, it remained relatively clean. In back, he declared as he entered, addressing the portraits of his parents on the wall. Despite the absence of others, he felt compelled to do so. He swiftly shut the door and dashed to his bed. Uchiha Shin silently summoned the panel, eagerly exclaiming, "System, are you there? What is the purpose of ninja points? Please tell me quickly. I'm in a hurry." "Dear system." The system displayed the text. "Free query mode is now activated. The host may query at will. The system can be operated through brainwaves." Suddenly, a three-dimensional interface appeared before Uchiha Shin, a virtual display visible only to him. The system interface revealed. Host, Uchiha Shin. Land, Fire Country. Age, 5 years. Comprehensive Strength Index. Average student. Chakra level, 201000. Taijutsu level, 201000. Shuriken level, 201000. Hand seal level, 20100. Ninjutsu level, 00100. Genjutsu level, 00100. Wind affinity level, 00100. Fire affinity level, 00100. Lightning affinity level, 00100. Water affinity level, 00100. Earth affinity level, 00100. Yang affinity level, 00100. Yin affinity level, 00100. Remaining ninja points, 0. Ninja points can be allocated to any attribute, and with the enhancement of attribute levels, the host's practical abilities in that attribute will improve. Attribute levels are defined as follows. 0 level, incompetent. 1 level, novice. 24 levels, ninja school student. 57 levels, genin. 8-10 levels, chinin. 11-13 levels, jinin. 14-16 levels, kage. 17-19 levels, super kage. 20 levels and above. The solitude of invincibility. Theoretically, this level transcends the realm of ninjas to facilitate the host's comprehension of the system's framework. A selection of reference templates from the authentic shinobi world is presented, using taijutsu as an example. Level 0, the weakest of the weak. A true embodiment of ineptitude, akin to the condition of an ordinary individual. Level 1, beginner level. A practitioner with slightly enhanced physical prowess compared to the average person, having just begun to harness chakra. Levels 2 to 4, student level. Taijutsu reaches the standard of an ordinary ninja school student. Level 2 signifies the entry-level proficiency of a new student in Ninja Academy. Level 3 denotes a student who has established themselves as a formidable figure within the academy. Level 4 represents an absolute dominant presence in the academy, nearing the capabilities of an ordinary genin. Levels 5 to 7, genin level. This range indicates mastery of taijutsu sufficient to attain genin status, often regarded as cannon fodder in the ninja world. Level 5 is the most novice rank among genin. Level 6 signifies a genin with considerable strength. Level 7 represents a rare and exceptional talent among genin. Levels 8 to 10, shunin level. This category pertains to ninjas with advanced taijutsu skills, qualifying them as mid-tier combatants. Levels 11 to 13, jonin level. Practitioners at this level are exceptional, regarded as the elite strength within their villages. Levels 14 to 17, kage level. Mastery of taijutsu reaches an expert level. Level 17 to 19, super kage level. At this tier, one can be recognized as the strongest in terms of physical combat. Level 20 and above. There are no existing reference templates within the annals of ninja history. Non-human ninjas are excluded from this discussion. Uchiha Shin gazed furiously at the panel before him. This is utterly disappointing. My various levels have only reached the second tier in taijutsu, chakra, and shuriken techniques, while all others languish at a mere 0. System, cease hiding my true capabilities. I feel as though I could easily defeat a chunin right now. Host. This is your genuine strength, the system replied. Uchiha Shin grimaced. He quickly comprehended the system's parameters, which currently featured 13 attributes. These were nearly all standard metrics for evaluating a ninja's prowess. Whether it be taijutsu, ninjutsu, or the elemental nature of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, these are the quintessential attributes that gauge a ninja's talent. Due to his young age, Uchiha Shin had only engaged with chakra extraction, shuriken training, and rudimentary taijutsu and hand seals over the years. His adult-like mindset allowed him to maintain a level of composure beyond that of his peers. Thus, 2 years of training had elevated him to the status of an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy. Although his overall strength is commendable among his contemporaries, it remains merely adequate. This is primarily because he lacks guidance. Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6, a feat attributed to both his exceptional talent and the presence of mentorship. The difference between having guidance and lacking it is substantial. In a prestigious clan like the Uchiha, children typically receive direction, yet he feels a sense of exclusion. Perhaps it is due to his father, Uchiha Kagami, being a disciple of the second Hokage. After all, in the recollections from the manga, Kagami was a man with a vision that transcended his clan. Such individuals are seldom embraced by their family. For years, he has been left to decipher the scrolls his father left behind all on his own. Nevertheless, this path feels all too ordinary and scarcely qualifies as genius. Compared to those who have undergone rigorous training, he is merely an average child, unlikely to attract the attention of influential figures. This reality does not align with the expectations of being the son of Uchiha Kagami, nor the father of Uchiha Shisui. Is talent truly inherited across generations? Have I exhausted my potential? Uchiha Shin lamented. It seems I must be more resolute with myself. I cannot allow others to introduce me as merely the son of the renowned Shunshin Shisui. That would be far too pedestrian. Thus, Uchiha Shin resolved to make a name for himself at the Ninja Academy. If he wishes to be assigned a distinguished jonin teacher upon graduation, he must showcase his talent to Konoha. The unremarkable go unnoticed, for Konoha nurtures only 2 types of individuals: the future of the village and its expendable pawns. In any village, mastery of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques is stringently regulated, governed by their own established protocols. Beyond familial ties and inheritance, the transmission of ninjutsu predominantly occurs through mentorship. Should Uchiha Shin secure an exceptional jonin mentor upon graduating, it would greatly benefit his future development. Moreover, the outbreak of World War II looms imminent. Without the special attention from Konoha, he risks becoming mere cannon fodder, easily perishing on the battlefield. Such a fate is intolerable for Uchiha Shin. Thus, his current aspiration is to attain strength. Uchiha Shin has begun to discern a pattern. As long as he engages in diligent training, he can accumulate ninja points, regardless of the immediate results. Hence, he merely needs to allocate his 2,000 points across various metrics. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin felt a flicker of disbelief. Impossible. He caught sight of his ninja points column. What the actual hell? He discovered that his ninja points stood at a disheartening 0. What is happening? It must be an illusion. Foolish system, reveal yourself. Host, is there something you require? The system remained devoid of emotion. Where have my ninja points gone? Uchiha Shin gritted his teeth. 2,000 points have been utilized to unlock the panel. The sound of grinding teeth echoed. Unlocking the panel costs 2,000 points. Indeed, correct, host. 1 ninja point. Unyielding. Uchiha Shin pressed on. Is there a novice gift pack? There is. The system continued its monotone delivery. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You did not inquire. Uchiha Shin resolved that once he ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, he would discard this infuriating system entirely. Host has unlocked the panel and completed the novice task. You are rewarded with 1 novice gift pack. Best of luck. The mechanical voice persisted. Bounty, bounty. Uchiha Shin felt a glimmer of hope, having lost 2,000 points. Surely he would receive something extraordinary. Would release, Sharingan, or chakra would suffice. A new item appeared in the system interface. Novice gift pack. The usage instructions read, hit me. Come and hit me. All right, I shall strike you. Open the gift pack. Uchiha Shin gritted his teeth. System, the novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rebate voucher worth 1888 points. Host should express gratitude for the system's generosity. 1888 points rebate voucher. Upon use, immediately acquire 1888 ninja points. Are you jesting? You deducted my 2,000 points and now return only 1888 points rebate voucher. Thank you very much. This was originally mine, and you've taken a considerable amount. Uchiha Shin cradled his face in despair, feeling as though life remained shrouded in darkness due to this system. This rebate voucher was exchanged by Uchiha Shin for 1888 ninja points, after which he allocated 1,000 points to his taijutsu metric. The taijutsu metric advanced to level 3,02000. The system notified, "Congratulations, host. Your taijutsu level has risen to level 3. Your speed, endurance, strength, and comprehension of taijutsu have significantly improved compared to level 2. In the realm of taijutsu, the host has become an eminent figure among students." How ironic, indeed. Regardless, he had leveled up, and that was what mattered. Uchiha Shin expressed his joy. Tomorrow, he would enroll in the Ninja Academy. At this stage of his development, due to the limited chakra, physical techniques and shuriken wielding play a significant role. Thus, he urgently needs to allocate his ninja points to enhance his physical prowess. This adjustment results in a considerable boost to his stamina. The fatigue from his recent training dissipates entirely, making him feel as though he could sprint an additional 200 laps. Uchiha Shin perceives his body as exceptionally light at this moment, even more agile than before embarking on this rigorous training. Could this be the result of his enhancements? He senses a newfound clarity regarding many physical techniques that previously eluded him. Actions that once felt impossible now flow seamlessly. Such remarkable growth in strength is truly astonishing. Subsequently, Uchiha Shin conducts a meticulous examination of his body, finding no anomalies. Reassured, he resolves to test his current capabilities. With a focused gaze, he channels chakra rapidly to his legs, a movement he has performed countless times. Whoosh! His form transforms into a mere afterimage, moving at an incomprehensibly faster pace than before. Tremble, ninjas! The sight of his raven hair and striking declaration evokes a fleeting sensation akin to unlocking the 8th gate. Alas, it is merely an illusion. This time, both his speed and distance surpass anything he has experienced previously, exceeding even his own expectations. Oh no, just a few meters ahead, directly in his path, stands a sturdy wooden table. In this critical moment, Uchiha Shin feels his heart shatter. My beloved century-old elm table. Crash! With a resounding noise and the table splintering, Uchiha Shin's momentum finally halts. He finds himself standing amidst the debris, his flawless black hair and dashing Uchiha cloak giving him an air of undeniable charisma. Ouch! Pain jolts through him as he struggles to sit on the ground. Indeed, does one's charm fade after 3 seconds? Rubbing his sore legs, a look of astonishment spreads across his youthful face. In the instant he unleashed his leg power, the sheer force was unprecedented, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. This newfound strength and speed far exceed his past capabilities. He feels he could easily defeat his former self 10 times over. He hadn't realized how inadequate he had been before. Is this not one of the 3 great illusions of the ninja world? Uchiha Shin reflects, assessing that his previous physical techniques were merely average among his peers. However, with the momentary enhancement from chakra, he now possesses a speed incomparable to before. That technique he just executed was a scroll bequeathed by Uchiha Kagami. He had practiced it diligently, but the results had been less than satisfactory, requiring considerable effort to perform. In the past, he could barely move more than 2 or 3 meters, exhausting every ounce of his strength in the process. However, this time, not only had the distance increased by more than double, but the speed was also incomparable. More importantly, although Uchiha Shin felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, he did not experience the usual sensation of complete exhaustion. This suggested that, despite his current state, he had yet to exert himself to the fullest. Had a mere upgrade led to a qualitative leap in his physical prowess? As the pain in his body gradually subsided, Uchiha Shin slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, with a glimmer of joy reflected in his black pupils. He resolved to try again. Yet this time, he was cautious not to wreak havoc within his own home. With limited possessions, he could not afford to damage any more jars or containers. He promptly turned around and stepped outside, making his way to the open space in the yard. He began to gather chakra again, focusing it in his calves, consciously controlling the strength of his legs this time, preventing the previous loss of control. However, having just expended a significant amount of energy, he managed to move less than 3 meters. The inadequacy of his stamina was evident. "It's still insufficient," Uchiha Shin murmured, noting the considerable gap from the effects described in the scroll. Furthermore, he needed to retrain to adapt to his newfound strength. As a ninja, failing to control one's own power and stamina during battle could easily lead to death. He attempted to move once more, achieving slightly better results than before, but afterwards, his chakra was nearly depleted. Host diligently trains, ninja points. 1. Remaining ninja points, 890. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his ear, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but smile with delight. Indeed, the accumulation of points is an art form. After resting for a brief moment, he returned indoors. Knowing he had to report to the ninja school the next day, there was no way he could spend the entire night experimenting. He needed to conserve his strength. "I'm so hungry." Uchiha Shin suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The expenditure had indeed been too great. Fortunately, there was still some instant noodles in the fridge. It seemed inevitable that he would eventually become like Naruto. As Uchiha Shin was savoring the noodles, a notification from the system rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host, on completing a single attribute upgrade on the first day, bringing you one step closer to the goal of becoming the strongest ninja on this planet. We encourage you to keep pushing forward. A new task has been issued. Before graduating from ninja school, you are required to upgrade at least one of the 13 attributes activated today to level 8. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards. Failure will result in penalties. All attribute levels will be reset to 0, and remaining ninja points will be cleared. Furthermore, the host will enter a feminized state, being compelled to wear female clothing for a duration of 6 months. Good luck." Uchiha Shin nearly choked on his noodles at the announcement. Level 8, Chunin level. How could they do this to me? Expecting me to reach Chunin level before graduating from ninja school is far too daunting. Moreover, the punishment is particularly cruel. "You cross-dressing fellow. I wish to inquire whether Naruto and Konohamaru have also been possessed by you. It is known that advancing from level 0, a mere novice, to level 1, a beginner, requires 100 ninja points. Progressing from level 1 to level 2 necessitates 500 ninja points. Both levels 2 and 4 are classified as student levels. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 demands 1,000 ninja points. Transitioning from level 3 to level 4 requires 2,000 ninja points. To ascend from level 4 to level 5, one must accumulate 4,000 ninja points. The leap from level 5 to level 6 calls for 6,000 points, while moving from level 6 to level 7 requires 9,000 points. Advancing from level 7 to level 8 demands 12,000 points. The pattern is quite clear. The higher the level, the greater the number of ninja points required for advancement. Level 8 signifies the rank of a Chunin, a stage that transcends mere mastery of a few ninja techniques. It denotes a capacity to lead a team. Uchiha Shin calculated that his highest attribute currently is taijutsu, which stands at level 3. To reach level 8, a total of 33,000 ninja points is required. Under normal circumstances, he should graduate by the age of 10. However, after a year, he has only accumulated 2,000 points. To fulfill the tasks necessary for leveling up from an ordinary ninja school standard to Chunin level would take 5 years. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that Uchiha Shin would solely invest in taijutsu. He is not Rock Lee. In this era, a singular focus on taijutsu offers no promising future and would render him overlooked. Uchiha Shin diligently trained throughout the night, managing to earn 10 ninja points. To amass 33,000 points through consistent effort would require countless years of relentless training, an almost insurmountable task. Would he be doomed to unlock the title of Eternal Genin, a title regarded as the most dismal in history? Uchiha Shin protested. "Hey, system, I cannot possibly complete your new task. Please assign a simpler one." The system replied, "Task substitution is not permissible. It is advised that the host focus on upgrading their highest attribute and take it step by step." Alas, he has fallen into a predicament. There is no point in pondering further. His taijutsu is already at level 3, which should suffice for the time being. Uchiha Shin glanced at the information within his system, which read, "Host, Uchiha Shin Country, Land of Fire Age, 5 years Comprehensive Strength Index, a prominent figure among students. Chakra, Level 2, 0-1000, Taijutsu, Level 3, 0-2000, Shurikenjutsu, Level 2, 0-1000, Ninjutsu, Level 0, 0-100, Genjutsu, Level 0, 0, 100, wind attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, fire attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, lightning attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, water attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, earth attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, yang attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, yin attribute. Level 0, 0, 100, remaining ninja points. 890. He resolved to reserve the remaining 890 points as a backup, recognizing their potential utility in critical moments. What if he urgently required points to enhance a specific attribute? Uchiha Shin tidied up his room and finally reclined upon his bed. In his dreams, he envisioned himself vanquishing the 5 Kage, followed by defeating Madara and Kaguya, ultimately becoming the most formidable ninja in the realm. Then, to his bewilderment, he found himself clad in women's attire. No. Uchiha Shin abruptly awoke, still in a daze. It suddenly dawned on him, and he hastily checked his clothing. Phew. It was merely his pajamas, not women's clothing. Why on earth did he have such a dream? Curse that insufferable system. The alarm had yet to ring. He could indulge in a bit more slumber, as he relished the luxury of dozing off again. Just as Uchiha Shin prepared to lie back down, a sinking realization struck him. Oh no. He remembered that he had forgotten to set his alarm the previous night. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was 8:20. He was on the verge of being late for registration. He swiftly donned his eye-catching Uchiha brand windbreaker and proceeded with a hasty wash. After freshening up, he adjusted his hair in the mirror. After all, while blood may spill, one's hairstyle must remain impeccable. He grabbed the leftover half of a bread roll from yesterday and hurried towards the Ninja Academy. I'm off, Uchiha Shin declared to the photograph. In the courtyard, his youthful, melodious voice resonated as a vibrant 5-year-old boy embarked on a brand new day. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, creating a sense of comfort and vitality. At this moment, Uchiha Shin felt no fatigue from the excessive training of the previous night. Rather, his body felt lighter and more invigorated than before. This transformation astonished even him. Was this the benefit of allocating points? At this time, Konoha was under the governance of the 3rd Hokage. His father, Uchiha Kageme's contemporary friend, was in the prime of his life. In his 30s, this formidable ninja was undoubtedly the most powerful and knowledgeable individual in Konoha, often referred to as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. It was said that the sheer number of ninjutsu he mastered was beyond imagination. His strength instilled fear in the shadows of the other great ninja nations. Subsequently, he also earned the title of the strongest Hokage, albeit this claim was not without controversy. Who knows how much of this was mere self-promotion? Hanzo was also dubbed a demigod, after all. Isn't the nature of titles to grow louder with each boast? Perhaps. One day, Uchiha Shin would acquire a dazzling title for himself. However, should he preemptively register one now? Uchiha Wuukai, Invincible Shin. That seems rather cliched. Nevertheless, while the claim of the 3rd Hokage being the strongest may indeed hold some merit, it is precisely due to his formidable presence that Konoha and the Land of Fire have enjoyed such enduring peace. This tranquility has persisted for nearly a decade. With the last ninja war now a distant memory, no one could have predicted that the next conflict would arise in a mere 3 to 4 years. Peace is fleeting. Yet, all of this felt far removed from Uchiha Shin's current aspirations. His immediate goal was to accumulate points. Points are an art, oh my foolish system. On the bustling streets of Konoha, throngs of pedestrians meandered, while the shopkeepers had long risen to commence their day. For the common folk, there is no greater delight than the enjoyment of such tranquility. Sensing this atmosphere, Uchiha Tsubasa quickened his pace. By the time he arrived at the Ninja Academy, it was already teeming with people. Oh no, he thought, noticing the elderly man at the registration desk beginning to pack up. Was his chance to become a ninja slipping away? Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. Tsubasa, you're late. He paused and turned slightly. And before him stood a girl of similar age, her delicate features strikingly exquisite. She had long black hair and dark eyes, clad in a stylish Uchiha cloak akin to his own, exuding a graceful aura. Good morning, Mikoto, Tsubasa replied, feeling the concern woven into her words. Well, to put it simply, I lost my way in searching for the direction of my life. Uchiha Mikoto's expression shifted to one of confusion, perhaps for a 5-year-old. Such reasoning was a tad profound. This was a rationale that might only deceive someone like Tsunade, who was 15. Perhaps he should simply say he was helping an old lady cross the street next time. Here, this is your registration booklet. I saw you were late, so I signed you up, she said, handing it to him. Thank you, Mikoto, Tsubasa exclaimed, a bright smile illuminating his face. Mikoto was indeed an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. Due to her amiable nature, she shared a strong bond with Tsubasa. In the village of Konoha, the Uchiha surname often connoted strength, which led to many children from the Uchiha clan exhibiting an air of superiority. However, such traits were not evident in Uchiha Mikoto, making her a natural friend among her peers. Both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Tsubasa were orphans. The Uchiha clan treated orphans rather well, at least more generously than the broader Konoha community. Still, Tsubasa felt a subtle sense of exclusion from others. Yet Mikoto, with her gentle disposition, had never treated him poorly. Whenever others sought to bully him, Mikoto would invariably stand up for him. Tsubasa often pondered how such a gentle soul could have siblings like Itachi and Sasuke. Surely, it must be a quirk of Fugaku's genes. Perhaps he should devise a plan to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku. The reason? Naturally, it would be for the peace of the ninja world. What else could it be? Gazing at Tsubasa, Mikoto offered a warm smile. Have you eaten breakfast yet? She inquired, pulling a rice ball from her bag and placing it before him. Here, I made this for you this morning. Would you like to try it? I'm worried it might not taste good. As she spoke, a hint of shyness crept into her demeanor, revealing her lack of confidence in her culinary skills. The rationale is quite compelling. In response, Uchiha Shin smiled affirmatively, stating, it is Mikoto's creation. It must be delicious. Mikoto, slightly taken aback by Uchiha Shin's unwavering confidence, found her initial shyness dissipating as she gazed into his dark eyes. She replied with a smile. Uchiha Shin accepted the rice ball from Mikoto with a grin, lifting it to his lips. Surprisingly delectable, he remarked. Since arriving in Konoha, he had not had the pleasure of a proper meal. While savoring Mikoto's rice ball, he offered her the breakfast he had packed. Allow me to treat you to breakfast, he said, producing his half-eaten bread. Oh, let us overlook that, he added. I've already eaten, Mikoto chuckled. After their meal, Uchiha Shin accompanied Mikoto toward the Ninja Academy, where the selection process would soon commence. The atmosphere at the academy mirrored that of the village, bustling with excitement. A long banner announcing the opening ceremony of the ninja school hung above the entrance. A group of 5- and 6-year-old children chattered animatedly before the gates. It was easy to distinguish between the children of clans and those of commoners. The commoners huddled together, their curiosity palpable, faces etched with anxiety as they spoke incessantly. For these children, becoming a ninja symbolized a chance to rise above, to attain a unique status as adults in the ninja world. The dangers of the ninja realm seemed distant, perhaps never even spoken of. As many of these children were war orphans, most had not undergone any training. According to the system standards, many were at level 0 or even lower. Yet, a portion of them would still enter the academy, destined to become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. How many among them would emerge as figures like Jiraiya or Orochimaru, or the 4th Hokage? The truth is starkly cruel. In contrast, the children of prominent clans stood apart, mingling only with their close-knit groups. Lacking any pressure, their selection process was merely a formality. They were fated to gain admission and were thus often condescended to the commoners. Most had already undergone basic physical training. According to the system standards, most were at level 1, with some even reaching level 2. After a short while, a stern-looking chunin, adorned with the Konoha ninja headband, entered and began to escort the children away. Although the Ninja Academy accepted all eligible children from the village, regardless of their background, admission required passing an assessment. Not everyone is qualified to be cannon fodder. Even cannon fodder must be of a higher caliber. The assessment, naturally, was straightforward: run 200 laps around the playground. Neither more nor less. Chakra is the vital energy that is absorbed from the approximately 130 trillion cells within the human body. Moreover, the fierce combat among ninjas necessitates possessing a robust physique. 200 laps may seem a considerable number for an ordinary person, yet this world is saturated with chakra energy, enabling children to develop remarkable physical capabilities. After merely a few years of early childhood, they are ready for fundamental training. For Uchiha Shin, 200 laps are merely a basic requirement. The gentle sunlight filters through the sparse branches, casting a warm glow upon the children's faces as they strive diligently towards their aspirations. Thus, Uchiha Shin's objective is to secure the first place. What distinction is there between not achieving first place and being a mere bystander? Winning with a significant advantage is essential to highlight Uchiha Shin's innate talent. As the race commenced, Uchiha Shin surged to the forefront. Leading the pack, his gaze fell upon a boy beside him. This boy, approximately 5 years old, possessed a head of chestnut-colored hair adorned with the emblem of the Senju clan. The boy naturally noticed Uchiha Shin as well and turned his head. His features were not particularly striking, yet he exuded a vibrant energy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju rope tree. I never imagined I would be competing alongside him, Uchiha Shin thought to himself. He bore no qualms about making a name for himself at the ninja academy. After all, his position within the Uchiha clan was not particularly favorable. Thus, upon graduation, he had no desire to share a mentor with his clan. Such an arrangement would not serve his future ambitions. In Konoha, the Hokage is paramount. Therefore, he must steadfastly align himself with the Hokage, just as his father did. It was imperative for him to showcase his talent. Those devoid of ability seldom attract attention. With renewed determination, he sought to surpass Rope Tree. Achieving first place in the entrance examination would be the optimal choice for gaining recognition. Particularly, an orphan from the Uchiha clan defeating the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Rope Tree, would carry immense weight. What a splendid narrative. Could there be a more compelling story? Rope Tree, unsurprisingly, displayed the prowess characteristic of the Senju clan. Not only was his chakra vast, but his physical constitution, even without the sage body inherited from the first Hokage, far surpassed that of the Uchiha clan. This was a matter of innate talent. It is precisely due to such gifts that the Senju clan maintained their title as the foremost clan during the Warring States period, ultimately besting the Uchiha clan in the latter stages. Furthermore, Rope Tree's circumstances differed significantly from those of Uchiha Shin. While Uchiha Shin faced ostracism within his clan and had no guidance, relying solely on his initiative to train, the Senju clan, despite its decline, still provided ample mentorship for Rope Tree. His sister Tsunade, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, were all eager to impart their knowledge to him. Not to mention, he also had the presence of his grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Consequently, prior to yesterday's training session, Uchiha Shin was indeed no match for Rope Tree in terms of taijutsu. However, some prominent Saiyans are unwilling to accept being left behind at a significant distance. Going through the motions is one thing, but for these young heirs, being defeated is acceptable. However, being lapped multiple times would be a tremendous blow to their pride. At the very least, their families would begin to regard them with considerably less esteem. Thus, they quicken their pace to catch up with the two ahead. In an instant, the overall speed begins to escalate once more. In the earlier laps, Noboru could barely keep pace with Uchiha Tatsu due to his superior chakra reserves, managing to remain on the same line as Uchiha Tatsu. Yet, as Noboru's chakra began to dwindle, the gap between them gradually widened. Although Noboru possessed a commendable physique, Uchiha Tatsu's taijutsu was at level 3, making him a notable figure even in the ninja academy, let alone for those who had yet to enroll. According to the system's explanation, the effects of level 3 taijutsu compared to level 2 in practical combat are substantial, enhancing Uchiha Tatsu's endurance, strength, speed, and comprehension of martial arts significantly. The meaning is straightforward. To excel in taijutsu, one must cultivate endurance, strength, speed, and comprehension. Hence, Uchiha Tatsu felt as though he were soaring through the air. Soon enough, he began to widen the distance between himself and Noboru, taking the lead among the group, while Senju Noboru gritted his teeth in pursuit, the gap growing ever larger as he occupied second place. Noboru realized that no matter how hard he tried, the young Uchiha always managed to maintain his advantage. Each time he accelerated in an attempt to catch up, that little brat would only increase his own speed. Consequently, the distance continued to expand. Had he taken some performance-enhancing substances? That brat, Uchiha Tatsu, felt as though he had never moved so swiftly before. Unable to resist, he cast a glance over his shoulder to savor the fierce expressions of those chasing him, reveling in the flamboyance of his actions. Oh, my foolish classmates! If you wish to catch up to me, then curse and lament as you may. Continue to struggle in your wretched existence, running endlessly merely to pursue me. And one day, when you possess the same speed as I do, come forth before me. Upon completing 200 laps, Uchiha Tatsu crossed the finish line with considerable ease. The high-speed running over 200 laps was still quite taxing for him, yet he retained some energy in reserve. Meanwhile, Noboru, Having finished, supported himself on his knees, striving not to collapse to the ground as he panted. It seems you have yet to exert your full strength. Observing Noboru before him, Uchiha Tatsu's expression softened with sympathy. As the grandson of the first Hokage, he undoubtedly bore a weight of expectation far greater than that of an ordinary individual. Many harbored lofty hopes for him, and countless eyes scrutinized his every move, magnifying even the slightest of actions. Unlike Tsunade, who was female, Noboru was destined to uphold the legacy of his clan. Tragically, he had perished on the battlefield at the tender age of 12, and in a most horrific manner. How pitiful! While he gazed at Noboru with pity, Uchiha Tatsu adjusted his Uchiha insignia cloak, ever mindful of his demeanor. It seems the wind is about to rise. Uchiha Chunsher sighed dramatically. He had likely forgotten that. According to history, he too would soon meet his demise. Sengshu found his gaze somewhat perplexing. Could this individual be? A shiver ran down Sengshu's spine. In truth, Senju Sengshu possessed commendable strength. Apart from Uchiha Chunsher, none could match Sengshu's speed. Although Sengshu was not as extraordinary as his grandfather, the first Hokage, who was often regarded as a god. This marked Uchiha Chunsher's first conversation with a child from another clan. Had fate not intervened with an untimely death, perhaps Sengshu would have achieved great heights. What is your name? Sengshu inquired, scrutinizing the Uchiha clan emblem. He was genuinely intrigued by this Uchiha scion who held such an advantage over him. Losing was merely a part of the game. He was well equipped to handle defeat. Although Uchiha was of the opposing clan, the era of the warring states was long past. The animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans had largely dissipated. Before enrollment, Sengshu's sister, Tsunade, had advised him to recognize noteworthy rivals, especially since he aspired to become Hokage one day. And you, Uchiha Chunsher? Sengshu asked, aware of the answer. Senju Sengshu, he replied. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chunsher approached him with a warm smile, patting Sengshu on the shoulder in a manner reminiscent of a seasoned leader. You are quite impressive, Sengshu. I fully understand your eagerness to surpass me. There is no need to rush. We have ample time. I shall await your progress. Sengshu gazed at Uchiha Chunsher, bewildered. What? Uchiha Chunsher smiled and walked away, silently awarding himself full marks for his performance. Did he not notice how moved Sengshu appeared? Uchiha Chunsher merely wished to project an exceedingly amicable demeanor, contrasting sharply with the pride often associated with the Uchiha clan. Perhaps the third Hokage, that somewhat greasy elder, was watching them through a telescope even now, intent on leaving a favorable impression. Suddenly, as he walked, a system prompt echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have achieved your first accomplishment in the ninja world. First in the entrance exam. Awarded 2,000 ninja points. The system information updated. Host's remaining ninja points, 2890. What a relief. Uchiha Chunsher maintained his composure outwardly while internally reveling in the news. It turned out that achieving accomplishments could yield substantial ninja points. Earning 2,000 points could take him a year of grinding. Thus, accomplishment became a shortcut, and the entrance exam was but a minor test. Within the Ninja Academy, there were various theoretical and practical exams. If he could secure top ranks in all of them, both in class and grade, he would certainly reap the rewards. Eagerly, Uchiha Chunsher looked forward to the next major examination. Soon, the 200 laps of testing came to an end, except for a few individuals who failed. The majority passed the entrance examination, as those who arrived here possessed a considerable degree of self-confidence. Among these individuals, Uchiha Shin particularly noticed a boy with golden hair, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. In the future, he would enhance the Flying Thunder God technique and become renowned as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world, celebrated as the Yellow Flash. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha managed to bridge the gap with the other four great villages largely due to his prowess. Uchiha Shun was keen on befriending Minato, but he felt that the time was not yet ripe. Currently, Minato did not stand out particularly. His entrance exam results were merely average. Although he was a genius, he came from a common background, with average physical attributes, and even lacked the ability to extract chakra. At this stage, he could not be compared to the scions of illustrious clans who had undergone rigorous training from a young age. Minato's true rise would come after he became a disciple of Jiraiya. Some individuals, once given even a modicum of resources, would soar to greatness. After he improved the Flying Thunder God technique, he would undoubtedly ascend to remarkable heights. In any case, in the coming years, as they all attended the Ninja Academy, there would be ample opportunities for camaraderie. Once the physical test concluded, Mikoto rushed over. Though somewhat breathless, she appeared quite well, still possessing a semblance of energy. This indicated that she had maintained her own pace despite Uchiha Shin's earlier acceleration and had not exerted herself to the fullest. Mikoto was precisely this sort of person. She preferred to keep a low profile. "Shin, you were incredible. You can run so fast now," she remarked earnestly. Uchiha Shin shook his cloak, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. One must remain composed. A man should not take pride in such a minor achievement. After receiving their admission notices, Uchiha Shin and Mikoto began their journey back to the clan. This world was never short of foolish individuals, particularly within the Uchiha clan, where there were plenty of mischievous youths eager to act as antagonists. As Uchiha Shin and Mikoto walked along the path home, 3 others, clad in Uchiha cloaks, obstructed their way. Who were they? Uchiha Shin lazily lifted his head and gazed forward, ultimately encountering 3 faces twisted in anger. To be honest, the trio did not possess unattractive features. The Uchiha clan's genetics were generally favorable, producing handsome men and beautiful women. However, the scowls on these 3 faces marred the ambience. Uchiha Ryo, Uchiha Ling, and Uchiha Foam, children of the same age as Uchiha Shin within the Uchiha clan, who would likely be classmates in the future. "Hey you. You really made quite a show during the test," Uchiha Ryo remarked. "Did I? Not at all. I merely showcased a fraction of my strength," Uchiha Shin replied evasively, deflecting Uchiha Ryo's accusations. It was evident that the trio was seeking trouble. Finally, had he encountered the legendary antagonists? As youths of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ryo and his companions held themselves in high regard. They generally looked down upon the common folk, dismissing even the children of their own clan with disdain. After all, since the decline of the Senju clan, they have begun to brandish the title of the foremost family in Konoha. However, little did they anticipate that their rhythm would be disrupted by Uchiha Shin. Though they sought to accelerate their pace, exhaustion soon set in, resulting in many surpassing them, leading to rather mediocre results. This was a source of considerable embarrassment for them, especially since they had always considered themselves a trio of the Uchiha clan's most prodigious talents. They had previously boasted to the children from other clans, leaving them wondering how they would navigate the ninja community henceforth. To add insult to injury, the one who claimed the top spot was Uchiha Shin, whom they had often bullied in the past. Although Uchiha Shin had matured beyond his years, he was still no match for them at the tender age of 3 or 4, particularly given their numbers and the lack of adult support due to his ostracism from the Uchiha clan. Enraged, the 3 of them stormed over, intent on teaching him a lesson. "You think you can just bask in the limelight and walk away? Let me tell you, life isn't that simple." They each struck a pose. Uchiha Ryo gave a meaningful glance, and Uchiha Fu instantly understood his leader's intent. "Uchiha Shin, come here," Uchiha Fu called out. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Shin replied lazily. "What do you think? You were quite the spectacle just now." Uchiha Shin smirked. "Feeling sore after losing, are we? Instead of training diligently and addressing your shortcomings, you come here to stir trouble. It seems you are rather confident in your abilities. I hope your eagerness to awaken your Sharingan hasn't led you to stuff your head full of nonsense." Uchiha Shin, possessing a flaw from his past life, couldn't help but speak his mind. The provocation from the trio seemed trivial to him. A few light words were enough to infuriate the Uchiha trio. "Enough of this. You 3. Meichin interjected, recognizing their intentions to provoke. Before Uchiha Shin could respond further, Meichin, unable to stand by any longer, sought to intervene. In her eyes, no matter how formidable Uchiha Shin was, he was outnumbered. "Uchiha Shin, if you are a man of merit, don't hide behind Meichin." Uchiha Ryo aimed to portray Uchiha Shin as a coward in front of her. What a lonely existence. How could he speak in such a manner? With such emotional intelligence? How could he ever attract a gentle and endearing companion? Uchiha Shin sighed, deeply concerned about the future marriage prospects of the Uchiha clan. Out of respect for Meichin, the trio refrained from turning the encounter into a public spectacle. After all, they too had their pride. With a parting threat, they reluctantly departed. Before leaving, Uchiha Ryo shot Uchiha Shin a fierce glare. "I'll be waiting for you to come after me." Disregarding their provocations, Uchiha Shin languidly called out once more, beckoning Mikoto, who had just stood up for him, to return. "Come, Mikoto, let us go back." Mikoto cast a worried glance at Uchiha Shin, as though he were already on the verge of collapsing onto a sickbed. Uchiha Shin replied with a smile, "It's nothing. They are not my match." After escorting Mikoto back to her residence, Uchiha Shun returned to his modest courtyard. Although his strength had significantly increased, he could not afford to become complacent. Continuous training was imperative. No one is born a champion. Even if he could allocate points to make himself a prodigy in various aspects, a prodigy is merely a prodigy. What he aspired to become was a true powerhouse. He tidied up briefly, packed some provisions, and sprinted towards the forest adjacent to Hokage Rock. The accommodations for war orphans in Konoha were remarkably humane, offering sufficient relief funds for a decent living each month. However, luxuries like training grounds were beyond the reach of war orphans. The Uchiha clan indeed possessed training facilities, yet he faced ostracization within the clan. As a child, he had endured hardships and bullying there, which tainted his fondness for the place. Consequently, the expansive forest behind Hokage Rock transformed into Uchiha Shin's sanctuary for training. Basic training could still be conducted in this serene setting. Presently, the Uchiha clan's territory remained centrally located in the village. For the Uchiha were one of the two foundational families that established the village. The clan's location was not yet the remote area it would later become. Thus, he swiftly reached Hokage Rock. This time, the system's unperturbed voice did not resonate, as Uchiha Shun had intentionally slowed his pace, not engaging in earnest training. This resulted in a slight twinge of regret. Every point counts. Points are art. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go. After all, he had other matters to attend to. Uchiha Shun halted, noticing 3 persistent followers behind him. He needed to address them. Shaking his Uchiha jacket, he said, "Come out. You have been tailing me since I exited the clan territory." 3 figures leapt from the trees behind him. "We feared you might flee again," Uchiha Liang declared, arms crossed, wearing a childlike expression of arrogance that provoked an urge to imprint his fist onto that pale visage. "Thus, we specifically followed you. There's no Mikoto to protect you now. Thank you for your concern, my foolish clansman." Uchiha Shun maintained a stoic expression, lacking any enthusiasm as he continued to converse with the trio before him. "Who is foolish? You scoundrel. We are merely showing concern as Uchihas for our fellow clansmen. So, are you prepared?" Uchiha Fong had already found his rationale. "What exactly do you intend to do? Fight?" Uchiha Shun, with his ninja pouch in hand, was eager to engage. He had yet to truly test his newfound strength. Moreover, the 3 before him had previously bullied him, and he was determined to teach them a lesson. Do not trivialize the sacred duels between ninjas as mere childish amusements. Uchiha Liang spoke loudly. "I have recently mastered a new technique. It may not be evident in taijutsu, but do not presume that your top score in physical tests grants you unbridled freedom. If I emerge victorious, you must grant me one request. What say you?" Uchiha Liang exuded confidence. "Oh, are we not going to engage together?" Uchiha Shin nodded, sensing a hint of arrogance in his opponent that warranted a lesson. "And what if I win?" Uchiha Fong immediately expressed unwavering faith in his leader's abilities, dismissively retorting, "Impossible. Have you forgotten how he previously taught you a lesson? Then let us not dawdle. Let us get on with it," Uchiha Shun said as he warmed up. Uchiha Liang's 2 lackeys cheered him on, urging, "Boss, give it your all. Defeat him, trample him, humiliate him." In response to Uchiha Shin's indifference, Uchiha Liang scoffed, considering him a foolish simpleton, utterly oblivious to his true power. "You arrogant fool, you know nothing of genuine strength. I am not the same as before." With a flick of his wrist, Uchiha Liang conjured several shurikens and kunai from seemingly nowhere. Under the midday sun, the dark shurikens gleamed with a sinister luster. The Uchiha clan is renowned in the ninja world for their Sharingan and fire-style ninjutsu. Additionally, their shuriken techniques are unparalleled. Swish, swish. Uchiha Liang expertly swung his arm, and the 3 kunai and 2 shurikens transformed into black shadows, hurtling toward Uchiha Shun from various cunning angles. Quite impressive, he thought, realizing he needed to limit Uchiha Shin's movements. The trajectories of the shuriken and kunai were exceedingly tricky, nearly sealing off all of his opponent's escape routes, a technique passed down within the Uchiha clan. No matter from which direction he attempted to evade, 1 or 2 shurikens would inevitably find their mark. From a distance, Uchiha Liang wore a triumphant expression. This was a technique taught by his father, one he had painstakingly learned over time. Though Uchiha Shun may indeed possess considerable talent, lacking parental guidance, he could never master such skills. Uchiha Shin narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he did not appear troubled, Uchiha Liang's shuriken technique was commendable. However, The true power of Uchiha's throwing techniques could only be unleashed with the Sharingan activated. Furthermore, the opponent's strength and speed were lacking, and his skills were merely rudimentary. Moreover, Uchiha Chun was not entirely devoid of shuriken techniques. His own abilities were of a second level. Thus, as he observed the spinning shurikens approaching, he deftly retrieved several shurikens from his ninja pouch. Swish, swish. Uchiha Chun then swiftly swung his arm, executing movements that were remarkably rapid, launching his own shurikens along distinct trajectories. Clang, clang. The sound of collision echoed as the shuriken he wielded deflected most of the shuriken and kunai launched by Uchiha Ryo. However, one kunai still hurtled towards him. A look of astonishment flickered in Uchiha Ryo's dark eyes. Just as Uchiha Ryo was lost in thought, Uchiha Chun deftly thrust his kunai, piercing through the oncoming kunai's opening, causing it to spin midair. With a swift motion, Uchiha Chun redirected the incoming kunai back towards Uchiha Ryo. The kunai swiftly struck Uchiha Ryo. Bang! A log appeared in its place, his substitution technique. Uchiha Ryo wiped the sweat from his brow. This technique was among his most formidable skills. It was an E-rank ninjutsu he had studied extensively with his father. He had believed that mastering this technique would suffice against his classmates. He had preemptively employed it to guard against Uchiha Chin's taijutsu, planning to surprise him. Little did he know how potent Chin's shuriken technique was. Over here, Uchiha Chin shouted, having quickly located Uchiha Ryo's position. In that instant, he appeared like a phantom atop the great tree, executing a swift kick to Uchiha Ryo's abdomen. Bang! Uchiha Ryo was sent flying from the tree, akin to a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. That hurts, Uchiha Ryo groaned, cradling his head as he lay on the ground. Uchiha Chun leaped down from the tree, shaking off non-existent dust from his body. Uchiha Foam and Uchiha Ling rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, are you alright? Damn it, Uchiha Chin ambushed you. How despicable." Uchiha Ryo's face flushed. When had he been ambushed? Rubbing his body, he replied, "I'm fine. Just a minor inconvenience." In truth, if this had been before last night, Uchiha Chin wouldn't have found it so effortless. His speed had greatly improved since enhancing his abilities. "Let us all attack together," Uchiha Ryo declared through gritted teeth. "I was careless before. If I focus, he won't stand a chance against the three of us geniuses." Uchiha Fong and Uchiha Ling hesitated momentarily, clearly intimidated by Uchiha Chin's speed. After all, their leader had just been soundly beaten. Wouldn't charging in be tantamount to delivering themselves as prey? Yet, upon reconsideration, with three of them against one, what was there to fear? They quickly rose to their feet. Uchiha Fong suddenly hurled several shuriken forward. His technique was quite ordinary, and the shuriken flew straight ahead. Uchiha Chun did not even draw his own shuriken. He simply sidestepped, evading the projectile's path. At that moment, Uchiha Ling clenched his fists, charging forward like a humanoid tank towards Uchiha Chin's position. Uchiha Longquan, first form. As he stepped forward, a fist came flying towards him, and he exerted all his strength, desperate to connect. This was the plea of my lifetime. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Uchiha Chun delivered a kick that sent Uchiha Ling, moving like a tortoise, sprawling away. Uchiha Liang was taken aback by Uchiha Chun's speed. He had initially thought that once the three of them became serious, the battle would conclude. In a flurry of panic, he readied a few shurikens, hoping to corner Uchiha Chun into a position with no escape. Whoosh! Yet, after dodging the shurikens, Uchiha Chun maintained his momentum and charged towards Uchiha Liang. "I surrender. I surrender," Uchiha Liang shouted, dropping to the ground. "Boss, no?" Uchiha Foam cried out. "Don't give up. We haven't lost yet." Uchiha Chun suddenly felt as though he had stepped into the role of a villain. The air was thick with the scent of fervor. Observing the trio on the ground, their eyes ablaze with passion, he thought, "No, I refuse to accept this. How could I possibly be the villain?" In an instant, after a moment of twitching, he found everything had become utterly mundane. Having dealt with the three of them, Uchiha Chun slowly made his way into the forest, while the trio continued to weep in despair. "Foam, am I really that useless? I couldn't protect you, and now you've been beaten," Uchiha Liang lamented, his voice tinged with a sob. "It's not your fault, boss. The opponent was just too strong. We cannot give up. As long as we keep trying, next time, we will defeat him. We are geniuses, aren't we? Woo-woo." Uchiha Chun let out a silent sigh, feeling remorseful. As he walked, he reflected on the shortcomings of the recent battle. Suddenly, a notification from the system rang in his ears, Congratulations to the host for defeating the Uchiha trio. You have achieved your first victory in the shinobi world, defeating the opponent. Reward: 1,500 ninja points. The system information was updated. Host's remaining ninja points, 4,390. Defeating an opponent yields rewards as well, Uchiha Shin mused, envisioning a path laden with points, nay, a pathway to success. Does this mean? Uchiha Shin chuckled to himself. He felt an uncontrollable urge to turn back and teach the Uchiha trio another lesson. Those points were glimmering before him, serving as stepping stones towards obtaining a soft and adorable companion. Foolish clansman, embrace the caress of my iron fist. Just as he prepared to dash back in excitement, the system seemed to have anticipated Uchiha Shin's intentions, extinguishing his thoughts without a ripple. System restriction: the same individual can only yield points once in a short period. Damn it. So, if I go back to beat them now, I want to earn any points? Correct. System: you vile creature. It seems you are targeting me once again. Uchiha Shin inquired with a hint of confusion. System: what exactly does short-term refer to? One day, or perhaps two? He was still preoccupied with the desire to continue teaching those three a lesson in order to accumulate points. The system clarified: once the opponent's strength has been enhanced, the host may proceed to accrue points from them. In other words, if their strength remains stagnant for a lifetime, I shall be unable to earn points? Precisely. Thus, the system suggests that the host might consider engaging with other children. Enough. System: are you attempting to lead me down the path of crime? Who could have devised such a system, possessing such extreme and perilous inclinations? Nevertheless, circumstances proved more formidable than the individual. Faced with this predicament, young Uchiha Shin felt a profound sadness. For the sake of his own points, he would henceforth have to sacrifice his integrity, adhering to the system's counsel and embarking on the irreversible path of assaulting other children. If there is to be resentment, let it be directed at this system. Uchiha Shin muttered to himself. Upon reaching the woods, Uchiha Shin commenced his training. It was quite simple. He began with push-ups and various forms of martial arts training, such as kicking wooden posts. These exercises were straightforward and practical for someone of his age. In the original narrative, Lee trained in a similar manner. Complete 1,000 push-ups. Failure to do so entails 500 kicks against the wooden post. The system's notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing 900 push-ups. Reward: 7 ninja points. Congratulations, host, for completing 500 kicks. Reward: for ninja points. Hours swiftly passed. Uchiha Shin's clothing was thoroughly soaked. The system's information updated. Host's remaining ninja points, 410. Uchiha Shin decided to take a brief respite and enjoy a modest lunch. He retrieved his now-cold bento, which perhaps hardly qualified as such, and began to eat heartily. Oh, this is truly unpalatable. Uchiha Shin was not skilled in the culinary arts. In truth, he could manage some Chinese dishes, but regrettably, the ninja world lacked the necessary ingredients for his preferred recipes, and he was not adept in Japanese cuisine. One might wonder how Uchiha Shin had survived thus far on nothing but salt and water. No, perhaps licking would be a more fitting description. Indeed, was the absence of a woman in the household the root of this predicament? Let us disregard the lamentations of a solitary soul. During his break, Uchiha Shin examined his status panel. He now boasted 410 points, and his martial arts level had reached 3. To further enhance his martial arts prowess would require the expenditure of 2,000 points. Although he aimed to achieve level 8 before graduation, should he resort to daily encounters with children to amass points, accruing them would not be particularly arduous. After all, there were numerous children at the Ninja Academy. Hence, devoid of the pressure of accumulating points, it was imperative for him to diversify his training. Ultimately, he aspired to maintain his position as the top student in his grade, a coveted throne that would undoubtedly attract many envious gazes. For instance, that foolish rope tree akin to Naruto and Minato, who gradually matured at the Ninja Academy. These will undoubtedly become his future rivals. It is imperative for him to develop comprehensively. He cannot afford any shortcomings. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the necessity to overpower other students. One must possess sufficient strength, lest one suffers the humiliation of being counterattacked. Currently, his physical combat skill is rated at level 3, making him a formidable presence within the Ninja Academy. However, relying solely on physical prowess renders one vulnerable to countermeasures. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Among these, Taijutsu is often the least esteemed form of training among ninjas. When facing ninjas skilled in ninjutsu or genjutsu, those who specialize in taijutsu find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Although Guy has shattered this paradigm, proving himself to be a man capable of nearly delivering a climactic finale with a single kick, this was contingent upon his use of the 8 gates. Without the 8 gates, Guy would struggle immensely against Kisame, who could create clones with only a third of his chakra using the body flicker technique. Take, for example, the recent skirmish. Had Uchiha Tatsumi possessed exceptional shuriken jutsu, akin to Itachi's refined and stylish throwing technique, he would not have needed to charge in alone. Instead, he could have effortlessly resolved the situation from a distance with a mere flick of his wrist. How elegant, how impressive. Furthermore, if he were endowed with superior genjutsu skills, a single utterance from him could incapacitate all 3 adversaries. As the son of Shisui, renowned for possessing the most potent genjutsu, Uchiha Tatsumi ought to make some modest advancements in this realm as well. At the very least, he should not appear inept. Both shuriken jutsu and genjutsu are cherished ancestral techniques of the Uchiha clan, aligning perfectly with his heritage, making them relatively easy for him to master. Even without the Sharingan, he can unleash formidable power. In the academy, he would face no contenders. Despite the absence of direct guidance in these areas, his father, Uchiha Kagami, left behind numerous scrolls containing invaluable knowledge. By incorporating these elements into his training, his combat capabilities would experience a remarkable surge. Uchiha Tatsumi promptly expended 1,000 ninja points to upgrade his shuriken jutsu to level 3, followed by an additional 1,600 points to elevate his genjutsu to level 3 as well. Finally, he utilized 600 ninja points to enhance his ninjutsu attribute to level 2. After all, ninjutsu is the most vital aspect in the future. The system interface displays host Uchiha Shin, Land of Fire, age, 5 years, comprehensive strength index, a top-tier presence in the Ninja Academy. Chakra level, 2,01000. Taijutsu level, 3,02000. Shuriken Jutsu level, 3,02000. Hand Seals level, 2,01000. Ninjutsu level, 2,01000. Genjutsu level, 3,02000. Wind Affinity level, 0,0100. Fire Affinity level, 0,0100. Lightning Affinity level, 0,0100. Water Affinity level, 0,0100. Earth Affinity level, 0,0100. Yang Affinity level, 0,0100. In Affinity level, 0,0100. Remaining ninja points, 1210. After a brief rest, Uchiha Chun resumed his practice with shurikens. Mastering shuriken throwing is relatively straightforward, yet achieving precision requires relentless practice. Previously, Uchiha Chun had already ensured the accuracy of multiple shurikens. He grasped 10 shurikens in his hands and, within mere seconds, launched them with remarkable precision, striking the target 50 meters away. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved another set of 10 shurikens, 5 in each hand. He focused intently on the target for several moments before suddenly flinging his hand forward. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, 5 shurikens flew forth from one hand. Immediately after, he raised his hand once more, releasing another 5 shurikens at an astonishing speed, overtaking the first 5. The 10 shurikens collided midair, accompanied by a burst of sparks. With a series of thuds, they struck the target almost simultaneously. Wow, how impressive, Uchiha Chun marveled. The movement, the posture, the force. Of course, he chose to disregard the 2 shurikens that had missed their mark. Not all 10 shurikens had hit the target. Yet his level 3 throwing technique allowed him to quickly discern the issue. The force from his right hand had been miscalculated. Could it be because of recent? The system speculated. That's impossible. I'm only 5 years old. Uchiha Chun interrupted the system's unwarranted conjecture. He continued to practice shuriken throwing for an extended period. With his current level 3 throwing technique, he was capable of executing such challenging maneuvers with ease, adeptly controlling the angles and force involved. He then produced several kunai, recalling the contents of the scroll left by Uchiha Kagami. In truth, kunai are primarily melee weapons for ninjas, and few utilize them as projectile weapons. As throwing weapons, Sanban and shurikens are far more effective. Thus, the techniques for throwing kunai differ entirely from those of shurikens. However, The Uchiha clan had devised a method that allowed kunai to alter their trajectory mid-air upon collision, rendering them more effective than other projectiles. The kunai cannot be redirected in mid-air. This is a fundamental principle known to all ninjas. However, when confronted with the throwing techniques developed by the Uchiha clan, seasoned adversaries are more susceptible to being ensnared. As he recalled the exquisite art of kunai throwing, complemented by the flying thunder god technique, Uchiha Chao felt a surge of fervor within him. He spent the afternoon practicing vigorously, ultimately accruing 30 additional ninja points. The system updated his balance to a total of 1,240 ninja points. With a sense of satisfaction, he began his journey home. Along the way, he took particular note of his surroundings and realized that the trio he had seen earlier had vanished, likely having returned home. What a pity. I was hoping to find someone to test my kunai throwing technique, Uchiha Chao lamented. Thus, he continued his solitary walk. Fortunately, the Ninja Academy would officially commence the following day, an establishment that piqued his interest considerably. The first step to becoming a ninja begins at the academy. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the evening air was pleasantly cool. The streets were bustling with people, all savoring the rare tranquility of the night. Peace is truly a blessing. Although Uchiha Chao had only traversed this world for 5 years, he felt an innate sense of urgency that left him perpetually anxious. As he strolled past the commercial district, he observed a lengthy queue outside a well-known establishment, the famed Ichiraku Ramen, identifiable by its red lanterns. The enticing aroma wafting from within made him swallow hard. It was indeed time for dinner. Tonight, I can finally enjoy a decent meal, he mused, recalling that at home. His staple diet consisted of overcooked bento, instant noodles, and a meager sprinkling of salt and water. He urged himself onward, feeling the urge to indulge in a proper meal. He fished out a coupon from his pocket and found himself unable to resist joining the line. The business at Ichiraku Ramen was surprisingly bustling, frequented by various ninjas, civilians, and even tourists from other villages. By the time he reached the front of the line, he was nearly dozing off. "Uncle, 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Uchiha Chao called out loudly. "All right, coming right up." The owner cheerfully responded. At this time, the proprietor was not yet the legendary hand-pulled noodle master. The current hand-puller was merely a 10-year-old boy, yet to evolve into that fabled figure. "Hand-puller, quickly serve the customer." A booming voice echoed. Uchiha Chao was taken aback, realizing he had encountered a hidden talent. Was this the long-lost lion's roar technique? "Okay, Dad," the boy complied, dutifully scurrying off to fetch the ramen, devoid of the enigmatic aura he would later possess. "Ah, it's you again, little brother." The hand-puller recognized Uchiha Chao, for he had frequented the place numerous times. "Can you finish all that by yourself, little brother?" Uchiha Chao felt a twinge of annoyance. "Why must you insist on calling me little brother?" he thought, even though the boy was indeed a few years his senior and possessed greater strength. However, does that mean one can freely unleash verbal assaults upon me? I shall consume every last bite, declared Uchiha Shun. "I will keep a vigilant watch over you," responded Shouta. "Wow, this ramen is truly exquisite. The craftsmanship is impeccable, truly befitting Ichiraku Ramen. Shouta, can you prepare this ramen?" Uchiha Chun inquired of the 10-year-old Shouta. "I can, though the flavor does not compare to that of my father's authentic recipe." "Then you are indeed remarkable," Uchiha Chun smiled, genuinely impressed. "What modesty from one so talented." No, that's not the case." Shouta quickly waved his hands in humility. "Surely, there must be some secret ingredient?" Uchiha Chun discreetly probed, for he always felt his chakra replenished at an extraordinary rate after each meal. "None," shaking his head vigorously, Shouta responded, becoming somewhat anxious. Has he uncovered something? Denying it is futile. I have long been aware. Uchiha Chun aimed to dismantle his adversary's final facade. "Truly none," shaking his head again, Shouta stammered, his flushed face betraying him. "Then why do I feel so bloated after each meal?" "Because you eat too much." "You answered that rather quickly." "Shouta, it appears you are no ordinary individual." Shaking his head, "Could it be that you are a member of the Otsutsuki clan?" Shouta suddenly darted over to his father and whispered, "Dad, that little brother seems to have discovered our ramen's special secret recipe." The following day, Uchiha Chun rose precisely on time, arriving at the Ninja Academy mere minutes before class commenced. The trees at the entrance of the academy were adorned with dazzling cherry blossoms. Although Uchiha Chun was not one to indulge in the appreciation of flowers, he could not help but be captivated by the beauty before him, albeit for a fleeting moment. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts far removed from cherry blossoms. It was filled with considerations of the classmates with whom he would fight alongside this year. In other words, the matter of accumulating points weighed heavily on his mind. Points are akin to art. Oh, my foolish classmates. Uchiha Shin, you are going to be late. A deep, gentle voice called out to him within the campus. Uchiha Shin turned to face the source of the voice, where he beheld a ninja clad in a light green vest, adorned with a Konoha headband, possessing a dark complexion and a muscular build. Ah, it's that dark-faced fellow from yesterday. Oh no, it's Teacher Nishimura. Good morning. Phew, that was close. I nearly slipped and called him dark-faced uncle. Will he hold a grudge against me for that? You were just about to call me dark-faced uncle, weren't you? Haha, you think too much. I'm only in my 20s, kid. What? I always thought you were in your 40s. Humph, is that so? Teacher Nishimura shot him a dangerous glance. By the way, Teacher Nishimura was the one who conducted the Chunin exam for the students yesterday. After the test, some student had humorously dubbed him based on his dark visage, which indeed resembled that of a man in his 40s. Speaking of which, ordinarily, one would not extend morning greetings at such a time. Ah, my apologies. Ah, your complexion appears rather dark today. Does my skin tone hold more significance than your habitual tardiness on the first day of classes? So that is the matter. My sincerest apologies for being late. Quickly, make your way into the classroom, sighed Teacher Nishimura, murmuring under his breath. As he watched Uchiha Shin hastily depart, a smile crept upon his face. Truly, he was unlike the typical Uchiha. The Ninja Academy is divided into several classes, with students allocated based on their performance in the entrance examination. In essence, those who excel are placed in the prestigious classes, while average performers find themselves in the ordinary ones. The elite classes predominantly consist of scions from renowned clans, destined to become the backbone of Konoha and the focal point of its protection and cultivation. Upon graduation, they are guided by exceptional jonin. Conversely, students from ordinary classes risk becoming mere fodder on the battlefield. Should they eventually ascend to the rank of genin, they are likely to receive mediocre instructors, with a fortunate few attaining the rank of chunin or even jonin. Such is the stark and unforgiving reality of the ninja world. Uchiha Shin hurried down the corridor, his pace almost a brisk run. He paused hesitantly beneath the sign that read Ninja Year 1, Class A. How should he make his entrance? Should it be flamboyant, nonchalant, or perhaps exude a commanding presence? Moreover, how could he comfortably accumulate points without altering others' perceptions of him? Uchiha Shin shook his coat, chiding himself for overthinking. After all, he was nearly 5 minutes late. With determination, Uchiha Shin pushed open the door, greeting his classmates with the warmest of smiles. I apologize for my slight tardiness. Upon stepping into the classroom, he immediately felt several hostile gazes upon him. This was not merely due to his heightened perceptiveness. The intensity of these stares was undeniable. Had this been any setting other than a ninja academy, he was certain they would have ganged up on him. Turning to assess the situation, Uchiha Shin quickly understood the source of animosity. It was the trio of Uchiha he had bested the previous day, accompanied by some other clan members. Likely, after being thoroughly outperformed, they had returned home to face the ire of their elders. Thus, their hostility was understandable. Who could blame me for being a genius? Uchiha Shin mused silently. He paid little heed to the scions of these families. If they sought trouble with him, it would be all the more convenient. After all, points awaited to be claimed. He shook his coat again. So handsome. I like him so much. Such exclamations reverberated through the air, accompanied by fervent gazes, this time from a group of girls. Uchiha Shin had topped the entrance exam and belonged to the illustrious Uchiha clan. Most importantly, he bore the striking features inherited from his lineage, making him particularly popular among the female students. Merely upon entering the academy, Uchiha Shin had already secured a spot on the list of the top 10 most desired boyfriends. At present, he is surging forward with great momentum, relentlessly challenging the positions ahead. Uchiha Shin's popularity is unexpectedly high. In any case, he should find a vacant seat to settle down. Uchiha Shin notices Mikoto beckoning to him. Shin, over here. Uchiha Shin approaches and takes a seat, and immediately the room is filled with sighs from those around him, both male and female. Good morning, Mikoto. Uchiha Shin greets. You're late again, Mikoto remarks with concern. Ah, my apologies. I helped an elderly lady cross the street today, which made me late. Shin. You are truly kind-hearted, Mikoto instantly believes him. Uchiha Shin's cheeks flush with embarrassment. He glances around and notices to his other side sits the golden-haired boy, Namikaze Minato, who is diligently studying his textbook amidst the noisy classroom. In front of him sits the rather foolish-looking brown-haired boy, Senju Rope Tree, who gazes at him with eager eyes. "What are you staring at?" Uchiha Shin shoots him a disdainful look, ignoring him. "Makoto, has the teacher not arrived yet?" Uchiha Chun inquires, noticing the classroom's commotion. "Yes. Teacher Nishimura is late," Makoto replies. "Isn't Nishimura our homeroom teacher? I just saw him wandering around the campus," Chun remarks. Is it really acceptable for someone drawing a salary from the Ninja Academy to be idly strolling about during class? I should file a complaint with the Hokage about this. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening resonates through the room. Nishimura strides in with his textbook, exuding an air of authority. Instantly, the classroom falls silent. Once the room is completely quiet, Teacher Nishimura stands at the podium and slowly begins. "Good morning, everyone. I am Nishimura Shin, the teacher of Class A Year 1. I look forward to your guidance." Nishimura originally intended to write his name on the blackboard but abandoned the idea midway. Wow, that's rather lazy. About 50 students are crammed into one classroom, and in some corners, spiders are brazenly spinning their webs. A peculiar musty odor wafts through the room, permeating the entire space. The renovation funds for the Ninja Academy must have been embezzled by the principal. Uchiha Chun whispers to Rope Tree in front of him. Isn't the principal the Hokage?" Rope Tree replies, "Forget I said anything." Uchiha Chun promptly shuts his mouth. "Now, let us begin with self-introductions. Well, let's start with the students sitting by the corridor." Teacher Nishimura announces loudly. After his words, the student by the corridor stands up to state their name. "I am Kinoshita Ryo. My favorite hobby is gardening. My aspiration is to become a jonin. Soon, it is Namikaze Minato's turn. I am Namikaze Minato, and my dream is to become Hokage and protect everyone in Konoha." Minato says with a silly smile. This does not generate much of a stir. Many students aspire to become Hokage, aligning with Konoha's core values of loving the village, supporting the Hokage, and becoming the successor of the Hokage. Sure enough, Rope Tree's aspirations are similar. "I am Senju Rope Tree. My aspiration is to become someone like my grandfather, the first Hokage. Currently, my goal is to defeat Uchiha Shin." At last, it was Mikoto's turn. Her unique tone, combined with her slender figure and the casual way her shoulder-length hair was tied back, rendered her exceptionally adorable. "I am Uchiha Mikoto. My desire is to protect those I hold dear. In summary, I hope to receive guidance from everyone this year." Mikoto concluded her self-introduction with a gentle smile. So cute." Such exclamations resonated around the room. As those before Uchiha Shin completed their introductions, he took a deep breath and rose from his seat. It was time to introduce himself. Making a good first impression is of utmost importance. He aspired to forge many friendships and to leave a favorable impression on the third Hokage and the people of Konoha. He aimed to distinguish himself from the rest of the Uchiha clan, emphasizing that he was a cheerful and bright young man. This thought flashed through his mind, and Uchiha Shin resolved to commence with a light-hearted joke. With great effort, he adopted a humorous tone and began his introduction. "Ahem, I am Uchiha Shin, but you may call me dear, no need for formality." A cacophony of coarse male voices responded with a chorus of dear, which was far more nauseating than he had anticipated. "I apologize, please disregard what I just said." Uchiha Shin felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was terrifying to think that these repugnant boys would actually refer to him in such a manner. He recalled the system that had lured him into engaging in battles with others to earn points. Thus, he continued in a seductive tone, "My foolish classmates. Do you desire my position? If so, it's all yours. Strive for it. I place myself here. Come, challenge me." Suddenly, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. What was happening? Uchiha Shin felt an ominous sensation creeping over him. The palpable hostility around him intensified, a testament to the presence of aspiring ninjas. The murderous intent was so intense it nearly stung his skin. He was suddenly met with disdain from the majority of the boys. Following this, a series of monotonous self-introductions ensued, merely involving the recitation of names. Thus, one class period swiftly passed. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Shin commenced his formal training as a ninja. The curriculum for first-year students was relatively straightforward, aside from the basic theoretical lessons. The initial focus was on the cultivation of chakra. Chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu, and during the first week of school, the teacher imparted the methods of chakra extraction. Uchiha Shin had mastered the art of chakra extraction by the age of 4. However, his chakra capacity was only at the second level, which was commendable among his peers. After all, the Uchiha clan's bloodline naturally provided a slight enhancement, resulting in a chakra quantity that was somewhat greater than average. Yet, it was merely a slight advantage. The Uchiha clan was never renowned for an abundance of chakra. He could not even begin to compare himself to the boy seated in front of him, Shoki. Uchiha Shin felt certain that Shoki's chakra capacity was several times greater than his own. This is a matter of innate physical constitution. Although the current amount of chakra is sufficient for Uchiha Shin, no one would ever despise an abundance of chakra. Uchiha Shin certainly does not wish to end up like Kakashi, who, with a casual release of a few ninjutsu, finds himself rendered ineffective. Uchiha Shin harbors a deep admiration for the chakra quantities of the first Hokage, whose chakra could only be rivaled by Naruto combined with half of the Nine Tails. Such a chakra is indeed extraordinary. To liken it to a humanoid-tailed beast would be an understatement. However, fortunate for Uchiha Shin, he possesses a ninja system, which allows him to continuously enhance his chakra attributes as long as he earns points. In terms of physical prowess, the previous incarnation of Uchiha Shin was not a fitness enthusiast. Rather, he belonged to the category of individuals with sharp intellect, but limited physical capabilities. Nevertheless, in this life, having arrived in the world of Naruto and chosen the path of a ninja, Uchiha Shin must relentlessly push himself to train, ensuring he does not fall behind. He has set numerous hypothetical adversaries for himself, and whenever he contemplates slacking off, he envisions a future where his inadequacy leads to his demise at the hands of formidable foes. Thus, through continuous training, he has developed his physical skills to a comprehensive peak, albeit he has skillfully concealed this fact. Retaining a trump card is always essential for a ninja. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, the original soul of Uchiha Shin has arrived in the Naruto world. Consequently, his most notable attribute is his mental energy. A 5-year-old child endowed with the life experiences of a 20-something adult possesses inherently strong mental power. Perhaps this formidable mental energy arises from his own capabilities, or it may be attributed to the innate talent for genjutsu inherent in this body. Even before awakening his Sharingan, Uchiha Shin exhibited remarkable prowess in illusion techniques. After all, he is destined to have a son renowned for his genjutsu skills. From a genetic perspective, it is reasonable to assume that Shisui's father would not be lacking in this regard. Uchiha Shin diligently engages in daily exercises to build his physical stamina, including running, frog jumps, skipping rope, push-ups, striking wooden posts, and sit-ups. These simple methods are indeed the most reliable sources of points. Thus, a year has passed. Uchiha Shin has successfully advanced to the 2nd grade, achieving this with the highest score for his age. At this moment, Uchiha Shin rests his chin on the desk, gazing at his points panel. Host, Uchiha Shin Country, Land of Fire Age, 6 years comprehensive strength index, an invincible presence among students of the Ninja Academy. Chakra level 3, 02000, Taijutsu level 5, 06000, Shuriken Jutsu level 4, 04000, Ninjutsu level 3, 02000, Genjutsu level 4, 04000, Wind Affinity level 2, 01000, Fire Affinity level 3, 02000, Lightning Affinity level 2, 01000, Water Affinity level 0, 0100, Earth Affinity level 0, 0100, Yang Affinity level 0, 0100, Yin Affinity level 0, 0100, remaining ninja points, 600 at this moment. The status panel revealed a significant transformation compared to a year prior. His taijutsu had finally ascended to the rank of a genin. Undoubtedly, the highest levels were achieved in shuriken, throwing, and genjutsu. Uchiha Shin's talent in illusion techniques was indisputable. He had also begun to allocate points to other attributes, as he had embarked on the study of some basic ninjutsu. Naturally endowed with wind, fire, and lightning affinities, he chose to invest in these areas. All these advancements were painstakingly acquired at the expense of his peers in the same grade. A sense of guilt washed over him. Now, whenever the Uchiha trio encountered him, they would deliberately take a detour. He felt as though he had become a childhood nightmare for most. In his mind, a devil was engaged in conversation with an angel. Grant me a chance. I had no choice before. Now, I wish to be a good person. Sure, go tell the system and see if it allows you to be virtuous. That would mean my demise. I apologize, I am compelled. Who knows? Shun, you seem quite downcast lately. During a break, Mikoto observed Uchiha Shin slumped alone over his desk in the classroom, neither seeking the rooftop for a breeze nor indulging in his usual reading. He appeared utterly despondent, prompting her to voice her concern. I am on the verge of becoming a cross-dressing sensation, so please, ignore me. Huh. Mikoto seemed not to comprehend. Chun, in his gloom, gestured for her not to engage with him for the time being. However, as they shared a desk, her worry drew her closer. To her surprise, he adeptly reached out and patted her head with familiarity. Honestly, Chun. Mikoto refrained from further comment, allowing his hand to wander over her head. Chun, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to engage in a duel during the break? A gentle voice interjected. It was Minato. What is going on? Chun lifted his head to see the affable, bluffing Minato seated comfortably in front of him, radiating warmth. Care for a match? Minato inquired once more. Perhaps not. Chun decisively declined, as defeating Minato would yield no points. Upon hearing Chin's refusal, Minato remained undeterred. By the way, I just overheard some classmates mentioning that our upcoming outdoor training session will not be led by teacher Nishimura. It is said that a young jonin from the village will be taking over, a disciple of the third Hokage, no less. Watergate presented himself in the guise of a cunning ninja, a disciple of the third Hokage. Uchiha Chun paused momentarily, then meticulously rummaged through his memory, finally recalling the trio that would later be infamous as the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the lecherous sage Jiraiya, notorious for penning scandalous literature that corrupts the youth, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, who squandered her family's fortune, and Orochimaru, the cold-hearted scientist infamous for abducting children. Indeed, since they had recently returned from a mission and were currently unoccupied, the esteemed third Hokage had dispatched his 3 apprentices to provide instruction at the Ninja Academy. Had he sensed the unsettling atmosphere enveloping the ninja world, prompting an early search for promising talents among the students? Uchiha Shin pondered with narrowed eyes. The future 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, still a mere child, appeared quite exhilarated. Unlike Uchiha Chun and his sister, Uchiha Chun Meichin, Minato did not belong to a clan of ninja, and thus, at this tender age, he had only been exposed to the basic shadow clone technique, lacking the opportunity to delve into other forms of ninjutsu. At this moment, Uchiha Chun, who had already begun intensive training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, could easily dominate the future 4th Hokage in terms of strength. The classroom remained boisterously chaotic, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, with numerous students engaged in playful skirmishes. Observing Uchiha Chun initiating conversation with Minato, Meichin politely distanced herself, allowing them space while feigning earnest attentiveness. This was a splendid opportunity. Minato needed to make the most of it. In stark contrast to Minato's enthusiasm, Uchiha Chun maintained a more subdued demeanor, offering mild encouragement to the exuberant boy. His own training regimen was rigorous, encompassing not only taijutsu, but also a variety of foundational ninjutsu, genjutsu, and shuriken throwing techniques. Uchiha Chun had meticulously crafted a detailed schedule, leaving little room for frivolous distractions such as this instruction. Even if the Sannin were to guide them, they would not impart overly advanced techniques to this group of younglings. With an abundance of training methods and ninjutsu at his disposal, he found little allure in the prospect. By the way, what about Shosuke? Ask him. He must be well informed about such matters, Uchiha Chun suggested. At that moment, the small blonde-haired Shosuke, seated in front, turned at the mention of his name. With an air of mystery and an annoyingly smug expression, he replied, I possess exclusive information. Would you care to hear? If you wish to listen, Chun, you must exchange it for that kunai throwing technique you demonstrated last time. After a peculiar bargain, Shosuke, now satisfied, divulged his news. I overheard my sister mention that they will assess and elect the top 3 candidates for their training. You two must strive to excel. Wait a moment. The 3 of them intended to select the top 3 students for training, implying that a competition would indeed be held. Uchiha Shin contemplated, realizing that they would undoubtedly organize a contest to determine the necessary candidates. Isn't it true that if one achieves victory, they will earn a substantial amount of points? Recently, Uchiha Chun has already taught a lesson to nearly every student in the grade who could accumulate points. Even Minato and Shoju have been subjected to his torment multiple times, earning him the moniker of fighting maniac. Alas, it is not without pity that I find myself entangled in this system. Uchiha Chun has not seen a significant influx of points in quite some time, and thus he has been feeling rather morose, contemplating whether he should impose upon the third-year students. Upon careful reflection, Uchiha Shin realized that securing a position within the top 3 would undoubtedly yield a considerable number of ninja points. This seemed like an excellent opportunity, requiring little preparation on his part. Achieving first place would be a breeze for him. With this thought, he chuckled to himself. Isn't it wonderful, Minato? Uchiha Shin squinted his eyes in delight, initially indifferent to Shin's antics. Minato felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing that Shin finally grasped his intent and smiled joyfully in return. Let us do our best together, Shin. But are you perhaps a bit too overjoyed? Not at all. I'm simply thrilled at the prospect of seeing Shoju's sister. Shoju, however, felt the need to clarify that he meant no strange implications with his words. He merely sought to mask his excitement. Yet, the sudden shift in Shoju's gaze became peculiar. Shin. Shoju suddenly sprang to his feet. What is it, Shoju? Uchiha Shin turned his head. Shoju leaned in with a charming smile. Let us work hard. He extended his hand, wishing to clasp Uchiha Shin's. Shin, in turn, smiled and reached out, their hands clasping together. Whoa. Crack. Shin, I merely wanted to shake hands. Why did you twist my arm? Of course I had to twist it, humph. It hurts. Shoju's hand was bent backward and unable to endure the pain. He let out a wailing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, inadvertently dropping the kunai he had been tightly gripping. Minato and Uchiha Shin, under Shoju's awkward smile, observed as Mikoto's gaze toward Uchiha Shin shifted from gentle to increasingly frosty. Shin, what were you just saying? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? After Minato and Shoju cast looks of helplessness, they hurried back to their seats, leaving Uchiha Shin with an expression of innocence. Eventually, after more than 20 minutes, Uchiha Shin managed to dissipate Mikoto's minor irritations. Mikoto was agreeable and kind, albeit somewhat prone to darkness. Kids, class is starting. Those who have not returned to their seats, hurry back. The gruff voice of the teacher, Nishimura, resonated throughout the classroom. Upon entering, his first reaction was to urge the students to return to their seats. Witnessing the children obediently complying, Nishimura cleared his throat and continued. Today's outdoor class exhibits some changes compared to the past. Many students may have already learned that the third Hokage has summoned his disciples from their busy village duties. Fortuitously, they are all available today and have prepared to conduct a full day of outdoor lessons for our school. Now, line up and proceed to the training ground. Upon hearing the teacher's instructions, the students gathered their ninja tool bags and necessary equipment. Slow down, everyone. Do not crowd. Mr. Nishimura's voice echoed down the corridor, which was already teeming with students. This outdoor class is not limited to just Uchiha Shin's class. It is designed for all students across the school, resulting in a significant turnout. Uchiha Shin, along with Meichin, Minato, and Shoju, formed a line and walked slowly. Remember this well. As my students, you will all become elite ninjas of Konoha, the backbone of our village. The stern-faced instructor continued to lecture. I cannot abide this statement. There is no causal relationship between these two matters. Uchiha Shin muttered quietly to Minato in jest. Mr. Nishimura boasted loudly. So show me some ninja demeanor, unlike ordinary children. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Strangely, although Mr. Nishimura may lack the innate qualities of a ninja, his authority as a teacher in the classroom is quite formidable. Within just a few sentences, he managed to quiet the previously rowdy class. After ensuring everything was in order, all the students silently formed a line and began their march toward the school's training ground. The sheer number of people at the training ground was indeed overwhelming. This was Uchiha Shin's first impression, while Meichin quietly walked beside him, not uttering a word. It seemed she was also quite invested in this outdoor lesson. On ordinary days, she would occasionally pull Uchiha Shin aside for whispered conversations. Evidently, the young trio of Huang, Du, and Tu remains quite popular in Konoha, at least among those who are unaware of their true nature. The ninja school was founded by the second Hokage, and after the third Hokage took office, the school underwent a significant renovation and expansion. The addition of a vast training ground, along with various training facilities, not only signifies the village's commitment to the school, but also underscores the Hokage's and Konoha's dedication to nurturing and valuing civilian ninjas. Thus, Konoha continues to produce a plethora of prodigies, akin to a field of leeks sprouting anew. The phrase Konoha is the cradle of geniuses is not mere rhetoric. Even with the presence of talent destroyers like Danzo, generations of geniuses emerge. This is inseparable from the well-structured ninja school system. Now, children, let us all quiet down. In the year of Konoha 26, the youthful Jiraiya, having just turned 16, stood atop a wooden platform in the training grounds, clad in the garments of a jonin. Save for his distinctive white hair that evoked an air of rebelliousness, his voice, imbued with chakra, resonated clearly across the field, reaching the ears of all the eager students without the aid of amplification. "Let us commence with introductions," he proclaimed, confident that many of the students were already familiar with his name. "Indeed, I am the illustrious Jiraiya, a distinguished jonin of Konoha, a brilliant ninja possessing both charm and intellect. Beside me stands my comrade and subordinate, Orochimaru, and over here is Lady Tsunade." Upon hearing Jiraiya refer to him as a subordinate, Orochimaru displayed a subtly enigmatic expression, clearly taken aback by such audacity. As Jiraiya spoke, Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement, her golden hair glistening magnificently as she waved at the students below. The male students erupted in excitement at her gesture, and even the future snake sage, Orochimaru, returned a friendly nod to the enthusiastic crowd. Their presence at the Ninja Academy was largely due to a request from the current third Hokage. As the future of Konoha, he wished for you to gain a clearer understanding of the ninja world you would soon be joining. Thus, the three of us are here to guide you. Long live the third Hokage. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Long live Jiraiya-sama. Long live Lady Tsunade. Long live Orochimaru-sama. The tranquil atmosphere was swiftly ignited by the fervent cheers of the students, a testament to Jiraiya's charismatic influence. The overwhelming excitement reflected the third Hokage's decision, with the majority of the students, commoners rather than clan ninjas, filling the training ground with high spirits. This was not merely a matter of Konoha's politics. It was about cultivating a noble image from a young age. Of course, nurturing the young must be coupled with genuine action and dedication, necessitating a level of performance akin to that of a master actor. A shadowy figure like Danzo could not embody such ideals. The benefits bestowed upon these children were indeed substantial. "Now, Orochimaru, the stage is yours," Jiraiya said as he stepped back, yielding the platform to his dear friend. Orochimaru, his skin slightly pale yet composed, approached the forefront. "Time is fleeting, and with only the three of us, today's outdoor training will not follow the usual one-on-one format. Modifications to the rules are necessary." With deft hand seals, Orochimaru initiated a transformation of the training ground, causing portions to rise and ultimately forming several elevated platforms suitable for combat. To grow into the towering tree that will support Konoha, one must engage in sufficient battles. Therefore, showcase your prowess, young ninjas. We shall observe from above. Allow me to elucidate the rules. We shall commence with a competition among the grades. The top 3 students from each grade will form teams and engage in contests against the teams from other grades. Ultimately, the top 3 students from the entire school will receive guidance from myself, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Should I identify any particularly exceptional students during this time, they may seek my mentorship thereafter. My commitment remains steadfast. The Ninja Academy is not merely a place for theoretical learning. It is quite customary for students to engage in sparring during outdoor classes, and the school wholeheartedly encourages such healthy competition. Thus, no student harbors objections to the regulations set forth by Orochimaru. Here lies the box for drawing numbers. Each grade shall have one before them. Students who draw the same number will take to the stage for their duel, with the victors advancing to the next round of selection. After Jiraiya had transported all 6 boxes to each platform, he continued, "Do not rush. We shall proceed one at a time." Beside the platforms, the grade numbers were inscribed. Upon reaching platform number 2, Uchiha Shin and Uchiha stood by as Jiraiya addressed them. "Meichin, you shall go first." Uchiha Shin shrugged nonchalantly. The current enrollment at the Ninja Academy was substantial, with each grade comprising approximately 200 to 300 students. Therefore, the expansive training ground was teeming with nearly 1,000 individuals. "Very well." Meichin nodded obediently and extended her hand towards the number box. "Wait a moment." Uchiha Shin grasped her hand, performing hand seals with his right hand. Instantly, the number box transformed into a kunai. "Such tricks, Lord Jiraiya, how amusing indeed." He thought to himself, a modicum of caution is an integral aspect of being a ninja. "What is your name, young one?" Jiraiya inquired jovially, noticing the clan symbols adorning Meichin and Uchiha Shin. "Uchiha Shin," he replied, to discern the traces of genjutsu at first glance. "Quite impressive. Truly, the Uchiha clan has remarkable prowess. Your strength is commendable. It seems you were the first to detect this illusion. Jiraiya surveyed the training grounds and noted that the other number boxes remained untouched by any signs of dispelling genjutsu. Just luck. Uchiha Shin shook his head, not allowing Jiraiya's praise to inflate his ego. This is merely a simple illusion, nothing of significance for me. Now, go ahead, Mei-chin. All right, what number did you draw? Number 6. Upon seeing Mei-chin retrieve her number, Uchiha Shin reached into the box and drew an 8. Next came Shoju, followed by Minato, and finally Nara and Akimichi, with those on the periphery drawing last. While the order of drawing numbers held little significance, it was merely superficial. As the first-place student of the 2nd grade, Uchiha Shin would have been the first to draw, yet he graciously allowed the opportunity to Mei-chin before himself, followed by Shoju, Minato, and subsequently Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka. The convention that stronger individuals draw first is an unspoken rule at the Ninja Academy. What number did you draw? Uchiha Shin leaned towards Minato. I drew number 1. I shall be the first to take the stage. With a golden-haired Minato smiling, he slowly ascended the training platform. What can a commoner ninja truly achieve? This is evident when considering the paths of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who, despite their humble beginnings, rose to become 2 of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Minato stands as an exemplary figure in this regard. Orphaned at a young age, his parents were not ninjas, and he only entered the academy by chance. Having previously received no formal training in ninjutsu, he had been navigating his own path to mastery alone. It is well known that ninja academies primarily teach basic techniques, foundational theories, shuriken skills, and physical conditioning, while advanced ninjutsu remains beyond their curriculum. This clearly establishes a significant disparity between civilian ninjas and those from prestigious clans during their formative years. However, Minato Namikaze shattered this notion entirely. Within his class, his prowess was only surpassed by Uchiha Tsubasa and Shoju. Before him stood a member of the Sarutobi clan. In a swift motion, Minato drew several shuriken from his right hand, launching them at Sarutobi with remarkable precision. He then charged forward, closing the distance rapidly. As he ran, he hurled additional shuriken at Sarutobi, who had begun to evade. A loud thud echoed as Sarutobi transformed into a wooden log mid-air. Unfazed by this trickery, Minato halted abruptly and delivered a powerful punch behind him. Indeed, Sarutobi's counterattack was imminent. Minato struck out, aiming directly for his opponent's face, but Sarutobi deftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Minato retaliated by throwing kunai, forcing Sarutobi to retreat and create distance between them. With a grave expression, Sarutobi regarded Minato, surprised to find this commoner ninja more formidable than anticipated. The two collided again in a flurry of rapid movements. The air filled with the sound of clashing kunai as they fought fiercely without yielding. Jiraiya observed from the sidelines, astonished by Minato's performance. Ultimately, when Minato exited the arena, battered and limping, Sarutobi lay unconscious on the ground. Well done. You were impressive, Jiraiya praised, patting Minato on the shoulder, clearly impressed by his potential. You should seek Tsunade for treatment. You seem a bit unsteady on your feet. All right, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. The following 2 matches lacked excitement. And soon it was time for the 4th match, featuring Uchiha Tsubasa. Go for it, Tsubasa. Michiru cheered adorably, her fists clenched in encouragement. I know. Uchiha Tsubasa replied with a bright smile, shaking his Uchiha clan cloak, which elicited a chorus of enthusiastic screams from the crowd. You're so handsome, Tsubasa. I really like you. Such exclamations filled the air incessantly. Jiraiya observed the young girls around him shrieking incessantly, and he smirked slightly. This is a far cry from my popularity during childhood. As Uchiha Chun strolled onto the stage, he merely snapped his fingers, and a feather materialized on the platform. Upon seeing the feather, his opponent's body became rigid with tension, and he gradually lowered himself, succumbing to slumber upon the stage. Uchiha Chun effortlessly defeated his adversary. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. This Uchiha kid is quite remarkable. This was an illusion technique known as feather sleep. It differed from the Nirvana Sanctuary technique, which cast a broad illusion of feathers to lull all enemies within a certain area into sleep. The feather sleep technique, on the other hand, was singularly focused on one individual. The efficacy of this technique was contingent upon the amount of chakra and mental energy invested. The greater the chakra output, the longer the person ensnared by the illusion would remain asleep. This technique sufficed to deal with a second-year student, although he could not yet wield more advanced illusions. Initiating them through sound or movement had become second nature to him. Such illusions were indeed insidious in their stealth. In contrast to Minato's grievous injuries, Uchiha Shin appeared remarkably composed. "Shun, are you all right?" Upon Uchiha Shin's descent from the stage, Mikoto hurried over, her concern palpable. "I'm fine, just a minor feat," Uchiha Shin replied, affectionately tousling Mikoto's hair. This display of affection, so oblivious to the surrounding audience, inflicted considerable emotional damage upon Jiraiya, who felt as though he had suffered 1,000 critical hits. He let out a frustrated howl of a solitary soul. Why? Jiraiya gazed skyward, questioning fate. "What have I done wrong? Children today can flaunt their affection so openly, yet here I am, a jonin, still without a partner. Why won't Tsunade accept my advances?" Uchiha Shin's mischievous persona resurfaced as he decided to tease Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, he beckoned, inviting Jiraiya to his side. "Would you like to know how to win over Lady Tsunade?" With a serious expression, he teased the eager Jiraiya. I do. What is the method? Hurry." Jiraiya wiggled with anticipation. "I have a surefire tactic. Go find Lady Tsunade, take her hand, corner her against the wall, and kiss her directly. If you follow my advice, while it may not instantly transform your relationship with Lady Tsunade, she will certainly grasp your intentions. The relationship will surely improve over time. All you need is an opportunity." "Will she hit me?" Jiraiya's mind conjured images of Tsunade's fierce demeanor, sending a shiver down his spine. "Lord Jiraiya, to be honest, from my observations, I've always sensed a notion that you are somewhat intimidated by Lady Tsunade. Surely, you wouldn't actually be afraid, would you?" "Uchiha, your perspective on this matter is utterly misguided. If this is truly how you feel, I find myself deeply disappointed in you. You might even earn an additional moniker of foolishness. During our missions, it has always been Tsunade who heeds my commands. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with Orochimaru," Jiraiya boasted. "But is it genuinely effective?" Jiraiya harbored a flicker of uncertainty. "Indeed it is. Just think, if you were to capture Tsunade's first kiss, she would never act inappropriately towards you. After all, first experiences are often indelibly etched in memory." Uchiha Tatsu displayed an all-knowing smile. "Very well, I understand now." Jiraiya nodded vigorously. "If this method proves effective, even if you don't place among the top 3, I shall personally guide you." He chuckled. Uchiha Tatsu shared a suggestive smile, neither affirming nor declining. "Tatsu, honestly, such matters should not be trifled with. No worries, after all. Imparting life lessons to someone who, at nearly 20, still hasn't found a girlfriend is worthwhile. Enough of that. I must take the stage now." Feeling bashful from the teasing, Uchiha Mikoto nudged Uchiha Tatsu and blushed as she ascended the platform. "Best of luck." As for Jiraiya, he has endured Tsunade's wrath more than once. An additional reprimand hardly matters, does it? "Tatsu, what are you contemplating?" Minato, who had just returned from receiving treatment from Tsunade, rejoined the conversation. Tsunade's medical prowess is renowned. Minato, who had been gravely injured moments ago, now appeared nearly restored, save for a few band-aids adorning his face. "Is everything well with your injuries?" Uchiha Tatsu inquired. "Tsunade has tended to them," Minato replied with a smile, "but as my facial wounds were not severe, she merely said a few band-aids would suffice. She even suggested that this would attract the attention of girls. What nonsense. It's clear she merely wished to cut corners, having treated your major injuries while neglecting the minor ones. Only a child like you would believe such things," Uchiha Tatsu scoffed. "Has Mikoto already taken the stage?" "Indeed. That figure atop the platform is she." At that moment, Mikoto stood on the earthen stage, adopting a serious expression. Her long ponytail swayed behind her, and her Uchiha-branded cloak exuded an air of confidence. Though typically gentle and amiable, Uchiha Tatsu understood that she possessed a resolute spirit. Once she sets her mind on something, it is seldom altered. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Mikoto's strength is formidable. At merely 6 years of age, she has demonstrated extraordinary talent, complemented by her diligent training regimen. Thus, her true prowess is indeed impressive. However, she rarely unleashes her full potential in battles with peers. Yet, when confronting an opponent, she consistently displays remarkable focus, signifying her respect for them. In stark contrast, her adversary appeared lethargic, as though still caught in the clutches of slumber. "Wake up. You are currently on the selection arena," Jiraiya urged Riku. "How bothersome." I'd rather be napping on the rooftop. Nara Shikaku incessantly grumbled. Though he often appeared lethargic and seemed to shy away from trouble, his impressive IQ of 180 commanded the attention of all. Coupled with the formidable support of the three clans behind him, Inuzuka, Uchiha, and Nara, he represented a significant force within Konoha. I concede, he indicated to Jiraiya, his demeanor reflecting a reluctance to complicate matters. Lord Jiraiya, I am unwell. May I forfeit? Unwell? Jiraiya was taken aback. He observed the boy before him, whose complexion was flushed and whose physique appeared robust. He hardly resembled someone in discomfort, but rather, he bore an expression that seemed to invite a reprimand. However, upon recalling the boy's surname, Jiraiya understood. The Nara clan's aversion to hassle was ingrained in their very genes, seemingly unchangeable. Yet, doing nothing would undermine his authority as a mentor. Thus, Jiraiya magnanimously declared, "Very well, we shall consider this match a victory for Uchiha Mikoto. However, I will inform Nara-sensei of your concession." Could it possibly be the male Nara-sensei? Shikaku queried. That one do, the true decision-maker in your household is undoubtedly the matriarch. Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. Laughter erupted from the audience. Father, it seems your fear of your wife has become common knowledge among the elite of Konoha. How am I to maintain my reputation? Mikoto, descending the stage, approached Uchiha Tatsu. Tatsu, it's over. Indeed, Mikoto is remarkable. Even Shikaku seemed intimidated. Tatsu remarked with a smile, ruffling Mikoto's hair. That's not true. Shikaku's training sessions are always like this. I might not necessarily be his match. That's all right. As long as I can hold my own, Mikoto, you need only defeat me to conquer Shikaku. But I can't bring myself to strike you, Mikoto replied. How about we train together in the future? Sounds good. I'll rely on you to watch my back. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, hoping to glean some insights into romance, found himself inundated with the sweet affections of the young couple. Is this what they call displaying affection? Such formidable power, it rivals S-rank ninjutsu. By the time I master it, I might very well perish. Haha, Tatsu and Mikoto have always been like this, Minato, standing beside Jiraiya, chuckled in response. Why is it that I, despite my exceptional qualities, remain single at 16, while even 6-year-olds have partners? Why would Tsunade, with her lofty standards, choose Orochimaru over me? Am I not handsome enough? With your prowess, Lord Jiraiya, you are destined to find a beloved partner. This moment of rejection merely paves the way for a more fortunate encounter in the future, does it not? Youngster, your words have moved me. What is your name? I am Namikaze Minato, currently a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. Namikaze Minato, you are quite impressive, a true gem, with a pleasing way of speaking. I find myself rather fond of you. If you perform admirably in this outdoor class, I shall provide you with one-on-one guidance in the days to come. It is widely acknowledged that among the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage, only Tsunade hails from the illustrious Senju clan of Konohagakure, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya are of humble, civilian origins. Perhaps due to the competitive nature of Orochimaru, shortly after he proclaimed his intention to provide individual guidance to exceptional students, Jiraiya addressed Minato in a similar vein. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, I will strive earnestly. Minato responded. All right, it's time to take the stage. Your next opponent is no trifling matter. It's that little rascal who flaunts his affection. Indeed, it's Chihiro, Minato remarked with a rueful smile. Is he really that formidable? Jiraiya inquired casually. Quite formidable, Minato replied, his smile fading, replaced by a serious nod. Very formidable. I have never emerged victorious against him in battle. Chihiro tends to dispatch his opponents with a single illusion technique. The Uchiha clan's aptitude for genjutsu is no mere rumor, Jiraiya mused. Do you possess confidence? Indeed. And I have already devised a countermeasure, Minato declared, gripping the kunai tightly as he made his way to the arena. I'm off now, Lord Jiraiya. Go on. Give that love-struck little brat a taste of our wrath as singletons. Jiraiya encouraged, a mischievous grin on his face. If you win, I'll take you on a field trip next time. Jiraiya's exuberance was palpable. Meanwhile, Chihiro, who had already taken the stage, observed Minato and Jiraiya's animated conversation and casually remarked, Are you planning to take him to spy on the ladies' bath? I must say, Minato, that white-haired old man is clearly up to no good. Just look at him, leering, and still without a girlfriend. He'll surely end up penning dubious novels, becoming a best-selling author of questionable content, thereby leading the youth of Konoha astray. Minato could only respond with a resigned chuckle. Hey, you little brat. Who's peeking at the lady's bath? That is called research, and you know nothing of its noble, untainted artistry. And who are you to say I'll end up writing dubious novels? I shall compose tales of ninjas that will echo throughout the ninja world. I aspire to be a legendary figure in the shinobi community. Who would squander their talents writing such works? Jiraiya, however, was far more animated by Chihiro's words. Before Chihiro could finish, he began shouting from the sidelines. Fool! Orochimaru, observing from the periphery, disdainfully spat his venomous retort at Jiraiya. Minato, standing on the platform, bore a bright smile. Ahaha! Minato realized he could not interject. Minato, heed my advice, Chihiro said, standing opposite him. In terms of strength, you are not yet my match. If you wish to avoid injury and preserve your strength for the ultimate goal, it would be wise to concede. Thank you for the advice. But I still wish to fight you, Minato replied, unwavering in his resolve. Chihiro, understanding his friend Minato's tenacity, chose not to press the matter further. Rejecting Uchiha Shin's proposal with a shake of his head, Minato signaled his intention to continue the battle by extracting 2 cotton balls from his pocket. Having previously observed Shin's confrontations on several occasions, he noted that Shin primarily employed auditory and visual mediums to execute his genjutsu. While such illusions, disseminated through sound and sight, are challenging to counter, Minato devised a strategy. He inserted the cotton into his ears and lowered his head, diverting his gaze from Uchiha Shin's hands to focus on his legs. As long as his eyes did not fixate on Shin's hands and his ears were shielded from his words, he felt prepared. Standing opposite Minato, Uchiha Shin nodded in acknowledgement. There are indeed myriad methods to dispel genjutsu. Currently, without the Sharingan, Shin could only rely on sound and sight to ensnare his opponent in illusions. If Minato possessed the remarkable taijutsu skills akin to those of the esteemed Guy, he would undoubtedly evade capture by any genjutsu. However, Minato had yet to realize his full potential as the future Yellow Flash. The Ninja Academy does not instruct students on how to counter illusions, leaving him to resort to this approach against Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin raised his hand and launched several shuriken toward Minato. Meanwhile, the classmates gathered at the edge of the arena were captivated by the somewhat grotesque clash. After all, sight and hearing are among the most essential attributes of a ninja. The shuriken flew with remarkable speed, grazing Minato's cheek before he could react, leaving shallow cuts from which blood began to seep. The shuriken had been deliberately misfired by Uchiha Shin, yet Minato displayed no surprise at the laceration on his face, as if he anticipated that the shuriken would not truly strike him. To counter your genjutsu, I have exerted considerable effort. Such trifles are hardly necessary, Minato remarked, swatting away the shuriken that had ricocheted off his back. Uchiha Shin nodded in response, commencing hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shin exhaled a massive fireball, a signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Under Shin's chakra control, the fireball was only slightly larger than a standard one, merely a test. As the searing heat approached, Minato performed the hand seals for the body replacement technique. The colossal fireball collided with a wooden log that had appeared in his stead, allowing Minato to evade unharmed. Swiftly, he hurled several shuriken towards Uchiha Shin, attempting to obstruct his movements. Have you mistaken me for merely a genjutsu user? Uchiha Shin spoke, fully aware that Minato could not hear him, yet he addressed the throngs of onlookers nonetheless. Uchiha Shin swiftly retaliated by launching several kunai, but Minato expertly deflected each one. Shin's kunai were of the 4th rank. At that moment, Uchiha Shin discerned that Minato had completed the hand seals for wind release. Wind release, gale palm. This technique was imparted to Minato by Uchiha Shin. Minato, possessing the wind release affinity, received several C-rank wind ninjutsu from his friend Uchiha Shin, with a deft substitution technique. Uchiha Shin evaded an attack and swiftly closed in on Minato. As he approached, Uchiha Shin extended his hand, gripping a kunai that he aimed at Minato's arm, only to have it blocked by Minato's own kunai. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Uchiha Shin executed a spinning kick that connected with Minato, causing him to wince and retaliate with a punch. Unfazed by the ferocity of Minato's strike, Uchiha Shin seized Minato's fist, pivoted to the side, and drove his knee into Minato's abdomen. Without pausing, Uchiha Shin straightened his leg and delivered a fierce whip kick, sending Minato hurtling away. This demonstrated the stark disparity in taijutsu skills between Minato and Uchiha Shin. From the outset, Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Uchiha Shin refrained from further entangling himself in taijutsu, preserving his trump cards. He produced several kunai, which swiftly flew from his hands towards Minato's legs. Did they miss their target? The students below pondered. However, unexpectedly, the kunai made contact mid-air, veering upward to strike at Minato's slightly lowered face. What a masterful kunai throw! Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, for he was not adept at wielding shuriken. Minato's gaze fixed on the kunai hurtling toward him. At that moment, he had no time to form hand seals for a substitution technique and instinctively raised his head. As he did so, his eyes widened at the sight of Uchiha Shin's hand. Sleep now. The school curriculum did not include lessons on dispelling genjutsu. Such knowledge was imparted by senior ninjas after graduation. Even with his future prowess, Minato was merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, without any means of resistance. After succumbing to Uchiha Shin's genjutsu, Minato stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, promptly falling into a deep slumber. For a master of genjutsu, even the slightest flick of a finger suffices to ensnare an opponent. Uchiha Shin shook his windbreaker and left behind a remark full of flair before bending down to carry the already sleeping Minato off the field. Wow, so cool. Shin, Shin, Shin. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Jiraiya gazed at Uchiha Shin's figure, momentarily taken aback. Is this the chasm that separates me from excellence? Shin, are you alright? Recently emerged from the arena, Uchiha Shin drew the significant attention of Mikoto, the young girl fixated on the arm of her beloved, where a slender wound inflicted by the kunai was slowly oozing blood. It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about. Uchiha Shin waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unharmed. However, the concerned Mikoto Uchiha would not agree with such a response. She dragged him to another arena, the very one where Lady Tsunade was present. Poor Minato was still sprawled on the ground at this moment. As Uchiha Tatsu followed Mikoto, he gazed at the control panel before him. The system information had undergone a transformation. Host's remaining ninja points, 3,600. Indeed, undertaking missions leads to a remarkable surge. The adage, one cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune, holds true in any realm. During this competition, Uchiha Tatsu triumphed over his opponent for the first time, and the system rewarded him with 1,000 points. Upon defeating Minato a second time, he received a staggering 2,000 ninja points. It was evident that the system allocated points based on the level of advancement. The higher the rank, the more points awarded. Typically, defeating Minato yielded only a meager 400 points. Was Minato, in his ordinary state, truly of little worth? When Uchiha Tatsu previously lacked points, he often consoled himself that an abundance of ninja points would not bring joy, for one would be left pondering where to allocate them. With fewer points, there was no burden, as there was nothing to distribute. Now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Did he really believe that an excess of ninja points would lead to unhappiness? Indeed, the joy derived from them was beyond his imagination. Was he merely a pauper? Uchiha Tatsu silently lamented. Lady Tsunade, my friend is injured. Please take a look. Mikoto exclaimed, her demeanor fraught with anxiety as she urgently addressed Tsunade. After dismissing an injured student, Tsunade finally turned her attention to Uchiha Tatsu and Mikoto. A youngling from the Uchiha clan. What seems to be the matter? Look at this. Such a large wound. You call this barely a centimeter of superficial injury a large wound? Tsunade remarked, bewildered as she examined the minor scrape on Uchiha Tatsu's arm that Mikoto had presented. Uchiha Tatsu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I have needle and thread. Shall I assist you in mending your torn clothing? After a moment of silence, Tsunade proposed. That sounds good, Uchiha Tatsu replied, removing his outer garment and extending it toward the esteemed princess of Konoha. Tsunade indeed produced a sewing kit and began to repair the damaged fabric. Lady Tsunade, how is it that you carry such items with you? Uchiha Tatsu inquired. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at the youngling across from her and replied, sometimes missions can last for months. If the location is remote and battles ensue, one inevitably requires mending. Rest assured, my skills are quite proficient. With an air of mystery, she added, I wouldn't share this with just anyone. How does that make you feel, young one? Who would believe you? Uchiha Tatsu rolled his eyes dramatically. Lady Tsunade, I can handle this. Please examine Tatsu's arm. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mikoto interjected once more. However, the wound had already healed. The remnants were merely unhealed scars. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Uchiha Shin finally interjected. Makoto, who was particularly flustered whenever matters concerning Uchiha Shin arose, felt her cheeks flush at this moment. The concern that had transformed into a chaotic emotion, once foolishly revealed by Uchiha Shin, morphed into a wave of profound shyness. Tsunade smirked. These young ones, so caught up in their early romances. Onii-chan, I'm hurt too. From a distance, Shinshu, who had just concluded a battle and was observing, could no longer contain himself. This situation was untenable. They had barely begun and were already mending clothes. Shinshu had never experienced such treatment. What further developments awaited him? Uchiha Shin truly had approached his sister Tsunade. It seemed his previous words were not mere idle chatter. What an insufferable brat. Tsunade was still just a 16-year-old girl. Was he indeed coveting his sister? Thus, Shinshu, convinced of his own cleverness, squeezed his way over, almost reaching for a kunai to confront Uchiha Shin. Oh, where are you hurt? Tsunade glanced over and recognized her brother, Senju Shinshu. Observing her brother's pristine attire and stable chakra, she discerned no signs of injury. He was simply fabricating nonsense. After pondering for a while, Shinshu felt a bit dazed. He noticed his sister whispering something into Chen's ear. In a moment of panic, he couldn't help but rush over, utterly oblivious to where he might be injured. Among the second-year students, the only ones he regarded as rivals were his friends, Uchiha Shin and Minato. Moreover, Shinshu was quite astute. Despite his daily fervor for being Hokage, he understood when to concede against significantly stronger opponents. Thus, the idea of being injured was utterly unfounded. I caught a cold, so I wanted to ask my sister if she has any medicine. Shinshu, having elbowed his way to Tsunade and Uchiha Shin, uttered a lie even he found hard to believe. Immediately, he was met with a puzzled glance from Tsunade. This brat is trying to tease me again. What a nuisance. These little rascals, what antics are they up to? A cold, huh? From Shinshu's perspective, Tsunade's expression began to take on a dangerous edge. She had never been particularly keen on teaching this unruly bunch at the ninja school. Having just completed a mission and received her reward, she had hoped to indulge in some leisure. The third Hokage had promised that her responsibilities would solely involve tending to injured students, while the teaching duties were to be handled by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yet, this rowdy group had all gravitated towards her. How troublesome. Tsunade instantly transformed into a member of the Nara clan. With a sigh, Princess Tsunade gazed at her brother Shinshu, wondering why he couldn't be a bit more clever and refrain from lying to her. Didn't he see that she was already quite exasperated? How she longed to gamble and roll some dice. I do have cold medicine here. When Tsunade turned to face her brother once more, the irritated expression had vanished, replaced by a radiant smile akin to the gentle spring breeze. It seemed she would have to tend to this troublesome child properly. You see, recently there has been a cold wave, and without proper caution, one is indeed quite susceptible to catching a cold. Currently, we are experiencing a rather peculiar chill. Have you even glanced at the weather forecast? It should be a standard May by now. Could you perhaps engage your barren mind before speaking? While enjoying the meticulous mending done by Makoto, Uchiha Tatsu remained unfazed, internally critiquing the situation vehemently. Indeed, sister, he muttered, while Shoju paid no heed to Tsunade's words, glaring defiantly at Uchiha Tatsu. Look, here is the cold remedy. Tsunade began to form hand seals, and moments later, two glutinous blue entities appeared on the table. These creatures writhed and squirmed, ejecting a viscous liquid. They are known as slime snails. Shoju finally grasped the situation, his expression morphing into one of sheer horror. He had encountered these before and knew well that they were not the benign treatment his sister intended, but rather possessed a more insidious purpose. Jiraiya had already imparted the terrifying nature of these creatures through his own harrowing experiences. Shoju, I possess a remedy here that cures all ailments, the princess of Konoha remarked, flicking her golden locks, her fair visage illuminated by a smile as she gazed at her trembling younger brother. Oh, my foolish little brother. Although Shoju was perplexed by Tsunade's sudden intimidation, his years of observing Jiraiya's wretched experiences led him to conclude that whenever Tsunade exhibited such behavior, someone was bound to suffer. Thus, the only prudent course of action was to make a hasty retreat. Otherwise, what awaited him under Tsunade's foot would be far more than mere dignity. Especially in the presence of so many classmates, he certainly did not wish to become the subject of ridicule. Yes, sister, I believe my cold has miraculously improved. I shall not trouble you further. Please attend to others. Shoju stammered before taking off in a sprint. Hold on, who permitted your departure? I have not finished speaking, Tsunade exclaimed, seizing Shoju's garment to prevent his escape, rendering him akin to a fledgling chick in her grip. Had Shoju scrutinized the scene more closely, he would have noticed that although Tsunade's smile appeared radiant, her face was overshadowed by an unsettling aura of terror. Indeed, I just witnessed Shoju coughing. This make-hold wave is indeed quite frigid. To prevent the germs he carries from inciting a widespread epidemic in Konoha, I implore you, Lady Tsunade, to act swiftly and without mercy. Despite having just mocked Tsunade's notion of a cold wave, Uchiha Tatsu felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought of Shoju facing repercussions. After all, he relished in the art of kicking someone while they were down, before Shoju could cast a glance of unease and intimidation towards him. Uchiha Tatsu swiftly redirected his gaze. Precisely, Tsunade nodded, her bright smile sending chills down Shoju's spine. Oh, my foolish brother, your classmates share the same sentiments. Your ailment truly cannot go untreated. Uchiha Tatsu, you have schemed against me. Prepare to face the consequences. After being seized by Tsunade, the bound Shoju turned with a face full of indignation, glaring at the scoundrel before him who was delighting in his misfortune. Were they attempting to attack him with mere glances? Mikoto, with sympathy in her eyes, urged Shoju, hurry and apologize to Lady Tsunade. She is certain to forgive you. How kind-hearted Mikoto was. Resigned to his fate, Shoju had given up on struggling, leaving Mikoto puzzled. Did Shoju not understand that kneeling to apologize would likely lead to forgiveness? Was this what they termed the dignity of a ninja? Observing Shoju's refusal to heed Mikoto's advice, Uchiha Tatsu couldn't help but squint approvingly. Truly, he was the grandson of the first Hokage. Shoju straightened his attire, contemplating the notion of apology. Really, one must consider the recipient before confessing, he thought. A glimmer of determination dancing in his eyes. You are mistaken, Mikoto. I am fully aware. A subtle smile spread across Shoju's lips, radiating confidence. I comprehend this situation perfectly. There is absolutely no need for such actions. Apologies are non-existent. Shoju continued, donning the demeanor of someone who had seen it all. Are you suggesting, Shoju, that you possess a backup plan to evade punishment? Uchiha Tatsu inquired, furrowing his brow at Shoju's composed demeanor. A backup plan? You are utterly mistaken, Tatsu. You do not grasp the situation at all, Shoju mocked. What I mean is entirely different. He wore an expression of someone who held all the answers. If this were an examination, I regret to inform you, Tatsu, your score would be a mere 0. My refusal to apologize to my sister is not rooted in pride or some hidden strategy. The correct answer is that even if I were to kneel in apology, she would still not retract her punishment. Enough of this trivial chatter. You must hasten your recovery. With a swift motion, Tsunade slammed Shoju onto the table, offering him no chance to resist. You know what my summoning beast is. These slugs have remarkable medicinal properties. She promptly seized a slug from the tabletop. Ninjutsu, slug insertion technique. Without a moment's delay, the slug was thrust into Shoju's mouth. Before he could utter a cry, the slimy creature had been forcefully shoved inside. The sour and bitter taste quickly invaded his senses, contorting his face into a grimace, yet beneath that expression lay a hint of intoxication. Was this the famed French escargot? What sort of expression is that? This remedy is a concoction I painstakingly developed, specifically to treat those who are overly dramatic and troublesome. Brother, is it not for treating colds? Shoju exclaimed. Oh, it merely assists with colds. Princess Tsunade of Konoha flicked her golden hair, revealing a smile that sent shivers down Shoju's spine. He trembled, longing to escape from this dreadful scene. It was truly horrific. Uchiha Tatsu, unable to bear the sight any longer, lamented the dire state of Konoha's troublesome youths. What a fearsome woman. Tatsu immediately placed Tsunade on his list of individuals to never offend. A person capable of treating their own younger brother in such a manner is indeed the same woman who once shattered Jiraiya's bones, putting him on the brink of death. As for Tsunade, Uchiha Shin is not particularly familiar with her. Though he shares a good rapport with Shinsuke, he has never encountered Tsunade before. However, upon meeting her today and reflecting on the notorious trio of gambling, debauchery, and vice that would later become legendary in the ninja world, it is evident that this woman is no ordinary adversary. At this moment, Uchiha Shin is scrutinizing Tsunade's appearance. She is merely 16 years old, with golden locks cascading down her shoulders, adorned in a jonin vest. The seal on her forehead remains incomplete, presenting a youthful visage. She possesses a tall and slender figure. Yet when compared to the woman of the future who maintains a youthful appearance through the use of the seal, Tsunade at this age seems devoid of any feminine allure. What could possibly be amiss? Ah, is it her flat chest? Allow me to break all your fingers, one by one, meticulously. Tsunade flashes a gentle smile. Alas, I seem to have let slip a thought that I should not have voiced. I feel as though I have triggered an explosive response. Mere seconds later, a slimy slug finds its way into Uchiha Shin's mouth. Beside him, Mikoto stands, exclaiming, "Goodness, what on earth occupies Shin's mind? Little Uchiha, should you wish for treatment again, do not hesitate to come to me." Tsunade speaks to Uchiha Shin in a soft tone. "No, thank you. I am in good health." Uchiha Shin quickly shakes his head in refusal. What nonsense! Is this a form of treatment? Anyone willing to accept such care should first seek help for their own sanity. Who knows, a careless remark might just land them on the operating table at Tsunade's hands. At this point, Uchiha Shin and Mikoto leave Tsunade's presence and return to the earthen platform. Upon their return, they find Minato, who had been peacefully napping, awake. "Are you awake, Minato?" Uchiha Shin inquires. "Indeed," replies the golden-haired Namikaze Minato, turning to Uchiha Shin with a grin, indicating he is not harmed. "Shin, why do you look so pale? Did Tsunade-sama not treat you?" Minato asks with concern. "That woman," Uchiha Shin replies, a look of trepidation crossing his face. "Have we completed the second-year matches? The top 3 placements have been announced. You, Mikoto, and I. Shinsuke just forfeited his match. I wonder why he appears so troubled. Has he sustained injuries?" Minato inquires. "Well, it's a long story. He likely carries some deep emotional scars. He could benefit from a psychologist," Uchiha Shin explains. "Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. It would be quite simple for him to seek guidance from Tsunade-sama. Let us consider it an act of kindness, allowing us to take his place," Uchiha Shin continues. Minato nods, refraining from further questions. He feels a sense of joy at securing the 3rd placement, as standing out among his peers is no small feat. What shall we do next? Shall the 3 of us engage in another match? Or should we proceed to rank battles? I mean, shall we commence combat with other grades? Yes, that is the plan. We are to embark on a new round of confrontations organized by grade teams, with rankings purportedly determined by the disciples of the 3rd Hokage based on their performances. Isn't this obviously a case of behind-the-scenes manipulation? Uchiha Shin silently scoffed, realizing that in the end, it would solely depend on the 3 ninjas' judgment. If they declare you capable, then you are. If they deem you unworthy, you may not even secure a spot in the top 3. This is what one might call predetermined. Yet, it seems quite fair, Watergate expressed with delight. "Fairness, my foot," Uchiha Shin retorted. "No worries." Uchiha Shin shook his head, and then added, "We must strive harder, Watergate." "Certainly. I shall put forth my utmost effort." "Mei-kin must strive as well." "Absolutely. For Chun, I shall also endeavor." "How wonderful." After affectionately ruffling Mei-kin's hair, Uchiha Shin shifted his gaze toward where the 3 ninjas stood. Indeed, after all the students concluded their battles, Jiraiya once again performed seals to dismantle the training platforms used for the students' fights, and shortly thereafter, Orochimaru began to form seals as well. In no time, a platform significantly larger than before had risen high. All participants were to rest for half an hour, and once the afternoon commenced, the second round of battles would continue. Students who had been eliminated and wished not to remain for observation could opt to return to their classrooms for lessons in the afternoon. After Orochimaru finished speaking in his husky, alluring voice, he chose to vanish in an instant, while Tsunade, seeing this, excitedly departed, seemingly preparing to indulge in a game of chance at the casino. Lastly, Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Shin below, raised his eyebrows, and displayed a mysteriously confident smile. After signaling, he hurried toward the direction Tsunade had taken, appearing as if he had just found a girlfriend. The 3 of them were indeed harboring their own agendas. Tsunade, already quite annoyed, likely wasn't he in the best of moods. If Jiraiya were to suddenly make a move at this moment, she would probably explode. Uchiha Shin observed Jiraiya's hurried figure, chuckling with excitement, eager for the unfolding drama. "Shin, what's the matter?" Uchiha Shin and Mei-kin chose not to leave the training grounds, but instead found a shaded spot to sit down, with Mei-kin retrieving a prepared bento from her sealed scroll. "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating whether Lord Jiraiya might encounter some fortunate event." Uchiha Shin chuckled, saying little more. "Honestly, this one T-do, Shin surely has ulterior motives." While handing utensils to Uchiha Shin, Mei-kin cutely complained, Ever since she discovered that Uchiha Shun's bento consisted merely of salt and water, she took it upon herself to prepare bento for him. Uchiha Shun, of course, firmly declined. Really, it feels as though he's living off someone else's generosity. Even if I, Uchiha Shun, were to starve, I would never concede. Oh, today it's meatballs and hairy crabs? Uchiha Chun unceremoniously grasped the hairy crab with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, inviting Minato, who was nearby, to join him in this delightful feast. The crisp exterior yielded to a succulent interior, preserving its juicy essence perfectly. Truly delectable. Mikoto's culinary skills were beyond reproach. Chun felt content. His joy was palpable. Observing Uchiha Chun relish the dish she had prepared, Mikoto shyly smiled and quietly sat beside him to indulge in her own meal. This warm scene was dazzling enough to blind Minato's azure eyes. Reluctantly, he glanced at the bento box in Chen's hand, then at the hard steamed bun he held. Thus, he too went over to partake in the meal. Where was the dignity of a ninja? Minato began to contemplate whether he should seek a girlfriend, at the very least. One who could cook. Die, Jiraiya. Face death in penance, or I shall send you to hell. Tsunade's thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Even Uchiha Chun and the others felt the anger embedded within her voice. What? Has Lord Jiraiya once again provoked Lady Tsunade? Mikoto asked with concern. It seemed that Jiraiya's reputation in the ninja community was less than stellar. Calm down, Tsunade. Orochimaru, hurry and assist me in restraining this fellow. Jiraiya pleaded urgently, as if he were undergoing a trial of life and death. Orochimaru, do not impede me. I must exorcise this scoundrel Jiraiya. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you as well. Tsunade's chilling words reached them, causing Uchiha Chun to shudder involuntarily. Truly, they were the notorious trio of gambling, debauchery, and drugs. The murderous aura emanating from Tsunade was palpable, enough to make one's skin prickle. After a brief silence, Jiraiya exclaimed, You shall perish, Jiraiya. Has Tenzo already resorted to ninjutsu? Someone help. Tsunade has gone mad. Sarutobi-sensei, come save me. Jiraiya made his final stand. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated from the distant reaches of Konoha, even reaching the far-off ninja academy, where Uchiha Chun felt the ground quiver beneath him. Lord Jiraiya, I shall remember your valorous sacrifice, Uchiha Chun thought irresponsibly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. What has gotten into Chun, making him so joyous? Through their extended acquaintance, Mikoto had discerned the myriad emotions conveyed through Uchiha Chun's every gesture. Seeing his exuberance, she understood that he was indeed very happy. Noon soon passed. Among the group of students who were not yet ninjas, aside from their hyperactivity and insatiable curiosity capable of annihilating everything, they possessed only one other noteworthy trait: boundless energy. Not long after finishing their lunch, many began to fidget restlessly, eagerly anticipating the return of the third Hokage's apprentice. Yet, for reasons unknown, the notorious trio had not arrived at the appointed time. Was Tsunade preparing a funeral for Jiraiya? Nevertheless, one must admit, May was quite warm. Reclining on a picnic blanket spread beneath the shade of a tree, Uchiha Chun was engrossed in a book discussing the nature and transformation of chakra. Uchiha Chun sighed idly, contemplating the significance of knowledge. A ninja who lacks understanding of these essential elements cannot hope to become a formidable warrior. Even someone as foolish as Naruto required guidance from Yamato and others to conjure S-rank jutsu like the Rasengan, thanks to his innate comprehension of ninjutsu properties. Uchiha Chun found these concepts relatively easy to grasp. The Hidden Leaf Village, located in the central region of the Land of Fire, was quite pleasant, though the southern territories were likely to be even hotter. Mikoto quietly responded to Uchiha Chun's musings. Isn't Minato taking a break? Uchiha Chun raised his gaze to see the young son, leaning against a great tree, not indulging in the rare leisure before the competition, but instead diligently refining his chakra. Uchiha Chun inquired, It's quite refreshing, Minato. Would you not like some? Minato, drenched in sweat from the sun's relentless rays, shook his head in refusal of Uchiha Chun's kind offer. No, I'd rather focus on enhancing my strength. You cannot succeed solely through effort, Uchiha Chun replied, shaking his head. While Minato was undoubtedly hardworking, his status as a commoner led him down a more convoluted path. You are aware of the fundamental principles of chakra. Teacher Nishimura has mentioned that each individual has a limited capacity for chakra at every age. At our current age, our chakra reserves are limited. Merely refining our chakra will not allow for effective storage, resulting in waste. just as Minato intended to continue. He noticed the third Hokage's apprentice had unexpectedly appeared on the competition stage. It was none other than the pale-faced and aloof Orochimaru, accompanied by Tsunade, who struggled to maintain a smile despite the tension evident in her expression. "And where is that lecherous sage with the white hair?" Minato queried, his confusion palpable. "I do not know," Uchiha Shin replied with a cooperative shake of his head, offering his premeditated conclusion. "He is likely recuperating in the hospital in Konoha. Or perhaps he has already been laid to rest at the memorial stone," he added. "Now, due to the pressing nature of time, let us commence the second round of matches," Orochimaru declared, clapping his hands to draw the attention of the students below. "The rules remain unchanged from this morning. Although the competition is organized into 3-person teams by grade, the matches will still be one-on-one. The victor may continue to challenge the next opponent. Of course, one may also choose to withdraw and allow a teammate to take their place. Such is the rule. Injured students can seek treatment from Tsunade, who stands beside me. Thus, we shall proceed with first year against second year, and third year against fourth year, and so forth, until we determine the victorious team, which will receive our tutelage." After Orochimaru's raspy announcement, he glanced at Tsunade, noting her still pallid expression and lack of dissent, and nodded in agreement. It was wise not to provoke Tsunade in her current state. Jiraiya had already set a precedent. "Let us begin. I shall serve as the referee to ascertain the outcomes of these battles." Upon the high platform, Orochimaru concluded his remarks and retreated to a corner alongside Tsunade. The first to take the stage was none other than Team Uchiha, accompanied by a group of first-year students who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Shin, adjusting his flamboyant cloak, was a figure of renown, having consistently dominated his peers and overshadowed the grandson of the first Hokage. Currently, he held the title of most desired boyfriend among the female students, a position that elevated his status far beyond that of the newly enrolled first years. The fervor of his admirers was palpable, creating an overwhelming tide of support. Shin is so handsome, echoed the voices of his devoted followers. With Shin around, no one stands a chance. Their enthusiasm was infectious. As Uchiha Shin scanned the crowd of admirers, feeling invigorated, the Inuzuka clan members, undeterred by the fervent support for their rival, remained steadfast. Even as first years, they rallied each other, buoyed by their belief in their own strength. The Nara clan, known for their intellect, had no exception in Nara Akira, who, despite the daunting atmosphere, understood the importance of maintaining morale. "Shall I go first?" Uchiha Shin inquired of his companions, Mikoto and Minato. The eager Minato, initially prepared to lead the charge, held his tongue upon hearing Shin's question, allowing him to take the forefront alongside Mikoto's silent agreement. "Do your best, Shin." Mikoto cheered, rallying support from the first years, who were also encouraging their own. "Let us see how I can secure a triple kill." With a thumbs up to Minato, Shin ascended the platform, greeted by a chorus of cheers from the audience, a stark contrast to the muted support from the first-year students. Yet, one could not help but notice that the top 3 students in the first-year ranks were all female. What had become of the honor of the male ninja students? Was it truly acceptable to let 3 girls claim the spotlight? "Let the battle commence," a raspy voice announced from the corner of the platform. Uchiha Shin and the first-year girl bowed to one another, signaling the start of the duel. "Please, senior, show mercy," she implored, but mere seconds later, the fight concluded. The entire affair was remarkably swift. After forming a hand sign for a genjutsu, Shin snapped his fingers, and the girl who had just assumed a combat stance collapsed in defeat. The audience, initially buzzing with excitement, fell into a stunned silence, particularly the younger students who had seldom witnessed such illusions. "Could this be a rigged match?" murmured one incredulous voice. Was there some sort of payment involved? Standing in a corner, Orochimaru clearly anticipated such a scenario. He refrained from elaborating further, merely fixing his serpent-like gaze upon Uchiha Chao. Displaying an expression of intrigue, he proclaimed, "The victor of the first battle is Uchiha Chao. Let the second battle commence." The second contender was again a female, her cheeks adorned with red markings reminiscent of fangs, a style uniquely characteristic of the Inuzuka clan from Konoha. The aesthetic sensibilities within the world of Hokage seem rather peculiar. Such disregard for skin health left Uchiha Chao perplexed. What purpose does this serve? What kind of aesthetic is this? Notably, there was another girl who donned a similar appearance, one who nearly brought about the world's destruction, Noira Rin. Could this indeed be a trend? Should he consider trying it someday? However, this was of little relevance to the current battle. Your genjutsu is impressive, but I shall not be intimidated. Inuzuka Kiba fixed a serious and perilous gaze upon Uchiha Chao, rummaging through the ninja tool pouch strapped to her thigh. The senior before her was renowned, thus she approached with caution. Uchiha Chao nodded and formed another hand sign for a genjutsu. After a brief yet noticeable pause, Inuzuka Kiba collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a fleeting slumber. Uchiha Chao's genjutsu was released through the medium of sound, intertwined with chakra, rendering it impervious to counteraction. Unless one were to block their ears, akin to Minato, and avert their gaze from Uchiha Chao's hands. Once the two had fallen, the third contestant from the first-year group was yet again a girl. In the realm of ninjas, girls constitute a significant proportion, though the majority are male. Females often fulfill roles as medics, akin to caretakers. To become an exceptional ninja, a girl must indeed exert more effort than her male counterparts. The girl before them, merely 5 years of age, already exhibited the qualities of a budding ninja. She regarded Uchiha Chao with a grave expression, her eyes brimming with vigilance, as if anticipating an imminent action from him. Her hair was styled in a braid typical of the Nara clan, a hairstyle familiar to Uchiha Chao, particularly reminiscent of Nara Shikaku, with whom he shared a close bond. He was well aware of Shikaku's nonchalant demeanor toward most matters. However, unlike Shikaku, who often found excuses to skip class and lounge on rooftops, the girl before him, Nara Aki, despite her similar appearance, exhibited a seriousness in her gaze that was unmistakable. A realization dawned upon Uchiha Chao. He had encountered a different Nara. Nara Aki, please show mercy, senior. It was indeed a bit awkward for Uchiha Chao, as her teammate had previously uttered the same plea. He had shown restraint, causing her no harm, yet he had effortlessly brought her down in but a second. Nara Aki withdrew a kunai from his leg pouch and grasped it firmly in his hand. He then leaned forward slightly, fixing a serious gaze upon Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin nodded, and without hesitation, he formed a series of hand seals for a genjutsu. However, that was where the story ended. Indeed, it had failed. Uchiha Shin's genjutsu relied on auditory transmission as its medium, and it was improbable that his opponent would possess the knowledge to dispel it. Yet, since Nara Aki had evaded the genjutsu, only one conclusion could be drawn: a clever little imp. It seemed he had gleaned this strategy from observing the battle between himself and Minato, as Nara Aki lunged toward him, intent on engaging in close combat. Uchiha Shin distinctly noticed that his ears were similarly stuffed with cotton-like earplugs. How underestimated I am, Uchiha Shin mused, realizing that many believed such measures could thwart his genjutsu. The notion that genjutsu, often regarded as the most challenging to defend against, could be so easily countered was indeed arrogant. With the auditory-based ninjutsu rendered ineffective, Uchiha Shin opted for a visual-based genjutsu instead. It was clear that his opponent's taijutsu had not yet reached a level where he could anticipate Uchiha Shin's movements without visual cues. Although the distance between them was not insignificant, Nara Aki closed the gap rapidly. Uchiha Shin effortlessly dodged Aki's punch, slightly sidestepping to evade a sweeping kick. He produced the kunai he had drawn earlier, which clashed with Aki's kunai, producing a sharp, sizzling sound. Suddenly, a feather floated down. Genjutsu, feather sleep. Nara Aki immediately collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber. When did he form the seals? Minato murmured from below the platform, having missed the moment Uchiha Shin had executed the seals. Just moments ago, Uchiha Shin had been holding the kunai, leaving no time for hand seals. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Shin with an inscrutable expression. Interesting, performing one-handed seals. This child, Uchiha Shin's genjutsu was unmatched within this ninja academy. If one's ears could not hear, one must rely on vision. The feather sleep genjutsu proved to be exceptionally convenient. Furthermore, after extensive study and practice, coupled with enhanced proficiency in performing seals, Uchiha Shin had mastered the ability to execute this ninjutsu with one hand. As he descended from the high platform, Nara Aki lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, still clutching his kunai. What a bother! Yet another clan member to carry home, sighed Nara Shikaku, rising from the crowd of onlookers to retrieve his kinsman. So heavy, perhaps I'll have Choji help me carry him back later. At that moment, Choji, sitting in the classroom and indulging in snacks, shivered involuntarily. Thus, Uchiha Shin achieved a remarkable feat, single-handedly defeating 3 first-year students without inflicting any injuries, effortlessly triumphing through the use of genjutsu. This Uchiha kid is quite impressive. He certainly saved us a great deal of effort. Are the younger generation truly this remarkable? Initially, I believed that attending school to treat students injured in battle was a rather futile and troublesome endeavor. However, observing Uchiha Shin's descend from the stage, Tsunade felt that this task seemed rather effortless. It merely saves you some energy. Moreover, you previously described the individual as a lecherous brat akin to Jiraiya. Why then? Has your opinion shifted to regard him as an exceptional junior? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at the ever-lazy princess of Konoha, clearly unmasking her indolence. Humph. Do not mention that scoundrel Jiraiya. Weren't you reluctant to come before? My presence here is not only for the sake of the old man's reputation, but also to scout for outstanding talent at the Ninja Academy. Despite the apparent tranquility within the ninja world, beneath the surface, turmoil brews. My approach fundamentally differs from your nonchalant attitude, Orochimaru remarked. All right. Tsunade yawned and interrupted Orochimaru's explanation. She waved her hand, dismissing any further discourse. What you say sounds so pleasant, yet you are merely a purveyor of youthful fancies. Claiming to seek talent for the village, it is merely a guise for your perversion. Such behavior is typical of that fool Jiraiya, not me. Disinterested in Tsunade's jibe, Orochimaru offered a curt response before disregarding her entirely, striding toward the center of the stage. Thus, the competition for the second and first-year students concluded. Next, it would be the group battles for the third and fourth years. If all is prepared, let the respective teams take the stage. With that proclamation, Orochimaru retreated once more to the corner of the stage. From Uchiha Shin's current perspective, the distribution of strength within the Ninja Academy remains concentrated in his second-year class, along with the 5th and 6th grades. The parents of Konoha's 12 young prodigies are predominantly in the same year as Uchiha Shin's. While another contemporary genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, has already graduated. The most renowned students at Konoha Academy presently belong to the 5th grade, specifically the Hyuga clan, despite one being a girl. Following closely are the graduated Hyuga brothers, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Looking towards the 3rd grade, although there are several children from the Uchiha clan and other families, they lack formidable prowess. The only noteworthy individual is a child from the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi. As the father of the 12 young prodigies, Aburame Shino possesses considerable strength at this moment. The competition for the 3rd and 4th grades concluded swiftly, confirming Uchiha Shin's predictions. The 3rd grade students easily triumphed over the top 3 contenders from the 4th grade, securing their place in the winner's bracket. The subsequent match was poised to capture everyone's attention, featuring a showdown between the 5th grade students and the graduates of this cohort. If Uchiha Shin's battle garnered the most anticipation, the upcoming clash promised to be the most intense. Leading the graduated class was the Hinata brothers team, facing off against the 5th grade Hinata Himeji team. This battle belonged to the realm of sibling rivalry. Sister, if you lose, you must obediently return home. Hinata Hizashi appeared remarkably composed, yet an unmistakable worry lingered on his face as he gazed at the girl across from him. Senpai, please guide me well. The girl, clad in the traditional garb of the Hyuga clan, replied coldly. With her white pupils and long, pale blue hair, she bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Hyuga. However, unlike Hinata's gentle demeanor, Hizuki exuded an air of icy aloofness, radiating an unyielding martial intent, much like an iceberg that would never melt. Uchiha Tatsumi, listening from below, felt a twinge of confusion. Just moments ago, Hizashi had referred to Hizuki as his younger sister. Yet she addressed him as senpai. Clearly, their relationship was quite tangled, hinting at a deeper narrative. Uchiha Tatsumi's curiosity was ignited, and he found himself engulfed in a fervor for gossip. Hizuki bowed respectfully to Hizashi and assumed a ninja's initial stance. Her eyes suddenly flared with intensity. Byakugan. It was indeed the Byakugan. Go, Hizuki. Defeat that scoundrel, Hizashi. If Uchiha Tatsumi's prowess lay in his mastery of illusions coupled with an extensive range of subjects, Hizuki undoubtedly belonged to the realm of genius and beauty. Since her enrollment in the 1st grade, she had garnered considerable fame. Her beauty was renowned throughout the Ninja Academy, attracting countless male students who sought to confess their affections. Yet, none had managed to penetrate her heart, giving rise to rumors about her being on the other side of the spectrum. Despite these whispers, she consistently maintained her position at the top of her class. excelling in every subject. Even at the tender age of 9, she had already mastered the Byakugan. Coupled with her adeptness and gentle fist, she was a formidable opponent for most. Being the daughter of the esteemed Hyuga clan leader, she captivated the hearts of numerous boys at the academy, reigning as the most desired partner on the most wanted to date leaderboard. It is often said that women can be a source of turmoil, regardless of age. Interestingly, while Hizashi and Hizuki were indeed siblings, their relationship was fraught with conflict. Consequently, when Hizuki took the stage, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, in stark contrast to the meager support for Hizashi. Even Hinata Niza stood by his sister's side. However, Hizashi remained unfazed by the commotion. His focus was solely on his sister. As the match had yet to commence, the students in the stands were already flushed with excitement, their fervor palpable as they wished to vanquish Hizashi. With a deep breath, Hizashi closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the veins around his eyes were pronounced Byakugan. This was a battle of Byakugan against Byakugan. As one of the 3 great ocular jutsu, the Byakugan could perceive the chakra pathways within a human body and target various acupoints for attack. The resulting combat style was the renowned gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. In terms of taijutsu, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan possessed a unique advantage, benefiting from a comprehensive lineage of ninjutsu that harmonized seamlessly with the Byakugan. Consequently, they seldom resorted to other ninjutsu techniques. However, it is certainly not that she is incapable of ninjutsu. What truly vexes Uchiha Shin is the fact that, as the eyes of Kaguya, the Hyuga clan has only managed to showcase their talents in taijutsu, which is indeed a waste of potential. Standing on the platform, Hinata Hige's sole desire at this moment is to defeat Hinata Hizashi and prove her superior aptitude. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Hige unleashed her chakra through the chakra points in her hands. The two opponents drew near, and within moments, Hinata Hige and Hinata Hizashi collided fiercely, engaging in an intense battle of taijutsu. As Hinata Hige parried Hizashi's first strike, her right hand swiftly turned, aiming a blow at Hizashi's face. Hizashi ducked to evade her right palm and channeled chakra through his palm to strike at Hinata Hige's chakra network. Quick to react, Hinata Hige dodged and delivered a side kick towards Hizashi. After Hizashi evaded, they momentarily separated. He observed Hinata Hige but refrained from persuading her to concede. He understood his sister's temperament and the reasons behind her current state. Yet, he too was powerless against the ancient family traditions. With an ample reserve of chakra coiled in his legs, Hinata Hizashi leapt into the air, simultaneously launching several shuriken directly at Hinata Hige. How despicable! Hinata Hizashi resorts to ambush. That insufferable Hizashi from the graduating class. Such a contemptible character. A group of onlookers erupted in indignation. The boys who had already been fond of Hige were now fueled with enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the audience escalated, with some shouting for Hige to deliver a decisive blow to Hizashi in an effort to distract him. Meanwhile, members of other clans, displeased with the Hyuga clan, joined in the uproar. Leading the charge were the Uchiha trio, who had even crafted a banner proclaiming to overthrow the reactionary Hizashi and rescue classmate Hige. Uchiha Shin pulled Mikoto away from the throng at the edge of the platform. It would be foolish to linger. Soon, the crowd might surge forward to teach Hizashi a lesson. In such a cramped space, observing from close quarters would only invite trouble. At that moment, Hizashi, having thrown several shuriken, was closing in on Hinata Hige. She evaded the shuriken with a substitution technique. Hizashi approached rapidly, having realized that Hige was slightly lacking in taijutsu skills. After all, he was a year older and physically stronger than her. The Hyuga clan's offensive techniques are rather straightforward. The primary objective is to engage at close range, employing the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams 64 palms to strike with ferocity. Of course, there are other long-range ninjutsu, but they are not within his grasp. Moreover, even if he fails to incapacitate her immediately, it matters not. After executing the 64 palms, Hige's chakra points would be sealed, leaving her no choice but to concede. In the face of Hizashi's aggressive onslaught, Hinata Hige remained remarkably composed, even when he closed in on her. She swiftly exchanged blows with Hinata Hizashi, as she deftly maneuvered around Hinata Hizashi, delivering a shoulder charge followed by a swift kick to his thigh. Hinata Himeji finally uncovered a momentary opening for a counterattack. The force of the impact created a brief distance between them. In that fleeting moment of suspension, she swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged forward, striking Hizashi, who was unable to evade. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, filling the training ground with their fervor. However, the efficacy of the wind release hinged upon its accuracy. As anticipated, upon making contact with Hisashi, he transformed into a mere wooden log. Where had he gone? With her Byakugan encompassing a full 360 degrees. Himeji soon caught sight of Hisashi's figure. Yet, his movements were swifter. Sister, this technique took me a long time to master. If you lose, admit your defeat and come home with me. Hisashi's voice echoed. Suddenly, the ground revealed the yin-yang symbol, and Hisashi, concealed behind Himeji, channeled all his chakra into the gentle fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Though the distance between them was minimal, Himeji, despite her innate genius, faltered due to a lack of experience and judgment. By the time she comprehended the unfolding situation, it was too late. The formation of the 8 trigrams 64 palms had already been established, while Himeji was just beginning to react. In my domain, no one can evade this move. 8 trigrams 64 palms. At this moment, Uchiha Tatsu's gaze was fixed intently on Hisashi. Indeed, he was worthy of being the next clan leader of the Hyuga, demonstrating remarkable timing and experience. Were it not for Orochimaru's intervention, Himeji would have had no chance of survival after enduring the complete 8 trigrams 64 palms. Would Himeji truly succumb to defeat? Silence enveloped the students watching from below, their eyes transfixed on the duel. Yet, amidst such tension, Himeji's expression remained composed, devoid of any hint of panic. Her poise in the face of adversity far surpassed that of most ninjas. As Hisashi's fingers made contact with Himeji, a brilliant surge of chakra radiated from her, forming a semicircular shield around her. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin, Himeji proclaimed. What is this? Uchiha Tatsu observed intently. As many students below widened their eyes in astonishment, having never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. Multiple strands of chakra coalesced, swiftly ensnaring Hisashi, who found himself caught in the swirling energy after executing several strikes. The momentum of their confrontation had suddenly shifted. Hisashi, initially confident of a swift victory, became entangled in the returning chakra after only a few strikes of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Go, Himeji! The shouts from the crowd grew louder. Hinata Natsu watched anxiously from below, powerless to intervene. This talent was truly remarkable. Orochimaru, who was ever watchful of the unfolding events on the field, couldn't help but express a slight admiration for Hinata Himeji's innate talent. His gaze was one of keen interest. It is noteworthy that the technique known as Reversal of Heaven is a secret art exclusive to the members of the main branch of the clan. At this moment, Hinata Hisashi was merely the branch family leader, while Hinata Himeji and Hinata Hayashi were still members of the main family, thus qualifying them to learn such esoteric skills. However, mere qualification does not guarantee success. Not everyone possesses the talent to master it. At just 9 years of age, Hinata Himeji had already begun to grasp this ninjutsu. Although her current proficiency in Reversal of Heaven was merely a work in progress, lacking in both range and strength, it nonetheless showcased the formidable potential she possessed. This year's cohort of the Ninja Academy was indeed filled with prodigies. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tsubasa was explaining to Mikoto and Minato what Reversal of Heaven entailed. The 8 trigrams palm Reversal of Heaven is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. At the moment of being attacked, a large volume of gentle fist chakra is released from the chakra points within the body, allowing for a rotational movement akin to a spinning top, capable of deflecting all physical attacks. He continued, thus, combined with the rotation and the exceptional observational prowess of the Byakugan, this technique is often referred to as absolute defense. Absolute defense. You say? Minato murmured. Is there truly such a thing as absolute defense? Uchiha Tsubasa shook his cloak and suppressed a smile. Minato, every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. No technique is invincible. Minato nodded in understanding. On stage, Hisashi struggled to rise after being struck by the Reversal of Heaven, blood spilling from his mouth. Hinata Himeji, having been hit several times by the 8 trigrams 64 palms, was experiencing issues with her chakra flow. Hisashi straightened himself and addressed Himeji, sister. It's time to end this. Hinata Himeji merely stared at Hisashi, remaining silent. She had a clear understanding of her limitations in taijutsu compared to Hisashi. Hence she allowed him to close the distance. Suddenly, she unleashed her Reversal of Heaven, catching her unsuspecting brother off guard. Though her Reversal of Heaven struck Hisashi, It appears he sustained more severe injuries. However, she has overestimated the might of her reversal of heaven. It can be said that those few strikes significantly diminished its effectiveness. Now, if Hisashi can just prolong the engagement, he still has the strength to fight, yet Hinata Himeji can no longer utilize her chakra. Ultimately, this merely serves to buy her a little time. If she cannot devise a sufficient countermeasure within this brief window, it will be Hinata Himeji who faces defeat. Uchiha Tsubasa analyzed the situation on the field. At this moment, Himeji was acutely aware of this fact. If she allowed her brother to recover any further, defeat would inevitably be hers. Thus, she drew a kunai and swiftly hurled 5 of them towards Hisashi. He gasped for breath, barely managing to defend himself. Caught unprepared, one kunai grazed his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Himeji then launched a punch towards Hisashi, who intercepted it with his right palm, and they began to engage in a relentless exchange of gentle fist strikes. The brutal confrontation captivated the attention of all spectators in an instant. The audience fell into a profound silence. Even Uchiha Shin could not help but widen his eyes, eager to discern who would ultimately falter. Standing in one corner of the arena, Orochimaru observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, his serpent-like gaze briefly lifting before settling into tranquility once more. Such is the nature of ninjas, mere instruments of death. What, then, is the essence of life? Hinata Nichi was engulfed in a state of despair. Although he still possessed chakra, the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of exerting his strength. The relentless assault from Himeji seemed to never cease, continually ensnaring him. It's not over yet. His resolute gaze remained unwavering. He refused to surrender at this moment. He could not give in, even if his opponent was his sister. To concede now would signify the defeat of the branch family leader of the Hyuga clan. He aimed to vanquish his sister honorably, to earn her recognition and bring her home. Nichi inhaled deeply and swiftly retreated a couple of paces. Gentle fist. He struck towards Himeji's seemingly unguarded shoulder. Bang! With his eyes wide open, Nichi swiftly swung his fists, landing a blow on Himeji's shoulder. She endured the strike, blood seeping from her lips. Yet she did not take a step back. Her sole objective was to defeat her brother and demonstrate her superior talent. While Hinata Nichi held steadfast to his convictions, so too did she. The ceiling of her chakra was inconsequential. She seized his fist and delivered a kick to his abdomen. Nichi crumpled to the ground, and Himeji, empowered by his chakra-enhanced punch, was propelled away with great force. She struggled to rise, and the sight of this nearly tragic scene silenced the bickering students in the audience. At that moment, no one could muster a smile. "I declare this battle a draw," came the slightly hoarse voice of Orochimaru. Yet, no cheers followed. Hinata Nichi rushed to his sister Himeji, lifting her onto his back as he hurried towards Tsunade. Poor Nichi lay on the ground, disregarded. Moments later, other children from the Hyuga family arrived to carry Nichi away. Ah, the ancient clan of ninjas is indeed formidable, reflected Uchiha Shin. Yet this is the essence of being a ninja. Each individual possesses their own ninja way, tirelessly striving onward. Uchiha Shin continued, "Minato, what is your ninja way?" He inquired of the man standing beside him, Namikaze Minato. "Ah, my ninja way," Minato replied solemnly after a moment of contemplation, "is to protect those I wish to safeguard. For that, I will strive to become the Hokage of Konohagakure." "Oh, the Hokage is it?" Uchiha Shin nodded nonchalantly, neither mocking nor expressing agreement. After a moment of inexplicable silence, Minato could no longer endure the awkward atmosphere and cheerfully inquired, "What about you, Chun? What about your path of endurance?" To which Uchiha Shin pondered thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "I am uncertain." As Uchiha Shin and Minato leisurely engaged in conversation within the classroom, the third match for the 5th grade and graduating class had commenced on stage. Indeed, it was the third match. Hinata Nichiha from the second match had forfeited. Thus, this contest was a wheel battle between 2 5th grade students. Even if the final member of the graduating class could defeat one opponent, they ultimately succumbed in the face of 2 adversaries. Nonetheless, the 5th grade victory was bittersweet, as one of their own sustained injuries more severe than those of Hinata Himeji. Currently, Hinata Nichiha remained by Tsunade's side, attending to his sister, Hinata Himeji. As for Hinata Nichiha, the young clan leader, who cares about him? Merely a scoundrel who inflicted such harm upon his own sister. Did you not hear the students' outcry as Himeji was carried away? Nichiha, why would you do such a thing? The despicable Nichiha of the graduating class. Truly a contemptible fellow. Unforgivable. I shall place him on the list of the 10 individuals I least wish to date. Indeed, let him be unable to find a girlfriend before graduation. While it is true that Uchiha's injuries were indeed more severe, the situation had become increasingly clear. The victorious groups now consisted solely of Uchiha Shin's second-grade team, along with the third-grade Oil Woman group and the fifth-grade Hinata Himeji group. Although Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was commendable, the two teammates of the Oil Woman group had sustained grave injuries, leaving only one combatant remaining. Moreover, the Hinata Himeji team was down to just Himeji and one other teammate capable of continuing the fight. Thus, if you wish to secure a place among the top 3, you must select 3 from among the 6 of you. The foolish Nobuki reappeared from who knows where, resembling a purveyor of information, and engaged in a nefarious trade with Uchiha Shin. Your opponents will be the third-grade Oil Woman Shisui, fifth-grade Hinata Himeji, and Shimura Kagaya. Nobuki continued his analysis. Himeji must be severely injured. Uchiha Shin mused. Is your sister truly that skilled in medical arts? Of course. Just look at who her brother is. Her medical prowess is certainly exceptional, Nobuki boasted incessantly. However, her injuries are not as grave as they seem. She was primarily incapacitated by the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and she will be fine once released. So, it appears that although Hinata Uchiha spoke harshly, he was secretly lenient towards his sister. How he cherishes her, Uchiha Shin reflected. At that moment, Nobuki, wearing a smug expression, turned to Uchiha Shin and said, "By the way, my sister wanted me to tell you that if you make it into the top 3, you must choose her as your mentor. Otherwise, she will break your legs." Uchiha Shin wore a pained expression. On what grounds? Does being a Konoha Jonin give her the right to threaten me and act as she pleases? I certainly refuse to choose this female tyrant. At this moment, Uchiha Shin recalled Tsunade's terrifying methods. Shoju continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, "My sister was just behind, constantly talking about something. What was it?" He hesitated, tantalizing Uchiha Shin's curiosity. She mentioned that sooner or later, she would properly. What was that again? Shoju's words slowed. What could it be? Uchiha Shin suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He harbored an inexplicable fear regarding that term. Training. Shoju unexpectedly uttered these 2 words. Indeed, she asserted it was necessary to properly train you. Shoju stated with assurance. Training? Couldn't you at least use terms like education or guidance? Uchiha Shin retorted, slightly exasperated. How peculiar, Uchiha Shin noted an oddity. Why did the 6-year-old Shoju, who barely recognized a few characters, know such an obscure term? A glimmer of insight flashed in Uchiha Shin's eyes. He seemed to have stumbled upon an intriguing world. Shoju, how do you know such an obscure term like training? Uchiha Shin asked with palpable excitement. I saw it in Jiraiya's comic books. What comics? He said they were about love and action. He even told me not to tell my sister. Jiraiya certainly hasn't changed at all. In certain areas of knowledge. Perhaps even the Hokage, renowned as the doctor of ninjutsu, pales in comparison. Uchiha Shin mused silently. At that moment, Jiraiya, lying on a hospital bed, was staring at the nurse changing his bandages. It hurts. The sneeze pulled on my wound. By the way, Shoju, why did your sister choose me as her student? Uchiha Shin asked, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, Jiraiya's fate was still uncertain. Shoju glanced around to ensure Tsunade was not nearby, then whispered the following piece of information. I risked my life to uncover. It's worth a bowl of ramen. Uchiha Shin begrudgingly accepted the hike in price. After all, Shoju was well informed. With satisfaction, Shoju continued. According to witnesses, before Jiraiya was attacked, he revealed a piece of information, hoping to exchange it for a chance at survival. Jiraiya claimed that you prompted him to act that way, suggesting it would swiftly improve his relationship with my sister. Moreover, he mentioned that it was possible you had previously used genjutsu on him. He said he was coerced by you. Therefore, if you do not choose her or fail to rank among the top 3, it seems you might meet a rather grim end. Shoju bore an expression that suggested he was unconcerned about life and death. Uchiha Shin swallowed hard. And if I do choose her, then at most, you might end up like Jiraiya with a few broken bones, Shoju replied with a smile. Bang! Uchiha Shin collapsed to the ground. Mikoto hurried over to support the cold-sweating Uchiha Shin. Just as Uchiha Shin and Shoju were secretly exchanging information, Orochimaru had already taken center stage in the arena, while the princess of Konoha had retreated to the treatment area to rest on a lounge chair. He might also be pondering how to train Uchiha Shin later, or considering how much money he has left for a few more rounds of dice. Now, the 6 finalists have been determined. Uchiha Shun and Uchiha Makoto from the 2nd year, Namikaze Minato from the 3rd year, Yamanaka Shirwei from the 5th year, Hinata Himeji, and Shimura Miya. The next step involves battles to ascertain the specific rankings. Orochimaru continued to form hand seals, and soon another ballot box appeared beside him. The rules remained unchanged. Those who draw the same number would battle each other. The final 3 victors would earn the invaluable opportunity for private instruction from Jiraiya, Tsunade, and myself. This is an exceptionally rare chance. Furthermore, upon graduation, there exists a substantial probability of being assigned to the elite Jonin's command. While the words sound enticing, among the remaining 6, only Namikaze Minato is a true common ninja. The rest hail from illustrious clans within Konoha. What everyone truly covets is the guidance of the 3 disciples of the Hokage, along with the potential connections that may accompany it. After the break, Uchiha Shun approached the draw with a look of dread, hesitating as every second felt like an eternity to him. For the conclusion of this ordeal would bring the specter of death. He glanced at his number. It was 1. Turning to Makoto, he inquired, "What number did you draw?" "I have drawn 3, she replied. "And Minato?" "I have drawn 2. 3 individuals with 3 different numbers. Whether there was any manipulation behind the scenes remains a mystery." Uchiha Shun shook his Uchiha-branded cloak and gradually ascended the platform, revealing his striking form. His handsome visage, robust physique, and flamboyant gestures exuded an air of formidable strength that instilled despair in his opponents. "Defeat Uchiha Shun, the mere fish." A boy in the audience shouted. "Compensate me. Return my glorious description." Uchiha Shin's fury ignited as he glared at the provocateur, and it seemed as though the crowd was on the brink of chaos. It turned out that Uchiha Shin's opponent was none other than Hinata Himeji, as the leading figures in the polls for most desired boyfriend and most desired girlfriend. Their popularity was neck and neck. No, it is fair to say that Hinata's followers slightly outnumbered Shin's, given her status as a prominent figure in the most desired girlfriend rankings. Many girls admired Hinata Himeji, especially since rumors suggested she might be a member of the LGBTQ community. At this moment, the 2 factions were nearly at odds with each other. Uchiha Shun observed Hinata Himeji. She appeared to be unscathed. Her skin was fair, with long, light blue hair cascading down her back. Her white pupils resembled pristine snow, yet her expression was devoid of emotion, akin to the depths of winter. "Hinata Himeji, I look forward to your guidance," she greeted him, much to Uchiha Shin's surprise, though he noticed an unprecedented seriousness in her gaze. "Uchiha Shin, I appreciate your guidance, senior." Uchiha Shin immediately responded. This encounter may be a collision between 2 of the most brilliant young minds, as well as a clash between the 2 prominent clans of Konoha. Uchiha Shun did not immediately resort to his genjutsu. At present, he had not activated his Sharingan. His illusionary techniques aimed to assault the opponent's 5 senses, seizing control over the chakra flowing through their neural system. Hinata Hige possesses Byakugan, granting her a panoramic field of vision. Even minor movements would not escape her gaze. Furthermore, should she fall victim to genjutsu, her extraordinary control over chakra would allow her to disrupt its flow. With her Byakugan, Hinata Hige's mastery over chakra undoubtedly surpassed that of Uchiha Shun. After all, she is capable of employing the genius technique of Kaiten, which centers around controlling chakra and releasing it from chakra points. Thus, her prowess in chakra manipulation is self-evident. Hinata Hige swiftly launched several shuriken toward Uchiha Shin's chest. However, such an attack typically serves merely as a probe. Indeed, Hinata Hige charged forward, eager to exploit the close-quarters advantage of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Uchiha Shun retrieved several kunai from his ninja pouch. With a flick of his right hand, he sent the kunai soaring into the air. Holding a kunai in his left hand against his chest, he deftly deflected the incoming shuriken with precision. At this moment, Hinata Hige had closed the distance. Uchiha Shun could clearly see the lashes on her eyelids as her fingers darted toward him. He thrust his kunai towards her arm, but she evaded it deftly. The 2 engaged in a rapid exchange. One must concede that the Hyuga clan, renowned for their expertise in taijutsu, is indeed formidable. Uchiha Shun had been concealing his true strength in physical combat. Yet the force and speed he displayed were such that only a few individuals at the Ninja Academy could rival him. Hinata Hige was certainly one of them. Suddenly, Uchiha Shun retracted his kunai and delivered a swift kick. Hinata Hige blocked the strike, albeit somewhat hastily, causing her to stumble backward. Uchiha Shin immediately created distance between them. The kunai he had previously hurled into the air now collided with one another, tracing a wide arc as they descended with lethal intent toward Hinata Hige. The mere act of throwing these kunai instilled a sense of dread. "Here it comes," Shoju shouted from the sidelines, instantly transforming into an enthusiastic admirer. Having long coveted such a stylish throwing technique, the kunai approached Hinata Hige rapidly, yet her expression remained calm and unperturbed. With the Byakugan's in sight, she had already anticipated their trajectory. "Before my Byakugan, your every move is futile," Hinata Hige stated softly. Wasn't that a signature line for the Sharingan? As the kunai neared her, she swiftly intercepted them with her own kunai. Clang! It appeared that Uchiha Shin's attack had not succeeded. What? A sudden jolt coursed through Hinata Himeji's body, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. A bolt of lightning coiled around Uchiha Shin's kunai, surging upward. Unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Shin had imbued the kunai with lightning release. Just as Hinata Himeji found herself immobilized by the electrical assault, a tremendous fire release surged toward her. Fire release, great fireball technique, the ancestral technique of the Uchiha clan, intensified as it surged forth, fueled by a deliberate infusion of chakra. The heat emanating from the great fireball was palpable, yet, paralyzed as she was, she lacked the time to perform the substitution technique. Then, 8 trigrams palm. "Return," she declared. As chakra erupted from her chakra points, swirling to counter the oncoming inferno. "No wonder the fire release cannot touch you," Uchiha Shin remarked, observing the technique's efficacy. Following the conclusion of the return, Hinata Himeji found herself slightly breathless. Employing such a technique twice within a single day was a considerable strain for her. Uchiha Shin regarded Hinata Himeji across the arena. She had been striving earnestly to prove herself, yet such a mindset would not suffice for survival in the ninja world. One must inevitably transform, severing ties with their former self at some juncture. This is the essence of growth, often accompanied by hardship. Hinata Himeji was on the path to such growth, prompting Uchiha Shin to resolve to unleash his true strength against her, both as a sign of respect and to awaken her to reality. "Hinata Himeji, how far can your Byakugan see? I am quite curious." As dust rose from the ground, multiple images of Uchiha Shin materialized on the stage. Hinata Himeji peered through her Byakugan, unable to discern which was the real body and which were mere shadows. In an instant, Uchiha Shin vanished from sight. Whoosh! This was a form of hyperspeed movement akin to teleportation, leaving Orochimaru in disbelief, for he had previously witnessed this technique, known as Uchiha Mirror, employed by another. Having no way to identify the real entity, Hinata Himeji resolved to strike down each manifestation. As she lunged at one of the approaching Uchiha Shins, her fist passed through his form without making contact. Is this an afterimage? She wondered, only to be met with a solid punch from the Uchiha Shin she had mistaken for an illusion. The sudden force sent Hinata Himeji reeling backward. Yet, before she could regain her footing, another Uchiha Shin approached from behind. She hurled a shuriken, which again passed through his form. Subsequently, Uchiha Shin leaped, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. At this moment, Hinata Himeji found herself utterly defenseless. "I am both the real entity and not," Uchiha Shin's voice resonated, echoing across the arena. "In a certain sense, my instantaneous movement is devoid of a singular entity, yet can also be considered entirely real. However, it is impossible to discern the origin of the voice." Impressive, came the murmurs from the audience. "Is this the true strength of Uchiha Tatsu?" Watergate gently inquired. "Shangshu, did you comprehend this ninjutsu of Tatsu?" Me? Of course, I understood it at a glance. Shall I explain it to you, Watergate?" After casting a deep glance at Shangshu, Watergate chuckled. "Ahaha. No need for your explanation. I believe I grasp it as well. This is the final strike, Hyuga Himeji." Uchiha Tatsu's voice suddenly resonated. Himeji's expression grew serious. Is it a shadow clone? Or simply an afterimage? The absence of a tangible attack belies its force. How is this possible? Uchiha Tatsu spun swiftly in the air, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot once more. Himeji could not withstand the blow and was sent soaring into the sky. For Uchiha Tatsu's surged forward simultaneously. 8 trigrams palms, returning heaven. Himeji attempted to execute the technique. But her chakra was insufficient, and she could not summon the technique. Uchiha's lion's barrage struck. Boom. Himeji was smashed to the ground like a meteor. Silence enveloped the surroundings. "Himeji, I know not what you wish to prove. However, For us shinobi, defeating others does not equate to gaining recognition. To earn the acknowledgement of others, the first step is to recognize your own existence. Caring too much about others' opinions will ultimately lead to your own harm. The essence of being a shinobi lies in the necessity to make harsh decisions. In the realm of the ninja, 1,000 ordinary individuals may derive one answer. Yet a single person can provide 1,000. If you wish to change everything, then grow. Do not continue in this manner, young lady. Uchiha Tatsu slowly approached Hyuga Himeji, assisting her to her feet. He then gently formed a reconciliation seal on her hand. Shaking his Uchiha cloak, he began to walk away. Wow, Tatsu, you look so handsome. Makoto rushed over. Uchiha Tatsu smiled faintly. Although his proficiency in verbal jutsu fell slightly short of Naruto's, he was not targeting anyone in particular. As all present were mere amateurs. This match goes to Uchiha Tatsu, came the somber voice of Orochimaru. The path of the ninja, how intriguing indeed. The orphan of Uchiha Kagami, Orochimaru remarked with curiosity. Hyuga Hayashi swiftly arrived at the training ground, inspecting the scene, and finally sighed in relief. Himeji was merely exhausted and in no mortal danger. It appeared that Uchiha Tatsu had held back during that last strike. Tatsu, you really went too hard on a girl just now, didn't you? Shungshu appeared from nowhere. Assuming a self-righteous demeanor as he admonished Uchiha Tatsu from a moral high ground. Utilizing one's full strength is a form of respect towards the opponent, is it not, Shungshu? Uchiha Tatsu lightly replied. Otherwise, when I battle you in the future, shall I claim I did not use my full power, and you merely fell? What do you think? Well, it's better if you say you gave it your all, Shinshu replied immediately. It would be a joke. Where would he put his face if he failed the next day? Chun, your taijutsu is so impressive. How come I've never seen you use it before? Asked the golden-haired son, Minato. Uchiha Chun placed his hand on Minato's shoulder. Even excellence comes with its burdens, Minato. With power comes isolation and arrogance. Even when one is initially filled with great expectations. So, you understand. I don't understand anything at all. Uchiha Chun silently awarded himself full marks for his performance. It seemed his facade would soon surpass Sasuke's. That's right. I understand. I often face similar troubles. I frequently find it challenging to interact with you all. Indeed, being too outstanding can be a disadvantage. Shinshu nodded in agreement. Why is he everywhere? In a sense, Shinshu's deception was also top tier. The second match. Please have both sides take the stage, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. Minato, give it your all. I will. The little son beamed a silly smile. Once Minato and Shimizu Miyuki stood on the arena, Orochimaru finally spoke in his raspy voice. Now, let the battle begin. Uchiha Chun was aware of Minato's combat prowess at this stage. Besides the basic techniques taught in school, Minato had also learned a few wind techniques from Chun during their sparring sessions. Their levels were not high, merely C-rank jutsu. On the opposing side, Shimizu Miyuki belonged to the Shimizu clan, known for their exceptional wind techniques. Thus, most of Miyuki's techniques were also wind-based. With two wind ninjas facing each other, their abilities would undoubtedly be limited. Therefore, it would come down to each other's experience and adaptability in battle. Shimizu Miyuki, I look forward to your guidance. Wolfing Minato, I look forward to your guidance, senior. Minato swiftly threw several shuriken at Miyuki from tricky angles, then charged toward him. This was a conventional probing tactic. Puff, puff. To Minato's surprise, before Miyuki could react, the shuriken struck him. Bang! The figure of Shimizu Miyuki, previously pierced by the shuriken, instantly transformed into a piece of wood. Such a swift substitution technique. Minato frowned. Realizing Miyuki had turned into a log, Minato quickly redirected his focus behind him. Sure enough, Miyuki's attack was already upon him. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Miyuki's kunai appeared at Minato's throat in the blink of an eye. Minato executed a backflip to evade the attack, then retaliated by launching his kunai at Miyuki, forcing him back. After creating some distance, Minato and Miyuki locked gazes, both clearly having grown serious. Shimura Miyako never anticipated that he would find himself in a challenging predicament against a mere civilian ninja at this moment. With a sharp exhale, a mere moment later, Miyako and Minato clashed once more, engaging in an intense duel. The air was filled with the sound of kunai colliding, their figures moving in a mesmerizing blur. Go, Minato! Defeat him, Miyako! Following a prolonged bout of taijutsu, Minato and Miyako had finally separated, panting heavily. Minato gazed at Miyako with a serious expression. This battle was undoubtedly his most formidable challenge yet. He sensed that both sides were evenly matched, each being a wind-style ninja. It appeared that to vanquish Miyako, Minato would have to devise alternative strategies. However, it was evident that Miyako had no intention of granting Minato a moment's respite. He recognized that Minato was not an easy opponent to dispatch. Yet, given Miyako's greater age, he possessed significantly more stamina than the second-year Minato. If the battle were to drag on, Minato would eventually exhaust his energy, leading to Miyako's inevitable victory. Thus, Miyako charged forward once more, determined not to afford Minato any opportunity. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, they collided again. Minato nimbly evaded Miyako's fist, then swiftly descended, delivering a powerful blow to Miyako's waist. Unfazed by the ferocious strike, Miyako blocked Minato's punch with his right hand, swiftly sidestepping while raising his left leg, crashing his knee into Minato's abdomen. Minato grimaced in pain, yet Miyako showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly extending his left leg for a fierce whip kick that sent Minato flying. Despite the pain, Minato seized Miyako's ankle at the moment of impact, using the tremendous force to lift both of them off the ground. With a thud, they grappled on the ground, panting heavily before separating. Minato rose to his feet and executed a rapid whip kick to push Miyako back. Miyako retreated swiftly, his hands forming seals in quick succession. Wind style, wind cutter. A razor-sharp blade of wind materialized in his hand, hurtling towards Minato. Instantly, Minato retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, preparing to deflect the approaching wind blade. However, the wind technique, compressed to its utmost, could not be easily repelled by a mere kunai. The kunai barely offered a semblance of resistance before being severed. Consequently, the wind blade, originally aimed at Minato's chest, was forcefully redirected. It grazed Minato's arm, slicing through his clothing and drawing blood. "Minato!" Rope Tree shouted from below. Uchiha Chihiro furrowed his brow, observing Minato's reckless maneuver. Such impulsiveness. It was folly to confront an opponent's wind technique with his own kunai. At that moment, he should have swiftly evaded the attack. Alternatively, one could employ the substitution technique and subsequently conceal oneself, awaiting an opportune moment. If the opponent were to launch a shuriken attack from a distance at that juncture, how could Minato possibly evade it? Indeed, upon witnessing Minato deflecting the wind technique with a kunai, Shimizu Miyako felt a surge of elation. Without hesitation, he hurled several shurikens. Following his throw, Shimizu Miyako charged straight at Minato. Uchiha Tatsu furrowed his brow as he observed Minato. Based on his understanding of Minato, he would not be so foolish. There must be a backup plan. However, the Minato on the platform showed no intention of blocking the incoming shurikens. With his right hand, he merely tossed a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch. Rather than dodging the kunai, he opted to throw a smoke bomb. As the smoke dispersed, what remained on the ground was a log struck by the shurikens. When did he employ the substitution technique? Shimizu Miyako halted, astonished at the log by his feet. He warily surveyed his surroundings. Although he was unaware of when Namake's Minato had executed the substitution technique, he was certain he had secured victory. "Tatsu, did you see that? When did Minato use the substitution technique? And what was the purpose of that smoke bomb?" Shoju inquired, puzzled from the sidelines. Uchiha Tatsu shook his cloak and replied with a smile. "Shoju, you are mistaken. That was not a substitution technique. Minato is truly a genius. Not a substitution technique. Indeed, Minato's tactical acumen was exceptional. No wonder he would one day instill fear in his adversaries as the golden flash. Is he behind me?" Shimizu Miyako suddenly glanced backward. Yet there was still no one present. A sense of unease washed over him. What was amiss? Boom. The log on the ground abruptly transformed into Minato. Wind style, wind cutter. Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Shimizu Miyako was caught off guard as the wind cutter sliced through his hair, severing half of his dark locks. With his legs giving way, he collapsed to the ground. Had Minato's final strike landed upon him, it was likely his life would have been forfeit. Clearly, Minato's wind technique was not aimed at him. Nevertheless, he had lost. "This match goes to Namake's Minato," the hoarse voice of Orochimaru announced. "Minato, are you all right?" Uchiha Tatsu inquired with concern, supporting the staggering Minato. At that moment, blood continued to flow from Minato. This was the consequence of enduring Shimizu Miyako's shurikens. Minato had intentionally taken the wind technique head-on, exposing a flaw for Shimizu Miyako to exploit. When Shimizu hurled the shurikens, Minato absorbed the impact of the projectiles and then deployed the smoke bomb to execute the transformation technique, turning himself into a log. Under the cover of the smoke bomb, Shimizu Miyako was led to believe that Minato had performed the substitution technique, growing complacent regarding the log on the ground. The strategy was straightforward. However, in the heat of battle, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to exposure. Such gambits are only employed when one feels outmatched. Yet, this is the nature of combat among ninjas. One cannot presume that every opponent will be inferior in strength. Overlooking even the minutest detail could result in dire consequences. You're working too hard, Minato. Go check on Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Tatsumi remarked. Haha, I'm on my way, Tatsumi, Minato replied, visibly pleased after overcoming his formidable opponent. Defeating a strong adversary was indeed a matter of pride for Minato, who was still a student at the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice rang out once more. The third and final match was about to commence, as this competition aimed to determine the top 3 contenders. Makoto, give it your all, Uchiha Tatsumi encouraged, gently ruffling Makoto's hair. Yes, Tatsumi, Makoto responded, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She had already been briefed on everything necessary. Now it was purely a matter of her own efforts. Once Uchiha Makoto and Aburame Shibi stood firmly on the arena, Orochimaru's raspy voice announced, "Let the battle begin." Makoto possessed dual attributes of fire and lightning. She had mastered techniques such as the Great Fireball Jutsu, which excelled in wide-area attacks, making her well-equipped to counter the Aburame's insect techniques. The battle was tense and poised for action. The opening was unremarkable as Makoto, opting for the first move, swiftly launched 3 shurikens. They arced gracefully through the air, heading straight for Aburame Shibi, who, clad in a white trench coat and donning ancestral sunglasses, appeared almost invisible. He deftly deflected the shurikens with his own. With nimble fingers, Aburame Shibi quickly formed hand seals. "Bind," he intoned. Makoto furrowed her brow, realizing she could no longer move her feet. "Get out of there, Makoto," Shoju shouted from the sidelines. "It's futile. My insects have already adhered to the ground beneath you. You cannot move now," Aburame Shibi stated, his hands still weaving seals. "Go, my precious ones." Suddenly, a swarm of insects surged forth from Shibi's trench coat, rushing directly towards Uchiha Makoto. However, Makoto remained calm. She swiftly formed her own seals, and a dazzling flash of lightning enveloped her, several arcs of electricity crackling around her form. "Oh, so you intend to electrocute the insects beneath you? Quite the clever strategy," Uchiha Tatsumi observed, urging Makoto onward. Cheers erupted from the spectators. After a brief moment, Makoto realized she could move again, just as Shibi's insects were closing in. She quickly threw down a smoke bomb. Despite the thick smoke obscuring the view, Aburame Shibi remained unfazed. He extended his hands, and the insects continued their relentless advance towards Makoto. These chakra-draining insects possessed an astonishing sensitivity to enemy chakra, serving as an excellent means of reconnaissance. They had located their target. With the information relayed back by the insects, second-year Uchiha Makoto, having escaped the immobilization, dashed to the right. "Go, my insects." A multitude of insects detached from the body of Oil Woman Shimi, encircling the direction of Makoto in a menacing formation. As the smoke dissipated, the insects had densely enveloped Makoto. "Makoto!" Rope Tree shouted anxiously from below. The power of the Oil Woman's clan's insects is well known. Once possessed, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from Uchiha Makoto. "Minato, Rope Tree, retreat." Amidst their bewildered expressions, Uchiha Tatsu grasped them and began to swiftly distance themselves from the arena. After retreating approximately 20 meters, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. In an instant, the vast arena was shrouded in the smoke and debris of the explosion. This detonation was utterly unexpected. Most of the students and observing teachers were still engaged in light-hearted banter when the intense blast struck a small cluster of students, as if the entire platform had been violently jolted. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a significant portion of the arena had been obliterated. Makoto gazing at the now eerily silent training ground, Uchiha Tatsu's eyes twitched slightly. The magnitude of this explosion could easily be classified as the power of a B-rank ninjutsu. Utilizing so many explosive tags was indeed a waste. Yet, an explosion is an art, he mused. No wonder Deidara relished explosions. They were quite exhilarating to behold. Just then, several shurikens were launched. Mikoto retaliated with a flurry of shurikens, their trajectories forming elegant arcs as they hurtled towards Oil Woman Shimi. Despite not fully comprehending the earlier explosion, Oil Woman Shimi remained exceptionally vigilant, promptly deflecting the shurikens. However, the shurikens seemed relentless in their assault. Useless, you cannot hit me. No matter how beautiful your throwing technique. It won't work, Oil Woman Shimi declared, effortlessly knocking away the shurikens. Undeterred, Mikoto watched as the ground around Oil Woman Shimi became littered with shurikens. What? It became apparent that each shuriken was tied with a transparent thread. This was the specialty silk of the Uchiha clan's matriarch. Rarely does anyone notice it. At this moment, Mikoto tightened one of the threads, and all the lines converged like a web, ensnaring Oil Woman Shimi tightly. Oh, impressive, Uchiha Tatsu remarked in admiration. Every member of the Uchiha clan is a master of shuriken and kunai throwing. This technique of combining long threads is a common tactic among the Uchiha. Lightning release, body flicker. Mikoto swiftly formed hand seals, directing the lightning along the long threads to strike Oil Woman Shimi. Unable to evade in time, she was struck by the lightning and collapsed to the ground. The victor is Uchiha Mikoto, standing at a close distance and unaffected by the blast. Orochimaru announced Mikoto's victory upon witnessing Oil Woman Shimi's fall. He then added, regarding the victor's training methods, we will contact the teachers for further details tomorrow. It is getting late, disperse. Mikoto walked towards the back of the arena, heading towards Uchiha Tatsu and the others. Impressive, Mikoto. Uchiha Chun gently stroked Mikoto's head. It's all good, she replied, her spirits high. By the way, what was that explosion just now? Shinshu inquired, perplexed. It was an explosion tag, Mikoto explained. I used lightning release to protect myself and zapped the insects beneath my feet. When my body was able to move, I employed a smoke bomb and utilized the shadow clone technique to divert the insects. Then, I seized the opportunity to detonate the explosion tags on the clones, annihilating those pests. What an impressive tactic. Now, Uchiha Chun, Minato, and Mikoto had all entered the top 3. Their upcoming guidance would be from the legendary 3 ninjas, which held tremendous significance. It is essential to note that all 3 of them were orphans, severely lacking systematic instruction. The gradual teachings of the Ninja Academy did not yield substantial growth in their abilities. As for Shinshu, he had grown up alongside the notorious trio immersed in vice, showing little regard for guidance. However, it must be said that despite such influences, he remained an honest person, perhaps even foolish, but that conveys the same essence. Upon Uchiha Chin's return home, the sky had turned completely dark. This was hardly surprising, as the outdoor training had lasted an extended period. By the time they exited the school, dusk had already begun to fall, primarily due to Uchiha Chin's reluctance to leave. Tsunade had been blocking the exit, leaving him hesitant to depart. Eventually, Tsunade, yearning for some fun, had no choice but to leave, yet her fierce expression as she departed instilled fear in Uchiha Chun. Had one not noticed that the cherry blossom tree at the entrance had been shattered by her wrath? After leaving, the 4 of them made their way to the legendary Ichiraku ramen shop to replenish their energy. Uchiha Chun now lay on his bed, brimming with excitement. It was time for the score tally, his favorite segment. Points are an art, he mused, my foolish system. He chuckled heartily, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, he raised his right hand and activated his virtual panel. It displayed the following. Host, Uchiha Chun, Country of Fire, Age, 6. Comprehensive Strength Index, an invincible presence in the Ninja Academy. Chakra level, 4,04000. Taijutsu level, 5,06000. Shuriken level, 4,04000. Ninjutsu level, 3,02000. Genjutsu level, 4,04000. Wind Attribute level, 2,01000. Fire Attribute level, 3,02000. Lightning Attribute level, 2,01000. Water Attribute level, 0,0100. Earth Attribute level, 0,0100. Yang Attribute level, 0,0100. Yin Attribute level, 0,0100. Remaining ninja points, 27100. Although he had seen this ninja point tally more than once, it still filled him with immense excitement. Originally, his ninja points stood at a mere 600. However, after consecutively defeating several adversaries, his ninja points have soared to an impressive 27,100. A wave of exhilaration enveloped him. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of entering the top 3 in the school trials. Thus, you have been awarded the title of Master of Skills. You have now received a reward of 5,000 ninja points for completing the task. In light of your success in accomplishing the first mission issued by the system, an additional reward of 3,000 ninja points has been granted. Your current balance of ninja points is 35,100. How splendid. Indeed, fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system is the unequivocal pathway to amassing substantial ninja points. Had he adhered to the previous methodical approach, who knows how many years it would take to accumulate enough ninja points to purchase a vehicle or a home. Uchiha Shin promptly allocated his ninja points to enhance his taijutsu. First, he aimed to resolve the issue concerning the cross-dressing enthusiast. Congratulations, host. Your taijutsu attribute has ascended to level 6. With level 6 taijutsu, your endurance, speed, perception, and comprehension of taijutsu have significantly improved. He added more points. Congratulations, host. Your taijutsu attribute has risen to level 7. With level 7 taijutsu, your endurance, speed, perception, and comprehension of taijutsu have further enhanced. Uchiha Shin then devoted 8,000 ninja points to elevate his shuriken and genjutsu to level 5. Upon reviewing his status panel, he resolutely upgraded his chakra attribute, hand seal attribute, and the 3 elemental attributes of wind, fire, and lightning to level 4. At this juncture, Uchiha Shin's status panel appeared as follows. Host, Uchiha Shin Country, Land of Fire Age, 6 Comprehensive Strength Index, a formidable presence among the Jinin chakra. Level 4, 4,000, Taijutsu. Level 7, 12,000, Shuriken. Level 5, 6,000, Hand Seals. Level 4, 4,000, Ninjutsu. Level 4, 4,000, Genjutsu. Level 5, 6,000, Wind Attribute. Level 4, 4,000, Fire Attribute. Level 4, 4,000, Lightning Attribute. Level 4, 4,000, Water Attribute. Level 100, Earth Attribute. Level 100, Yang Attribute. Level 100, Yin Attribute. Level 100, Remaining Ninja Points. 100. Uchiha Shin did not allocate all his points solely to taijutsu. On one hand, there was no need for such haste. On the other, he recognized the importance of maintaining a well-rounded approach. Many of these attributes are interdependent. An excessive focus on one area could easily render him vulnerable to targeted attacks. A balanced strategy is the true path to mastery. With a sigh, Uchiha Shin pondered the perpetual inadequacy of ninja points, akin to the ceaseless struggle for financial resources. When would he be liberated from the arduous task of earning points? He wished he could post a personal ad seeking a system to cater to his needs. For instance, I am a system in distress, possessing fair skin, beauty, and excellent physical condition, seeking a high-quality system for support. Uchiha Shin is now merely 12,000 ninja points away from reaching the 8th level in physical skills. Currently in his 2nd year, he feels confident that he will soon accumulate the necessary points, as time is on his side. With the threat of the system's imposing figure no longer looming over him, Uchiha Shin finally breathes a sigh of relief. Humph, system, I shall soon escape your grasp. Fear not, host. Once you complete this task, there will be other tasks awaiting you. Rest assured, the system's mechanical voice replied, devoid of any emotion. I see. As expected from a system, no one can match its underhanded tactics, he mused. Let us call it long-term planning. Descending from his bed, Uchiha Shin, now in high spirits after adding points, decided to take a stroll through the quiet streets of Konoha at night, pondering matters he had never considered before. He had meticulously crafted a training plan for himself, realizing there was no need to rush. Much like Minato, who refines chakra at his leisure, the chakra capacity at this age is fixed. Frequent refinement would only be a waste of effort, yielding no tangible results. In essence, the limitations of his 6-year-old body are firmly established. All training must take into account his physical endurance. The notion of training relentlessly every moment is unreasonable for a child. While diligence is commendable, it must be within the bounds of one's physical capabilities. The tragic fate of Itachi, who suffered from a terminal illness, may indeed be linked to his excessive training in his youth. Uchiha Shin's body is not yet suited for round-the-clock training. Adequate rest is equally essential. After shedding the burden of accumulating points, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Dressed in his windbreaker, Uchiha Shin meandered along the path towards the village. The surroundings were tranquil, lacking the usual bustle, as he deliberately avoided the commercial street. Instead, he took a secluded path leading to Hokage Rock, renowned as Konoha's most iconic landmark, offering an exceptional view. Uchiha Shin halted, spotting someone who definitely should not be there, Hinata Himeji. At this moment, she stood quietly at the intersection, clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan. No, she was more accurately blocking his path. Ah, Himeji-san, what a coincidence. Uchiha Shin greeted her, clearly aware that she had come to confront him. Internally, he braced himself, his chakra swirling intensely. His stance appeared flawless. Yet it was riddled with vulnerabilities. Could she be seeking vengeance? Was she here to retaliate for her defeat earlier that afternoon? Were there others lurking nearby? It seemed the verbal sparring from earlier had not gone in her favor. Hinata Himeji remained silent, her white pupils fixated on Uchiha Shin, casting an eerie aura under the moonlight. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shin could no longer contain himself. May I inquire what fortuitous circumstance has led to our unexpected encounter on this secluded path? Just a coincidence, Hinata Himeji replied, her expression unyielding. Stop with the lies. How could one possibly encounter such a coincidence in this place? Uchiha Shin attempted to emit a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, how fortuitous." The winding path stretched ahead, while the tranquil street revealed its elegance beneath the moonlight. The air was infused with the fragrant essence of grass, and the gentle breeze of May embraced the earth. Standing in the moonlit glow, Uchiha Shin gradually reined in his smile and inquired, "What brings you to seek me, Hinata Himeji?" Hinata Himeji lowered her gaze slightly and replied, "Are you familiar with the main and branch families of the Hinata clan?" Indeed, it was about such matters. As descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the Hinata clan possesses ancient traditions that, over time, have morphed into intricate contradictions. If these contradictions remain unresolved, they are bound to erupt eventually. The current discord within the Hinata clan is primarily manifested between the main and branch families. Uchiha Shin's understanding of the Hinata clan was limited to what he had encountered in manga. "I am eager to learn more," he stated earnestly. Hinata Himeji began to elaborate. The Hinata clan, as an ancient lineage, is renowned for the Byakugan, one of the three great ocular jutsus. However, the Byakugan differs significantly from the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, numerous ninjas attempted to implant the Sharingan, yet all endeavors ended in failure. Without the Uchiha bloodline, it is exceedingly difficult to unleash the true power of the Sharingan, and the body would suffer severe rejection reactions, imposing a grave burden. Conversely, the Byakugan can be utilized once a complete eye is transplanted, without the dire rejections experienced with the Sharingan. Uchiha Shin recalled that indeed, there was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village who had undergone such a procedure. Hinata Himeji continued, "Thus, in the tumultuous era of the Warring States, the Byakugan of the Hinata clan was coveted by many surrounding ninja clans, who coveted its power. Eventually, the clan leader of the Hinata family entered into a marriage alliance with the Uzumaki clan, marrying their princess. To address the issues surrounding the Byakugan, the Uzumaki princess developed a seal based on sealing techniques, which perfectly resolved the dilemma. This seal, known as the caged bird, was designed to safeguard the Byakugan. Consequently, the Hinata clan was divided into the main and branch families. All members of the branch family bore the caged bird seal. From that point onward, the main family became the true heirs of the Hinata clan, tasked with the responsibility of protecting and promoting its legacy. Meanwhile, the branch family became the guardians of the main family, enduring a life of suffering as they shouldered the burden of safeguarding the main line. Uchiha Shin, perplexed, inquired, "As the eldest daughter of the main family, you should not be troubled by such matters, correct? It is unlikely that you would bear the caged bird seal?" Hinata Himeji nodded, "I will not. However, my second brother will. Every system, over time, gives rise to various issues," Hinata Himeji continued. "Those marked by the caged bird seal from the branch family are subjected to control by the main family through the seal. The main family can disrupt the neural pathways of the branch members via the caged bird, exerting control until the seal is lifted upon death. Moreover, this cursed mark possesses the ability to seal the Byakugan, thereby significantly safeguarding it from external exposure." Such actions undoubtedly elicited profound dissatisfaction among the branch family members. Although the cursed mark can dictate the life and death of the branch family, it cannot govern the resentment harbored within their hearts. Thus, one fateful day, the family erupted in rebellion. Some discontented members of the branch family allied with foreign ninjas to launch a surprise attack on the main family. Though the insurrection was swiftly quelled, the Hyuga clan was left considerably weakened. Consequently, to preserve the relationship between the branch and main families and to alleviate their discord, a new system was proposed within the Hyuga clan. This stipulation required that the heads of both the main and branch families must share a close blood relation, ideally within 3 generations, and must have grown up together as kin. Thus, every 2 or 3 generations, a child would be selected anew from the main family. This chosen child would be marked as a caged bird, inheriting the position of the branch family leader. Hinata Himeji's voice grew increasingly cold. This approach indeed quelled much of the branch family's fury. After all, even the closest kin of the family head would be marked as a caged bird. Becoming a member of the branch family, what grievances could the branch members possibly harbor against the main family? Moreover, even if the branch family members remained disgruntled, the branch family leader, being a close relative of the main family's head, would possess their own considerations. They would earnestly contemplate the interests of the main family, at least refraining from further rebellion. Uchiha Shin understood this well. Truly, it was the cunning of a family with a legacy spanning millennia. Hinata Himeji clenched her fists, her voice resonating once more. And now, in our generation, we are to begin the selection of a child to inherit the position of the branch family leader. The next generation's leader of the Hyuga clan's main family had already been determined to be my elder brother. As for the twin brother, the Council of Elders decided to appoint him as the leader of the branch family. Ah, I see. Uchiha Shin had an epiphany. He had always wondered why Hinata Hizashi, as the younger brother, would become the leader of the branch family. If only one individual from each generation could assume the role of the main family. With the others marked by the cursed seal, the number of main family members would be exceedingly sparse. Now, it was finally clear. One must concede that the individual who conceived such a system had a chillingly astute grasp of human nature. As the younger brother, Hizashi, despite any dissatisfaction, would ultimately acquiesce to Hayashi, for he was, after all, his elder brother. Such blood ties are inextricable. Conversely, if the branch family leader were someone distanced by several generations from Hayashi, they would undoubtedly lack the inclination to consider Hayashi's interests in every matter. Hinata Himeji was somewhat agitated. Why? Why must those who belong to the same Hyuga clan bear such burdens? Ninjas are defined as such precisely because they are often compelled to make ruthless choices. Is this the dilemma that the branch family members must face? At this moment, Hinata Himeji's Byakugan unintentionally activated. One clan, one clan. These individuals only concern themselves with their own lineage. However, they never consider the feelings of the branch family. Do the members of the branch family not bear the name of Hyuga? I feel a profound sorrow for such a clan. Is this the fate of a ninja? Hinata Himeji turned to Uchiha Shin. My elder brother will soon become a caged bird. What must I do to alter this reality? You say I must grow. But if it were you, Uchiha Shin, if it were you, what would you do? In response to Hinata Himeji's inquiry, Uchiha Shin fell into silence. Rather than a matter of action, it pertains to the way of the ninja, or perhaps the essence of existence itself. In the world before Uchiha Shin's rebirth, such notions would only invite ridicule and mockery. Yet, in the world of Naruto, even the least serious individuals, even those as carefree as Jiraiya or Naruto, genuinely contemplate these matters. After all, it is a world both real and merciless. Himeji, you are too fixated on the trivialities of the clan, thus neglecting what truly matters, strength. At present, you lack power, and as a result, you are constrained by rules, premonitions, or mere imaginings. Weakness is original sin. If you wish to alter the future of the Hyuga clan, you must transcend your current limitations and enhance your strength. Years later, your elder brother will undoubtedly ascend to the position of clan head, while your younger brother will assume the role of head of the branch family, only to sacrifice himself in a mission or war to protect your elder brother. If fortune favors him, your younger brother may survive. Yet, his offspring will still bear the cursed mark, ultimately perishing in a mission for the sake of the main family. Is not destiny merely a path predetermined? If you wish to change this fate, what you must do now is to grow stronger, to become formidable. Then, if you can attain the title of Hokage or possess absolute power, the Hyuga clan will transform because of you, will it not? Hokage? After parting from Hinata Himeji, Uchiha Shin returned home alone. For him, enlightening Hinata Himeji was merely a small favor. The fruits of this endeavor, however, were beyond his control. Perhaps Hinata Himeji could indeed become Hokage and alter the course of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Shin retraced his steps, his previous interest in a leisurely stroll dissipating. The lightness of his spirit was once again overshadowed by a weighty gloom. Time remains eternally aloof, overseeing our lives, manipulating the narratives of birth and death that intertwine us all. It silences the most vivacious souls, renders the most resilient weights insipid, and dulls the most sensitive hearts. Yet we are powerless to resist. Uchiha Shin approached his home. Who? Uchiha Shin squinted, his eyes narrowing with caution. Just moments ago, an elusive presence had locked onto him. In a flash, a figure appeared before Uchiha Shin. So swift. Uchiha Shin lifted his gaze. Before him stood a man in his 30s, clad in the distinctive long coat of the Uchiha clan, his expression stern as he regarded Uchiha Chun. A chill ran through Uchiha Chin's body. Realizing that the aura he had sensed earlier was intentionally displayed by the man before him. Vice Captain of the Guard, is there something you require of me? Uchiha Chin's voice conveyed a perfectly measured respect. Indeed, the individual across from him was Uchiha Han, the Vice Captain of the Guard under the auspices of the Uchiha clan. He had been a prominent figure within the clan, serving as the right hand to the clan leader over the years. It's rather late. Where have you been? Uchiha Han inquired with an enigmatic tone. Uchiha Chun found it difficult to discern the man's demeanor. I merely took a solitary stroll, he replied, ruffling his hair and feigning a somewhat awkward smile before someone of such stature. There is no need to be anxious. It is perfectly acceptable to take a walk after a long day of training, Uchiha Han remarked with a semblance of concern for his junior. The clan leader wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. What is it tonight? Everyone seems to have matters to discuss with me. When did I become such a significant figure? Uchiha Chin silently followed, recognizing that some forces were beyond his capacity to resist. Despite Uchiha Han's current amiable demeanor, he was a man whose hands were stained with the lives of many. Uchiha Han deliberately slowed his pace, evidently cautious that Uchiha Chun might struggle to keep up. Uchiha Chun's residence was a considerable distance from the clan leader's abode, located at the heart of the Uchiha estate. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chun resided on the periphery. Nevertheless, this was Uchiha Chun's first visit to the clan leader's home, a place where one could truly appreciate the profound heritage of Konoha's foremost clan. This was indeed the life of the affluent. As they traversed a lengthy courtyard, they encountered a youth in his teens clad in training attire, engaged in combat with the Jonin. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Chun held a keen interest in Uchiha Fugaku, for he was a man who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Moreover, he was the father of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. However, whether Itachi and Sasuke would ever come into existence was beyond Uchiha Chin's knowledge. After all, there existed a shade of green known as Fugaku Green, reminiscent of a youth beneath the vast expanse of the Hulunber grassland. Under Uchiha Han's guidance, Uchiha Chin entered a chamber filled with scrolls. Within sat Uchiha-san, diligently attending to clan affairs. Approaching his 40th year, Uchiha-san exuded a commanding presence. He was a figure to be reckoned with, having survived the tumultuous Warring States period and the First Great Ninja War. His experiences during those times had fostered a sharper disposition than that of the average ninja, akin to a finely honed blade. With a mere wave of his hand, Uchiha Han promptly withdrew from the room. Clan leader, Uchiha Chun murmured, his gaze lowered. There was no choice, one must bow beneath the eaves. As Uchiha Chun lamented, weakness was indeed an original sin. Even as a prodigy, he remained merely a student of the Ninja Academy. You have arrived. Uchiha Mountain paused his writing, lifting his gaze to survey Uchiha Chun. Under the weight of this imposing aura, Uchiha Chun found it somewhat difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the other party promptly reigned in his presence. All right, sit down quickly, child. Uchiha Mountain said with a cheerful smile. Indeed, indeed. You truly embody the talent of the Uchiha clan, which has recently been in the spotlight. I hear your tales even within our clan. You bring great honor to the Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Mountain donned a caring expression towards the younger generation of the clan. In the past, I was quite close with your father, Uchiha Kagami. We shared a bond of both teacher and friend. It is lamentable that he passed away at such a young age, he remarked with a sigh. What a farce. Uchiha Kagami, as a disciple of the second Hokage, had strong ties with these conservatives, which is utterly absurd. Moreover, Uchiha Shin had been ostracized within the clan for years, and he had never seen them stand up for him. If Uchiha Shin were not a time traveler, he might have genuinely been moved by the display of sincere sorrow on that aged face, tears of sadness streaming down. The other was undoubtedly a powerhouse, possessing superior acting skills compared to Uchiha Shin. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shin's expression remained one of astonishment. "You knew my father?" "Of course. Your father and I were the best of friends. He was the foremost expert of our Uchiha clan back in the day," Uchiha Mountain lamented, elongating his voice with a sorrowful demeanor. Uchiha Shin silently cursed the old fox. "What a pity, esteemed clan leader. A pity that your father was betrayed," Uchiha Mountain replied, his face etched with fury. "Impossible. Didn't Lord Hokage say my father died in the line of duty?" Uchiha Mountain displayed an expression of profound grief. "Indeed, that was my initial belief as well. However, I later sensed something amiss and have been secretly investigating for years. Eventually, I uncovered the truth. It turns out that while your father, Uchiha Kagami, was on a mission, his information was leaked, leading to his ambush and demise by the enemy. Who was responsible?" Uchiha Shin inquired at the opportune moment. "It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader of the root, Danzo Shimura. After the second Hokage fell in battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily assumed the role of the third Hokage. However, he was too young and lacked stability in his position. At that time, your father, Uchiha Kagami, did everything in his power to help Sarutobi Hiruzen secure his position, which caused great apprehension within Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the influence of the Uchiha clan. He feared that your father would usurp power, rendering him a mere puppet. Thus, during one of your father's missions, he conspired with the current leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, to orchestrate your father's demise. As Uchiha Mountain became increasingly animated, he could not help but rise to his feet. "How unbecoming of me. Child, we are all of Uchiha blood. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Moreover, consider this. We, the Uchiha clan, are one of the founding families of Konohagakure. The Senju clan has produced 2 Hokage, yet our Uchiha clan remains marginalized from the center of power. Are you content with this, child? Do you not wish to inherit your father's legacy and become Hokage?" Uchiha Mountain implored. Inside Uchiha Shin's mind, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled as he reflected on his recent machinations, having just persuaded Hinata Himeji to aspire to the position of Hokage, only to find himself now being similarly coaxed. "So, my child, if you seek vengeance, your current strength is insufficient. You require the aid of your clan," echoed Uchiha Yama's voice. "What is it that the clan leader requires of me?" Uchiha Shin inquired, lowering his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yama responded, "You have secured a position among the top 3 today, granting you the privilege to select one of the 3 elite jonin. Thus, I urge you to choose Orochimaru." Uchiha Shin, seated, lifted his head in astonishment at Uchiha Yama's words. "Orochimaru? Indeed. If you wish to avenge your father, you must align yourself with Orochimaru." Uchiha Yama intoned gravely. "Among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Orochimaru stands as the most likely candidate to ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage. Though Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, she is but a woman and lacks the ambition to become Hokage. As for Jiraiya, he is merely a fool, possessing little hope of attaining such a title. Orochimaru, however, is different. He has perfectly inherited the mastery of ninjutsu from the 3rd Hokage. Only Orochimaru has truly carried forward Sarutobi Hiruzen's legacy in the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Despite being a commoner, he is a genuine prodigy, and among Hiruzen's disciples, he is favored above all. Therefore, Orochimaru is the most likely to inherit the mantle of the 4th Hokage. If you wish for revenge, you must approach Orochimaru and become his disciple, gain his trust, and continually gather intelligence from me. Only then will you stand a chance against Sarutobi Hiruzen and avenge your father, Uchiha Kagami. Should you succeed, the Uchiha clan will wholeheartedly support your ascendancy to Hokage. In that scenario, Fugaku will be the clan leader, and you will be Hokage, mutually uplifting the Uchiha clan. This is my wish for you." Uchiha Shin narrowed his eyes, his complexion flushed with intrigue. Yet, internally, he could not help but scoff. "A spy? Am I to tread the same path as Uchiha Itachi?" He found himself in a precarious situation. Previously, his sole ambition was to accumulate ninja points and grow stronger, but reality does not afford him such luxury. A prodigy inevitably attracts the attention of various factions, and as a newly emerging talent, being the son of Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage, Uchiha Chun finds himself thrust into a game of power. The third Hokage and the Uchiha clan would soon begin their contest for influence, leaving Uchiha Chun with the urgent necessity to choose his allegiance. Should he side with the Hokage, the Uchiha clan, or even possibly root? Various forces are already stirring, eager to draw him into their fold. Uchiha Yama's words contained a kernel of truth, but Uchiha Chun remained uncertain. However, the notion that they would support him in becoming Hokage seemed utterly absurd. Had he been merely a 6-year-old boy, he might have been easily swayed. Alas, he was not. If endowed with such ability, Uchiha Mountain would undoubtedly exert every effort to elevate his son Fugaku to the position of Hokage. Conversely, Uchiha Tatsu, once his utility is exhausted, would likely be discarded. It must be acknowledged that Uchiha Mountain exemplifies the tactical acumen of a ninja seasoned in the Warring States period, possessing an analytical prowess that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Presently, Orochimaru indeed stands as the most exemplary candidate for Hokage in the eyes of the third Hokage. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Ultimately, the unfolding events will diverge significantly from Uchiha Mountain's expectations. Orochimaru's cold demeanor and insatiable ambition have deprived this favored disciple of the third Hokage of his chance to ascend to Hokage. Furthermore, with Minato's unexpected rise, Orochimaru's hopes have been utterly extinguished. Ironically, the one deemed the most inept by Uchiha Mountain, Jiraiya, emerges as the most likely candidate among the trio to attain the title of Hokage. Yet, due to Jiraiya's inherently laid-back nature and reluctance to pursue the Hokage position, he yields it to Tsunade. The most favored, Orochimaru, ultimately betrays the village, while the least favored, Jiraiya, holds the greatest potential for the role. Ultimately, the position of Hokage is claimed by Tsunade, who once mocked the Hokage as a fool. Thus, the unpredictability of fate is evident. Among the three, Uchiha Tatsu harbors the least desire to become Orochimaru's disciple. Setting aside Orochimaru's twisted nature, even though he currently shows no interest in the Sharingan, it is certain that once he discovers the true power of the Uchiha clan's eyes, he will be tempted, despite Orochimaru possessing both skill and knowledge. Making him an ideal mentor, having such a person as a master is far from reassuring. Uchiha Tatsu's expression betrays his inner turmoil. What troubles you? Is there a problem? Uchiha Mountain inquires, narrowing his eyes. Well, Lady Tsunade has already approached me during the day and requested that I choose her as my mentor. Should I refuse her tomorrow? Clan leader? Uchiha Tatsu responds with a tone of reluctance. Uchiha Mountain pauses, pondering. Tsunade, you say? He muses, lightly tapping the table, creating a momentary oppressive atmosphere. It appears that even the princess of the Senju clan has taken notice of our Uchiha clan's prodigious youth. A gentle expression crosses Uchiha Mountain's face. Yet Tatsu feels a chill within. It seems Uchiha Mountain has developed a sense of foreboding regarding him. Do not refuse Tsunade. Maintain a good relationship with her, as well as with her brother, Nawaki. Moreover, when you graduate, I will devise a way for you to become Orochimaru's disciple. Let us consider tonight's events as if they never transpired. The Uchiha clan will always stand as your support. Do not disappoint me, my child. Uchiha Mountain pats Uchiha Tatsu on the shoulder. Go to the clan and collect some scrolls. Our Uchiha clan is incomparable to the Ninja Academy. Spend more time with my son Fugaku. You two will become good friends. Uchiha Mountain chuckles heartily, waving his hand to signal Uchiha Tatsu's departure. Tatsu, visibly moved, slowly exits the room. After a while, a figure suddenly appears in the room. The figure kneels before the table, revealing itself to be the vice captain, Uchiha Han. How do you feel? Uchiha Mountain inquires. Uchiha Chun harbors a profound distrust towards us, and rightly so. My words are, after all, a blend of truth and deception. Over the years, the clan has persistently ostracized him, relegating him to remote corners. It is entirely reasonable for him to be wary of us. However, I did not anticipate that amidst such adversity, Uchiha Chun would rise and flourish. Truly, he is worthy of being called the son of Kagami. Then why did you not dispatch subordinates to eliminate him sooner, considering that Uchiha Kagami's demise is inextricably linked to us? Why this sudden shift in treatment towards him? The Uchiha clan may appear to be in a position of power. Diplomatically, one might say we oversee the security of Konoha, yet unflatteringly, we are but the dogs kept by the village. Our intelligence regarding the higher echelons of Konoha is woefully inadequate, Uchiha Yamato elucidated. Thus, I require a mediator, a spy. The son of Uchiha Kagami would serve as an excellent conduit. Sarutobi Hisashi would place his trust in him. After all, he is the son of Uchiha Kagami. Therefore, he cannot be eliminated just yet. He remains firmly within my grasp, as I have already discerned Uchiha Shin's vulnerabilities. What we need is to plant a thorn in Uchiha Shin's heart. If he comes to believe that Sarutobi Hisashi may have been the architect of his father's murder, that will suffice. This thorn will breed prejudice, which in turn will foster distrust, and distrust breeds resentment. Often, a mere nudge is all that is required. Thus, you understand what must be done? Indeed, my subordinate comprehends. Uchiha Han retreated slowly. Uchiha Yamato sat in his chair, eyes closed. The most critical point, which he refrained from articulating, was that Orochimaru would subsequently emerge as a rival to Fugaku in the race for Hokage. By embedding a nail beside him, any unfavorable intelligence discovered regarding Orochimaru would become a profound blemish on his reputation. Kagami, I never anticipated that even in death, you would assist me so significantly. I shall ensure your son is well cared for. A subdued laughter echoed within the room as Uchiha Yamato reveled in his thoughts. Uchiha Shin merely selected a scroll detailing the experiences of the Sharingan and departed. Why not take advantage of this? He lacks for ninjutsu, after all. Yet, at that moment, he truly wished to express his frustration and give Uchiha Yamato a symbolic gesture of defiance. You may seek someone more competent. Uchiha Shin internally lamented. It is not a matter of modesty. How did a mere second-year student at the Ninja Academy suddenly catch the attention of such prominent figures? Previously, he was but a struggling fish out of water. Uchiha Shin had always adhered to the principle of amassing wealth in silence, remaining reticent amidst the wisdom of the elders. Now, unexpectedly, the clan leader approached him with the proclamation, I have decided, after careful consideration, that you shall be the future Hokage. Such a decree feels almost preordained. Uchiha Shin strolled back to his home, uncertain if he was being watched. In the stillness of the night, the entire clan territory lay enveloped in silence. The streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow around him. Uchiha Shin suddenly perceived that this place resembled a grand, magnificent grave. His current location felt merely like a small mound within it. It appears that eventually, he must seek a new residence. However, none of this concerns him any longer. To become a mere pawn, one must possess the awareness that accompanies such a role. If he wishes to overturn the game or become a player himself, he must first possess the requisite strength. Otherwise, he would only meet a disastrous end. The death of his father, Uchiha Kagami, undoubtedly harbors mysteries. He certainly does not trust the words of Uchiha Yamato. As for whether it relates to the Uchiha clan, he remains uncertain. Nonetheless, he is resolute in investigating these matters thoroughly. None of these individuals shall escape accountability. At present, he remains quite feeble, only able to navigate the intricate web of various factions. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, Uchiha Tsubasa awakened. The morning light filtered through the trees planted at the entrance of his home, casting a gentle glow upon his face through the gaps in the lush green leaves. Uchiha Tsubasa opened his bleary eyes and, with a delicate motion, formed a hand seal for wind release. A gentle breeze swept through, eliciting a comfortable hum from him. This method of cultivation significantly enhances one's control over chakra. After some practice, he found himself increasingly adept at this manipulation. His inaugural attempt at such a feat occurred within the confines of a classroom. It was a delightful afternoon when Uchiha Tsubasa, struck by inspiration, unleashed a wind release technique in the classroom. It was refreshing and exhilarating. However, the aftermath was quite chaotic, as every desk in the classroom was sent flying. Consequently, he was assigned a week of detention by Uncle Nishimura. Yet, integrating ninjutsu into his daily life indeed sharpened his control over chakra. Chakra is not solely reserved for combat and warfare. At this moment, Uchiha Tsubasa felt utterly awake. However, he wrapped himself tighter in his blanket and turned over, preparing to drift back to sleep. After a considerable time, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. Knock, knock. After 3 knocks, the sound ceased. The person outside skillfully retrieved a key to Uchiha Tsubasa's home from their backpack. After changing their shoes in the entryway, they stepped inside. Is that Mikoto? Uchiha Tsubasa pondered. Occasionally, Mikoto would arrive early and rouse him from slumber. Thus, she possessed a key to his room. Thanks to her, Uchiha Tsubasa found himself tardy less frequently. At that moment, soft sounds emanated from the kitchen. Uchiha Tsubasa quickly donned his flamboyant Uchiha windbreaker and exited his bedroom. He then observed Mikoto, busily occupied in the kitchen. Wrapped in a scarf, the scene felt as though it had abruptly shifted from a fervent manga to a heartwarming family narrative. "Mikoto, you certainly rose early today," Uchiha Tsubasa remarked as he gazed at her. I wasn't particularly sleepy this morning. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? You usually dawdle." "And it's still early," she replied. Haha. I occasionally rise early as well," Uchiha Tsubasa said, scratching his head. Tsubasa, is there something on your mind? Mikoto, is there anything special you'd like to eat?" "Well, anything is fine. After all, everything you make is delicious." "Really? I understand. In fact, I planned to try baking cookies last night, but I burned them," she confessed. After finishing breakfast, Mikoto and Uchiha Tsubasa set off together toward the ninja academy. It is indeed rare for me to be out this early. Uchiha Shun and Mikoto traversed the bustling streets. Along the way, Uchiha Shun encountered Shoju, who was making his way from the Senju clan's territory. "Good morning, Shun, Mikoto," Shoju greeted them. "Good morning, Shoju," Mikoto replied. "It's unusual to see you up this early." "Shun," Shoju remarked with curiosity. "I can occasionally arrive early. You know, you little rascal," Shun retorted. "You, who is perpetually late on the first day of class. Have the audacity to say such things," Shoju scoffed. "I was delayed because I helped an elderly lady cross the street. As the heir to the Hokage, you wouldn't understand." Shun defended. You better prepare yourself to be trained by my sister," Mikoto chuckled, observing the playful banter between Uchiha Shun and Shoju. At that moment, Uchiha Shun was intently scrutinizing Shoju. "Is something amiss?" "Shun, what is it? Why do you keep staring at my handsome face with such a peculiar gaze?" Shoju felt a twinge of discomfort. "No, it's just that today you seem rather different," Shun said. "Oh, you noticed? There's nothing unusual. I'm exactly the same as before." Shoju averted his gaze, unable to meet Shin's probing eyes. Had he been seen through so quickly? This was a matter he wished to conceal at all costs. After all, the fact that he had just acquired a younger sister must remain hidden from a lecherous person like Uchiha Shun. He would not hesitate to lie if necessary. "What I meant by different is that you seem particularly cheerful this morning, and you appear to be quite guarded around me," Shun observed. "Isn't that a bit too perceptive?" Shoju stammered. Shun was indeed correct. This morning, Shoju was brimming with energy. The reason for this transformation was undoubtedly due to his grandmother, Uzumaki Mizuho, informing him that a younger sister would soon be arriving from another village to Konoha. "Can you share with me, Shoju? We could exchange information. Isn't that a fundamental duty of a ninja?" Uchiha Shin coaxed. What information? Shoju felt a flicker of interest. Were there secrets in the village he was unaware of? "Let me think. Just earlier, Mikoto and I passed by several shops featuring beautiful older sisters in short skirts." "What did you say?" "Shun, we must hurry," Shoju exclaimed, pulling Uchiha Shin along. "They could possibly be spies from enemy villages. For the safety of our village, we must commence a thorough investigation," Shoju insisted, determined to scrutinize the shops he suspected of harboring spies. Uchiha Shun was taken aback by Shoju's sudden shift towards such investigative fervor. Was this the same honest person he had known? Thus, he resolved to reconsider the label of honest he had assigned to Shoju. It appeared that among the notorious trio of vice, the one who had the most significant influence on Shoju was surprisingly Jiraiya. Who would have thought that Uchiha Shun could misjudge someone? Perhaps tomorrow's headlines in Konoha Daily would read, "Shock. Jiraiya kidnaps the young Senju clan leader, and young Senju clan leader makes stunning statements." Indeed, one should tread carefully. From now on, it would be wise to keep a distance from Jiraiya. With his considerable influence, it is likely that all the single souls in Konoha will heed his call. Just consider, even Kakashi, with his icy demeanor, has evolved into a rather coy individual often seen with risque literature. What else could be deemed impossible? Indeed, Uchiha Shins could audaciously attempt to exonerate the third Hokage. The third Hokage, known for his voyeuristic tendencies, undoubtedly succumbed to Jiraiya's influence. At this moment, beside Uchiha Shins, Mikoto chuckled softly, finding the situation rather amusing. Uchiha Shins turned to see Mikoto, her cold smile offering praise, though her eyes betrayed no warmth, instilling a sense of trepidation akin to the chill of winter. Despite it being merely May, eager to interrupt Shoju's monologue, Uchiha Shins asserted, "We must head to school. If we linger, we risk tardiness." Shoju hesitated. But for the safety of the village, I cannot help but feel uneasy if I do not investigate. Should you hesitate any longer, you might find yourself worrying about my safety. Uchiha Shin interjected swiftly. By the way, your sister is coming today. If Lady Tsunade discovers you are skipping class to scout for enemies, you must hurry to school. After a night apart, Shoju confessed, I find myself missing teacher Nishimura. Now, that is the Shoju I know. It appears that Tsunade's influence has cast quite a shadow over your childhood. After comforting Mikoto, the trio continued their journey toward the ninja academy. Along the way, Uchiha Shin finally grasped the reason behind Shoju's unusual behavior. Your sister is coming? He exclaimed in surprise. Do you have a long-lost sister? No, that sister is a relative of my grandmother's. By their lineage, she would be considered my cousin, Shoju clarified. Oh, Uchiha Shin elongated his response, finally deducing who it was. Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of Naruto, the latest host of the Nine Tails. The arrival of Kushina indicated that Uzumaki Mito's condition had deteriorated. As one of the last remaining figures from the era of the first Hokage, her time was drawing to a close. Was an era coming to an end? Uchiha Shin fell into a sudden silence. What is the matter, Chins? Why the sudden gloom? Mikoto sensed the shift in Uchiha Shin's mood immediately. Nothing at all, he replied, though it was clear that Shoju remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Even Tsunade was likely kept in the dark due to its significance. As his friend, Uchiha Shin found himself at a loss for words, hoping that Shoju would not succumb to despair when the time came. Before long, the three arrived at the school. Having arrived significantly earlier than usual, the number of students present was still quite sparse. However, as Uchiha Shin entered the classroom, a sudden murmur erupted within. Hey, did you see that? Upon witnessing such an incredible occurrence, Uchiha Shin found himself incredulous. How could it be? He mused. Is it really Uchiha Shin or merely a transformation technique? He acknowledged his own charm and notoriety, yet he had never before evoked such astonishment. Uchiha Shin's brow furrowed with confusion as he discreetly eavesdropped on their conversation. How could he arrive so early? He pondered, greatly tempted to interject, but deciding to let the matter slide for the time being. Humph, you have narrowly escaped peril today. However, I shall make a note of your names for the next round of ninja rankings. After a while, Minato entered the classroom. Hey, Minato. Good morning. Uchiha Shin greeted him promptly. As my dear friend, Minato would surely not make such a basic blunder. He knows me well, Uchiha Shin reassured himself. Did I oversleep? Minato responded, looking bewildered at Uchiha Shin. Perhaps Minato should consider an eye examination, Uchiha Shin thought, feeling a surge of protectiveness towards his friend. Uchiha Shin, perhaps you should visit the infirmary. There are medical ninjas available, Mr. Nishimura suggested hesitantly from the podium. Today, the infamous trio was scheduled to train the students. And since all three were from his class, Mr. Nishimura had arrived early. After a moment's hesitation upon seeing Uchiha Shin, he resolved to send him to the infirmary. Is it truly so strange that I arrived early at school? Uchiha Shin reflected, feeling somewhat exasperated. Honestly, you all are quite rude. Just yesterday, the Uchiha clan leader sought me out, and the pressure was immense. I arrived a bit earlier than usual, and there is no need for such astonishment. His internal monologue continued to critique their reactions, and he felt a profound sense of regret regarding Mr. Nishimura's attitude. Is this what solitude feels like? Uchiha Shin wondered as he perused his notes on chakra nature transformation while awaiting the arrival of the legendary Sannin. However, as the morning neared its end, they had yet to appear. Hey, Shina, is your sister perhaps detained for cheating at the casino? Why is she so late? Uchiha Shin asked, exasperation creeping into his voice. They had agreed she would come this morning, yet the hours had passed without a single sight of her. Well, you know, jonin are generally quite busy, Shina defended, attempting to salvage his sister's reputation. However, he was acutely aware that she was currently without a mission and had no pressing engagements. In fact, that morning, he had seen her lounging in bed, showing no signs of waking. He had heard from family members that Tsunade had been at the casino the previous night, only returning in the early hours, having lost all her earnings from the mission, including those from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Shina, I am aware that Konoha has been cracking down on such activities lately, Uchiha Shin remarked. I now harbor suspicions that Lord Orochimaru has been apprehended by the Umbu due to drug trafficking. Meanwhile, Lord Jiraiya may have been dispatched to the security team for allegedly peering into the ladies' bathing area. Uchiha Tatsu has once again begun to spout nonsense. After all, spreading rumors is not illegal. It is merely a form of artistic expression, my young friend. At this moment, Jiraiya, his head entirely wrapped in bandages, appeared at the classroom door, casting a pitiful glance at Uchiha Tatsu. That mournful gaze sent shivers down Tatsu's spine. Bro, I messed up, alright? He stammered. Jiraiya. You didn't really get caught peeping, did you? Shiraki was equally startled. Jiraiya's appearance was rather terrifying. Although he recalled his sister having previously struck Jiraiya, he had not witnessed the violent encounter and could not have known the extent of his injuries. No, this is merely a wound I sustained while executing a mission for the 3rd Hokage, an S-rank mission, no less. Lord Orochimaru can attest to that. Jiraiya hastily concocted an excuse. After all, in front of so many students, he, the great Jiraiya, still needed to maintain his dignity. Should anyone learn of the beating he received from Tsunade, how could he ever navigate the ninja circles again? Jiraiya, did you perhaps investigate that shop with the short-skirted ladies? Shiraki innocently inquired. From now on, anyone who dares to call Shiraki a fool will have to contend with me, Tatsu declared. Shiraki, clearly frightened by the grim fate Jiraiya faced, feigned ignorance to subtly leak information to him, hoping to encourage Jiraiya to test the waters and gauge the danger. If Jiraiya emerged unscathed, he would have a legitimate reason to probe the enemy's activities. Indeed, ninjas are not easily deceived. Ah, really? The other party might be spies from a rival village. For the safety of our village, a comprehensive investigation must be conducted from point A to point C. Truly, Shiraki is a guiding light in my life. However, following the incident with Tsunade, Jiraiya remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Shiraki, where did you obtain this information? Is it reliable? Jiraiya scrutinized Uchiha Tatsu keenly, for he had only just fallen victim to deceit. I happened to see it while passing by that shop this morning. Shiraki stammered. He recalled Tatsu's earlier instruction that this crucial intelligence should not be attributed to him. The reasoning? Naturally, it was for the sake of Mikoto. Tatsu yearned to extend his days, so the narrative shifted to present Shiraki as the primary discoverer of this intelligence. Shiraki felt a twinge of shame, as he had long claimed to be Konoha's foremost informant. Upon learning that the information did not originate from Uchiha Tatsu, Jiraiya visibly relaxed. He displayed a knowing glance. Very well, Shiraki. I shall verify this shortly. The 3rd Hokage will undoubtedly be intrigued as well. It appeared that Jiraiya also sought to involve the 3rd Hokage in this matter. After exchanging information, Jiraiya summoned Uchiha Tatsu, Mikoto, and Minato outside. Tatsu, showing great tact, refrained from questioning Jiraiya about their tardiness. It is evident that Jiraiya has been eager to find an opportunity to teach a lesson to his young Uchiha protege. The sun blazed intensely, filtering through the dense foliage and casting a myriad of speckled shadows upon the ground. Yet, beneath the shade stood only Orochimaru, clad in the garb of a jonin. But where was Tsunade during this time? Jiraiya gestured towards Orochimaru and the non-existent Tsunade, stating that the 3 of them would be responsible for guiding you. This guidance would extend over the course of a week. Time is of the essence, so make sure to cherish it. Therefore, Minato, you shall accompany me. Originally, Jiraiya intended to personally mentor Uchiha Tatsu, allowing him to experience the nurturing of love firsthand. However, he had previously made arrangements with Minato, who he held in high regard. Minato, being a commoner like himself, earned Jiraiya's fondness. More importantly, he was aware that Tsunade intended to personally instruct Uchiha Tatsu. So it was settled. Mikoto, you will join me, came Orochimaru's raspy voice. Mikoto held no objections to Orochimaru's guidance, for she had no intention of pursuing medical ninjutsu. The Sharingan offered no particular advantage in the realm of healing techniques. Furthermore, Mikoto was not a practitioner of taijutsu. She was adept in ninjutsu. Tsunade was not the right fit for her. Uchiha Tatsu was a versatile ninja, and it mattered little whom he chose. Moreover, Tatsu's greatest strength lay in taijutsu, making Tsunade a fitting choice. Most importantly, they all knew Tsunade had already claimed Uchiha Tatsu as her own. Indeed, it was a claim. Uchiha Tatsu was Tsunade's preference. She intended to employ her methods to train the troubled youth of Konoha. Well then, what about me? Uchiha Tatsu inquired. Tsunade had inexplicably vanished. Jiraiya cast a mischievous glance at Uchiha Tatsu, patting him on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Kid, Tsunade is waiting for you at the Senju clan's residence. Oh, and don't forget to bring your wallet. Without money, Tsunade cannot heal you. The weight of this statement was considerable, causing Uchiha Tatsu to pause. So, Tsunade would first beat him half to death, and then he would have to pay her to heal him, only for her to then inflict further harm? Such a method was indeed conceivable. Can I forfeit this opportunity? Uchiha Tatsu swallowed hard. You may. However, that means you won't need your money for treatment. Jiraiya remarked with a grin. Fantastic. You can simply use your funds to purchase a well-located grave. Fear not, Tatsu. Just sincerely apologize to Lady Tsunade, and she will forgive you. If apologies held any value, then what need was there for Tsunade? Jiraiya pondered as he glanced at the bandages adorning his own body. Minato, we shall depart. I will teach you formidable techniques. You must defeat Uchiha Tatsu and avenge me, understood? Jiraiya's irritation grew upon witnessing Uchiha Tatsu receiving comfort from a girl. With a wry smile, Minato shot Jiraiya a reassuring glance before following him. Before the competition, I had expressed my thoughts. I believe that outstanding students may seek my guidance. After your training with Tsunade, you are welcome to consult me. This promise remained steadfast. Orochimaru, with his narrowed eyes, spoke gently to Uchiha Shin. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he would not deny Tsunade's request to take Uchiha Shin under her wing. After all, opportunities abound in the future, are they not? Faced with this scientist, who devotedly pursued technological advancements while engaging in human trafficking and diligently responding to the call to develop impoverished villages, Uchiha Shin could only acquiesce. After all, post-graduation, there was still the possibility of becoming Orochimaru's disciple. Come along for now, he said, casting a fleeting glance at Uchiha Mikoto, his voice slightly hoarse. Well then, I shall take my leave, Shin. Mikoto followed Orochimaru, vanishing from sight, leaving Uchiha Shin standing alone. Should he seek out Tsunade? To live or to perish? This posed a dilemma. Uchiha Shin regarded himself as a lost lamb, feeling sympathy for his own plight. Not only had he inexplicably traversed into this world, but he was also burdened by a system that persistently desired him to cross-dress. Now, his life faced yet another violent upheaval. Whom could he turn to for reason? Nevertheless, Uchiha Shin hesitated, slowly making his way toward the Senju clan. After all, his life was of utmost importance. Perhaps, if he feigned innocence and acted foolishly, Tsunade might soften her heart and forgive him, this mere 6-year-old child. As Uchiha Shin traversed the lengthy street adorned with the Senju clan's emblem, he observed that their territory was quite proximate to that of the Uchiha clan, given the limited central area. However, the design from years past might have been intentional, facilitating clandestine meetings between the first Hokage and Madara. If one were to equate the Uchiha clan's territory to another Konoha, the Senju clan's domain would undoubtedly resemble a desolate and impoverished region, far more subdued in atmosphere. Once a cornerstone of the foundation of Konoha, the Senju clan now stood in stark contrast to the thriving village, a bitter irony indeed. It was lamentable to witness a clan, once the preeminent family of the Warring States period, which had even vanquished the Uchiha clan in its twilight, reduced to such a state for reasons unknown. Uchiha Shin had never inquired about this matter with Shinsuke. Presently, the only surviving members of the Senju clan were Tsunade and Shinsuke. According to the original narrative, once Shinsuke passed, the Senju clan would be rendered utterly isolated, with its remaining members merely being insignificant figures. What had transpired within this clan? Moreover, contemplating further, one could not ignore the fate of the already annihilated Uzumaki clan, the withering Senju clan, the Uchiha clan destined for destruction in a mere 2 decades, and the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water, whose descendants seemed to share an unfortunate destiny. Uchiha Shin ambled slowly to the entrance of the Shinshu residence. The house itself was quite spacious, divided into 2 distinct areas. The rear courtyard was a forbidden zone, a place Uchiha Shin had never ventured into. Meanwhile, Shinshu and Tsunade resided in the front section. With a polite knock upon the large door, he awaited a response, but after a considerable pause, no one emerged. Is anyone there? Uchiha Shin inquired, a hint of confusion surfacing. Could it be that Tsunade is immersed in her training? He pondered. Resolute, he knocked again with greater force. Yet still, no reply came. Has Tsunade gone out? He mused, though it seemed improbable. Earlier that morning, Shinshu had been rather evasive, claiming his sister was home and would not be going out all day. Faced with no alternative, Uchiha Shin resorted to his self-invented ninjutsu, the wall escape technique. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the wall and into the courtyard. He proceeded directly towards Tsunade's quarters, having visited Shinshu several times before. thus familiarizing himself with the layout of the residence. He paused at her door and knocked vigorously. I must remain courteous, he reminded himself. Lady Tsunade, are you in? He gently called out. Silence answered him, though faint sounds could be detected from within the house. Noticing a partially open window to his left, he attempted to peer inside. But at his diminutive height of 6 years, the view was obscured. Undeterred, he approached the window, exerted himself, and jumped inside. Before him lay a grand living room, adorned with an exquisite set of golden sofas and a coffee table. To the left, a bookshelf filled to the brim with beautifully bound volumes caught his eye. He squinted, hoping to find tomes on wood release or sage techniques. Yet to his dismay, none pertained to ninjutsu. Instead, the shelves were laden with titles such as 10 Methods of Cheating and the 10 Benefits of Gambling. At that moment, Uchiha Shin heard a muffled sound, snoring from the bedroom. To his astonishment, it appeared that Tsunade was indulging in a deep slumber, causing him to feel a twinge of embarrassment for having entertained the notion that she was training. How foolish of him to wait so long. Anger surged within him as he contemplated rousing her from her dreams. Yet as he moved, he accidentally stepped on an empty bottle, which crashed to the floor like a bowling ball. What on earth? He exclaimed, his eyes twitching in disbelief. Was Tsunade truly only 16? Not only was she gambling, but drinking as well. The image of his idol shattered before his eyes. Glancing down, he observed the empty bottles scattered about, alongside discarded food containers and an unkempt floor. Hey, brat, what do you want? Tsunade's voice broke the silence, awakened by the clatter. Dressed in pajamas and rubbing her eyes, she emerged from the bedroom, appearing groggy and disoriented. Didn't I tell you to come back tomorrow morning? Why are you here now? She queried, her tone laced with irritation. Truly, it is Tsunade. She remains utterly unconcerned about the dishevelment of her nightwear, for after all, Uchiha Shin's is merely 6 years of age. Nevertheless, even at 16, Tsunade's appearance leaves much to be desired, still bearing that somewhat flat-chested figure. It is now midday. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Shin's reminded her helplessly. Is it? What is the matter? It is already so late. I shall first indulge in a brief afternoon nap. After some lingering, Tsunade finally tidied herself up. Together, they made their way to the training grounds of the Senju clan. Uchiha Shin's flashed a delightful smile, to which Tsunade responded with a grin. Do not think to charm me with your cuteness. It is of no avail. That Lady Tsunade, I can explain, Uchiha Shin said, mustering his courage. Explain? Such a thing is unnecessary for me. Little brat, do not say I haven't given you a chance. My medical ninjutsu is among the finest in Konoha. You know, despite lacking the Byakugan, a medical ninja must possess a profound understanding of the human body. Understanding the human body? Uchiha Shin's shivered inexplicably. Although Konoha forbids the killing of comrades, as long as I do not take your life, it is permissible. Thus, I could stab you 30 times at most without hitting a vital point. Hee. Tsunade wore a gentle smile. Grit your teeth and accept my teachings. Provided you can satisfy me today, I might let you off. Otherwise, I could very well challenge my limits and see what 31 stabs feel like. The sunlight bathed the training ground, which was eerily quiet at that moment. Uchiha Shin sighed. It seemed the negotiations had failed. His influence was insufficient against a jonin like Tsunade. Given this, he was left with no choice but to unleash his hidden full strength to conquer Tsunade. Do not falter. Just act. Although he certainly could not defeat her, there was no chance of that before graduation. Tsunade was both petty and ferocious, domineering in her demeanor. Yet, this was not the reason Uchiha Shin feared her. His eyes darted around, quickly assessing the surroundings. The utilization of terrain is paramount for a ninja. Yet there was not a single concealment in sight. In a contest of physical prowess, she was a jonin specializing in taijutsu. In terms of chakra, she belonged to the Senju clan. As for genjutsu, she would likely dispel any attempt in an instant. He was comprehensively suppressed, with his only advantages being wit and charm. Surely, Tsunade would not unleash her full power against him. This was his sole opportunity. Tsunade stretched her shoulders slightly and beckoned Uchiha Shin with a finger. Come on, little brat. Her tone was filled with provocation and disdain. This was intolerable. Uchiha Shin swiftly retrieved his shuriken and kunai from his ninja pouch. The shuriken from his right hand was immediately hurled, followed by the kunai from his left hand, which reached its target first, colliding with the shuriken as they soared towards Tsunade. Then, Uchiha Shin propelled himself swiftly towards Tsunade. The Uchiha throwing technique. Tsunade did not indulge in elaborate evasions. Instead, She struck the ground with a powerful fist, subsequently seizing a stone slab to shield herself. Shurikens and kunai clattered against its surface. Uchiha Shin twitched at the corner of his eye. Was he so contemptuous as to forego even the substitution technique? Such brashness, truly reckless. Tsunade waved her hand, hurling the massive slab towards him with astonishing speed, resembling a colossal projectile. Uchiha Shin halted his dash, swiftly evading the oncoming threat. After all, the force of such a blow would render him little more than a meat filling in a bun. Tsunade closed the distance rapidly, delivering a punch infused with chakra, certainly beyond the capacity of Uchiha Shin's slight frame to withstand. As her elegant fist approached, Uchiha Shin retaliated with a kunai, thrusting it forward. Tsunade twisted her left leg, manipulating his stance. Uchiha Shin found himself unsteady, as Tsunade intercepted his kunai and seized the collar of his windbreaker, effortlessly tossing him away with her immense strength. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Shin was perplexed. Tsunade's speed and power seemed inconsistent with that of an average jonin. Did she truly underestimate him? With a swift motion, he released shurikens, opting for a more potent strategy since the ordinary ones had proven ineffective. Scatter, shurikens. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression unperturbed. Uchiha Shin remained undeterred, his fingers brushing the bands wrapped around his wrists, which bore intricate black markings. These were special items sold by the cat lady for summoning ninja tools, akin to the spatial scrolls he frequently utilized. Crossing his hands, he touched the bands on each wrist, and in an instant, 2 black shurikens materialized at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he launched them. Upon landing, Uchiha Shin's arms began to move in rapid succession, transforming the few shurikens into a torrential assault of dozens. His speed was remarkable, and each projectile flew with pinpoint accuracy, all aimed directly at Tsunade. As she prepared to dodge, Uchiha Shin's pace surged, the motion becoming a blur that dazzled the eye. What had begun as a mere handful of shurikens now surged forth like a swarm of insects. Behold my reign of pear blossom shurikens technique. Hundreds of shurikens descended like a torrential downpour. Tsunade's expression grew serious. Evading such a deluge in a short span would require relentless and fervent training. While she acknowledged the prowess of Uchiha's shurikens, this was an exaggeration. One misstep, and she would be riddled with holes. No wonder Tsunade has always envied the art of shuriken jutsu. Indeed, it possesses an undeniable elegance. For a taijutsu ninja like Tsunade, such ranged attacks prove to be remarkably effective. At this moment, the overwhelming black shadows of shurikens formed a dense net, effectively cutting off Tsunade's escape routes. Earth style, earth wall. Tsunade was left with no choice but to utilize ninjutsu for defense, despite her initial reluctance to do so. The countless shurikens struck the wall like a hail of bullets. Standing firm, Tsunade lifted her leg and executed the heavenly foot technique, sending a massive fissure racing across the ground towards Uchiha Tatsu. He could only seize his barrage of shurikens and evade swiftly. The shurikens were ineffective against Tsunade, and his own ninjutsu lacked the potency to reach her, resulting in a futile expenditure of chakra. As for genjutsu, he had but a fleeting moment to act. What should he do? Tsunade closed in, evidently intent on denying Uchiha Tatsu any further opportunities for ranged attacks. Without delay, Uchiha Tatsu formed hand seals, conjuring several shadow clones on the training field. This was the pinnacle of his currently mastered taijutsu. Oh, the signature body flicker technique of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade was taken aback, recalling having witnessed this technique in her youth. However, this maneuver would not suffice against me. Your speed remains insufficient. I can discern the real body in a mere second. Tsunade struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the earth to crack around her. She attuned herself to the surrounding changes through her immense strength. Found it. Tsunade charged at Uchiha Tatsu with a speed that left him no time to react. She unleashed a kick aimed at what she believed to be his real form. Yet her foot passed right through Uchiha Tatsu's body. What? A genjutsu? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she swiftly disrupted her chakra. By the time she regained her senses, Uchiha Tatsu's fist was already barreling towards her. He had seized the moment to close the distance. Uchiha Tatsu's punch connected with Tsunade's chin, and before she could react, he drove his right knee sharply upward. Tsunade's body arched as she was propelled into the air by Uchiha Tatsu's force. But that was not the end. Uchiha Tatsu landed swiftly, gathering strength for another powerful kick, leaping into the air once more to strike Tsunade's abdomen. Her body soared higher still. A vast reservoir of chakra surged through Uchiha Tatsu's legs as he exerted extreme force, propelling himself to a height surpassing Tsunade's. From above, Uchiha Tatsu's right leg came crashing down upon her. Uchiha Lion's Barrage. Boom. Yet the Tsunade he struck suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Uchiha Tatsu's eyes twitched at the sight of the clone before him. What the hell? After all that effort, it was merely Tsunade's shadow clone. Is this a common ailment among Konoha shinobi who have taken on the role of instructor? At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Uchiha Tatsu's ear. Congratulations, host, for defeating Tsunade's lower-ranked shadow clone. You are awarded 3,000 ninja points. As the host triumphs over a ninja of the lower rank for the first time, a reward of 2,000 ninja points is bestowed. At this moment, the system's information undergoes a transformation. The host's remaining ninja points now total 5,100. Wait a minute? Uchiha Shin mused, taken aback. Why is Tsunade's shadow clone limited to lower ninja strength? Then why was I struggling so much? This defies logic. I have witnessed lower ninjas in battle before. This shouldn't be the case. After all, my system evaluation marks me as a formidable lower ninja. What is going on with the system? Just as Uchiha Shin contemplated this perplexity, Tsunade's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. Not bad, kid. I initially thought you could only defeat my shadow clone after its chakra was depleted, Tsunade remarked with a smile, lightly patting Uchiha Shin's shoulder, causing him to nearly lose his balance. Truly, the legendary Tsunade's strength was unmatched, even by formidable ninjas like the racket. I'm surprised you possess such strength at just 6 years old. You are indeed a genius. My shadow clone's strength was intentionally maintained at the lower ninja level. Tsunade praised Uchiha Shin. She had chosen to overlook past grievances, understanding that one wouldn't genuinely hold a grudge against a 6-year-old. As for Jiraiya, if he had been defeated, so be it. It was not the first time. Nonetheless, Tsunade was genuinely pleased, affectionately ruffling Uchiha Shin's hair. So, are you interested in graduating now? I can speak to the third Hokage and have you become my student, she inquired eagerly. Uchiha Shin swiftly turned his head, evading her affectionate gesture. How dare you? I am the one who usually pats others' heads. No one has ever dared to treat me this way. Tsunade, you are impressive. Don't you know that a man's head should not be touched? Uchiha Shin squinted at Tsunade. Uffed, just a little brat. In a few years, once you've matured, you can prove yourself as a man, Tsunade replied, gently lifting Uchiha Shin's chin. His face flushed. He had never encountered such a scenario in his previous life, as he had merely been a single man. Haha, blushing, you really are a little brother, she teased. While Uchiha Shin felt a sense of discomfort, realizing he was no match for Tsunade in this regard. Come on, why not graduate and become my student? I was an even greater genius than you at your age. Back then, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were my subordinates, Tsunade exuberantly boasted. And I have never been a teacher before, she added with delight. Uchiha Shin recognized the significance of this statement. It seemed he had become a delightful plaything for Tsunade. Thus, he decisively interrupted her musings. Tsunade-sama, when shall we commence training? After all, we only have 7 days, and half of the first day has already passed without me learning anything. It was evident from Tsunade's demeanor that she was merely looking to procrastinate and pass the time. Forget it, who could possibly challenge the esteemed Jonin? My apologies for indeed. A Jonin possesses the liberty to act as they please. Prompted by Uchiha Shin's reminder, Tsunade cleared her throat twice. Alas, the youth are so impatient. I am merely considering your future, dear child. Not at all. Tsunade's reproachful gaze pierced through, her amber eyes resembling laser beams, fixated on Uchiha Shin's face. By the way, have you settled your tuition for this week? Tsunade inquired, arms crossed. If possible, I hope you could clarify what tuition entails, Uchiha Shin replied, perplexed. Wasn't he this week supposed to be free guidance? Why is there a tuition fee? Unfazed by Uchiha Shin's disdainful look, Tsunade maintained her composure. It is true that it was free, but do you comprehend how much I lose by not undertaking missions for an entire week? I must care for Shorin every day. And then there's your meal expenses, accommodation fees, medical costs, and the training venue charges. Do any of these come at no cost? Tsunade squinted, questioning him. That venue was clearly damaged by you, Lady Tsunade. Stop. Lady Tsunade, please don't be so courteous with me. It's merely a small sum. After all, I have nothing to sell anyway. Consider my meager and arduous circumstances. Where would I acquire such spare funds? Uchiha Shin realized Tsunade's motivations for the money. After all, Tsunade had recently squandered all the mission rewards from Jiraiya and was deeply in debt to the gambling house. Tsunade contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, you truly have little money. Uchiha Shin acknowledged her with a nod. As long as you understand. I have heard that the kidneys of young men can fetch a good price, Tsunade remarked. Do you think I would sell a kidney just to gather gambling funds for you? How much of a gambler are you, Lady Tsunade? Ha ha, what are you talking about? I can't comprehend. How could I ever resort to such actions? Tsunade felt a chill of sweat break out from every pore. How astute. Can they truly discern such matters? Had the entire village of Konoha learned of her squandered mission rewards? Was it Jiraiya who divulged this? Lord Jiraiya, let us depart swiftly. Eavesdropping is rather unbecoming. Meanwhile, far away at the hot springs, the cheerful Minato, wearing a wry smile, spoke behind Jiraiya. Minato, you simply do not grasp the significance of this gathering. This is an art in itself, a profound study. My mentor, the third Hokage, once imparted a saying that I have held as my guiding principle. He said this gathering not only hones your stealth capabilities, but also sharpens your observational skills regarding surrounding intelligence. And most importantly, suddenly, Jiraiya sneezed, a shiver coursing through him. Who is behind me speaking ill of me? Ah, someone is eavesdropping. Who is it? Where? Jiraiya's sneeze had betrayed their presence, and he seized Minato, making a hasty retreat. Most crucially, it can enhance your escape abilities. Run, Minato. If captured, we shall be sent to the guard squad. Ninjas symbolize strength, but also embody a profound sense of responsibility. While we wield power, it is imperative to safeguard those we hold dear. In the training grounds, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, imparting her understanding of the ninja way to Uchiha Shin. A ninja devoid of conviction cannot harness their strength, nor can they evolve into an individual capable of standing alone. So, Shin, what is your aspiration? As your teacher, it is essential for me to know, Tsunade inquired, adjusting her non-existent glasses, fully immersed in her role as an instructor. Ah, role-playing. Truly, Tsunade excels in this art. Naturally, in Konoha, the inquiry into one's desires has long been a cherished tradition. This exercise primarily aims to comprehend the aspirations of these future ninjas, enabling timely guidance for those who may face challenges. Yet, the outcome often serves as a harsh reminder. Few, apart from the protagonists, see their dreams come to fruition. Tsunade was particularly intrigued by Uchiha Shin's aspirations, for the path of a genius often diverges from that of others. Moreover, as a scion of the Uchiha clan, Shin's demeanor set him apart from many of his kin. His father was a comrade of the third Hokage, a disciple of her great-grandfather, establishing a familial connection. Tsunade wished to provide meaningful guidance to this child of the Uchiha clan. As for his wishes, Uchiha Shin tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, a melancholic expression gracing his features. He gazed at the clouds drifting lazily across the sky, a gentle breeze stirring his stylish cloak, his dark hair curling slightly as he prepared to strike a suave pose. The primary flaw of the new teacher, perhaps, was her impatience. Thus, Tsunade playfully ruffled Shin's hair, urging him with exasperation, "Speak up. Your procrastination rivals even Orochimaru's." When it came to aspirations, Uchiha Shin felt a tinge of nostalgia. As a seasoned individual who had traversed time, he had assimilated into this life, yet certain aspects remained vividly etched in his memory. Though he sometimes displayed a light-hearted demeanor, perhaps even a touch of unreliability, he truly cherished his friends. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "I envision a future where I can be a casual ninja, earning a modest living. I dream of marrying a woman who is neither beautiful nor unattractive, and together, we would have 2 children, first a daughter, then a son. Once my daughter is wed and my son is capable of standing on his own, I would retire from the ninja life. Thereafter, I would indulge in a leisurely existence, playing shogi or go, and I hope to pass away before my wife does. This is the life I desire." Uchiha Shin echoed Shikamaru's renowned ideal. Fully aware that such a life was but a fantasy, the dangers of the future loomed large. Thud! Tsunade delivered a playful punch to Uchiha Shin's head. "If I didn't know better, I would assume you were a disillusioned middle-aged man penning a novel, rivaling even Jiraiya in pretense." "Jiraiya? I am but a literary youth. You cannot possibly lack personal aspirations. Such a notion is absurd." To Tsunade, Uchiha Shin undoubtedly exhibits an air of insincerity. "How shallow you are, a mere woman. Once you reach my psychological maturity, you will comprehend the extravagance of such thoughts." Uchiha Shin scoffed. "Very well. Have you ever contemplated becoming Hokage? Tsunade inquired. Huh, isn't that the life goal of Shimoku? If I were to become Hokage, where would that leave Shimoku? He would be left without any aspirations. You truly consider your friends. Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Of course. Do you think the dream of becoming Hokage is easily attainable? As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shimoku boasted grandly, and thus met his demise at the tender age of 12. Obito also aspired to become Hokage. His fate was most tragic, and he soon perished. Minato, as the protagonist's father, had a somewhat sturdier destiny. However, shortly after achieving the title of Hokage, he met his end. Hence, the position of Hokage may very well be cursed. Perhaps it is Uchiha Madara? After all, as a young dreamer of Hokage, his position was usurped by the first and second Hokage, which surely fostered immense resentment within him. The third Hokage was aware of the perils associated with this role early on, which is why he tirelessly sought to prevent his dear friend Danzo from ascending to the position. Consequently, Danzo lived a relatively long life, reaching his 60s or 70s. Yet, upon finally attaining the title of Hokage, he was swiftly met with an untimely demise in the streets. After their casual conversation, Tsunade commenced the formal training of Uchiha Shin. This is the training ground of the Senju clan, typically devoid of others. For the upcoming week, you shall reside here. Naturally, both water and sustenance will be contingent upon your performance. Should I find it unsatisfactory, I regret to inform you that your supplies will be revoked. As a ninja, the most paramount aspect is, of course, strength. It is through strength that we derive the means to survive. Thus, a ninja's understanding of their own capabilities is of utmost importance. Tsunade paused, continuing to address Uchiha Shin. During this training, I will not impart an abundance of ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu. Rather, I shall provide you with the most fundamental of skills, the precision of chakra control. You may have noticed that during our sparring, you struggled considerably. Despite your commendable abilities in ninjutsu, taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, and genjutsu, your control over chakra remains inadequate. A ninja must master the fine control of every portion of their chakra. Do not presume that a large chakra reserve allows for negligence, for there will always be others with even greater reserves. Thus, in times of competition, it is one's mastery over chakra that truly matters. If you can control your chakra with greater finesse, you will expend less chakra for jutsu of equivalent power. Mastery over a jutsu is inherently linked to chakra control, regardless of whether it pertains to the future transformations of chakra properties or forms. These advanced techniques are inseparable from chakra control. I am aware of your innate talent in genjutsu. I am not an illusionist ninja, yet I am aware that the mastery of illusion techniques demands a profound level of chakra control. If one possesses exceptional precision in chakra manipulation, the potency of their illusions will be significantly enhanced, and the margin for error will be considerably broadened. Most importantly, with formidable chakra control, it becomes exceedingly difficult for any ninja, regardless of their rank, to perceive the traces of an illusion. Uchiha Shin nodded in agreement. In his perspective, the ability to control chakra is indeed paramount. The quantity of chakra one possesses is largely influenced by their innate constitution, as seen in the Uzumaki and Senju clans, who are naturally endowed with vast reserves of chakra. However, chakra control is distinct. It can be refined through continuous practice. Tsunade is quite the capable teacher. Aside from her lack of patience, volatile temperament, penchant for gambling, occasional laziness, and her tendency to intimidate Uchiha Shin, she excels in many other respects. Uchiha Shin felt at ease in Tsunade's presence, devoid of the despondency often depicted in the manga. In the original storyline, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, became increasingly disillusioned with life following the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan, gradually succumbing to a negative outlook amidst the relentless violence. After developing a fear of blood, she departed from the village she had inhabited for decades in solitude. Had there been remnants worth cherishing, she would never have left. Presently, Tsunade still enjoys gambling, but merely as a pastime, whereas in the future, it becomes a means of evading reality. Shin, what are you pondering? Tsunade's voice pulled Uchiha Shin back to the present. Nothing much, he replied, shaking his head. I was merely contemplating what dreams you might hold, sensei. Me? Tsunade's eyes reflected a clear hint of nostalgia, even accompanied by a faint smile, yet after a prolonged moment, she shook her head. Just a rather insignificant dream. Days later, Uchiha Shin found himself alone in the training ground. Suddenly, A swirling mass of chakra materialized in his hand. He then skillfully divided this chakra into 5 smaller segments, directing them precisely through the tiny apertures of 5 shuriken. Uchiha Shin exhaled deeply. He had successfully completed the 4th stage of chakra control. The manga merely addressed the rudimentary aspects of chakra manipulation, such as water walking and tree climbing, which he found to be quite rudimentary. He had long since mastered these foundational exercises. Frequently, he practiced controlling the intensity of his chakra to release small-scale ninjutsu, honing his chakra control abilities. Previously, Uchiha Shin believed his precision in chakra manipulation to be remarkably advanced, only to discover that there existed even deeper realms of mastery. Tsunade truly is a master in this domain. Following her teachings, he now adeptly divides a substantial mass of chakra into several smaller streams, precisely inserting them into the shuriken's minuscule holes. Uchiha Shin felt that the chakra expended to unleash equally potent ninjutsu had significantly diminished compared to the past. His proficiency in casting illusions had also become more discreet. Now, Uchiha Shin was poised to embark on the next phase of his training. A swirling mass of chakra materialized in his hand. He produced a leaf and placed it within the chakra sphere, only for it to be effortlessly disintegrated by the gentle, yet forceful chakra emanating from it. This attempt ended in failure. Undeterred, Uchiha Shin refocused all his attention on maintaining the stability of the chakra's release, cautiously placing the leaf once more with his left hand. This time, his control showed slight improvement. The leaf spun briefly within the chakra sphere before being overwhelmed and shattered by the uncontrollable currents of chakra. After more than half an hour, gazing at the scattered remnants of leaves on the ground and the swirling chakra still rotating in his hand, Uchiha Shin smiled with satisfaction. Although the outcome was not ideal, achieving this level of control in such a short time was no small feat indeed. This stage involved mastering the directional flow of chakra. Typically, chakra engages in erratic Brownian motion internally. It is inherently volatile, and directing all of it to move in a singular direction is a formidable challenge. Those with a refined control over chakra can manipulate its direction, enabling it to move in an orderly manner. In essence, this phase of chakra precision control closely resembles the initial form of the Rasengan. Uchiha Shin pondered how Minato had originally developed the Rasengan. It is likely that he reached this level of precision control over ninjutsu, which then inspired him to observe the tailed beast ball. Of course, mastering a ninjutsu differs markedly from independently developing one. For a naturally talented individual, acquiring a single ninjutsu might not take long. Naruto and Sasuke both learned A-rank ninjutsu while still genin, simply by practicing in the manner described in the original work. However, learning a ninjutsu merely means having learned it. Their abilities remained at the level of chunin, without significant enhancement. Conversely, creating an entirely new ninjutsu from scratch carries profound implications. In the original narrative, Minato took 3 years to develop this technique, during which he continuously progressed in his understanding of chakra transformation and precision control. This process necessitates extensive personal study. Upon developing the Rasengan, Minato immediately attained peak prowess, not solely due to mastering the technique, but because he had grown through the development process. This experience proved invaluable throughout his life. While ninjutsu is undoubtedly important, it is not the entirety of a shinobi's capability. Therefore, for Uchiha Shin, attempting to develop the Rasengan using the methods outlined in the original work holds little significance. It would not enhance his chakra control in any meaningful way. For him, aside from acquiring another A-rank ninjutsu and a reputation as a genius, there would be no substantial qualitative increase in his strength. Moreover, it is significant to note that the current chakra reserves of Uchiha Shin are insufficient to sustain an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, especially considering he is merely 6 years of age. As Uchiha Shin concluded his day of rigorous training, the time had transitioned from 11 in the morning to nearly 6 in the evening. Squinting at the sky, Uchiha Shin observed that the sun had traversed through the tumultuous clouds, descending in the west, casting the unique twilight hues of Konoha. He reluctantly began to tidy up, preparing to depart the training grounds. For the past few days, he had been residing at Tsunade's home. Of course, it was not a cohabitation. The Tsunade residence was quite spacious, with numerous vacant rooms in the courtyard. Uchiha Shin walked with utmost caution, meticulously surveying his surroundings, for he had begun to feel somewhat frazzled. Over the past few days, Tsunade had launched several surprise attacks on him. the difficulty of which had escalated from overt and brazen to increasingly peculiar and cunning. Uchiha Shin could hardly fathom that the blades of grass beside him might be the result of Tsunade's transformation techniques. Nor would one expect her to place explosive tags within his bedding, albeit of minor explosive potency. Tsunade reveled in such mischievous antics, executing them with remarkable finesse. In her own words, she believed this to be a cultivation of the vigilance essential for a ninja. Was this indeed the environment in which Rope Tree thrived so joyfully? It was no wonder Uchiha Shin felt an inexplicable oddness towards Rope Tree. At first glance, Rope Tree appeared to be a refreshing young lad, yet his expressions, movements, and overall demeanor exuded an air of foolishness. Under such circumstances, it seemed inevitable that one would be mentally tormented. Although Tsunade insisted she was imparting serious instruction, Uchiha Shin perceived her methods as nefarious and shameless. It felt as if Tsunade regarded him merely as a plaything to satiate her penchant for pranks. Thanks to Tsunade's meticulously orchestrated ambushes and intense combat training, Uchiha Shin's points had been increasing at an astonishing rate. His ability to anticipate traps had significantly improved. While he could not claim a monumental enhancement in strength over the course of the week, his precision in chakra control, mastery of cunning tactics, and proficiency in evasive maneuvers had undoubtedly reached an exceptional level. Stealthily, Uchiha Shin returned to his room, exhaling a sigh of relief. Realizing that Tsunade was absent for the night, she occasionally stayed out late, claiming it was to allow him a balanced regimen of work and rest. However, the only plausible explanation for her absence was that she had once again ventured off to gamble with money she had deceitfully acquired. Uchiha Shin had initially possessed some funds, but on the first night, while he slept, Tsunade had surreptitiously pilfered them and subsequently tossed a mini-explosive tag into his bedding. Thus, Uchiha Shin longed for the swift conclusion of this chaotic training. As night fell, he made his way toward his room, having concluded his training session. The entire house was enveloped in darkness, unlit and silent. As he approached the door, poised to push it open and enter his abode, he suddenly halted. Someone is here. He swiftly crouched down, retrieving a shuriken from the ninja pouch at his waist. It must be that rascal Tsunade. Tomorrow marks the final day, culminating a week of rigorous training. How audacious of Tsunade to infiltrate his room and launch a surprise attack. As for whether Shoju was inside, that was highly improbable. Just the other day, Jiraiya had sought out Shoju, and they had conspired to stealthily investigate the young lady in a short skirt, only to be overheard by Tsunade, who had transformed into a blade of grass. Thus, Shoju had since concocted excuses to train with Jiraiya, evading Tsunade's presence. Uchiha Shin narrowed his eyes and swiftly formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Technique. This B-rank ninjutsu was a technique he had acquired from Tsunade. Shadow clones could create physical copies of the user, with chakra evenly distributed among each clone, rendering them indistinguishable from the original. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, which produced mere illusions, the Shadow Clone Technique was devoid of flaws. It was a ninjutsu capable of manifesting tangible entities. For Uchiha Shin, managing his chakra and dividing it evenly was a simple task, allowing him to master this technique on his first attempt. Uchiha Shin exchanged a knowing glance with his shadow clone, both nodding in silent agreement. The shadow clone twisted the doorknob, deliberately making a noise as it did so. Under the cover of this distraction, Uchiha Shin quietly pushed open the window and deftly leaped through. Strangely, Tsunade, who lay on the bed, seemed oblivious, failing to launch an attack against the shadow clone that provided cover. Pretending to be in a deep slumber, she was likely feigning vulnerability to lure him in. Uchiha Shin scoffed at the notion. From his ninja pouch, he produced several miniature explosive tags, artifacts unearthed from Shoju. The creation of such explosive tags by Shoju was utterly beastly. These tags retained the auditory essence of standard explosive tags, but with significantly diminished power. Their explosions would merely resemble that of firecrackers. The first time Tsunade had hurled one of these tags onto Uchiha Shin's bed, he had felt his hair stand on end, as if death were imminent. In a moment of sheer terror before Tsunade, he had inexplicably soiled the bed, a humiliation that would haunt him for a lifetime. Thus, it was no wonder that Shoju had met his demise due to an explosive tag. Such was the law of retribution. These miniature explosive tags would be returned to you, Tsunade, regardless of whether you are truly asleep or merely pretending. In an instant, Uchiha Shin hurled the explosive tags. The tags emitted a sizzling sound upon landing on the bed, startling the occupant awake. Disoriented, the individual suddenly perceived a burst of sparks in the darkness. Explosive tags. Help! The tone and demeanor of the person conveyed to Uchiha Shin an overwhelming sense of anxiety and panic. Such acting was truly remarkable. The voice had deliberately transformed into that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Uchiha Shin felt that Tsunade's current performance as a ninja was utterly lacking in her acting skills. She should pursue a career in film. She would undoubtedly be an award-winning actress. And if she didn't win an award, she could endure hardship live on stream. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air, followed by the spark of an explosive tag that gently detonated on the bed. Tsunade, lying on the bed, appeared momentarily stunned. What was happening? Uchiha Shin sensed something was amiss. How could Tsunade, with her skill, fail to evade this? Her acting was rather exaggerated. The younger generation certainly needed to refine their craft. Teacher? Uchiha Shin inquired cautiously. Could it be that he had frightened one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Observing Tsunade's lack of reaction, he hurriedly turned on the light. Upon illumination, he was stunned to find that the figure on the bed was not Tsunade at all, but rather a small girl of around 5 or 6 years. Her vibrant red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned a cute pink pajama set, though her gaze was somewhat vacant, as if she were in a daze. Uchiha Shin quickly realized who she was, Kushina Uzumaki. This was a disaster. Why on earth was this troublesome little rascal sleeping in his room? As an essential strategic asset, Kushina now appeared dazed under his watch. What should he do? Should he flee immediately? At that moment, a devilish thought tempted Uchiha Shin. No way, your friends are all in Konoha, an angelic voice countered. Don't be foolish. You've incapacitated Konoha's vital strategic asset. They will not let you off lightly. The devil persisted. You're the foolish one. Kushina is secretly protected by the Umbu. Where do you think you can escape to? Wherever it may be, just leave quickly while there's still time. Whether it be the land of wind to eat sand or the land of earth to eat dirt, it matters not. Depart tonight. Let the fish die and the net break. The devil continued to persuade him. You make a compelling point. The angel nodded in agreement. Hey, angel. You're too easily swayed. With that, Uchiha Shin resolved to sneak away. Just then, Kushina snapped back to reality, her expression one of fierce determination, as if she were ready to devour Uchiha Shin whole. This was dire. At that moment, Kushina had entered a state akin to a super saiyan. Her hair stood on end, and an aura of murderous intent radiated from her, almost causing a stinging sensation against the skin. I will kill you. I will break every limb of yours, one by one, meticulously, Kushina declared with a commanding presence. Ah, how terrifying. Uchiha Shin couldn't help but cradle his head in despair as he witnessed Kushina's complete transformation. From beneath her pillow, she produced a kunai. Why would a kunai be hidden under a pillow? How insecure must she feel? Just as Uchiha Shin contemplated his escape, he noticed Kushina trembling. I despise ninjas. Whether from Konoha or elsewhere, all I desire is to return home. Her voice became intermittent, laden with emotion. At that moment, as Uchiha Shin found her behavior curious, a single tear, as clear as snow, slid down her pristine face. What? Hey, what is wrong with you? I'm sorry. Uchiha Shin hurriedly offered his apologies, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Ku Ning's dagger fell upon the blanket, and her tears cascaded down like a gentle rain. Kushina covered her eyes with both hands, desperately suppressing her voice, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed uncontrollably. Uchiha Shin gazed at the helpless girl before him, enveloped in a palpable aura of sorrow. Tsunade walked alone along the lengthy path, her spirits buoyant, having enjoyed a fortunate afternoon of gambling that yielded her a considerable sum. It seems my gambling skills have indeed improved recently. That insufferable Uchiha brat will soon be out of my hair, and life has been extraordinarily pleasant of late. I can indulge in a well-deserved respite. As for the misfortune that befalls others when I win, what concern is that of mine? Whether it be Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or that little Uchiha Shin, their misfortunes have no bearing on me. Let them be unfortunate. It is not my plight. Tsunade hummed a cheerful tune as she stepped through her front door. She squinted, noticing the Umbu stationed outside her home. Tsunade was aware of their presence. They were likely there to monitor and protect Kushina. Although she was yet to grasp why Konoha had mobilized such forces on Kushina's behalf, as long as it pleased her grandmother, it sufficed. For Kushina was indeed her kin. These Umbu were not permitted to enter the yard. Their duty was to remain outside, for no one wished for a multitude of watchers to lurk within their abode. As Tsunade entered, her thoughts drifted to Kushina. She realized that she held a fondness for the girl. Despite Kushina having just arrived that very day, Tsunade had taken an immediate liking to her. Though she often appeared boisterous, Tsunade could sense the loneliness and fear dwelling within Kushina's heart. Such a gentle and kind sister indeed. It is quite natural for a 6-year-old to feel apprehensive in an unfamiliar environment. I wonder if she has fallen asleep yet. Determined to check on her, Tsunade approached Kushina's room. However, darkness enveloped the space. Is she asleep? Tsunade gently pushed the door open, but the air was devoid of Kushina's presence. Is no one here? She quickly felt the bed, discovering the blankets were cold. Oh no, could it be that Kushina has been taken? Without hesitation, Tsunade dashed out of the room, intending to see her grandmother in the backyard. As she passed Uchiha Shin's room, she noticed the lights still aglow within. Yet, a faint sound of a girl weeping reached her ears. What on earth? Tsunade approached cautiously, pressing her ear against the door. Through the intermittent sounds, she discerned a voice that seemed to belong to Uchiha Shin. I didn't mean to, he repeatedly apologized. What has transpired? Anxiety surged within Tsunade. That moment, was it truly painful? Could a fleeting instant bring such distress? Tsunade's mind instantly spiraled into a frenzy of speculation. What could cause such sudden pain? Her thoughts uncontrollably ventured into a realm both thrilling and unfamiliar. What exactly was happening? The sounds within were intermittent, barely comprehensible. Tsunade resolved to replace the door with a less soundproof one the very next day. That, she would take responsibility for. Tsunade's expression soured immediately. Uchiha Tatsu had to take responsibility. This was a serious matter. Kushina was not in her own room that night, but had appeared in Uchiha Tatsu's chamber. He was to take responsibility? Tsunade, despite her naivety, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What to do? Although he belonged to the Uchiha clan, he was nonetheless her first student. She had intended to guide him carefully, yet calamity had struck so soon. If she reported this, Uchiha Tatsu would undoubtedly be apprehended by the Umbu and likely disposed of in the lake. But if she remained silent, Kushina was her sister. Time was of the essence. Weighing her options, Tsunade kicked the door open with a swift kick. Her mind momentarily clouded. What she beheld was startling. Kushina, clad in disheveled sleepwear, sat anxiously on the bed, fear evident in her demeanor. Beside her lay a kunai. Was this a sign that Kushina contemplated suicide? At that moment, Uchiha Tatsu, that beast, was uncomfortably close to her, his grotesque visage hovering near Kushina's. He held a piece of paper, dabbing at her tears. Kushina's wide eyes were filled with fright. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Was it due to fear? Kushina, do not be afraid. I have come to save you. Close your eyes. Tsunade urged swiftly. Blood would soon be shed, and she could not afford to frighten such a gentle and kind-hearted child. That would be a second injury. Uchiha Tatsu stood frozen, staring at Tsunade as she burst through the door, completely taken aback. Tsunade's golden ponytail cascaded gracefully, carrying the faint scent of shampoo. Uchiha Tatsu's eyes twitched at the sight of the shattered door. Was this yet another of Tsunade's sneak attacks? How dastardly! To his astonishment, Uchiha Tatsu found himself analyzing the situation with an unexpected level of composure. Big Sister Tsunade, came Kushina's voice beside him, inexplicably drawing Uchiha Tatsu's attention. Uchiha Tatsu, brace yourself for death. Huh, what? This is no laughing matter. Wait, I don't know anything. Wah! Uchiha Tatsu had never experienced such an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Tsunade's eyes reflected a seriousness he had never witnessed before. What transpired next was utterly beyond Uchiha Tatsu's expectations. Tsunade surged forward like a galloping steed, moving with astonishing speed. Her narrowed eyes betrayed a palpable ferocity. Was this the true strength of a jonin? He felt utterly immobilized. Tsunade suddenly unleashed a punch, her fist drawing perilously close to Uchiha Tatsu's lips. What is happening? Why is Tsunade's south fist so close to me? Why am I here? Who am I? Why is my mind shrouded in a haze at this moment, rendering me incapable of thought? Move, mind. Suddenly, I feel the soft, warm touch of Tsunade's skin upon my lips. Before Uchiha Tatsu can grasp the situation, his body has already leaped from the bed as if propelled by an unseen force. Is this the sensation of flight? Then, suspended in the air, Uchiha Tatsu experiences an unparalleled pain coursing through his cheek. Embrace the pain, endure the agony, accept the torment, comprehend the suffering. Those who do not understand pain shall never grasp the essence of true terror. At this moment, Uchiha Tatsu realizes his insignificance in the vast cosmos. It is a feeling of unprecedented solitude and humility. Then, he finally beholds Tsunade's fearsome visage and Kushina rushing towards him in tears, desperate to save him. This image is indeed beautiful. Yet, death approaches swiftly. Following that, darkness envelopes him. In an instant, Uchiha Tatsu's consciousness plunges into a void of blackness. Where's this? Uchiha Tatsu finds himself traversing a winding path alone. He seems to glimpse a stunning field of flowers, albeit shrouded in a delicate mist that obscures clarity. How strange. I should have been knocked unconscious by Tsunade in my bed. Shunti. Before him lies a broad river, spanned by a long bridge. Lotus flowers bloom in the murky waters, while a flurry of butterflies dances above, and a faint floral scent wafts across the river's surface. This resembles the scenery of a dream. It is so beautiful it seems otherworldly. Uchiha Tatsu cannot help but muse aloud. Indeed, if I were to draw a metaphor, this place feels like a bridge to another realm. Suddenly, Uchiha Tatsu notices a stone tablet on the bridge, inscribed with the two characters for Naihi. So, is this the Yellow Springs? Come here. Hurry over. A voice suddenly calls from across the river. There is nothing to fear. This is a splendid place, filled with beautiful women. The voice continues to beckon from the other side. Is it speaking to me? Uchiha Tatsu halts in his tracks. On the opposite bank, unfamiliar figures wave at him. Upon closer inspection, the person on the far right bears a resemblance to the first Hokage, Hashirama. Further scrutinizing, he also sees a man clad in Uchiha attire, resembling himself, Uchiha Kagami. A gathering of departed loved ones. I must bid farewell to such a place swiftly. Fear not, my child. This is truly a delightful realm, Uchiha Kagami assures him. Ha ha ha. Do not be afraid, young leaf of Konoha. See, I am in perfect health. There is no need to worry about coming here. The first Hokage beams. Oh dear, Uchiha Tatsu. This place is indeed wonderful, filled with joy and merriment every day. The second Hokage chimes in. Really? You are not deceiving me? Of course not. It is genuinely joyous, filled with delight. Entering here feels akin to returning to Konoha. I feel far more at ease than at home. Everyone inside is remarkable, their words melodious. I adore it here. Farewell, everyone. I shall never forget you. Uchiha Shin quickened his pace, turning to flee from the riverbank with all his might. At the very least, I will survive for both of us. I cannot accept the notion of you being saved while I am left behind. The curse lingering behind him felt hauntingly real and terrifying. Bang! Uchiha Shin suddenly opened his eyes. Had he returned to life? Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Shin, are you awake? Tsunade exclaimed, relief washing over her face as she canceled the ninjutsu she had been using to stimulate his heart. That was indeed lightning release, wasn't it? Are you jesting? Was my life truly hanging by a thread just now? Aren't you skilled in medical ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Chun gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his voice. Ah well, it seems your heart had stopped for a brief moment. Just a moment. My medical ninjutsu isn't sufficient for injuries of that severity, Tsunade replied, sheepishly brushing her hair back. To be honest, it was my first time employing such a method. I never anticipated it would succeed on the first attempt. Humans are indeed fascinating creatures. My kunai? Where is my 40-meter-long kunai? Uchiha Chun immediately rummaged through his ninja pouch. Hey, Chun, just talk, but don't move the kunai. Kushina, come quickly. He has fainted again. Tsunade's voice echoed. Time passed, and Uchiha Chun regained consciousness once more, only to find Kushina by his side. Her long, red hair cascaded like silk over the bed, and she remained in her adorable nightgown, having dozed off at the bedside. Uchiha Chun reached out and plucked a fallen strand of her red hair from her shoulder, the faint scent of cherry blossoms wafting from it. Kushina, resting at the bedside, seemed to stir at his movement. She groggily lifted her head and rubbed her eyes, realizing the boy before her had awakened. Oh, you're awake, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with an odd lilt. I'm so sorry. I misjudged you. Kushina suddenly stood up in a flurry, hastily apologizing to the boy on the bed. It's all right. I was the one at fault for throwing the explosive tag on the bed and startling you. Uchiha Chun quickly waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that mini explosive tag was quite amusing. It truly startled me. I thought I was going to die. Kushina laughed, brushing her hair back. She appeared revitalized now. no longer resembling the tearful and helpless figure from earlier. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. I hail from the land of whirlpools. Kushina's voice suddenly took on a somber tone. Uchiha Shin observed her demeanor and recalled her earlier act of placing a kunai beneath his pillow. It seemed the land of whirlpools had been destroyed. For years, Kushina must have lived within the ruins of her homeland, enduring the harrowing trauma of war each day. Perhaps she had witnessed the demise of her village, resulting in her profound sense of insecurity. Uchiha Shin swiftly shifted the conversation. I am Uchiha Shin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Uzumaki Kushina. You may simply call me Shin. As Uchiha Shin gazed into the dark depths of Kushina's eyes, she nodded gently. You may simply call me Kushina. We are now good friends, she declared. Ah, so this is what friendship entails, Uchiha Shin mused, reflecting on the ease with which bonds are formed among children. However, he realized he had yet to catch sight of a certain individual. By the way, where is Tsunade? Has she been captured by the Umbu, or perhaps apprehended by the security team? He pondered how his mentor would react to such blunt remarks. With narrowed eyes, Uchiha Shin began to search for Tsunade's whereabouts. Sister Tsunade, she asked me to tell you that she acknowledges her mistakes. She has now gone to turn herself into the security team, Kushina stammered. Turn herself in? What a farce, Uchiha Shin scoffed. Where could she truly be? She mentioned that while you are currently down on your luck, her fortune is quite the opposite, and she intends to gamble a bit more, Kushina explained. Ah, indeed. That sounds like something Tsunade would do, Shin replied. What does gamble mean? Kushina inquired, her innocence evident, as the turmoil of recent years had left her unaware of such concepts. It means to abduct children of your age, Uchiha Shin stated. A look of terror washed over Kushina's face. Shin surveyed the room, noting its resemblance to his own, albeit decorated with the trinkets of a young girl, presumably Kushina's. Is this your room? He asked. Indeed, but what about mine? She replied. Your room is no longer habitable. It has started to leak. Tsunade punched you, and your body broke through the wall, he explained. To think I survived that. How fortunate, Kushina mused. But how did you end up in my room? Uchiha Shin pressed, his curiosity piqued. Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Well, all these rooms look alike, and their interiors are quite similar. I just arrived in Konoha today, and after returning from Grandma Mito's, I got lost and accidentally entered that room, she stammered. Oh, now it makes sense, Uchiha Shin sighed, realizing the unfortunate misfortune that had befallen them. Outside, the cheerful chirping of birds echoed through the window. Uchiha Shin rolled over, evading the sunlight that streamed into the room. Perhaps he had forgotten to draw the curtains last night. He yearned to drift back into slumber, yet his consciousness urged him to awaken. Shin, hurry and get up. Amidst the birds' melodious chorus, he heard a voice as sweet as silver bells. He felt suspended between the realms of reality and dreams, as the hazy sensations of the waking world intertwined with the limitless possibilities of dreams. Thus, when Kushina's voice called him to rise, he instinctively rejected it. But this is Shosuke's room. Surely, Kushina would not be here. Kushina, could you let me sleep a little longer? He pleaded. Oh, you make a valid point. A rare moment of respite. Last night, I was subjected to a rather severe beating from Tsunade. Naturally, I longed to indulge in a deeper slumber. Indeed, I dreamt of delivering a sound thrashing to Tsunade. However, you repeatedly insisted last night that today we must rise early to confront her at the casino, urging me to wake you. Shin, rise and shine. It is already morning, Kushina said, shaking Uchiha Shin's body without reservation. This should have been an effort to rouse him, yet at that moment, he felt as if he were gently swaying in a cradle, utterly enveloped in comfort. Just a little longer. Allow me one more song's worth of slumber, he murmured. Shin, you uttered those very words mere moments ago, Kushina pressed on relentlessly. If you do not awaken, I shall unleash a water release upon your face. What? Uchiha Shin jolted awake, every hair on his body standing on end. An ominous presence drew near. Instantly alert, he turned his body aside, shielding his face with both hands, his legs tensing in readiness for a hasty escape. Before him, in an imposing stance, stood Tsunade, her gaze sharp and piercing. Honestly, who do you deem evil? She inquired, her eyes fixed intently upon Shin. He squinted at her, realizing he was lying on the bed of a rope tree with Tsunade looming over him, an intimidating figure. To label Tsunade as evil might be an exaggeration, but he deemed it unnecessary to correct the notion. Get up, you brat. Today marks the final day of training, and I intend to instruct you thoroughly, she declared, clenching her fists, producing a series of ominous sounds. Such treatment towards a patient? To call it an evil aura would be an understatement. It bordered on criminality. Shin regarded Tsunade thoughtfully, reconsidering his earlier assertion. It was not an evil presence. Indeed, the term criminal would be far more accurate. Good morning, Shun. Ah, good morning, Kushina, Uchiha Shin replied, gazing at the ever-enthusiastic Kushina, who had been urging him to rise since dawn. Bathed in the morning light, her long crimson hair seemed to shimmer with a captivating radiance. Clad in a white ninja outfit, she embodied grace and poise, her broad smile radiating an even greater brightness than the day before. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Shin inquired as he sat up. Yes, quite well. I had a wonderfully happy dream, she replied casually, her joyful smile illuminating her features. Shin could almost feel her happiness enveloping him. He had been concerned that in an unfamiliar environment, she might struggle to find rest. It was a relief to know she had slept soundly. Enough of this idle chatter. Rise quickly. Today is the last day of training, Tsunade interrupted, arms crossed. I am quite busy. As a jonin, I must patrol the casino for criminals at night, while also finding time to rest and train during the day. I am merely stealing a moment from my hectic schedule to train you. It seems you are stealing time from your leisure, Shin retorted. Regardless, I will get up and wash my face first, he declared, grabbing his windbreaker and heading outside. Go ahead and wash your face, Tsunade yawned, her demeanor unperturbed. I long to take a nap. Yesterday's excitement has left me rather fatigued. Uchiha Shin quickly stepped outside, intending to splash some water on his face to rejuvenate himself. At that moment, only Tsunade and Kushina stood by the bedside. Just after Uchiha Shin exited Shinshu's room, he was making his way towards the wash basin when he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Tsunade and Kushina. Kushina, this is exceedingly dangerous. How can a girl of your age wander into a boy's room so casually? What if something akin to last night's incident were to occur? Wouldn't that be perilous? But we agreed it was all a misunderstanding. Shun is my first good friend in Konoha. There's nothing to worry about. No. Just look at this book. If you're not careful, Kushina could end up in a situation where someone like Uchiha Shin might commit an unforgivable act. Tsunade exclaimed as she retrieved a comic book from a hidden compartment in the desk. Wow. Kushina gasped dramatically. Consequently, Uchiha Shin hurriedly retreated to his room. He found Kushina blushing, her large eyes fixed on Shinshu's comic book, which appeared to explore themes of ethics and life. Hey, that's not mine. It's a prized collection of Shinshu's. Don't place the blame on me, Uchiha Shin insisted, leaving the room under Kushina's curious gaze. After breakfast, Uchiha Shin turned to the still-flushed Kushina and inquired, by the way, Kushina, what are your plans for today? Well, I'm heading to Grandma Mito's for some tutoring. She says there's much I still need to learn. Tomorrow, I'll be starting at the Ninja Academy. Ah, that's wonderful. It seems she will be instructing you in sealing techniques and such, Uchiha Shin mused, recognizing the paramount importance of sealing techniques in the world of Naruto. They not only countered the reanimation jutsu, but also restrained tailed beasts. Even Kaguya, in the end, required sealing techniques for her confinement. Unfortunately, he was puzzled as to why sealing techniques were absent from his own panel. Uchiha Shin resolved to inquire further with his unreliable system. After finishing her meal, Kushina departed on her own, while Tsunade and Uchiha Shin proceeded to the training grounds. All right, kid. Today is the final day. Demonstrate your chakra control for me. If I'm satisfied, I shall impart to you a formidable ninjutsu as compensation for the misunderstanding yesterday. I nearly met my demise at your hands. Tsunade-sensei, you think a single ninjutsu is sufficient to placate me? By the way, why did you suddenly burst in on me? Well, I heard what sounded like Kushina crying from your room. I also heard you say you would take responsibility. So I assumed you had engaged in something inappropriate for your age. I distinctly stated that I would take responsibility for teaching her how to create mini explosive tags. Courtesy of Shinshu. Remove your head from the clouds and think clearly. Such notions are far-fetched. Ah, I see, Tsunade murmured to herself, nodding in understanding. As time passed without incident, Uchiha Shin exhaled deeply. Take this, he declared, delivering a swift kick. How can you dismiss it as a trivial matter? Do you believe I would cast you into the land of water to harvest sugarcane? Today's weather is indeed splendid. In the training ground, Uchiha Shin swiftly demonstrated to Tsunade the progress he had made in controlling chakra precision during his recent training. Impressive, quite impressive. He has already reached a level of controlling the direction of chakra. I initially considered introducing you to a time-consuming training exercise to help you practice, but I did not anticipate your remarkable talent in this area. What do you say? Would you care to learn medical ninjutsu from me? Do not squander such a wonderful gift. Tsunade resembled a deceptive pyramid scheme promoter. Uchiha Shun cast a resigned glance at Tsunade, thinking it would be more beneficial to learn cooking from her. All right. I understand that you children are not interested in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade replied with a hint of exasperation. Today marks the final day of training. Tsunade stood in the shadow of the training ground, observing Uchiha Shun. I shall now impart to you my signature body technique, the monstrous strength. Tsunade crossed her arms. This technique belongs to the realm of ninja body techniques. It was developed by my grandfather, the first Hokage, and I have since refined it. Currently, I am the only one capable of utilizing it. To employ this technique, one must possess exceptional chakra control and explosive power. Were it not for your outstanding skills in chakra control, I would not entrust this technique to you. The essence of this technique lies in concentrating chakra in a specific part of the body and then unleashing it. Naturally, the potency is contingent upon the chakra utilized and the physical endurance of the practitioner. Theoretically, if mastered to an advanced level, this technique could cause the earth to tremble. However, should one reach such a degree, it would inflict significant harm upon the user. The reason it is termed monstrous strength is due to its immense destructive capability. Tsunade gestured for Uchiha Shun to step back. She stood upright, the chakra gradually coalescing in her fist. To allow Uchiha Shun to observe clearly, she moved deliberately slowly. Suddenly, she struck the ground with her fist. The entire training ground fractured, centered around Tsunade. Perhaps that was a bit excessive, Sensei, Uchiha Shun remarked. No worries. This training ground was in dire need of repairs anyway. I'll have a word with the third Hokage upon our return. This falls under the category of work-related damages. Konoha will reimburse it, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. This technique propels the fist towards the target with chakra, rendering any solidity of the target inconsequential, with the extent of damage determined by the amount of chakra expended. Tsunade continued. Of course, you can concentrate chakra at your fingertips for even greater potency. However, I do not recommend that approach. Without the formidable lightning armor of the third racket, your fingers are likely to sustain injury. And then there is this technique, she added. This is called Heavenly Guard Kick. Tsunade suddenly elevated her leg, and then stomped it down onto the ground, causing the earth to dramatically sink. Uchiha Shun was quite captivated by the power of this technique. Although he was not a pure martial artist, his current physical prowess was the strongest among all attributes. If he were to awaken Susanoo in the future, applying monstrous strength within that form would yield remarkable results. What magnitude of power could one wield if they were to master the 8 gates of the body? The thoughts of Uchiha Shun began to drift. Why not give it a try? Tsunade suggested to the distracted Uchiha Shun. Instantly, he focused his chakra, yet he faltered. The energy dissipated swiftly due to uneven concentration. Once more, Tsunade's guiding voice resonated in the air around them. For an entire day, she dedicated herself to instructing Uchiha Shun. Despite his impressive prowess in chakra precision, mastering this technique proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, his 7th-level physical skills, combined with his accurate chakra manipulation, afforded him considerable advantages. As time gradually slipped away, dusk descended, casting elongated shadows of the 2 figures on the training ground, reminiscent of a weary elder reclining against the horizon. The May evening exuded a hint of restlessness, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat. Uchiha Shun wiped his brow, grateful for Tsunade's constant replenishment of his chakra, enabling him to train throughout the day. Such an intense regimen of chakra exertion was indeed invaluable. Finding a mentor of her caliber was a rare fortune. Uchiha Shun held this opportunity in high regard. Just as he prepared to unleash his extraordinary strength once more, Tsunade halted him. Shun, you have nearly grasped it. With continued practice, you shall excel. She indicated for him to take a break. They both settled casually upon the ground of the training arena. You are a prodigy, undoubtedly on par with my own talents, Tsunade declared unabashedly. As your mentor, I had hoped to remain uninvolved in such matters. Her golden eyes radiated sincerity. I understand that excellence brings its own burdens. With power comes isolation and the temptation of arrogance, even when one is initially imbued with high hopes. This tendency is especially pronounced among the gifted, a common affliction of genius. Though you are merely 6 years old, I perceive your precociousness. Your father was a disciple of my grandfather, and I am your teacher. Thus, I harbor great expectations for your future. It is precisely because of these expectations that I wish to guide you away from missteps. I implore you not to be constrained by the insignificance of clan allegiance. An obsession with such trivialities may blind you to what is truly significant. Your comrades should always be those you cherish above all else. Uchiha Shin remained silent, embracing his knees as he gazed at the setting sun. The breathtaking sunset painted the entire sky in hues of orange and gold, the clouds rolling like waves against the canvas of twilight. The heavens mirrored the vast sea, and the sunlight seemed to pierce through the layers of time, igniting a warmth in Uchiha Shin's eyes. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "Teacher, I am but an ordinary person. In this tumultuous era, my only desire is to protect those I love and who love me. Nothing more." Uchiha Shin fixed his earnest gaze upon Tsunade's eyes. "Those I love and who love me," Tsunade murmured softly. After a considerable while, she gently patted Uchiha Shin's head. "Who isn't? Let's return home. This week of training has concluded. My summoning technique is the slug, which you have seen, though the slug is not a combat-type summoning beast. And you currently show no interest in medical ninjutsu. I shall reserve this contract for you. Should you find yourself unable to locate a suitable summoning beast in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. This is a parting gift from your teacher, a token of the Jonin." Upon finishing her words, Tsunade stood up, dusted off her clothes, and slowly made her way out of the training ground. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly turned her head and, with a smile, asked Uchiha Shin if she should convey any message to Kushina. Uchiha Shin brushed off the dust from his attire and replied with a smile, "Tell her I'll see her tomorrow." A long-awaited good sleep. Uchiha Shin had gone to bed quite early the previous night, and thus awoke early this morning. He closed his eyes in bed, yet found sleep elusive. Without the frenzied training at the training ground and Tsunade's unexpected nighttime assaults, his life felt rather unfamiliar. Reluctantly, he rose from his soft bed and slowly donned his Uchiha cloak. It was still early outside. The sun shone down, causing the dew to gradually transform into a delicate mist. This morning, Mikoto did not come rushing over to find him as she often did. She must be quite fatigued from the week, he surmised. Consequently, Uchiha Shin decided to prepare some breakfast for himself. Although his culinary skills rendered the meal rather unpalatable, he felt compelled to finish it nonetheless. Afterward, Uchiha Shin gradually departed from his clan's territory, walking towards the school. "Hey, good morning, Minato." As he entered the school gate, he encountered Minato. "Good morning, Shin. You're here quite early again," Minato replied, seemingly unperturbed. "What's the matter, Minato? You look rather lackluster," Uchiha Shin inquired with concern. It was rare for the little son to appear so despondent. "Well, I spent yesterday with the security team," Minato answered weakly. "Huh? How did you end up with the security team?" Uchiha Shin asked, perplexed. The Uchiha and the security team are indiscriminately apprehending people, without so much as an inquiry. They even dare to touch my brother. Uchiha Shin glanced around, but refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. It was Jiraiya-sensei. He said gathering materials could enhance my stealth abilities and improve my observational skills regarding my surroundings. So, I accompanied Jiraiya-sensei to gather materials, and then I was discovered. Jiraiya-sensei executed a body flicker technique and escaped, leaving me to be captured by the security team. Uchiha Shin nodded, acknowledging the significance of speed. It seemed that Minato's experience had influenced his path, leading him to become the fastest in the ninja world. Truly, Jiraiya was an educational prodigy. Your experiences this week could easily be crafted into a thrilling adventure novel, Uchiha Shin chuckled, relishing in Minato's misfortune. "So how were you released? Eavesdropping is no minor offense." "Well, whenever someone inquired about something, I just chuckled mysteriously," Minato replied with an enigmatic air. "Oh, so it was all an act of cuteness." "Ah, no, rather. An act of feigned ignorance," Uchiha Shin concluded with a nod. After all, even a foolish 6-year-old would struggle to articulate anything of substance. It is likely that this is what led to the release of the Watergate. Ahahaha. Watergate awkwardly ruffled his hair. Uchiha Shin and Watergate walked into the classroom together and took their seats. Soon, the classroom was filled with students. "Good morning, Mei-chin," Uchiha Shin greeted. "Good morning, Shin," Mei-chin replied, appearing somewhat flustered. "Why did you arrive so late today?" Uchiha Shin inquired. "Well, the training this week has been exhausting, so I overslept a bit this morning." The time for class approached rapidly, yet Uchiha Shin noticed that Shinshu's seat remained empty, which was unusual as he typically arrived early. "By the way, Watergate, where is Shinshu?" Isn't he currently training with Lord Jiraiya? Shouldn't he be with you? Uchiha Shin asked. He was engrossed in studying Lord Jiraiya's comic books the other day, and then got caught by Lady Tsunade. I think I overheard her saying something about selling him to the Land of Earth as a slave, Watergate replied. Oh, it seems I will have to go to the Land of Earth to find him in the future. I hope he is doing well. Uchiha Shin nodded in understanding. Before long, it was time for the morning class, and teacher Nishimura stood at the podium. Due to certain special circumstances, our class will be welcoming a transfer student. Teacher Nishimura announced to the students, including Uchiha Shin. Because she is coming from another village, I hope everyone will be friendly. Yes, the children responded energetically. I wonder if it will be a girl? It would be wonderful if it were a handsome boy like Uchiha Shin. The students began to chatter excitedly. Kushina, please come in, called the teacher. Her name sounds adorable. Aren't you curious, Shin? Meichin whispered to Uchiha Shin. Yes, the name is charming, and she seems quite lovely. Uchiha Shin smiled. Do you know her, Shin? Watergate asked. Just as Uchiha Shin was about to nod, he caught sight of Meichin's warm smile and cleverly kept his mouth shut. Kushina entered the classroom wearing a white ninja outfit paired with black stockings, her long red hair cascading down her back. She nervously surveyed the classroom, her gaze landing on Uchiha Shin, which prompted her to smile. The classroom erupted in chatter. Wow, how cute. Look at her red hair. How unusual. I've never seen anything like it, the students exclaimed, the atmosphere growing lively. Kushina's face suddenly turned crimson, and she stammered. I am Uzumaki Kushina. I aspire to become the first female Hokage. In her nervousness, she added an unusual inflection to her words. Caught up in the moment, she blurted out her ambition to become Hokage. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of reactions. An outsider wishes to become Hokage? How amusing. If she can do it, then surely I can too. Just a mere child from another village thinks she can become the strongest person in our village? The students mocked her relentlessly. Kushina's complexion grew increasingly flushed, resembling a ripe tomato. Suddenly, she fell into silence. Oh dear, this is a mess, muttered Uchiha Tatsu as he covered his face. It seemed that Kushina longed for acceptance and a sense of belonging among them. However, the children exhibited an evident aversion to an outsider aspiring to become Hokage. Teacher, I wholeheartedly support classmate Kushina's candidacy for the position of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. When the time comes for the Hokage election, I shall cast my vote for her. Uchiha Tatsu declared, raising his hand towards the visibly distressed Nishimura-sensei standing at the podium, bewildered by the sudden shift in classroom atmosphere. In essence, Tatsu's action drew the attention of the entire classroom to himself. As anticipated, the classroom fell into silence, all eyes fixated upon Uchiha Tatsu. If Tatsu supports her, then I shall vote for her as well, the female classmates quickly echoed. Clearly, Minato is taken aback. What is going on? Tatsu, you didn't say that before. At Ichiraku Ramen, you clearly stated that you would cast your vote for me. In the end, I also paid for the ramen. Now that we've finished eating, you pretend it never happened? Has our friendship capsized over your infatuation? Uchiha Tatsu chose to disregard Minato's accusatory gaze. At that moment, Makoto was also observing Uchiha Tatsu. Fortunately, most of the class's attention shifted to Tatsu, temporarily alleviating the hostility directed at Kushina standing by the podium. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, standing at the doorway, adjusted his Hokage hat. He glanced once more at the somewhat bewildered Kushina at the podium, smiled gently, and then gradually departed. Could you all please quiet down a bit? Boomed a commanding voice from the podium. It belonged to Nishimura-sensei, whose deep and wild tone commanded immediate silence from the students below. Kushina, please find a seat quickly. Nishimura-sensei, who had just exhibited a rather unpleasant demeanor, suddenly beamed at Kushina. There was something quite suspicious about this Nishimura-sensei. He treated Kushina, who had been personally delivered by the third Hokage, with such amiability, yet displayed a fierce countenance towards us, the flowers of Konoha. Nishimura-sensei leaned closer to Kushina, whispering, Be cautious, Kushina. There are many troublesome students in this class. They can be quite concerning. Keep your distance from those dangerous individuals. You can trust my advice. Yes, I will steer clear of those dangerous people. Teacher, Kushina replied loudly. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Nishimura-sensei hastily gestured. Ahem, in any case, please step down now. Kushina observed the classroom from the podium and noticed the only vacant seat was located in front of Uchiha Tatsu. Slowly, She took her backpack and walked towards the empty space. Hey, Tatsu, isn't that seat meant for Shoju? Little Sun quietly nudged Uchiha Shin's arm and asked softly, oh, by the way, wasn't Shinshu sold to the land of Earth by Lady Tsunade to work in the mines? It's fine. Uncle Nishimura hasn't said anything. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Shin replied quietly. Thus, it appeared that no one in the class truly cared about Shinshu's whereabouts. In fact, no one even noticed his absence. Truly, he was among the top 10 in the rankings of least noticeable individuals. Uchiha Shin turned to Minato. What has Lord Jiraiya taught you this week? Minato did not respond but countered. What about Lady Tsunade? What has she taught you? Minato, you've changed. That day when we had ramen, you promised to tell me everything. But ever since you learned about materials from Lord Jiraiya, you've turned into this. Uchiha Shin feigned a look of betrayal. At that moment, Kushina, seated in front of them, took out her book. She pretended to read while leaning her body against Uchiha Shin's desk. Good morning, Chun, Kushina whispered. Morning, Kushina. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Shin replied. He subtly gestured towards Mikoto and Minato with his eyes. Kushina was Shinshu's distant cousin, having just arrived in Konoha yesterday. Kushina turned her head, revealing a smile, her face as red as a tomato. She must be unsure how to greet strangers, Uchiha Shin thought. Mikoto, seated next to Uchiha Shin, immediately understood the situation. Truly, she was the empathetic one. While pretending to focus on her textbook, she quietly greeted Kushina. Uzumaki-san. Yes, yes. Is there something? Kushina turned her face towards Mikoto in a fluster. I'm Uchiha Mikoto. Please take care of me, Uzumaki-san. Ah, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Please take care of me too. Kushina softly repeated her name. Hello, Uzumaki-san, Minato chimed in. Yes, just call me Kushina, Kushina replied quietly. By the way, Chun, are you still feeling unwell? Kushina inquired. Oh, I'm fine now. Uchiha Shin recalled Tsunade's fist and couldn't help but grimace. His injuries from her had nearly healed. By the way, Kushina, how is Shinshu? Has he been sent to the land of Earth? Uchiha Shin asked about Shinshu's whereabouts. Suddenly, teacher Nishimura, who was lecturing at the front, fell silent. Uchiha Shin looked up and saw Shinshu enter, his face wrapped in bandages. If one were to describe Shinshu's current appearance, it would be similar to that of the second Tsuchikage. He was bound from head to toe in a myriad of bandages, resembling a mummy. Shinshu? Uchiha Shin was taken aback by Shinshu's appearance. After all, it had only been a few days since he last saw Shinshu, and now he looked like this. Hey, Shin, don't suddenly make that face. Am I really that ugly? Shinshu's mouth was muffled by the bandages as he spoke to Uchiha Shin. Jio-xi-nai. I apologize for the unfortunate impression you received on your first day at school. Did Shoju's unattractive visage startle you? Uchiha Shin addressed Jio-xi-nai, disregarding Shoju. And no, that is not the case at all. Just look into my eyes, filled with vigor, my face marked by determination, and my physique boasting exquisite lines. Surely, this cannot be described as grotesque. Indeed, upon your mention, Shoju, your appearance is rather commendable. I know someone who mentioned that you piqued their interest. What? I never expected Chun to have such discerning acquaintances. I must ascertain who it is. I believe their name is Uchiha. Uchiha? Which girl from your clan? Ryo. Uchiha Ryo, the leader of the Uchiha trio. Hey, students over there, quiet down. A booming voice interrupted Uchiha Shin just as he intended to continue conversing with Shoju. Yes, I am speaking to you. Silence. The dark-faced Nishimura, standing at the podium, could no longer contain himself. You may disrupt the classroom after lessons, but speaking during class? Do you think I am merely a decoration as your teacher? Shoju, please find a seat quickly. Nishimura rapped on the desk a few times, issuing a warning towards Uchiha Shin's direction. Uchiha Shin reluctantly sealed his lips. Suddenly, with a crash, the desk before Nishimura splintered into a pile of wood shavings, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Who would have thought that a mere tap could lead to such a disaster? Would this affect his salary? Goodness, that could jeopardize his ninja career. I shall fetch a new one. Please hold on for a moment, everyone. After awkwardly addressing the class, Nishimura hastily exited the room. As soon as he left, the classroom erupted into noise. I have always said that the funds for the school renovations were embezzled by the principal, Uchiha Shin remarked. Beside him, Minato chuckled wryly. At this moment, Shoju had taken a seat next to Minato, as his position was occupied by his sister, Jio-xi-nai. Consequently, he had to settle beside Minato. Uchiha Shin had come to understand why Shoju had transformed in such a manner. Indeed, Tsunade was the most formidable of the legendary Sannin. Nishimura soon returned with a new desk, and the class continued in a drowsy haze. Uchiha Shin perused his book on ninjutsu while glancing at his interface. Having retired early the night before, he had not meticulously examined his interface until now. He noted his accrued ninja points, which had reached 13,500. These points were the fruit of his intensive training with Tsunade over the past days. Without hesitation, he allocated all these points to enhance his taijutsu. The system notified him, "Congratulations, the host's taijutsu level has been elevated to level 8, significantly enhancing speed, endurance, strength, and comprehension in the realm of taijutsu compared to level 7. The system continued, "Congratulations, host, for achieving level 8 in one attribute before graduating from the ninja school." Uchiha Shin glanced at his panel. Now, it has transformed into this. The host, Uchiha Shin, from the land of fire, aged 6, possesses a comprehensive strength index of a mere middle-ranked shinobi. His chakra level stands at 4,04000, taijutsu at 8,016,000, shuriken jutsu at 5,06000, hand seals at 4,04000, ninjutsu at 4,04000, genjutsu at 5,06000, wind affinity at 4,04000, fire affinity at 4,04000, lightning affinity at 4,04000, water affinity at 0,0100, earth affinity at 0,0100, yang affinity at 0,0100, and yin affinity at 0,0100. The remaining ninja points amount to 1,500. Due to the system completing tasks and upgrading the host panel, which will take 12 hours. The system continued. Will the panel upgrade again? Uchiha Shin inquired with curiosity. Indeed. As long as the host completes tasks, the system will automatically upgrade. What will it evolve into? What new functionalities will it possess? Uchiha Shin pressed on. It will unlock additional attribute panels and the capability for attribute fusion. Everything must be explored by the host. Attribute fusion? Uchiha Shin suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Wouldn't that mean he could soon wield wood release? He recalled that wood release was a fusion of earth, water, and yang release. Moreover, he could master the dust release of the third Tsuchikage and even more formidable abilities like the bloodline net. Host, wake up. Do not indulge in fantasies. You are merely cannon fodder in the shinobi realm, the system bluntly chastised. Moreover, this is only a possibility. After all, attribute fusion relies on the host's own exploration. The system will merely enhance your understanding in these areas. Humph, that's as good as saying nothing at all. Uchiha Shin was acutely aware of the path to his future strength, yet he remained oblivious to how he would unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Regrettably, he had no brothers. During the break, Uchiha Shin began conversing with Minato, exchanging knowledge acquired over the past week. Actually, over this week, aside from imparting some training methods and experiences, Jiraiya-sensei didn't teach me any other elemental ninjutsu. He mentioned that my current mastery of ninjutsu is sufficient. However, aside from that, the teacher did teach me a powerful technique. Minato said with a proud smile. Let me guess, is it the summoning technique? Knowing so much, why do you still ask? Minato's arm suddenly playfully grappled Uchiha Shin's neck. Hey, be gentle. I was wrong, Minato. That's a neck, not a stone. For Jiraiya, the most precious ninjutsu was undoubtedly the toads of Mount Myaboku, which Uchiha Shin could easily deduce. Tsunade had also mentioned leaving a summoning scroll for Uchiha Shin. To him, summoning beasts sometimes felt like a redundant presence. Of course, if it were a beast like the Nine Tails, it would be a different story. Thus, he pondered whether one day he might acquire a tailed beast as a pet. However, he currently lacked the strength to do so. Summoning techniques belong to the realm of space-time ninjutsu. Thus, it is plausible that the inspiration for the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was drawn from the art of summoning. Defining the rank of this ninjutsu is rather elusive, as the size of the summoned creature correlates with the wielder's chakra capacity. A greater chakra reserve elevates the rank of the technique. For instance, before us stands Minato, brimming with pride. With an excited tone, he declares to Uchiha Tatsu, I can now summon a formidable toad. Ah, you can summon a toad now? Impressive, Minato. You're not still summoning tadpoles, are you? Do you have enough chakra? Uchiha Tatsu inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, it started with tadpoles, Minato admitted. Although I have yet to successfully summon a toad, I feel that if I expend all my chakra this time, I shall undoubtedly summon a toad. Minato exuded an air of mysterious confidence. Eagerly, he took a pencil cutter and pricked his finger, initiating the hand seals beneath the table, culminating in a resounding puff of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a creature that could hardly be distinguished as either a tadpole or a toad appeared atop the table. It had developed legs, yet its upper body still resembled that of a tadpole, complete with a long tail, and its entire form was scarcely the size of a palm. Is this the toad you summoned after exhausting your chakra, Minato? I can't laugh, or I might just meet my demise at your hands. Hey Tatsu, what's wrong? Minato responded, his back turned, radiating an unusually warm smile that sent shivers down Uchiha Tatsu's spine. Now that you have summoned this creature, do you have anything to say to me? What should I say? Uchiha Tatsu stammered, attempting to placate Minato while desperately seeking assistance from the bystanders. But Mikoto and Kushina merely turned away with expressions of deep regret. In light of this, Uchiha Tatsu could only evade the tadpole's presence and focus on other characteristics to navigate this predicament. He had no recourse but to rely on his wits. Ah yes, this toad is rather adorable, Minato. Upon uttering those words, Uchiha Tatsu recognized his failure. He knew Minato would pose such a question and had not prepared a response that would ensure his survival until the morrow. Having reached this juncture, he thought, at the very least, he should be honest with himself in these final moments. I believe, Minato, this is not a toad at all, but rather a tad. Be gentle, Minato. The small creature, still groggy, bounced on the table. Who is this? Where am I? Who summoned me? I was in the midst of my bath. Please keep your voice down, great toad. Minato chuckled wryly, covering the tadpole's mouth while glancing around anxiously, hoping none of their classmates witnessed the unfolding spectacle. However, Shoju's observation point was not far from here. He truly was a master of self-inflicted calamity. Hey, Minato, can we eat this tadpole? Shoju inquired, prompting Uchiha Tatsu to unleash a mighty fireball at Minato's tadpole. The tadpole expelled a jet of water, striking the face of the rope tree. Subsequently, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and the toad dispelled the summoning technique. Watergate gazed at his now liberated tadpole, a resigned smile forming on his lips. Oh, what a predicament! After much deliberation and offering numerous caterpillars, it finally consented to be my summoning beast. Now, we must start all over again. Uchiha-chun turned his attention to Meichin, who had been engaged in conversation with Kushina. Meichin, what has Orochimaru taught you? Let me think. Lord Orochimaru imparted to me some insights on ninjutsu, as well as the combined use of the 5 elemental natures. He also covered the creation, identification, and evasion of common traps, essentially, various techniques for self-preservation. Observing Meichin conversing freely with Uchiha-chun, Watergate couldn't help but feel a tinge of cunning in his demeanor. However, upon further reflection, Uchiha-chun acknowledged that when it came to self-preservation, Orochimaru was indeed unparalleled. As a scientist possessing core technologies, he was a survivor of the grand finale. Growing ever younger as time passed, Uchiha-chun contemplated that the 3 of them had each absorbed something representative from the legendary Sannin. He had inherited Tsunade's extraordinary strength. Watergate had gained Jiraiya's association with the toads of Mount Myaboku, and Meichin benefited from Orochimaru's guidance in ninjutsu. The second class commenced, once again led by Uncle Nishimura. Though he may appear somewhat aged, this ninja was surprisingly multi-talented, hence entrusted with significant responsibilities by the 3rd Hokage. In his own words, he had once been an artistic youth. Had he not chosen the path of a ninja, he might have become a writer, possibly authoring several novels by now. All right. Children, hurry back to your seats. Uncle Nishimura entered the classroom, clutching a thick stack of forms. Another examination? Haven't we just had one? The sight of the hefty papers prompted immediate dissent from the rascally group led by Uchiha Ryo. TSK, such a typical underachiever mentality, Uchiha-chun silently scoffed, knowing that high achievers thrived on examinations. Not quite, Uncle Nishimura shook his head. Our second year is nearing its end, and there's still some time before the final exams. Therefore, today will be our last outdoor training session. Everyone, follow me to the training room. Not this again. Do you teachers have an affinity for outdoor training? Uchiha-chun remarked with a hint of sarcasm, having just returned from training under Tsunade. The familiar atmosphere of the training ground greeted him, and he could even discern traces of the earth-style ninjutsu used by Orochimaru and Jiraiya imprinted on the ground. Ahem. Today's outdoor lesson will primarily assess each student's shuriken throwing skills, Uncle Nishimura announced, lifting the thick roster in his hand. The results of this assessment will be included in your overall scores for the semester. Therefore, whether you are a consistently excellent student or one who struggles, it is imperative that you take this examination seriously. I do not wish to call parents over the summer break. Upon concluding his remarks, Teacher Nishimura cast a sidelong glance at the troubled Riku, who was cradling his head in distress. Riku was taken aback. After all, the last time he conceded, his mother had chastised both him and his father, declaring them to be neglectful of their responsibilities, leaving him with a lingering psychological shadow. First in line, according to your student ID from enrollment, is Uchiha Ryo. Please proceed, Nishimura announced. With an air of arrogance, Uchiha Ryo, the leader of the trio, strode forward. He retrieved 4 shuriken from his pouch and, with a swift flick of his wrist, sent them hurtling through the air, striking the bullseye a remarkable 10 meters away. The students erupted in astonished gasps, while his 2 lackeys put on an especially vigorous display. Nishimura, glancing at the distant target, then reported Uchiha Ryo's score. The highest possible grade awarded by the teacher was an A, followed by A, B, and so forth in descending order. It must be said that members of the Uchiha clan exhibit a remarkable proficiency with shuriken, likely a consequence of their genetics. The outdoor training session unfolded gradually. As it had not yet been Uchiha Tatsu's turn, he found himself rather bored and retreated to converse with Shoju and others. Not only Uchiha Tatsu but also other students awaiting their turn were restless, scattered across the training ground in animated conversation. Uchiha Tatsu observed that Kushina appeared somewhat anxious. "Kushina, are you not adept at throwing shuriken?" he inquired. "Not really. I suppose I'm not very skilled. I haven't practiced much over the past few years," Kushina replied. Tatsu recalled that Naruto also struggled in this regard, perhaps indicating a hereditary trait. Like the Uchiha clan, it seemed to be a matter of genetics. Next up, Uzumaki Kushina. "You can do it, Kushina." Uchiha Tatsu encouraged her. "Yes, I will give it my best," Kushina responded, making her way forward slowly. Before Kushina transferred to the academy, the 3rd Hokage had sought out teacher Nishimura, specifically instructing him to look after her and ensure that her classmates did not bully her. The 3rd Hokage's rationale was that Kushina was an orphan of war from the land of whirlpools, newly arrived in Konoha and unfamiliar with her surroundings. It was essential for her future life in Konoha that she developed a favorable impression of the village. Given the Hokage's prior request, teacher Nishimura felt compelled to show extra concern for Kushina, as it would benefit his own career as a ninja. Thus, he positioned her name in the middle of the lineup. Placing her last would foster a sense of isolation. However, from his perspective, Kushina's skills with shuriken were quite inadequate. He could even identify mistakes in her throwing technique, raising doubts about her ability to hit the target accurately. With a sigh, Nishimura lamented the addition of another challenging student. "Since the Hokage has taken a special interest, I suppose I have no choice but to assign her a passing grade of A," he muttered to himself. Uchiha Tatsu felt a strong urge to report Nishimura to the Hokage. Meanwhile, Kushina, surrounded by so many watchful eyes, felt increasingly anxious. She glanced again at Uchiha Shun and the others, who all wore encouraging expressions. Kushina rubbed her eyes and adjusted her attire. Standing before the target, Kushina shouted loudly and forcefully hurled her shuriken. Although Uchiha Shin acknowledged that Kushina's voice was indeed melodious, her aim left much to be desired. If it weren't for Nishiura-sensei's timely use of the substitution technique, he would have likely been pierced by Kushina's shuriken. Nishiura-sensei twitched at the corner of his eye, appearing quite hesitant. After all, her performance was evident, and he couldn't betray his conscience. Yet, Kushina was under the special attention of the Hokage. He couldn't afford to lose face. Perhaps a grade of A would suffice? That seemed reasonably acceptable, he thought, continuously seeking excuses. "Wake up, Nishiura-sensei. If this continues, the future of Konoha may well be doomed under your watch," he lamented. Kushina grew somewhat silent. The excitement that had previously animated her had vanished, leaving her looking rather dejected. Laughter erupted among her peers, for indeed, her shuriken throwing was abysmally poor, so much so that even first-year students might surpass her. With such skill, did she still aspire to become Hokage? Of course not. "I'm better than her," they mocked. Kushina's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, but she merely shot them a glance before quietly walking away. Ultimately, her shuriken skills were undeniably lacking, and without strength, any excuses would ring hollow. Any rebuttal from her would only amplify their ridicule. Though her personality was carefree, she was not foolish like Naruto, the future protagonist. Kushina Uzumaki D. Although the third Hokage had indeed instructed Nishiura-sensei to take good care of Kushina, the results were undeniable. Thus, even though Kushina was the illegitimate daughter of the third Hokage, he could not falsify her grades. Reluctantly, he had to assign her a failing mark. Upon hearing this grade, Kushina offered no objections, instead descending in silence. This child should start over from the first grade. At this rate, she won't keep up with the lessons. She can't even manage the fundamentals of shuriken throwing. I can't fathom what the Hokage is thinking, Nishiura-sensei remarked, glancing again at the list. Kushina's friend, Mikoto, looked at her with concern. Kushina forced a broad smile. I'm fine. I will practice more in the future. Uchiha Shin nodded. We can all teach you. Kushina's spirits lifted a little. They made a pact. Time passed gradually. Next up was Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto stood and walked slowly to the stage. Go, Mikoto. Kushina cheered. Mikoto walked up with an air of calmness. Her long black hair tied neatly in a ponytail, exuding a sense of cleanliness. The art of shuriken throwing practiced by the Uchiha clan is renowned throughout Konoha, and Mikoto's performance has been exceptional. There is little doubt among the onlookers that she will achieve an A grade. The only curiosity lies in how many shuriken she will manage to embed in the target set 10 meters away. Soon, Mikoto positioned herself at the designated throwing spot, retrieving 6 shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, 3 in each hand. Do you think Mikoto is holding back? Watergate whispered to Uchiha Shin. I recall her hitting with all 8 shuriken last time. Why only 6 this time? She likely wishes to experiment with the Uchiha throwing technique, replied Shin. Is it the same technique you used earlier? Indeed. Uchiha Shin, being the one who understands Mikoto best, observed as she effortlessly launched 3 shuriken, followed by a rapid succession of 3 more. The latter set of shuriken swiftly caught up with the former, colliding perfectly, with 3 embedding flawlessly in the target while the other 3, having curved around, struck the back of the target. The arena fell silent, as this technique had only been witnessed previously from Uchiha Shin in their grade. Wow, Mikoto is so impressive, Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Shoju sighed, feeling inadequate as everyone showcased their skills while he struggled with this technique. After a brief pause, Teacher Nishimura announced her results. Precision A, Quantity A, Destructive Power B. Overall Evaluation A. In the School S Shuriken Throwing Assessment, 3 criteria determined an A grade. Accuracy, the number of shuriken thrown in a single attempt, and most crucially, their destructive power. Enhancing the destructive capacity of shuriken striking the target can be achieved in various ways, such as infusing them with wind or lightning chakra. But such techniques are typically accessible only to higher-ranked shinobi, rendering them beyond the reach of most students. Thus, for students like them, the only option is to enhance their strength to increase the velocity of the shuriken while maintaining accuracy. Next, Uchiha Shin announced Teacher Nishimura at the training ground. Mikoto had registered Shin's name, so they were called in succession. As Shin walked toward the training area, the atmosphere became animated. Shin, I love you. Go for it, my beloved Shin. You're the best. The fervent fans of Uchiha Shin erupted in a frenzy akin to that of starstruck admirers. However, such displays were commonplace, and even Mikoto remained unfazed. Teacher Nishimura, on the other hand, grimaced in annoyance at the lack of taste among the girls. Shoju gazed at Uchiha Shin with envy, wishing for such a devoted following. It was the first time Kushina had witnessed such a phenomenon. Thus, she shot Uchiha Chunshur a fierce glare, as if meeting him for the first time. The number of throws was limited to 1, with no opportunity for a retake. Let the contest commence. Once Uchiha Chunshur took his stance, Uncle Nishimura, visibly displeased, remarked to him. Methodically, Uchiha Chunshur retrieved a single shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Just one. Observing the solitary shuriken in Uchiha Chunshur's hand, even Uncle Nishimura was taken aback. If memory served correctly, during the last shuriken throwing test, Uchiha Chunshur had launched 10 shurikens, all of which had hit the target with precision. Indeed, merely 1. Uchiha Chunshur nodded, and then a sphere of chakra materialized in his hand. In the next instant, a thunderous sound of slicing air resonated. Under Uncle Nishimura's astonished gaze, the shuriken, shimmering with a dark luster, sliced through the air and hurtled straight towards the target. The shuriken, after piercing a hole in the target of the training grounds, showed no sign of slowing down. It continued its trajectory, ultimately embedding itself deeply into the wall on the opposite side of the training arena, to the point where the shuriken itself was nearly invisible. The training room fell into silence, and Uchiha Shinshi's fan club was rendered speechless. After launching the shuriken, Uchiha Shinshin did not even glance back. He merely flicked his cloak and walked away. A true man never looks back at an explosion. If Uchiha Makoto's shuriken throwing technique displayed the brilliance of skill, then Uchiha Shinshi's shuriken, resembling a cannonball, was a demonstration of unparalleled destructive power. Accuracy A, quantity C. Destructive power A, overall evaluation A. Uncle Nishimura squinted at Uchiha Shinshi's nonchalant figure, which nearly dazzled his titanium alloy eyes. As Uchiha Shinshin descended, Minato and the others were still processing the event. Noticing the gaping mouth of Shoki, Uchiha Shinshin smiled. What's wrong? Is it so surprising? This is merely the power of a C-rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Shinshin remarked. But when did you learn this technique? It's too cunning, Shoki exclaimed. This technique is a recent achievement from my training with your sister. Impossible. My sister is quite inept with shuriken throwing, Shoki retorted skeptically. Indeed. How is your shuriken so immensely powerful? This level of force seems exaggerated, Minato mused. Minato did not believe Uchiha Shinshin's words at all. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and he was well acquainted with Uchiha Shinshin. Although Makoto remained silent, her curiosity was palpable as she regarded Uchiha Shinshin. As for Kushina, she wore an envious expression, clearly admiring such throwing prowess. This is indeed a result of my training with Lady Tsunade. Recently, I have been focusing on chakra control. Chakra control? I recall you mentioning that brute strength is a form of chakra control. So, is the principle behind your technique similar to that of brute strength? After a brief contemplation, Minato responded to Uchiha Shin's inquiry. Indeed, as you are aware, Tsunade-sensei excels in medical ninjutsu and tremendous strength, both of which fundamentally rely on chakra manipulation. The extraordinary strength is a manifestation of precise chakra control. Inspired by this immense power, I have developed a technique that I have named Strengthened Throw. This technique is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Shin extended his hand, conjuring a sphere of chakra. Just like this, he demonstrated, retrieving a kunai from his ninja pouch. He grasped the kunai and positioned it at the center of the chakra sphere. Gradually, the chakra began to spin. Uchiha Shin could effortlessly maintain the rotation of the chakra sphere. Minato felt a slight flush of embarrassment, as he recognized the substantial gap in their respective abilities in this particular aspect. While demonstrating, Uchiha Shin elaborated further, stabilizing the chakra in his hand while simultaneously increasing its rotational speed. As he spoke, the small chakra sphere in his grasp spun faster and faster, eventually exhibiting signs of instability. At that critical moment, just before the chakra could no longer be contained, he hurled the kunai forward. The instant the kunai was released, he detonated the chakra sphere, allowing the kunai to accelerate due to the explosion's force. The kunai, propelled by the explosive chakra, spiraled rapidly into the sky until it vanished from sight. This is quite challenging, Shoju remarked, his expression one of despair. I am not adept at chakra control at all. Uchiha Shin disregarded Shoju's playful demeanor and continued. Although this technique possesses significant power, it also has several notable drawbacks. He scratched his head and continued. Firstly, maintaining chakra rotation requires considerable skill. Secondly, timing the detonation of the chakra and the kunai's release is crucial. Otherwise, the chakra may explode in one's hand. Nonetheless, I have contemplated several avenues for further development, Uchiha Shin smiled. For instance, employing multiple kunai simultaneously and integrating Uchiha throwing techniques could substantially enhance the technique's potency, potentially elevating it to B rank or even A rank levels. Uchiha Shin enthusiastically shared his insights into developing this technique. While Minato and Makoto might not adopt every aspect of his experience, the insights undoubtedly held significant reference value. Observing Minato deep in thought, Uchiha Shin inquired, Minato, how far have you progressed with the chakra control techniques I mentioned? After all, in the original narrative, Jiraiya had remarked that the Rasengan Jutsu was inspired by the tailed beast bomb and had taken the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 3 years of dedicated research to complete. In essence, it can be said that at present, Minato should harbor no such thoughts. However, chakra control constitutes the fundamental basis upon which Minato developed the Rasengan. In the future, Minato must also master these skills. Thus, Uchiha Tatsu wished to introduce his friend to this knowledge in advance. Chakra control, you say? Minato extended his hand, and within his palm, only a few wisps of swirling chakra manifested, failing to coalesce into a sphere. This is something I have yet to master fully. Chakra control remains rather challenging for me at this moment, does it not? Moreover, how much chakra does this technique require? Minato inquired. Not excessively much. However, should one desire a greater potency, the chakra expended would indeed increase. Uchiha Tatsu responded. Time gradually passed, and soon the assessment concluded. As for Shoju, due to his injuries, he would have to seek another opportunity for testing. At the end of the day, the group parted ways at a crossroads. Shoju and Kushina headed towards the Senju clan's territory. After school, Kushina still needed to visit Uzumaki Mido to continue her studies on sealing techniques. Minato made his way home, while Makoto and Uchiha Tatsu proceeded towards their own clan's territory. They ambled along the path in silence, enveloped in the serene embrace of May. As the sun descended through the undulating clouds, casting a distinctive twilight over Konoha, towering trees lined the roads, their lush canopies dancing in the breeze. The sky appeared as if it had been steeped in crimson watercolor, radiating beauty and ethereality. The clamor of Konoha was imperceptible here, and apart from the two of them, no one else was present. Look, the sky resembles the sea, Makoto suddenly remarked. Their silhouettes were completely enveloped in the twilight, as if time had crystallized at that very moment. The girls suddenly dashed ahead, and after a couple of quick strides, Makoto turned back. Her dark hair gleamed brilliantly under the setting sun. Tatsu, she called. What is it? He replied. Do you think we will always be together like this? Of course, Uchiha Tatsu answered without hesitation. Makoto echoed his words. Then it's a promise. With that, she continued to run ahead. Wait for me, Makoto. Uchiha Tatsu hurriedly pursued her from behind. As the sun set, their shadows elongated ever more. Later that night, Uchiha Tatsu finally heard the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations, host. System upgrade complete. Uchiha Tatsu quickly accessed his system, noting the subtle changes in the interface. Host, Uchiha Shin Country, Land of Fire Age, 6 overall strength index, a novice among the Chunin chakra level, 4,04000, Taijutsu level, 8,016,000, Shuriken level, 5,06000, Hand Seals level, 4,04000, Ninjutsu level, 4,04000, Genjutsu level, 5,06000, Wind attribute, 4,04000, Fire attribute, 4,04000, Lightning attribute, 4,04000, Water attribute, 0,0100, Earth attribute, 0,0100, Sealing technique, 0,0100, Yang attribute, 0,0100, Yin attribute, 0,0100. Attribute fusion, not unlocked. Sharingan, not unlocked. Remaining ninja points, 1,500. Uchiha Shin glanced around and realized he merely possessed 3 additional attributes, sealing technique, attribute fusion, and Sharingan. Yet, all were still marked as not unlocked. What is this nonsense? He lamented to the system. I don't even have a sealing technique. You promised me attribute fusion, and I've been excited for ages. What does not unlocked even mean? Honestly, I'm tempted to uninstall you. Uchiha Chun continued to voice his grievances regarding the system. The conditions to unlock attribute fusion require at least 2 attributes to reach level 11, the system explained. Level 11? Doesn't that mean I need to be a jonin? Uchiha Chun groaned. My highest taijutsu is only level 8. Achieving level 11 will take many years. And what about the sealing technique? He inquired. This attribute is unlocked based on the knowledge you have access to. Previously, there were no ninjas using sealing techniques around you. Now, with the arrival of Kushina, it has become available, the system clarified. Oh, so it's because of Kushina? Uchiha Shin nodded. Then what about the Sharingan not being unlocked? Does this mean I can spend points to enhance the Sharingan until it evolves into the Rinnegan? Uchiha Shin asked excitedly. After all, each upgrade of the Sharingan is accompanied by immense suffering. It requires intense emotional stimuli to awaken and continuously evolve. Only after experiencing the death of a loved one can it transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Chun was uncertain how to confront the reality of the Sharingan. He did not wish to lose those he cherished the most. If gaining power necessitated the loss of these individuals, he would prefer to never awaken the Sharingan. After all, for him, There were numerous paths to strength besides the Sharingan. He possessed a system that offered many avenues for growth. Unfortunately, the Sharingan reflects the soul's essence. Even the system cannot manipulate your emotions. Therefore, the Sharingan must be awakened by human will. The system points are powerless in this regard. The system negated Uchiha Shin's assumptions. Uchiha Shin fell silent. So, I still have to follow the method outlined in the manga to awaken it? Who can truly predict the future? Since the points hold no value for the Sharingan, one may wonder why it remains a feature at all. Uchiha Shin pondered this in confusion. This is a consequence of attribute fusion, which allows the Sharingan to merge with other attributes, thereby bestowing new abilities. Ultimately, everything must be explored by the host themselves. Time slipped away, and the life at the Ninja Academy grew increasingly mundane. Uchiha Shin's accumulation of points had slowed to a crawl. Consequently, he began to devise a plan to seek out his classmates from the graduating class to accumulate points. Although Uncle Nishimura, responsible for their class, had once suggested that Uchiha Shin could advance a grade, he had firmly declined. After all, for him, there was little distinction between being in the 2nd or 4th grade. Moreover, his closest friends resided in the 2nd grade. Uchiha Shin was in no rush to graduate, despite having lived in the ninja world for 6 years. The traces of his past life remained indelible. He bore a languid and tranquil disposition. One must consider how a person who has spent 20 years in an era of peace would feel upon entering the ninja world, constantly yearning to graduate early and plunge into a life rife with violence. He was not Kakashi, driven by his own convictions. Uchiha Shin possessed an innate fear of the bloodshed inherent to being a ninja. Such a mindset could only be irrevocably transformed through the baptism of blood. In the early morning, before the sun had risen to cast its scorching rays, Uchiha Shin awoke early and made his way to school. With summer approaching, the weather grew increasingly warm. Wishing to avoid the morning sun, Uchiha Shin opted to arrive at school a bit earlier, hoping to catch a few extra minutes of sleep. However, as he opened the classroom door, he was met with a delicate fist. What is happening? Uchiha Shin swiftly turned his head to evade the strike. Upon raising his gaze, he recognized his dear friend, Kushina. Realizing her mistake, Kushina immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Chun. I mistook you for someone else. She pouted. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Not a problem, Uchiha Shin replied, closing the door and pulling Kushina back to his seat. The classroom appeared in utter disarray. Had a thief invaded? Desks and chairs were scattered everywhere, with books strewn across the floor. A few male classmates lay on the ground, battered and moaning in agony. Uchiha Ryo was rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach, evidently having received a heavy blow. His performance was somewhat exaggerated. 2 of his lackeys wept beside him, as if Uchiha Ryo had met his demise. Wow, that's quite unfortunate. I didn't realize Kushina was so formidable, Uchiha Shin thought, instantly aware of who had instigated the chaos. What happened, Kushina? Uchiha Shin inquired, gazing into her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, she replied, her gaze averted as Uchiha Shin's penetrating stare proved too much for her to bear. Since there is nothing else to discuss, why do you hesitate to meet my gaze? Did I not tell you? There is truly nothing amiss. A smile graced Kushina's face, albeit forced. Minato, what is the situation? Uchiha Tatsu inquired of Minato, who was seated nearby, diligently reviewing his studies. In simple terms, Minato, do not hesitate to speak. Kushina waved her delicate fist, adopting an intimidating demeanor towards him. Minato, with an expression of deep regret, silently turned his head away. Hey, Minato. Is it truly acceptable for you to act this way? What of your dignity as a man? Uchiha Tatsu carefully adjusted his desk, tossing the mischievous child, who lay at his feet feigning death like a caterpillar, into the adjacent trash bin before taking his own seat. Observing the scene, Uchiha Tatsu surmised the cause of the tension. After all, this was not the first altercation. When Kushina had transferred here, she expressed her ambition to become the first female Hokage of Konohagakure, yet her shuriken test had been a complete disaster, and she had struggled to answer questions in class, presenting herself as a rather lackluster student. Consequently, her peers deemed her an easy target for mockery, unaware that they were no match for her. Proficient in taijutsu, Kushina swiftly dispatched one of her detractors with a single blow. Uchiha Tatsu sighed. It appeared that Kushina would struggle to integrate into Konoha. Suddenly, she slammed her hands on the desk, startling Uchiha Tatsu, causing his shuriken to scatter across the floor. Just as he was about to sip his lukewarm water to regain composure, Kushina turned to him with reddened eyes, asking, Tatsu. Do you have time this week? I would like your assistance with my studies. Taken aback, Uchiha Tatsu pushed up his non-existent glasses and nodded in agreement. Please, call me Uchiha Shin. At a crossroads, Uchiha Tatsu found himself concealed in the shadows. He gazed upward. The sun now blazed upon the earth. He had been waiting here for nearly 20 minutes, yet Kushina, who had promised to meet him for tutoring, had yet to arrive. It seemed that the tales of girls taking their time to prepare were not mere rumors. Henceforth, he resolved to arrive 20 minutes late when meeting girls. It should pose no issue. Yet, he wondered, would anything unforeseen occur? After all, Uchiha Tatsu recalled that Kushina had once been abducted by the village of Kaminari. Just as he prepared to seek her out at the Uzumaki residence, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Upon looking up, he spotted Kushina arriving. Today, she donned a black ninja outfit, her fiery red hair tied up in a ponytail. Upon seeing Uchiha Tatsu, she greeted him with a radiant smile. I'm sorry for being late, Tatsu. Tsunade-san held me back to discuss some important matters. Oh, were these matters regarding training? Uchiha Tatsu asked, somewhat surprised. It seems Tsunade, typically lazy, could indeed be quite reliable at times. No, not exactly. She spoke of precautions against lewd individuals. Uchiha Shin nodded, believing that Tsunade was likely not referring to him, perhaps. In this regard, Uchiha Shin was somewhat aware of the situation. In any case, follow me. Very well. The summer had commenced, advancing steadily in its own rhythm. The commercial street remained bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Wow, there are so many people here. Kushina exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Kushina, you haven't truly explored Konoha yet, have you? Uchiha Shin inquired. Kushina nodded, a look of envy crossing her features. Indeed, she had been entrenched in learning intricate and perplexing patterns from her grandmother lately, affording her little opportunity for leisure. Uchiha Shin nodded, realizing that Uzumaki Mido was instructing Kushina in sealing techniques. So, how did you manage to come out today? Uchiha Shin asked. Well, I spoke with Grandma Mido yesterday about whether I could come out to train today. She said yes and encouraged me to have some fun, Kushina replied. Uchiha Shin nodded, aware that numerous Umbu operatives were likely lurking nearby to protect her. He chose not to deliberately investigate, for such matters held little benefit for him. It sufficed to feign ignorance. With that, Uchiha Shin approached a small stall. Uncle Nagayama, 2 servings of ice cream, please. Sure thing, kid. Off to train again, huh? Yes. Uchiha Shin handed the ice cream to Kushina. Ah, this ice cream is absolutely delightful. It's the first time I've ever tasted something so exquisite, Kushina exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of her ice cream and savoring it with a satisfied sound. War, Uchiha Shin pondered. He felt a twinge of gratitude that he had not been born into a chaotic village. Due to the ravages of war, the Uzumaki village had perished, and Kushina had spent her childhood amidst turmoil, never having experienced such simple pleasures. War is forever the most terrifying of all. It silences the most vivacious souls, renders the most resilient weights insipid, and dulls even the most sensitive hearts. Turning to the exhilarated Kushina, Uchiha Shin suggested, once our special training concludes, how about I take you for something even more delicious? Yes, Kushina exclaimed, instantly invigorated. After departing the commercial street, the two burst forth in a sprint. Although Uchiha Shin deliberately slowed his pace, it still proved a challenge for Kushina to keep up. Within minutes, they arrived at the small grove behind Hokage Rock, the very place where Uchiha Shin had honed his skills. Puffing, even with her remarkable stamina, Kushina found her breathing hurried due to the speed. For Uchiha Shin, however, this was merely a standard pace, one that hardly induced fatigue. Standing beneath the shade of the trees, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, providing utmost comfort. Kushina ran her fingers through her vibrant crimson locks, the sunlight enhancing their ethereal beauty. Blessed with remarkable vitality, Kushina soon overcame her fatigue, bouncing back with renewed energy. After a brief respite, Uchiha Shin inquired, Kushina, what would you like to specialize in? Well, could you teach me that kunai throwing technique you used last time? Kushina scratched her head. Teaching you is certainly not an issue, Uchiha Shin responded, nodding while surveying her closely, until she began to feel somewhat embarrassed. What are you looking at? Kushina's face flushed crimson like a tomato. I'm merely assessing whether your chakra control is sufficient. Can you actually discern that? Not precisely. I was just speaking offhandedly. Uchiha Shin shook his head. First and foremost, your kunai throwing technique needs improvement. This requires your own dedication. Kushina felt a twinge of disappointment. Well, kunai throwing can only truly demonstrate its potency when paired with the Sharingan. Therefore, for you, a slight exertion on the kunai to reach an ordinary standard will suffice. Everyone must recognize where their strengths lie. Do you know where your strengths are, Kushina? Where? Kushina's expression revealed her confusion. In your chakra reserves. Your current chakra quantity even surpasses that of Uncle Shi, a Chunin. It's quite remarkable. Uchiha Shin gazed intently at Kushina. However, whether you wish to learn the powerful technique of strength-based throwing or other ninjutsu, there exists an undeniable threshold. Chakra control. Uchiha Shin continued. Chakra control is fundamental to releasing ninjutsu and utilizing chakra. Each individual's control varies, yet most people start at a similar level. Of course, some possess inherently low chakra but exhibit exceptional control. Chakra control is of utmost importance. Without refined chakra manipulation, all else is moot. I don't require you to have exceptional control, but there are certain aspects you must master. Having said that, Uchiha Shin approached a large tree, gradually climbing its trunk. Upon reaching the top, he leapt down gracefully, landing softly on the ground before addressing the somewhat bewildered Kushina. Concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing an attractive force to develop. You will then be able to walk vertically upon the tree. This serves as a form of training, and once completed, I will instruct you on the next steps. Uchiha Shin stood in the shade, arms crossed. Be sure to climb up. Uchiha Shin summoned a gentle breeze with wind release, providing a refreshing coolness. What if I can't climb up? If you cannot ascend, then I shall withdraw my offer to treat you to a meal. Uchiha Shin feigned a look of regret. Concentrate your chakra at your feet, then generate the attractive force, and proceed step by step. Kushina pondered the details Uchiha Shin had just shared, carefully placing her foot on the tree. All right, the first step is stable, a promising start. Kushina tried to lift her foot, discovering that the chakra's attractive force had rendered her footing remarkably secure. This is unexpectedly simple. The second foot is also capable. Kushina encouraged herself while silently reminding herself not to make a mistake and embarrassingly become the subject of ridicule for Uchiha Tatsu. Then, with a perfect arch, she descended gracefully, executing a flawless landing akin to a fallen wild goose. Uchiha Tatsu winced in pain as Kushina rubbed her backside, her face flushing crimson at an alarming speed. How embarrassing. The shock of her sudden fall nearly elicited a laugh from Uchiha Tatsu. With her back turned to him, Kushina radiated an unusually warm smile. A smile so disconcerting that it sent chills down his spine. No, if I laugh now, Kushina will surely kill me. Uchiha Tatsu attempted to speak. What's wrong? Kushina replied curtly. Observing her irritated demeanor, Uchiha Tatsu cleared his throat and emphasized, Kushina, your first foot must adhere firmly, and at the moment your second foot lifts, you must enhance your chakra output. As long as one foot is grounded, your body maintains control of its center of gravity. Once the second foot is raised, that support vanishes. If you fail to increase the adhesion of your foot, meaning you do not amplify your chakra output, the result will be as it is now. Mastering the stable output of your chakra and adjusting it in tandem with your movements and weight is the essence of tree climbing. Uchiha Tatsu elaborated meticulously on the intricacies of the technique. Though tree climbing may seem simple, it indeed requires a certain level of skill. Wow, you're so proficient, Tatsu. It seems you truly are the peeping Tom that Tsunade referred to. Kushina instantaneously transformed into a detective, her gaze piercing through Uchiha Tatsu. Hey, don't just casually pin Jiraiya's reputation on me. Uchiha Tatsu lamented to the heavens. Kushina brushed off the dust from her fall and continued her practice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tatsu reclined beneath the shade of a tree, catching up on some much-needed rest, having had a late night due to an abundance of mosquitoes. Time swiftly passed, and perhaps it was simply a trait of girls to possess superior chakra control, at least from Uchiha Tatsu's observations. Whether it be Mikoto or some female students at school, their chakra control generally surpassed that of their male counterparts. This disparity was evident in the stark contrast between Tsunade and her brother, Naoshu. Thus, Uchiha Tatsu sometimes mused whether Tsunade's parents had made her drink 6 walnuts, resulting in Naoshu's lack of intellect and an air of foolishness. Within just a few hours, Kushina had ascended to the highest point of the grand tree and greeted Uchiha Tatsu with a smile. It's so beautiful, Kushina exclaimed loudly, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Standing atop the towering tree, she gazed around. The sky appeared as though it had been soaked in blue watercolor. exuding a clarity and ethereality that was simply enchanting. Though the bustling sounds of Konoha Village and Hokage Rock echoed nearby, they seemed to fade away in the presence of Kushina and Uchiha Tatsumi. Surrounding Kushina were only the melodious chirps of birds. Indeed, in her recollections, she had never experienced such tranquility. The memories of her past were filled solely with the incessant warfare and death that plagued the land of whirlpools. Everything felt like a dream. Suddenly, Kushina leaped from the great tree. "Tatsumi, I have completed this step. Now what powerful ninjutsu will you teach me?" She removed the leaf from Uchiha Tatsumi's face and playfully shook him. Tilting her head and gazing at him with wide eyes, her voice carried an indescribable tenderness. "Oh, please stop with the cuteness, Kushina. Don't overact," Tatsumi replied, rolling his eyes. "You wish to learn formidable ninjutsu, but it can't be just to retaliate against those who mocked you." After a moment of contemplation, he posed the question. "Exactly. They are unforgivable. Who gave them the right to place me on their list of the 10 people they least want as a boyfriend?" Kushina huffed indignantly. "Sister Tsunade told me that this is something that cannot be forgiven, even if it means breaking a bone or two." Tatsumi chuckled helplessly. "Tsunade-sensei is quite the troublemaker." "Isn't she?" Then, as the bearer of the legendary title Blood Red Chili Pepper, is Tsunade actually the hidden true first Hokage? Kushina continued, her eyes sparkling with ambition. "If I suddenly master powerful ninjutsu and astonish them, they will surely acknowledge me." Tatsumi nodded, understanding her yearning for recognition. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Kushina, my remarkable junior, once mentioned that it is not merely becoming Hokage that earns acknowledgement. Rather, it is those who are recognized by others who ultimately become Hokage. Thus, to gain recognition, it requires more than just mastering a few impressive ninjutsu." Kushina pondered this carefully and nodded, though it remained uncertain whether she truly understood. With a look of confusion, she inquired, "Tatsumi, where is this exceptional junior of yours, who speaks such wisdom? They must be quite impressive." Tatsumi chuckled awkwardly, then with a sorrowful expression replied, "Perhaps they have already vanished from this world." Just as Kushina was about to respond, Tatsumi spoke first. "As for kunai throwing, I cannot assist you in the short term. I can only teach you the proper throwing stance, and the rest is up to you to practice," he explained. "However, if you wish to grow stronger, you need not solely rely on kunai throwing. Even the most powerful shuriken techniques have vulnerabilities, which, for you, can be an advantage we all lack. I have mentioned this before." Kushina's eyes brightened as she asked, "Is it the amount of chakra?" Tatsumi nodded. "So, since your skills are currently lacking, let us not pursue a technical route. Instead, we shall overwhelm our opponents with sheer chakra volume," he declared with confidence. Moreover, this particular ninjutsu was meticulously crafted by the second Hokage before his demise, specifically tailored for you, my remarkable junior. Are you not thrilled, surprised, and elated? This ninjutsu has been personally developed for you by the second Hokage, Kushina. Uchiha Shin gazed at her with envious eyes. However, Kushina wore an expression of disbelief, feeling as though the very coffin of the second Hokage's Edo Tensei was about to burst open. Although my grasp of history may be lacking, I am well aware that the esteemed second Hokage has long since passed away. Kushina ruthlessly exposed Uchiha Shin's deception. How could the second Hokage, who has been gone for many years, possibly develop ninjutsu for a beautiful girl like me? What a farce. Sighing at Kushina's incredulous expression, Uchiha Shin felt a tinge of melancholy. How could she not believe in him? If there were to be a model worker in Konoha, Uchiha Shin would undoubtedly cast his vote for the second Hokage first, a dedicated individual who devoted himself to the development of ninjutsu for others. Perhaps he foresaw the emergence of numerous prodigies in Konoha's future. Thus, he painstakingly crafted a series of forbidden techniques for the village's talents. Subsequently, these ninjutsu became the signature techniques of others. He first designed the Edo Tensei forbidden technique specifically for Orochimaru, who then wielded it with great prowess. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, battles revolved around this very technique. He then tailored the Flying Thunder God technique for Minato, who earned the title of Yellow Flash and led Konoha to victory in the Third Great Ninja War, ultimately becoming Konoha's esteemed leader and ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Yet, he did not stop there. He developed the most powerful technique, the Shadow Clone technique. For Naruto, this truly showcases his industrious spirit. He single-handedly nurtured numerous geniuses in Konoha, earning him the title of the village's grand scientist. Even I, Kaikai, can only bow in admiration before him. It is a pity that the second Hokage's brilliance remains veiled, with few able to perceive this aspect of him. It can only be said that his love for Konoha runs deep, akin to a father's unwavering support. The second Hokage toiled tirelessly to develop ninjutsu, only to see it flourish in the hands of others. Sometimes, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but ponder if the second Hokage might have been a time traveler himself. Perhaps he crossed over to become a member of the Senju clan, the younger brother of the first Hokage, and through his ninjutsu invention system, he devised a series of forbidden techniques, all with the future generations in mind. Now, Uchiha Shin contemplated the possibility of unearthing the treasures left behind by the second Hokage. Perhaps among them lies a ninjutsu meticulously designed for him, Uchiha Shin, as an outstanding junior. With such a technique, he could embark on a path of commanding the elements. Clearly, Kushina could not fathom the jealousy that Uchiha Shin felt. The ninjutsu that Naruto would later wield with unparalleled prowess could undoubtedly also become Kushina's signature technique. Uchiha Shin swiftly imparted the hand-sealing method for the shadow clone technique to Kushina. Although he knew how to perform the seals himself, he could not utilize the shadow clone technique. With his current chakra reserves, creating a few clones would likely leave him utterly depleted. Shadow clone technique. Kushina positioned her index and middle fingers in a cross formation, and beside her, a cacophony of thudding sounds erupted. To her astonishment, nearly a dozen identical copies of herself materialized out of thin air. Had it not been for Uchiha Shin's timely intervention, Kushina likely would have continued to produce shadow clones. The multitude of Kushinas began to interact with one another, exclaiming in delight, "How wonderful! They're all tangible, and touching myself feels so unique and pleasant." Amidst their chatter, Uchiha Shin interjected, "Kushina, while I can see your excitement, you must be mindful of your words. They could easily be misconstrued." He was concerned that the surrounding Umbu might misunderstand the situation. Kushina displayed a puzzled expression, responding, "All right, I must have been influenced by Rope Tree and Jiraiya. That must be it. What's wrong, Shin? Did I do something amiss?" Seeing Shin's demeanor, the dozens of Kushinas began to speak over one another, creating a truly bizarre scene. "No, you are performing exceptionally well," Uchiha Shin quickly clarified. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone capable of producing so many shadow clones simultaneously. Despite being somewhat prepared for it, anyone would be taken aback by such a sight. Moreover, Kushina's aptitude for mastering this technique astounded him. Within a brief moment, she had fully grasped it. Truly, one could not help but admire the ninjutsu specifically developed for her by the second Hokage. Encouraged by Shin's praise, a smile finally graced Kushina's face. She was not without merit. She could occasionally astonish Uchiha Shin. "With so many of us, if anyone dares to mock me next time, they won't be able to escape," she proclaimed confidently. However, her exclamation bore a peculiar undertone, infused with a hint of aggression. Truly, she was a fiery spirit. Uchiha Shin wisely chose not to refute her. After all, wasn't it preferable to remain alive? "Please, dispel your shadow clones," Uchiha Shin chuckled awkwardly. Whether teaching Kushina this technique was beneficial or detrimental was beyond his discernment. He could only hope that others would refrain from provoking her, should they persist in their taunts. Uchiha Shin would have no choice but to express his apologies for the disturbance. Swiftly, Kushina dispelled her shadow clones, and with a wisp of smoke, all but her original self vanished. "You have already mastered this technique quite proficiently, but there are some important nuances I must convey," Uchiha Shin said earnestly, gazing at Kushina. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded attentively. "Indeed, since this technique distributes your chakra evenly, it reduces the overall chakra available to your original self, thereby impacting your combat efficacy. Shadow clones, regardless of their strength or speed, cannot match the original." Kushina nodded once more. "Moreover, you have yet to learn how to coordinate combat between your shadow clones. Without a tactical approach, simply charging in will only waste chakra. The most significant aspect of the shadow clone technique is its ability to allow the practitioner to create multiple tangible duplicates. These entities possess their own consciousness, essentially functioning as another version of oneself. Upon the disappearance of a clone, all the knowledge, experiences, and observations acquired by that clone are instantly transmitted back to the original and to any remaining duplicates. Thus, this technique can be employed for reconnaissance and experimentation, as well as for the simultaneous acquisition of knowledge through multiple clones. Kushina exclaimed with excitement. "Does this mean I can create numerous shadow clones to learn different subjects?" "If that is the case, I could catch up with my studies in no time. What an incredible ninjutsu. I never imagined the second Hokage could devise such a brilliant technique. Filled with determination, she declared, "From this day forth, this ninjutsu shall be my signature technique." Kushina's enthusiasm was palpable, and the constraints of the second Hokage's reanimation jutsu seemed to fade. However, Uchiha Itachi interjected with a serious tone. "There is one crucial point I must emphasize. Forbidden techniques should not be misused." Kushina looked puzzled. If this technique is so beneficial, why should it not be used freely? Because, Uchiha Itachi explained, everything each clone experiences before its dissolution is relayed to the original. The fatigue from instant training multiplies, and a torrent of memories can overwhelm the mind, often leading to confusion. "You wouldn't wish to become a fool like Shoju, would you?" he queried. Kushina immediately shook her head, determined not to resemble her brother. Looking into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, she assured him, "All right, I promise I won't misuse this ninjutsu." Uchiha Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, then brushed off the dust from his clothing and rose to his feet. At that moment, the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm glow over the horizon as dusk approached. Uchiha Itachi squinted at the fading sunlight and said, "Let us head back, it's getting late." He smiled at Kushina. Kushina pouted, reluctant to leave, gazing up at him with an expression of longing. "So adorable," Uchiha Itachi thought, smiling back. "Oh, I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm so hungry." "Are you hungry too, Kushina?" Kushina nodded eagerly, resembling an excited puppy. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging joyfully. "All right then, let us go. I'll treat you to the best ramen in Kanahagakure," Uchiha Itachi said, taking her hand as they made their way into the village. The summer sunset painted the horizon in vibrant hues of orange and red. In the distance, the three Hokage faces stood majestically against the backdrop of the setting sun. The sun continued its descent, and the streets were bustling with people. Uchiha Itachi and Kushina joined the throngs of villagers. Suddenly, Kushina halted, lifting her gaze toward the west. The heavy clouds in the sky, intermittently illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, cast a soft glow over the distant rooftops. As she gazed at the scene before her, a sense of déjà vu washed over her. "What's wrong, Kushina?" Uchiha Itachi asked, pausing as the crowd flowed around them. They resembled small boats adrift upon the vast sea, and that place was my hometown. Kushina pointed towards the horizon and spoke. Uchiha Shin nodded earnestly before responding. "In the future, we shall have the opportunity to explore it together. I will accompany you. Now, Konoha is also your home, and we are all your family." A smile graced Kushina's lips. "How wondrous. When I first arrived, I felt so anxious, fearing that the people of Konoha would bully me. I never anticipated that I would meet so many trustworthy friends so swiftly." "Well, it's a relief that you're not bullying anyone," Kushina remarked. Her gaze suddenly fixed on Uchiha Shin. "Hey, did you really mean it when you said you would support me in becoming Hokage?" "Of course, I meant it," Uchiha Shin replied without hesitation. "What a joke. Would I lie at a time like this?" However, Kushina teased. "I heard from Minato and Rope Tree that you mentioned casting your vote for them." "Haha," Uchiha Shin chuckled awkwardly, having been caught off guard. Kushina was unaware that Uchiha Shin had also expressed support for Tsunade and Hinata Himeji in their bids for Hokage. After all, his vote held little weight. Uchiha Shin resolved to pen a novel upon his return, titling it The Hokages I Supported in Those Years. Yet speaking of Hinata Himeji, it seemed that he hadn't seen her in quite some time. Presently, her brother, Hinata Hayashi, would likely find himself confined like a caged bird. Observing Uchiha Shin's momentary distraction, Kushina puffed out her cheeks. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Returning to the present, Uchiha Shin smiled at Kushina's pouty expression and remarked, "I was contemplating how you are more suited to be Hokage than Minato and Rope Tree. Thus, this vote is undoubtedly yours." Kushina erupted into a fit of giggles before turning away and drifting with the crowd ahead. In front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, Uchiha Shin and Kushina discovered a lengthy queue already forming. "The number of people here is simply outrageous," Uchiha Shin complained, cradling his head. "Had I known, I would have come earlier. Konoha really ought to implement family planning." "Indeed," a stranger's voice chimed in, prompting both Uchiha Shin and Kushina to turn around. "Hokage uncle," Kushina exclaimed upon seeing the man in civilian attire before them. "Shoo, keep your voice down," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, gesturing for Kushina to lower her volume to avoid drawing attention from those nearby. "What a coincidence, Kushina and Shin are here as well." Uchiha Shin's pupils contracted momentarily but quickly masked his reaction. What a coincidence. Hardly. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this encounter. One was Konoha's future Jinchuriki, and the other was the orphan of his teammate, Uchiha Kagami. The third Hokage, out of both sentiment and duty, would naturally come to engage with them, regardless of the underlying reason. Good evening, Hokage uncle, Uchiha Shin said, setting aside his usual exuberance to greet him politely. He shared a semblance of familiarity with the third Hokage, considering his father, Uchiha Kagami, was a brother-in-arms with him. After Kagami's passing, the third Hokage had visited Uchiha Shin numerous times. Of course, he had likely reached out to most of the war orphans in Konoha. Ultimately, guiding these orphans is indeed the responsibility of the Hokage. As for the Uchiha clan leader's assertion that his father was slain by the third Hokage and Danzo, one must remember that he is not a child easily swayed like Obito. The truth of the matter is certainly not as they have portrayed it. Everyone tends to narrate events from a perspective that best serves their interests, which epitomizes the concept of Rashomon. There is no need to be so tense. The third Hokage waved his hand, urging Uchiha Tatsu not to be overly agitated. He continued, to be young is wonderful. Are you two on a date? The third Hokage flashed a knowing smile that only men understand. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is the mentor of the lecherous Jiraiya, given that he has produced such a rogue. And no, that is not the case. Kushina exclaimed, her face flushed crimson. We merely ventured out for special training and decided to grab a meal. It's entirely different from those who sneak out during work hours to dine. Kushina babbled incoherently. Kushina, please stop. Uchiha Tatsu interjected, covering his face. The third Hokage waved his hand awkwardly to prevent Kushina from continuing her rambling. To steer the conversation away, Uchiha Tatsu hastily inquired, Hokage-sama, amidst your busy schedule, what brings you to this ramen shop? What do you mean, lurking? You really need to choose your words more carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. As for my presence here, it's because the mother of my child is getting her hair done tonight, leaving me to fend for myself when it comes to dinner. Uchiha Tatsu responded with a knowing "oh." The third Hokage, despite being dubbed the hero of the shinobi, instills a sense of warmth among the children of Konoha. He treats them gently, regardless of whether they belong to noble clans or are mere commoners, never adopting an air of superiority. The third Hokage exudes the aura of a kindly neighborly grandfather, despite being only in his 30s. What will you two have? Ramen is on me, so don't be shy. After a lengthy wait, it was finally their turn. The third Hokage adopted an expression that suggested he would be impatient with anyone who feigned politeness. Kushina glanced at Uchiha Tatsu, who pondered for a moment before directing his gaze to the highest-priced item on the menu. It was the most expensive ramen at Ichiraku. Although Uchiha Tatsu had dined here countless times, he had never tried this particular dish. I'll have the scallion pork ramen, and please add 2 eggs. Thank you. I'll have the same as Tatsu, Kushina quickly added. The third Hokage nodded. After all, Ichiraku ramen was quite affordable. 3 bowls of ramen would still be manageable. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply, taken aback by the price. Why not just rob a bank? What is it, Hokage-sama? Is it too expensive? If so, we can forego the eggs. Uchiha Tatsu said with a sympathetic expression. No, it's just that I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately with a toothache, the third Hokage confessed. Feeling a pang of regret, as he had dutifully surrendered his salary and had little spare change left, he rummaged through his pockets, finally extracting his meager stash of personal funds. These private funds were quietly amassed by him. The money was intended for purchasing the newly released romantic action manga. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently with a fervent look at his son. Could you possibly lower the price? Unfortunately, the other party could not hear his inner plea. The sincere gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to soften the hardened heart of the shopkeeper. How callous. With no viable options left, it seemed that his precious latest edition of the action series manga would be reduced by 1 volume. Before long, the 11-year-old Shota delivered the ramen. Uncle Hokage, why didn't you add an egg? Kushina inquired, noticing the absence of an egg in the third Hokage's bowl. You two are growing and need to replenish your nutrients. I do not need it, the third Hokage replied with a smile. Uchiha Shin scoffed, clearly understanding that it was merely a matter of the Hokage's empty pockets. Thank you for the ramen, Uncle Hokage, Uchiha Shin remarked. No need for gratitude. This is merely a heartwarming exchange between me, the Hokage, and the children of the village. Ah, I see, that's wonderful. How touching. Please come again next time for more exchanges, Uncle Hokage. Uchiha Shin then placed an egg from his own bowl into the third Hokage's. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Uchiha Shin. "What's the matter? Uncle Hokage?" Uchiha Shin touched his face. "Have I become so dashing that I appeal to all ages?" "No," the third Hokage replied. "I was reminded of your father, Q." In the blink of an eye, it had been many years since Q's passing. Back then, our group of old friends, along with the esteemed second Hokage, had dwindled to just a few of us. The third Hokage fell into a reverie. "Let us not dwell on that." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Ah ha ha. As one ages, it's easy to become nostalgic." He sighed deeply, then affectionately ruffled Uchiha Shin's hair. "Do you two have any dreams? Must you always delve into such philosophical topics about dreams when you're Hokage?" Kushina excitedly exclaimed. "I aspire to be the first female Hokage of Konoha. I already have supporters, Uncle Hokage." "Oh, Kushina, that is truly impressive. It seems my position won't last long before it's yours," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. "And you, Shina?" He turned his attention back to Uchiha Shin. "I wish to protect this village and my cherished companions, just like my father," Uchiha Shin declared with conviction. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen believed him or not, Uchiha Shin certainly did. At that moment, there was no need to speak of desires for immortality or becoming the king of ninjas. If you wish to remain in Konoha, refrain from uttering untimely words. What you require is to maintain ideological alignment with the Hokage. This is akin to a political review. The organization hopes for your sincere adherence to Konoha's policies, principles, and stance. You must be consistent in thought and action with the Hokage, centered on the philosophy of the third Hokage's will. Persevere with determination, possess clarity in your heart, maintain discipline in your speech, and take decisive action with your hands. Indeed, upon hearing Uchiha Tatsu's words, the third Hokage nodded appreciatively, his face reflecting a comforting expression of old age. "In the future, you shall both become the pillars of Konoha, the inheritors of the will of fire. Therefore, it is essential to foster a good relationship with Kushina Uzumaki. Even if that blossoms into romance, it is of no concern." The third Hokage wore a knowing smile, causing Kushina's cheeks to flush instantly. "Well, I have eaten my fill and must take my leave now. You two should return early as well." A flicker of contentment crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Though he was still in the prime of life, he could not deny the toll that years of conflict had taken on the longevity of shinobi. Generally, a ninja who lives into their 40s is considered quite fortunate. Thus, he remained uncertain about the time of his own demise. As long as there are exceptional children, Konoha's future shall remain secure. Lord Third, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen exited the ramen shop, he was recognized. The surrounding ninjas promptly rose to their feet, greeting him with utmost respect. No need for formalities, he waved dismissively and ambled toward his office, his demeanor reminiscent of a venerable elder. Kushina stood alone in the courtyard, having parted ways with Uchiha Tatsu some moments earlier. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, and if the lights were to be illuminated, one would perceive the rosy hue of Kushina's face, complemented by her vibrant red ponytail, resembling a ripe tomato. She gently patted her cheeks and waited until the warmth subsided before softly pushing open the small door before her. This quaint courtyard could be deemed the most enigmatic corner of Konoha, a sanctuary guarded with utmost vigilance. Its level of secrecy surpassed even that of the Hokage's office. With only a select few permitted entry, Kushina stepped through the small door into the courtyard, which was adorned with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan on the walls and corridors. Several red lanterns hung along the passageway, imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity to the space. She gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, footsteps approached, and an elderly man with white hair opened the door. "Good evening, Granny Ray," Kushina greeted, shedding her fiery demeanor and adopting the poise of a refined young lady. The elderly man smiled. "Have you finished your training, Kushina?" "Yes." "Has she gone to bed yet?" "Miss, she is still awake. She mentioned you would surely come to see her tonight and is waiting for you." Kushina nodded. "I apologize for the intrusion," and slowly stepped inside. A woman sat in a chair, appearing no older than 20. Her vibrant red hair was elegantly styled, adorned with 2 long pendants, and a diamond pattern graced her forehead. She wore a traditional long white dress of the Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing Kushina enter, she rose to her feet, the flowing fabric of her gown billowing like the petals of a beautiful flower. "Kushina, you've returned from your date, haven't you?" But the voice that greeted her was that of an elderly woman. This indicates that the true age of the woman is indeed quite advanced. Kushina's initially composed demeanor immediately became tumultuous, her complexion flushing a deep crimson. The young lady seemed to relish teasing Kushina. With wide eyes, Kushina exclaimed, "Grandma, how can you tarnish my reputation like this?" "What reputation? Did you not tell me you wanted to take a day off for a date?" the woman quipped, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Kushina's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She retorted, "Special training cannot be considered a date. Can the affairs of a ninja be deemed a date?" Following this were the incomprehensible dialects of the Uzumaki clan, mentioning things like shadow clones and shuriken. After teasing Kushina for a while, Mito settled down in her chair. "I am getting old. My body is failing me," Mito sighed. "Not at all. You are so beautiful, the most stunning person in Konoha," Kushina said, massaging Mito's back. "That may be true. In my youth, I was renowned as a beauty throughout the land of fire. I often wonder how that fool Hashirama managed to earn such fortune. He was merely a tree planter and yet married a stunning princess of the Uzumaki clan like me," Mito remarked with a smile. Kushina mused. "You think Hashirama might have been the son of the Sage of Six Paths in a past life? Otherwise, how could he be so fortunate?" It was rare for Mito to converse so much in a day. However, Kushina had grown accustomed to Mito's whimsical nature. She merely stuck out her tongue playfully without responding. After all, the first Hokage was her elder, not someone she could comment on. I truly feel aged. Were it not for the vast chakra preserved within the sealing technique, I would look as decrepit as you, Granny," Mito continued. "So, did you enjoy yourself today? What is that person's name?" Mito inquired, eagerly prying into her junior's affairs. Kushina blushed, delighted, and replied, "His name is Uchiha Tatsu." "Uchiha Tatsu, from the Uchiha clan." Mito pondered, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Upon seeing Mito's expression, Kushina's heart sank. She had studied the history of Konoha and was well aware of the tumultuous past between the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States period. Moreover, it had only been 26 years since the establishment of Konoha. The name that should never be mentioned was still a well-known secret. She hastily explained, "Grandma, Tatsu is also an orphan like me. He is a good person," Mito replied. At this moment, Uchiha Tatsu had returned to his humble abode. He suddenly sneezed, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly received a good person card from Kushina. Mito chuckled and patted Kushina's head, reflecting that the old tales of the Warring States were now mere antiquities. The Uchiha clan was also a part of Konoha's community. "As for your youthful affairs, this old woman shall not meddle," Mito continued. "I merely recalled some bygone memories." "What memories?" Kushina inquired. "Let me think," Mito replied. "I recall the day I wed Hashirama. Izuna, Madara's younger brother, had developed an affection for me as well. On the way to the wedding, Izuna attempted to abduct me with a group of his companions, leading to a fierce confrontation. At that time, Tobarama was responsible for ensuring our safety. During the fray, Tobarama employed the Flying Thunder God technique to injure Izuna." Mito, resting her chin upon her hand, reminisced. "And then, ultimately, Izuna perished. Indeed, beauty can be a curse." As the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito stands as the last remnant of that era, possessing the most profound understanding of its intricacies. Naturally, aside from Madara, who still lingers in the shadows, Mito's survival until now could well be deemed a miracle, largely attributed to the Uzumaki clan's inherent vast chakra and remarkably enduring vitality. Yet, she now resembles a flickering candle in the wind, even as she relies on the vast reservoir of chakra sealed within her to maintain her youth. This is precisely why she has tasked Hiruzen Sarutobi with searching for her kin. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her time is limited. Mito harbors great affection and admiration for Kushina, her junior, as she perceives a reflection of herself within her. "Kushina, what do you think of this village called Konoha?" Mito inquired after taking a moment to rest in her chair. "The village?" Kushina pondered, momentarily taken aback. At merely 6 years old, she had yet to fully comprehend the concept of a village. However, despite having known Mito for only a short time, she regarded this strikingly beautiful woman as a motherly figure, though Mito was more than old enough to be her grandmother. Their backgrounds starkly contrasted. One was a former princess of the Uzumaki clan, married to the first Hokage of Konoha, while the other was a war orphan from the land of whirlpools, having narrowly escaped death amidst the chaos. The chasm between their experiences was insurmountable, rendering comparison futile. Kushina had always been a person lacking in security. Otherwise, she would not have concealed a kunai beneath her pillow. Having survived the turmoil of the land of whirlpools, Kushina was far more mature than most children her age. Thus, she subtly sensed that Konoha expected something of her. Nevertheless, it was Uzumaki Mido who had brought her from the war-torn land of whirlpools to Konoha, providing her with shelter, sustenance, and education. Most importantly, Kushina felt an unparalleled warmth and affection emanating from Mido's gentle gaze, which instilled in her a desire to repay this kindness. Yet, while emotions are one thing, she found it challenging to wholeheartedly proclaim Konoha as a paradise. Though Konoha was indeed pleasant, it was not her homeland. Mido's words reminded her of the events that had transpired since her arrival in Konoha. For instance, the indifferent gazes of the ninjas who had brought her here, the taunts of her classmates regarding her academic performance, and the ridicule she faced from those who mocked her crimson hair. Although she had indeed retaliated, she could not shake the discomfort that lingered within her. However, what truly matters is Uchiha Sasuke. That young boy, on that fateful night, cautiously offered his apologies, awkwardly wiping away his tears. As she entered the ninja academy, driven by a desire to avoid disdain from others, she impulsively declared her aspiration to become the first female Hokage. Ultimately, it was that very boy who vowed to support her in her quest for the Hokage title. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Kushina often sensed an air of estrangement emanating from Uchiha Sasuke. It was a sense of detachment from Konoha and the world beyond, a profound loneliness akin to leaving one's homeland. Having arrived at this unfamiliar land herself, Kushina instinctively grasped the depth of this sentiment more acutely than others. They gazed up at the same sky, yet their eyes were drawn to different horizons. She believed he could feel it too, if only slightly. Witnessing the expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face occasionally caused her heart to ache, as if gripped tightly by unseen hands, leading her inexplicably into sorrow. Yet, what was this tumultuous feeling brewing within her heart? Grasping the collar of her garment, Kushina finally managed to smile at Uzumaki Mido after a prolonged silence. "I really like him," she said with a chuckle. Mido, understanding her well, smiled in return and gently ruffled Kushina's hair. "It must not be this village that you cherish, right? Let me think. Is it that little rascal? What a fortunate boy he is. TSK. How enviable to be adored by such a beautiful girl from the Uzumaki clan." Mido lifted Kushina's chin, scrutinizing her face intently. "Mido granny," Kushina protested, her expression transforming into one of indignation as she stamped her foot. All right. You're blushing now. I shall say no more." Mido chuckled, her gaze upon Kushina reminiscent of observing Tsunade in her childhood. "Kushina, do you know what this feeling is?" Mido inquired, pulling Kushina closer and pointing to her heart. "What?" Kushina tilted her head adorably, her face reflecting confusion. "When I was wed to Senju Hashirama, I must confess, I was initially quite reluctant. There was a well-known rumor in the Land of Fire that Senju Hashirama had affections for Uchiha Madara. I was deeply concerned at that time, which led me to oppose the union. However, in the end, I did marry him. It was a decision made with considerable resolve, for it was my duty as the princess of the Uzumaki clan, an obligation I could not evade. Yet gradually, I found myself growing fond of him. Though he could be quite foolish at times, a bit dull, and not particularly sharp-witted, he possessed something unique. That was a profound love for others, and his earnest, unwavering nature captivated me, revealing to me that love is the most precious bridge that connects us and fosters peace in this world. One day, he took my hand and led me to the peak of a mountain. There, he shared his dream of establishing a village, one that could embrace all people. At that time, the Land of Fire will be free from turmoil. Children will no longer be required to take up arms. People will cast aside the barriers that separate clans and strive together, offering mutual assistance. As I listened, I was deeply captivated by his vivid depiction. Love, indeed, possesses boundless power. However, to love also signifies the weight of guardianship and responsibility. Uzumaki Mido gently caressed her abdomen, where several seals lay hidden from Kushina's sight. "My life is nearing its end, and thus, I urgently seek a place for Kurama to reside. Though feared by the world, it is fundamentally lonely. The world may dread it, yet it, too, harbors fears of humanity. It is inherently timid and requires someone who can genuinely love and embrace it. It needs love to fill its void. With it, one could wield sufficient strength to protect Konoha and those dear to them. Therefore, I wish to pose a question to you, Kushina. are you willing to become the next host of the Nine Tails? I am willing. Although I know little of what being a host entails, or who Kurama is, I trust Mito-sama. She would not cause me harm. Furthermore, to gain the power to protect those I cherish is of utmost importance. My experiences in the land of whirlpools have taught me the significance of strength. Thus, Kushina nodded in agreement without hesitation. Good child, you are wonderful, Mito said, stroking her head, then gracefully rose, her flowing gown resembling a blooming lotus. Finally, Mito smiled, narrowing her eyes, and tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. The girls of the Uzumaki clan are notably passionate and spirited. If you encounter a boy you like, do not hesitate. Seize him boldly. Do not hold back. Simply take him. After all, it was how I snatched Hashirama away from Madara. Mito beamed with pride. I am eagerly anticipating my meeting with the Uchiha brat. Time passed swiftly, and almost 3 years had elapsed. At this moment, Uchiha Tatsu had ascended to the 5th grade, which meant that after the following year, he would graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a proud genin. In the classroom of June, the air was thick with heat. Outside, several branches of the sycamore tree reached into the room. The summer cicadas sang incessantly, their urgent and rhythmic calls resonating throughout the classroom. As the sounds lingered, it felt as though my heartbeat quickened. Uchiha Tatsu, on the brink of slumber, lowered his head further. Just as he was about to drift off, a deep green leaf fluttered down from the branch above, landing perfectly atop his head. Startled, Uchiha Tatsu lifted his gaze, discovering that Uncle Nishimura was still lecturing at the front. Here, let us assume that the second Hokage is pouring water into a pool of 100 cubic meters. The second wind shadow has now created a small hole in the pool. This hole releases 1 liter of water per minute. How long will it take for the second Hokage to fill the entire pool? Uncle Nishimura continued to speak incessantly. Uchiha Tatsu, his mind clouded, found himself unable to comprehend a single word. At present, with the final examination still some time away, one would expect to enjoy a leisurely period. Yet, the distant clamor intruding upon the tranquility compelled Uchiha Chun to furrow his brow. How unbearably noisy. Is it impossible to secure a moment's peace for sleep? With a fierce glare, Uchiha Chun shot a disdainful look at the Uncle Nishimura, who was lecturing at the podium. In that moment, all he yearned for was to escape this classroom and find solace beneath a shady tree for a well-deserved nap. This, indeed, is the quintessential way to relish the summer season. Undoubtedly, it is summer, a particularly exhilarating time that stirs the spirits. Therefore, Minato, let us flee this confining classroom that shackles our souls. Uchiha Chun exchanged glances with his close friend, Minato, who, after a moment's hesitation, narrowed his eyes in agreement with Chin's proposal. You are absolutely right. I can hardly endure this tedious class any longer, Shoju chimed in with a nod of approval. It is already summer, yet we are still subjected to lessons. This is fundamentally misguided. Furthermore, in such a classroom, not only is it challenging to learn ninjutsu, but simply breathing can feel arduous. Seated beside Minato, Shoju's face, radiating an air of foolishness, contorted in displeasure. Moreover, the class was being conducted by the rather unappealing Nishimura. Just the sight of his face makes my chest feel constricted. This sensation is akin to being ensnared in an S-rank genjutsu. The environment, compounded by the distractions brought forth by Nishimura, feels akin to the interrogations conducted by the mountain clans. Shoju cast a disdainful glance at teacher Nishimura, who stood at the podium, his muscular physique prominent. Known as the Black Face. Not a drop of sweat graced his brow as he devotedly taught the lesson. He appeared utterly unwearied and unfatigued, a testament to the extraordinary stamina cultivated through his rigorous physical training. Truly, he embodies the legendary Chunin. His prowess is not to be underestimated. Originally, Uchiha Chun could have utilized the shadow clone technique. However, regrettably, after once employing a clone in class, he was met with an unfortunate explosion during training, resulting in a cloud of smoke. The girl responsible for that incident cried for several days thereafter. Consequently, the ninja school prohibited the use of shadow clones in class. Uchiha Chin glanced at the diligent Mei-chin beside him, who, in such an environment, was resolutely taking notes. Truly, she is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. He then cast a sidelong glance at Kushina in front of him, who, due to the heat, had tied her vibrant red hair up. She seemed to drift in a dreamlike state, drool escaping the corner of her mouth. To be able to fall asleep in such weather is indeed characteristic of the slacker of the Uzumaki clan. By the way, Chun, How shall we stealthily slip away? After all, he is a chunin. Should we be discovered, a trip to the office is inevitable. What are you talking about, Shoju? I see your enthusiasm. Yet you lack even a basic plan for our escape? With such inadequacy, how do you expect to become a chunin in the future? If I had a plan, I would have already slipped away alone. Indeed, your perspective holds merit. What course of action should we undertake? Uchiha Shin, while engaging in hushed conversation with Shoju and Minato, discreetly observed for the opportune moment to slip away from beneath Uncle Nishimura's watchful gaze. Should the third Hokage engage in battle with the racket, utilizing a fire technique followed by an explosive tag, a pressing question arises. Could you articulate the chemical equation for the explosion of the explosive tag? Uncle Nishimura was already transitioning to the next question. Time was of the essence. If I linger any longer, I shall surely perish in this place. Shoju's eyes reflected despair. Naturally, he refrained from overtly shaping his lips, lest the enemy discern their intentions. Instead, he resorted to ventriloquism, minimizing mouth movements to facilitate their discussion, an essential skill for any ninja. As the third Tsuchikage soared through the air, positioned 10 meters above and 50 meters away, one must calculate the necessary initial velocity and angle for the shuriken to accurately strike its target. Here, we postulate the shuriken weighs 0.2 kilograms. Nishimura, while reciting the textbook material, kept a vigilant eye on Uchiha Shin. Now was not the time for action. Any erratic movement could easily attract Uncle Nishimura's attention, leading to immediate capture. What ought to be done? Hey, Shin, Minato, are you contemplating an escape? If so, count us in. I can no longer endure this hell, whispered Kakashi from behind. I too. If this continues, I shall surely starve. My snacks are melting away, Dingzu added, as Uchiha Shin grappled with his concerns. Kakashi and others nearby echoed similar sentiments. Yet, all remained focused on the blackboard, endeavoring to minimize their mouth movements, appearing scarcely engaged in dialogue. In this classroom, the only students seemingly unobserved by Uncle Nishimura were the slumbering Kushina and the studious Mikoto. To survive in this class, one must master this technique. Why not devise a collective escape strategy? Shoju suggested, narrowing his eyes. A strategy employing the tactic of mass distraction? Simple yet effective, practical without being inferior. An excellent plan indeed. Let us call it the summer offensive, tentatively rated A level in difficulty. Uchiha Shin subtly nodded, his actions imperceptible from afar. If the entire class were to flee, even if Uncle Nishimura was a chunin, he would be unable to apprehend everyone as they scattered in different directions. After all, he lacked Kushina's ability to employ multiple shadow clones. Do we all agree? Regardless of who gets caught, no one should harbor resentment. If you're in accord, please nod to signify your agreement. Upon concluding his statement, all but Mikoto and the sleeping Kushina gently inclined their heads. Among 50 students, an astonishing 48 were prepared to escape. Though Uchiha Shin was aware that each student in this class had their peculiarities, he had not anticipated their collective oddity to such an extent. Watergate signaled Uchiha Chun with his eyes, pondering the number of people present. Would it be too conspicuous? No worries. He reassured, the greater the number, the lower our risk of being caught. Moreover, even if punishment ensues, the law seldom penalizes the masses. At worst, we can shift the blame onto Uchiha Liang and his group, claiming they incited us. Such a scenario would be most advantageous for us. Uchiha Chin's voice dwindled further. I see, as expected of Chun. When it comes to nefarious tactics, none can surpass him. One might even call it a profound strategy. Next, they merely needed to identify an opportune moment to slip away, followed by tossing smoke bombs and mini explosive tags onto the podium. It was noted that the intensity of fire release was linearly correlated to the volume of chakra. Yet, they could not overlook the significance of area. The formula was essential. Uncle Nishimura, wholly engrossed in explaining the topic, turned to the blackboard to write. Seizing this fortuitous moment while Nishimura faced away, Uchiha Shin stealthily retrieved a smoke bomb. Everyone, remain still. In a fleeting instant, however, Uncle Nishimura had already sensed the commotion. He swiftly intervened to halt the students' actions. Impossible. Has he truly noticed? They fretted. You lot dare to escape right before my eyes. Quite audacious of you. Is my lesson truly so unengaging? I am deeply disappointed. You are, without doubt, the worst class I have ever taught. Uncle Nishimura slowly turned around, his gaze firmly fixed on them, his muscles tensed with agitation. Ah, Uncle Nishimura. Indeed a remarkable figure surpassing the average chunin. can perceive our intentions merely through the vibrations in the air. Who shall be the unfortunate first to face his wrath? As anxiety loomed over them, they awaited their impending misfortune. What I speak of are my treasured collections of past Chunin exam questions. They surpassed the market S5-year Chunin, 3-year simulations, and even the renowned 18 lectures on Chunin authored by distinguished villagers. You dare to skip class? You might as well abandon your ninja identities, Uncle Nishimura lamented. Given the escalating tensions among the villages, we are nearing a state of emergency. By the time you graduate, war may very well erupt. Nishimura continued his monologue, seeking to dismantle their resolve and instill a sense of shame within them. Yet, this tactic seemed ineffective. It appears you are too idle. I had no idea you were so stifled. If I have caused your boredom, that is indeed my fault. I never anticipated Uncle Nishimura would utter such words. How curious. Is he truly considering letting us off the hook? Apologizing for such a matter seems beneath my dignity as a teacher. However, since you find it tedious, I shall regale you with an interesting story. It is time you understood the harshness of war. A story? The prospect of Uncle Nishimura sharing a tale was indeed delightful for all. Indeed, the tale unfolds in a summer over a decade ago, when Uncle Nishimura began to narrate what he deemed an amusing story. At that time, I was slightly older than you. I had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was out on a mission with my friend, the ever-reliable Dai. In that sweltering heat, listening to Uncle Nishimura's recollections of his days as a low-ranking ninja felt akin to enduring torture. It was the era of the First Ninja War, and our squad of elite ninjas was sorely lacking in numbers. Thus, the two of us, mere genin, were assigned a C-rank escort mission to protect a girl. Unexpectedly, during the course of our mission, a Chunin from the Land of Lightning attempted to thwart our efforts and capture the girl. This formidable foe, towering at 2 meters, was known as Yeyua Longtao, reputed to be the younger brother of the third racket. His wrists were as thick as some women's waists. Yet, Dai and I were resolute. We would not concede defeat. Standing at 178 centimeters, we relied on our honed physiques and unparalleled martial arts skills to confront the Chunin head-on, engaging in a true contest of strength. The air was thick with the essence of youth. Our 3 bodies collided, touching and gasping, separating and reuniting, in an unending cycle. 3 robust men, in the land of fire, fought fiercely over a woman. Enough. Please, spare me. Uncle Nishimura's verbal onslaught felt almost like a genjutsu. The sound resonated, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, pushing my classmates to the brink of despair. Such power rivaled that of S-rank ninjutsu. However, this man was indeed a Chunin, and his martial arts prowess was commendable. He charged at me, intending to execute a technique known as the reverse armbar. Yet, how could he possibly prevail against the pride of our biceps, forged through relentless training? Even as sweat poured from us and we gasped for breath, we refused to relent, fighting with all our might. Realizing our strength, the opponent resorted to his ultimate technique. He unleashed a devastating move, pressing his solid frame down upon my head, his thick chest hair brushing against my face, executing a technique that threatened to shatter my skull. At that moment, I was a mere millimeter from the clutches of death. Please, I beg you, no more. Those grotesque images were etched deep within my mind, haunting me relentlessly. Uchiha Ryo screamed and fainted, suggesting that this technique posed a greater threat to those with vivid imaginations. Ryo, wake up. Uchiha Ling called out desperately. Step aside. I shall perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Uchiha Fong shouted. Air. I crave fresh, cool air. Amidst this hellish scene, we all endured Uncle Nishimura's mental torment. Nearby, Shiboku first began to foam at the mouth, then covered his ears, rolling his eyes in despair as he gazed at our teacher. Uchiha Chun, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, caught sight of Uncle Nishimura's terrifying gaze, which seemed to convey that he was aware of Chin's role in encouraging truancy. The thought sent a chill racing down his spine. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, one might say that the chilling breeze has indeed preserved his life. Bang! At that moment, Kushina finally awakened. Rubbing the drool from the corner of her mouth, the drowsy Kushina surveyed the chaotic scene within the classroom. What on earth transpired? A group of students from the Ninja Academy, including Uchiha Chiba, were presently savoring a moment of tranquility. Most remained oblivious to the impending footsteps of war, an inevitability from which none could escape. Simultaneously, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the Hokage building. This edifice, erected on the eve of Konoha's establishment, stands as the village's most venerable structure. It serves as the hub for task assignments and administrative duties. As the third Hokage traversed the corridor leading to his office, an air of unease enveloped him. Even as the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, he too faced moments of concession. This had been evident for several years, and today was no exception. Dressed in a flowing white ceremonial robe, he smiled at the umbu guarding the corridor and inquired, "How are you doing? Are you tired?" The ninja immediately straightened, responding excitedly, "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. I am not tired." Hiruzen gently patted his shoulder, advising him to relax and not to be so tense. "Have our advisors arrived?" he asked. The ninja promptly replied, "They are already in the office." Nodding in acknowledgement, Hiruzen waved cordially to the guards and continued along the winding path to his office. As he walked deliberately, the third Hokage pondered the challenges that lay ahead for Konoha. His instincts, honed over years of leadership, suggested that this situation was unlike the minor skirmishes of the past. He had grown up during the waning days of the Warring States period, having experienced the first great ninja war firsthand. Following the ambush in the Land of Lightning, which claimed the life of the second Hokage, he was hastily appointed as Hokage. At that time, Konoha was on the brink of collapse, beset by internal strife and external threats. The clans, remnants of the warlords who had not yet faded into obscurity, cast covetous glances toward the Hokage position. However, he quickly assumed the monumental responsibilities entrusted to him by the second Hokage. Remarkably, he matured at a pace that surpassed all expectations, inheriting the Hokage's honor with extraordinary capability. To this day, he commands the same level of trust as in times past. Yet, now the entire ninja world is rife with turmoil, and war could erupt at any moment, threatening Konoha's future. The third Hokage sighed, fully aware of the need for cautious navigation through these treacherous waters. Upon entering his office, he was greeted by his friends, Mito Gate, Shimura Danzo, and Tokunara. "You have arrived," Hiruzen said as he took his seat at the Hokage's desk. "Mito, what news from the Land of Grass?" he inquired. Mito presented a neatly compiled report, stating, "According to information from the Land of Grass, both sides are currently exercising restraint, though occasional skirmishes do occur." "That is reassuring," Hiruzen replied. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly glanced over the intelligence report, exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as the situation did not continue to deteriorate, it would suffice. However, Hanzo had persistently claimed that the Hidden Grass Village had captured his ranged shinobi, now demanding their surrender. Mito Kaze's head throbbed with frustration. The ninjas of the Grass Village were akin to grass swaying in the wind, a motley crew of sycophants ingratiating themselves with other nations. How could they dare provoke Hanzo? Danzo scoffed, questioning Hanzo's true intentions. Did he possess the audacity to challenge the 5 great nations and instigate war? Tsunade's expression reflected her confusion. What was it that he would not dare to do? Hanzo held himself in high regard, believing his strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Kage from the 5 great nations. He had long deemed the diminutive Rain village unworthy of his prowess, constantly seeking opportunities to elevate the Rain country to the status of the 6th great nation. Danzo chuckled derisively. Indeed, and moreover, his rationale this time left us without grounds for reproach. Regardless of whether the Grass Village had detained them, he had sufficient justification to encroach upon the territory of the Grass Country. Although we are a great nation, every action has far-reaching consequences. Peace is hard won, and we must not stir up conflict heedlessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Hiruzen, you are far too benevolent. Hanzo has set his sights firmly on the Grass Country, our vassal. We, Konohagakure, are the mightiest village. Such a stance renders us susceptible to scorn from other nations. Otherwise, what is to prevent any village from bullying us? Danzo countered. Hiruzen fell into silence. Many years had passed since the First Shinobi World War, and the nations had long since recuperated, their military forces robust. Danzo's points were not without merit. These nations had long coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Yet, peace is a fragile treasure. Hiruzen truly wished to avoid warfare unless absolutely necessary. Very well, let this matter rest. Mito continued dispatching ninjas to the Rain country to negotiate with Hanzo, applying pressure and lodging a serious protest against him. Strive to persuade him to engage in dialogue. Hiruzen commanded. Tsunade, reach out to the Wind Shadow and express my desire to further discuss alliance matters. Danzo, continue sending route ninjas to the borders to gather intelligence. After issuing his orders, Hiruzen rubbed his temples, enveloping the office in a momentary silence. Hiruzen, what does that old fox from the Uchiha clan want with you? Shimura Danzo suddenly inquired, squinting. Nothing of significance, merely a matter concerning Chiharu. Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. Kagame's son. Has something occurred? Tsunade stood, her gaze fixed on Hiruzen. Nothing to worry about. The boy is well. He merely mentioned matters regarding Chiharu's post-graduation team leadership, Hiruzen reassured. Wasn't he had already decided that Tsunade would lead? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Uchiha Kagami wishes for Chiharu to have an Uchiha Jonin as his mentor post-graduation, Hiruzen elaborated. What a fanciful notion. How could Kagami's son possibly be entrusted to the Uchiha clan? Over the years, he has faced their exclusion. Now that his talents rival those of his father, they wish to reclaim him? Such an arrangement is far too convenient, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. However, Uchiha Mountain's stance was resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, Shin was still an Uchiha. He asserted that only those of the Uchiha clan could truly comprehend the Sharingan. An Uchiha Jonin would greatly benefit Shin's growth, a rationale I found utterly irrefutable, lamented Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, I cannot acquiesce. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is exceptional. Should Shin encounter any peril during his missions, he must have immediate medical assistance. Toka Shorin offered no deference to the third Hokage. Indeed, for his safety, I believe he should be brought into the roots. Under my watchful gaze, I can attend to the orphan of Kagami. If necessary, I could personally take him as my disciple, Danzo remarked, his expression impassive as he regarded Toka. Bang! Toka Shorin's fist shattered the table before her, startling those present. After all, these individuals had been her comrades for decades. In their memories, Toka had always been a quiet and astute kunoichi, the lubricant among their six-member team. In the words of the second Hokage, she was the sole inheritor of his rationality among them. Hence, it was rare for them to witness Toka's fury. Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. We are friends and teammates, which is why I have refrained from meddling in your affairs in the roots. However, if you dare to target Kagami's son, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Danzo fell silent, tugging at his collar, a surge of anger bubbling in his throat. Kagami is dead. Do you comprehend that? He has been gone for many years. I know your sentiments towards him. Danzo suddenly erupted. Toka seized Danzo by the collar. Silence. I do not wish to hear another word on that matter. My relationship with him is none of your concern. Should I hear such words again, I will not hesitate to end you. You are aware that I possess that capability. At this moment, the air in the Hokage's office seemed to congeal. For a time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kamen dared not even breathe. The more docile a person is, the more ferocious they become when provoked. Similarly, those who are typically rational can become increasingly reckless when unhinged. Calm down, Toka. Danzo does not mean it that way. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjected, rushing to intervene. Shimura Danzo forcefully wrested himself from Toka's grip, casting a penetrating gaze upon her. Yet, Toka remained unperturbed by Danzo's icy stare. Danzo then shifted his gaze toward Mito Kamen, who averted his eyes, lowering his head to evade Danzo's scrutiny. His gaze returned to his closest friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wore an awkward smile. However, the more he observed, the more it seemed to brim with irony and mockery. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to the Hokage's hat atop the table, his expression deepening with contemplation. With a snarl, he turned and forcefully pushed open the office door, the sound echoing through the room. He strode down the long corridor, his expression darkening with each step, his heart heavy with anguish. He yearned for a place to weep freely. Yet, he reminded himself, a ninja must maintain a heart that does not weep, regardless of the circumstances. You are the sunlit Konoha, and I am the root shrouded in darkness. He recalled the words spoken to him when he established the roots, conversing with Danzo. At that time, he had expressed his sincerity. Danzo, I am sorry. You are a good person who deserves someone far better. This scene replayed in his mind. The moment when he was rejected by Karui as he prepared to head into battle. The sting of that rejection pierced his heart deeply. He had assumed that, with the passage of time, he would have moved on. It seemed he had merely been deceiving himself. He had suppressed his emotions for a decade and more. He longed for the position of Hokage rather than the shadowy roots. He yearned for love rather than further rejection. Why? Why can I not compete with Danzo for the position of Hokage? Why can I not surpass Uchiha Kagami in matters of the heart? Why am I such a failure? Did not Danzo merely resolve to become a decoy moments before I did? What gives him the right to claim Hokage as his own? Uchiha Kagami is nothing but a corpse. What merit does he have to be compared with me? He could not best me even in life. What is lacking in my excellence? This foolish woman. How infuriating it is that each of you looks down upon me. Power. Surely. It is a lack of power that holds me back. Why do I not possess the strength of the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara? If I had such power, I would be the strongest in the ninja world, able to attain anything I desire. Hokage and Tsunade, they would all belong to me. Shimura Danzo slowly made his way to the depths of his roots. The sunlight fell upon him, yet he felt no warmth. The roots lay deep underground. Danzo gradually entered the entrance, the sunlight fading from his form as he transitioned from light into darkness. Meanwhile, the office was enveloped in silence. Tsunade sat upright, adjusting her long robe, her eyes closed as if she had fallen asleep. It was as though nothing had ever transpired. The air around them seemed to thicken. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of headache regarding such matters. He was no expert in emotional affairs among teammates. What could he do? Each was hopelessly in love. And he too felt despair. If only he possessed a jutsu to control the thoughts of others, it would be a different story. As Danzo's closest friend, who else would he assist if not him? He could only wish for Danzo's happiness. First, he would make Danzo fall for him, and then ensure that Tsunade would also harbor affections for him. Wouldn't he that bring joy to all, sacrificing himself for the sake of others? Alas, there were too many complexities involved. What a pity that he lacked such jutsu. Danzo's happiness slipped away just like that, a true misfortune. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade seated before him. As the finest kunoichi of their generation, she was indeed impeccable. Whether as the apprentice of the second Hokage, or for her rational thinking and meticulous demeanor, these traits undoubtedly attracted a multitude of admirers. Moreover, she was the sole medical ninja in their squad. She had saved their lives on numerous occasions, and each of them held her in high regard. Danzo had been pulled back from the brink of death by her more than once. It is hardly surprising that he harbors feelings for Xiaochun. The pair of scars on his chin are remnants of the surgery she performed on him, and Toanzo has always regarded this scar as a badge of love. Regrettably, Xiaochun seems to have a greater affection for Jing within their team. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and a disciple of the second Hokage, Jing is humble and deeply devoted to Konoha. Thus, there was a persistent call for Jing to inherit the position of the third Hokage. Toanzo is acutely aware that he cannot compete with Uchiha Jing. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that after all these years, such feelings would have dissipated. Who would have thought they would suddenly resurface today? A chill enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen as he realized that if he did not provide Xiaochun with a reasonable explanation, his fate would not be much better than Toanzo's. Xiaochun would not spare him, the Hokage, any leniency. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a predicament as Toanzo had. Hastily, he exclaimed that the reasoning behind Uchiha's request was indeed something he could not refuse. So you acquiesced to him? Xiaochun squinted. Not at all. I outright rejected him and gave him a thorough scolding, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. After all, boasting is not a crime. However, Uchiha proposed that if the Uchiha clan was unsuitable, then Orochimaru should lead the team as a jonin. Orochimaru? Mito came and inquired in astonishment. Indeed. His reasoning was that Tsunade excels only in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Chun possesses considerable talent in genjutsu and ninjutsu, making Orochimaru a more suitable mentor for his development. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Xiaochun's gaze deepened. What was the other party scheming? Clearly, the suggestion to have a jonin from the Uchiha clan as Chin's mentor was merely a facade, the true aim being the second request. Yet, this request was indeed beneficial for Chun. Initially, Xiaochun had proposed Tsunade as the team leader, solely considering her medical ninjutsu, without contemplating Uchiha Chin's future growth. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru was the most fitting choice for Uchiha Chun. However, what ulterior motives did the other party harbor? For a moment, Xiaochun felt perplexed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before stating, I have acquiesced to this request. After all, he is the head of the Uchiha clan. I might refuse once, but I cannot refuse twice. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept outside, rattling the window. A storm was brewing. Sarutobi Hiruzen then stood up and waved his hand, declaring that the matter was settled and to swiftly recall the leading jonin. A small wind technique took shape in Uchiha Chin's hands as he sat beneath a large tree, enjoying a chilled watermelon juice. The refreshing sweet tart flavor eased his heavy mind considerably. Chilled watermelon juice. What a delight! Uchiha Shin mused, shaking his cup in contentment. The watermelon juice was a chilled beverage sealed in a scroll by Mikoto, invigorating him. Just then, he was interrupted by Kushina, who curiously asked, "Chun, what just happened? Why does everyone look so distressed?" Having just drifted into slumber, she felt nothing at all, and thus narrowly escaped disaster. How should one articulate this? It seems to be a phrase employed by Uncle Nishimura to denote verbal punishment. One could say that we have fallen victim to a psychological illusion. As Uchiha Shin shook his head, still haunted by the experience. "You wish to skip class. It is only natural for Teacher Nishimura to be displeased," Mikoto remarked. However, she continued to lower her head, persistently extracting various fruits from her small scroll. "That is not quite the case, Mikoto. Our desire to flee is driven by compelling circumstances. If we remain seated here, we shall surely be parched and dried out." Shoju defended himself while reaching for a drink. "Ahaha, Shoju is indeed correct. Our seats are positioned perfectly under the relentless sun, perhaps even excessively so," Minato remarked, scratching his head with an awkward smile. It was surprising to hear Minato utter such words. Just a few years prior, he had been a model student, never contemplating the idea of skipping class. Now, he had also learned this art. One cannot underestimate the influence of the environment, mused Uchiha Shin, acknowledging that the suggestion to skip class had indeed originated from him. Yet, at this point, Uchiha Shin had come to personally appreciate the significance of curtains. The so-called curtains serve not merely to shield the interior from the gaze of outsiders during special moments. Do they? My seat is not heated to such an extent, so I cannot say for certain. Kushina shook her head. My spot does not receive sunlight either. Thus it presents little issue, Mikoto continued. But our seats are scorched by the sun to such an extent that merely sitting is unbearable. Not to mention that Teacher Nishimura's lectures are excruciatingly dull, Shoju argued. You claim it is severe, just how severe is it? Kushina inquired. Well, it is probably akin to Shoju's intelligence, Uchiha Shin pondered aloud. Oh, then it is indeed a level of discomfort that few can endure. Kushina responded with an understanding gaze at Uchiha Shin, nodding in agreement. By the way, what did Teacher Nishimura say at the end of class? I was in a daze. Shoju asked. He mentioned that it was once again our turn to conduct a thorough school cleaning. Uchiha Shin sighed. What? Did we not clean last year? Shoju exclaimed, leaping up in protest. He clarified that last year was the 4th grade cleaning, and this year it falls to the 5th graders. Uchiha Shin shrugged helplessly. Nishimura Shin, does your conscience not ache? Speaking of which, Nishimura's words have piqued my curiosity, Minato suddenly interjected. The group turned their gazes toward him. Teacher Nishimura remarked that the atmosphere in the village is unsettling, approaching a state of martial law. Such occurrences have never transpired before, Minato continued. Indeed, I have heard from my sister that there have been tensions between the land of rain and the land of grass. The land of grass is our ally. Shoju began to divulge his insider knowledge, claiming that there was no secret in Konoha that he was unaware of. War, perhaps? Uchiha-chan meticulously recalled that the Second Shinobi World War indeed took place in recent years. However, the manga did not specify the exact time or the catalyst for the outbreak of this conflict. In his past life, he was distanced from the turmoil of war. In this lifetime, he was fated to tread upon the battlefield. He pondered whether he would be able to return from the war once it erupted. Shungshu suddenly broke into a hearty smile and broached the topic, as if death were not a weighty subject for him. As long as you aren't killed by an explosive tag, you should be able to return safely, Uchiha-chan remarked seriously. Don't be ridiculous. How could I be foolish enough to fall victim to something as trivial as an explosive tag? Shungshu retorted, indignant at Uchiha-chan's insinuation about his intelligence. Besides, I still have several wishes yet to fulfill. I can't die just yet, he added with newfound seriousness. What wishes? Uchiha-chan inquired, tilting his head to look at Shungshu. You might not have another chance to share them later. Well, first and foremost, I still don't have a girlfriend. Shungshu declared earnestly. Then it seems your first wish is destined to remain unfulfilled, Uchiha-chan replied, his expression tinged with regret. TCH, my standards are quite low. You know, a pretty face is a dime a dozen, but an intriguing soul is truly rare. So which would you choose? Could I perhaps have both? Uchiha-chan loosened his collar, feeling somewhat stifled. He then playfully kicked Shungshu. Is that really a low demand? Minato, the little son, averted his gaze discreetly, pretending not to recognize the two. He found Shungshu's desire for a girlfriend utterly incomprehensible. At Minato's age, he had yet to entertain such thoughts. having not developed any feelings for the opposite sex. To him, the girls in class who confessed to him were far less captivating than Chun, who had piqued his interest immensely. Chun, well-versed in ninjutsu, possessed a solid foundation and was generous with his knowledge, eagerly teaching anything that intrigued Minato. The moments spent exchanging knowledge and training together were the happiest and most exhilarating for Minato. Over the years, he had come to regard Chun as his closest friend. In contrast, the girls in class seemed only capable of fawning over him. Hence, he preferred to dedicate his free time to delving deeper into the theoretical aspects of chakra. Hey, Chun. Just as Uchiha Shin and Shang Shu were engaged in their playful banter, Minato hastened his steps to catch up with Uchiha Shin. What is up? Uchiha Shin glanced at Minato. Let us not fool around anymore. How about we head to the training ground for a long-awaited youthful battle? Minato suggested with a mysterious smile. The training ground again? Really? Uchiha Shin waved his hand dismissively, somewhat reluctant to go. After all, he had already drained Minato's resources. He could no longer earn points from him. If we're friends, we must go to the training ground. This is a new ninjutsu you've never seen before. Just try it for 3 minutes, and you will fall in love with it just like I did, Minato proclaimed with an air of confidence. Such confidence? Is this not a bit presumptuous? Uchiha Shin glanced thoughtfully at Minato, noticing the latter's unmistakable self-assurance. Hey, you seem rather inflated, Minato, he remarked. Hee. I've already prepared the training ground. I'll be waiting for you, Minato replied with a smile, choosing to say no more as he walked away. Uchiha Shin felt a shiver run down his spine at Minato's gaze, evoking a peculiar sensation as if he were being told, I've already booked the room, waiting for you. Could it be that the heat had fried his brain? Thus, the group made their way to the training ground. Standing in the center under the blazing sun, Uchiha Shin and Minato presented contrasting demeanors. While Minato was brimming with enthusiasm, Uchiha Shin appeared decidedly lackluster. Shall we adhere to our usual rules? Uchiha Shin inquired. Indeed. Minato nodded in agreement. The so-called usual rules dictated that Uchiha Shin could not employ genjutsu, despite Minato having learned how to dispel illusions. Uchiha Shin's prowess in this art was formidable. A mere snap of his fingers could ensnare Minato, rendering any contest futile. Summoning technique. As the battle commenced, Minato, with a bloodied finger, began to weave seals. A plume of smoke enveloped the area, and in its midst, a large toad materialized, standing at less than a meter tall. The toad was clad in traditional, tattered clothing, its waist adorned with bandages, resembling a little ruffian. Uchiha Shin found it curious. Was this truly Minato's new ninja technique? Given Minato's chakra, how much energy had been expended to summon such a creature? Behold, after years of training, I can now summon such a grand beast. Minato declared with pride. Hey, you little rascal, as per tradition, I demand 100 servings of payment. Did you hear me? The toad retorted in a rough tone, glaring at Minato. But I've searched everywhere around Konoha for caterpillars. I can't gather 100. Could you possibly settle for less? Minato pleaded pitifully. In that instant, Uchiha Shin felt the toad's stature pale in comparison to Orochimaru's myriad of serpents. While Orochimaru demanded human offerings, Minato was left to scrounge for caterpillars. Uchiha Shin chose not to voice any further thoughts. Under that relentless sun, he was disinclined to engage in unnecessary actions. He simply wished for a swift conclusion. From his ninja pouch, he retrieved shurikens, casting several with a flick of his left hand. His right hand followed suit, and the projectiles collided midair, hurtling towards Minato. Observing the speed of the shurikens, Minato discerned that they were merely standard throws, lacking any enhanced strength. He glanced at his summoned toad, which nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the toad's tongue shot forth with remarkable speed. The velocity of a toad's tongue is something many may overlook. Yet now, the summoned creature, with its mouth barely ajar, unleashed a tongue that darted out so swiftly it was almost imperceptible, disrupting the trajectory of the shurikens. Oh, impressive tongue indeed, Uchiha Shin remarked, nodding in approval. Confronted with such a formidable tongue, Uchiha Shin was instantly invigorated, and a bold idea surged within his eager mind. He found himself somewhat envious of Minato's summoning beast. However, this was not the time for such musings, and he promptly cast aside those distractions. Uchiha Shin's focus sharpened, allowing him to calmly assess the situation. Minato currently appeared rather feeble, making him a relatively easy target. Therefore, should he concentrate more on that frog? In an instant, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from beneath Uchiha Shin's feet, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. He swiftly closed the distance to Minato. Faced with Shin's rapid approach, Minato showed no signs of retreat. With the kunai firmly grasped in one hand, he engaged with Uchiha Shin. The clashing sounds of their weapons resonated throughout the arena. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, an external ally was present. The giant toad summoned from Mount Myaboku, which was not merely there to cheer. The toad's tongue lunged at Uchiha Shin with remarkable speed. With a swift movement, Shin evaded Minato and executed a flip to dodge the attack. However, the toad's tongue pursued relentlessly. Uchiha Shin's speed escalated, matching the increasing velocity of the tongue, shattering the ground beneath it upon impact. Shoju swallowed hard. The speed and power were indeed astonishing. Such velocity was rare even among seasoned chunin. Truly, the toad of Mount Myaboku was extraordinary. Suddenly, Minato hurled several shuriken, effectively sealing off Uchiha Shin's escape route. In that moment, the toad's tongue struck the now trapped Uchiha Shin. Upon impact, he transformed into a log. A substitution technique? When had he formed the necessary hand seals? Minato's mind sharpened. He was aware that Shin could seal with one hand. The speed of his seals was indeed remarkable. Where could he be? Above, below, or perhaps behind? Minato swiftly scanned the surroundings, yet the training ground center lay empty save for him and the giant toad. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin materialized behind Minato, poised to strike him with a powerful punch, but the tongue intercepted him. Shin had no choice but to evade. Light oil. Minato commanded the nearby toad without hesitation. Shoju, observing from afar, was now significantly less concerned about collateral damage. Responding to Minato's command, the giant toad unhesitatingly enveloped Minato and hoisted him onto its back. With a mighty leap, it inflated its cheeks and expelled a torrent of oil. Simultaneously, Minato initiated his hand seals, fire release, fireball technique. The combination of oil and fire was a formidable force that transcended mere arithmetic. The power of this ninjutsu soared dramatically. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment, a vast inferno engulfed more than half of the training ground's expanse. Mei-chin, standing at a distance, shook her head in disbelief. The technique known as the toad oil fireball, a form of miniature mixed ninjutsu, undoubtedly consumes a considerable amount of chakra. This raises a pertinent question. After employing a summoning technique alongside a C-rank fire release, how much chakra does the mere 9-year-old Minato Namikaze possess? Chakra is the amalgamation of physical energy derived from the body's cells and spiritual energy. Once depleted, it results not only in significant physical exhaustion, but also a mental haze. As observed by Mikoto, Minato has already begun to pant heavily. Uchiha Tatsu, faced with the oncoming inferno, harbored no inclination to evade. He exclaimed with exhilaration, "Among all the opponents I have encountered in my lifetime, I, Uchiha Tatsu, would deem your tongue the mightiest." In an instant, the sea of flames engulfed Uchiha Tatsu. Suddenly, he transformed into a wisp of smoke. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kushina declared. In a flash, a kunai hurtled towards Minato with the velocity of a cannonball, soaring past his head and embedding itself deep within the wall behind him. A strand of golden hair drifted softly to the ground. Observing the burly, dark-faced man before them, who was none other than their homeroom teacher, Mr. Nishimura, Uchiha Tatsu remained entirely unperturbed. He slowly articulated his thoughts and perspectives. "Mr. Nishimura, do you not believe that cultivating an exceptional ninja requires abundant resources?" Mr. Nishimura remained silent, still and awaiting Uchiha Tatsu's next words. Seemingly pleased with Mr. Nishimura's demeanor, Uchiha Tatsu continued with a smile, "What truly constitutes a ninja? What should the combat tactics of a ninja entail? How can one most swiftly vanquish an adversary?" Mr. Nishimura continued to remain mute. "What methods yield the least expenditure in a ninja's combat? What strategies maximize one's chances of victory? Are you aware of these?" Mr. Nishimura maintained his silence. Uchiha Tatsu nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand animatedly as he expressed, "What kind of jutsu and tactics should we, as ninjas, employ against an enemy? These matters are of paramount importance. We must grasp these concepts. They cannot be comprehended merely through a few days of study at the Ninja Academy. Do you understand what I am saying?" Uchiha Tatsu narrowed his eyes. Mr. Nishimura remained unresponsive. Uchiha Tatsu's impatience began to surface. Ultimately, a ninja's education at the academy culminates in the pursuit of battle as the ultimate developmental objective. Combat serves as the driving force for a ninja's growth. This truth remains unchanged, whether in the Warring States period or in the present day. Mr. Nishimura remained silent. Of course, my assertions do not imply that I possess a belligerent nature. Battle indeed brings forth numerous adverse effects. However, even if such actions are deemed foolish, we can still glean invaluable lessons from them. Therefore, with this understanding, I believe we should calmly accept these negative repercussions. Having articulated all this, I trust the teacher can now grasp our perspective, albeit slightly. Upon Uchiha Tatsu's conclusion, Mr. Nishimura finally spoke. Uchiha Tatsu, I comprehend your intentions. You are correct. Battles among ninjas indeed foster our growth, as you have rightly pointed out. However, Uncle Nishimura, lowering his arms, addressed them all with deliberate clarity. Yet, this does not grant you the liberty to recklessly devastate the training grounds. Uncle Nishimura gestured towards the training area, which lay in utter disarray. The ground was shattered, scarred by the remnants of fire techniques, and the once pristine white walls had turned to somber black. Infuriating. Amidst Uncle Nishimura's cold admonitions, Uchiha Chun and the others shed tears of regret. After the battle, due to the considerable commotion, they had not managed to flee the scene of their misdeeds before being apprehended by their teacher. Well then, Sensei, consider this, Shoki continued. What about the Valley of the End battle? My grandfather caused significant destruction there. Now, it stands as a renowned tourist attraction in the Land of Fire, generating substantial annual revenue that makes me envious. Perhaps this place will one day become a tourist destination as well. Young man, such thoughts are perilous. Uncle Nishimura narrowed his eyes. Now, you all must clean up this mess. I will request repairs from the school, which will, of course, include your penalties. With that, Uncle Nishimura departed coolly, leaving Uchiha Chun and his companions to address the chaos of the training grounds. Observing Minato's distress, Uchiha Chun patted his shoulder. Minato, do not dwell on such trivial matters. Do not heed Uncle Nishimura's alarmist rhetoric. He is merely a chunin, inexperienced and naive. A few earth techniques can easily restore the training grounds. At worst, once we clean up, I shall accompany you to apologize to the teacher. As for the penalties, worry not, I have connections. Uchiha Chun offered Minato a reassuring glance. Minato nodded, feeling somewhat relieved, perhaps due to the assurance of Chin's connections. However, returning to the earlier topic, that toad summon must require chakra surpassing that of a genin. How were you able to conjure it? Uchiha Chun pondered. For Minato's chakra levels were not particularly remarkable among his peers, given that he was merely a commoner without any bloodline limit. Suddenly, Uchiha Chun recalled something. Have you successfully researched that scroll, Minato? Indeed. Minato scratched his head, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the sealing scrolls affixed to his arms. In the second year, the system had granted Uchiha Chun a sealing attribute, prompting him to experiment with enhancing his own sealing techniques. Subsequently, Uzumaki Kushina had noticed Uchiha Chun's keen interest in sealing techniques and imparted some basic knowledge and scrolls to him. Uchiha Chun had contemplated developing scrolls capable of storing chakra, allowing him to utilize them during times of scarcity. However, he later deemed the endeavor somewhat impractical and abandoned his research. To his surprise, Minato had independently researched and developed techniques based on the foundational knowledge he possessed. Alas, he truly was a genius. Uchiha Chun recognized that Minato later improved the Flying Thunder God technique, which involved a deep understanding of sealing arts. Minato must have had a natural affinity for sealing techniques. Hence, Uchiha Chun imparted some knowledge to him, though he did not anticipate Minato's exceptional talent in this domain. He was entirely different from Chun, who merely relied on enhancing his attributes. Not at all. I simply built upon your foundation by adding a few transcription seals. Currently, I can only store a limited amount of chakra, Minato said with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. So what stage are you at now? Uchiha Chun inquired. After pondering, Minato replied, You know, the material and capacity of the sealing scrolls restrict the total amount of chakra they can hold. Assuming my chakra level is 1, this scroll can only store about 15 units of chakra. Uchiha Chun nodded in understanding. If you're interested, we could collaborate further and potentially enhance the capacity. After all, the cost is merely that of an ordinary sealing scroll from the ninja tool shop. A slight modification should suffice, Minato suggested. There's no rush. Uchiha Chun reassured him with a wave of his hand. He felt a sense of awe. Minato had developed a keen interest in sealing arts at such a young age. Truly, he was a man destined to refine the Flying Thunder God technique. However, This indicated that Minato might no longer be a mentee under Uchiha Shin's guidance and sealing, but rather, they had entered a phase of equal exchange. Some individuals possess the ability to shine brightly once they acquire the right resources. Uchiha Shin felt a twinge of nostalgia, as if he were nurturing Minato into maturity. Suddenly, he patted Minato on the shoulder. "I'll go buy some oranges. Stay here and don't wander off." At that moment, the sun had broken through the tumultuous clouds, casting a slanting light towards the west. Uchiha Shin walked alone on his way home, rubbing his shoulder as fatigue washed over him. He had just accompanied Minato to apologize to Uncle Nishimura and endured another round of his genjutsu. Shin felt as though his mind was clouded, filled with a thick haze. Silently, he cursed Uncle Nishimura to a lifetime of solitude, wishing for his important right hand to be severed as well. Uchiha Shin quickened his pace, feeling a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Suddenly, he halted. His extensive training had bestowed upon him a heightened sense of perception. "Come out," he commanded. Yet, no one responded. The night enveloped him in a shroud of silence. Even the cicadas had ceased their calls. Suddenly, two black kunai shot directly at Uchiha Shin's chest. How troublesome, he sighed. In his previous life, encounters were often greeted with the simple and warm inquiry, "Have you eaten?" How heartwarming and friendly that was. In encounters among ninjas, greetings often involve the use of shuriken. A mere disagreement may lead to a flurry of kunai hurtling through the air. Uchiha Shin, while contemplating this thought, did not allow his hands to falter. Two shuriken flew with precision, intercepting the kunai and altering its trajectory. Throughout this sequence, it appeared as though Uchiha Shin had executed no significant action. After deflecting the kunai, he did not cease his assault. Several more shuriken were launched towards the direction from which the kunai had been hurled. At the moment the shuriken drew near, a wooden post materialized in their path, only to be struck by the projectiles. Uchiha Shin awaited the adversary's next move with poised anticipation. The opponent, lurking in the shadows like a serpent, was poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. As Uchiha Shin remained vigilant, a pair of ghostly white hands suddenly emerged from the ground, reaching for his feet. Swiftly, he formed a hand seal, transforming into a wooden post before the hands could grasp him. Uchiha Shin vanished, leaving the wooden post to be crushed by the grasping hands. Since the opponent was reluctant to reveal themselves easily, he resolved to conceal his own presence as well. The path grew increasingly silent, with both Uchiha Shin and his foe hidden, he behind a large tree, waiting for any sign of movement from the other. However, the circumstances were not particularly favorable for Uchiha Shin. The opponent lay in wait, while he had yet to catch even a glimpse of their face. His intelligence on the enemy was non-existent, a disadvantage that weighed heavily upon him. Thus, despite being concealed, Uchiha Shin was in a precarious position. As time trickled away, a shadow stealthily appeared behind him, emerging through advanced earth techniques. The individual cast a glance at Uchiha Shin, discerning that this was indeed the original and not a mere shadow clone, thanks to their acute sensory abilities and keen chakra perception. Shaking their head, the person mused that a caged bird, no matter how beautiful, could never become an eagle. They believed that combat was the most effective form of communication. Yet this particular exchange left them dissatisfied. Uchiha Shin's vigilance was woefully inadequate. Drawing a kunai, the assailant aimed for Uchiha Shin's back, but upon contact, the latter's head rotated a full 180 degrees, smiling back at him. An illusion? When did this occur? The adversary quickly disrupted their chakra flow. Suddenly, the Uchiha vanished. A kunai then shot through the air, resembling a cannonball, producing a tearing sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. It struck the opponent's head with lethal precision, severing it entirely. The kunai continued its trajectory, piercing through the tree trunk before disappearing from sight. A single, fatal shot, Uchiha Shin reveled in the potency of his weapon. With further refinement, he mused, it could rival even the might of an Italian cannon. Yet, the one who had been decapitated abruptly transformed into a puddle of mud. A hand suddenly rested upon Uchiha Shin's shoulder. Startled, he dropped his kunai, scattering them across the ground. "Shin, you've grown stronger," came a raspy voice. Turning his head, Uchiha Shin recognized his assailant, Orochimaru. Clad in a kimono with a jonin vest over it, Orochimaru's unique aesthetic was unmistakable. Truly, he was the prince of kimono fashion. The enigmatic Orochimaru. With a smile, Uchiha Shin remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, what a pleasant surprise. I assume you are quite busy." Since their training session 3 years prior, he had not encountered Orochimaru again. Although Orochimaru had mentioned that Uchiha Shin could seek his guidance at any time, he had never taken him up on that offer. Now, nearly 20, Orochimaru was a completely different figure from the somewhat naive individual he had been 3 years ago. He had become increasingly androgynous. His power now unfathomable, a mystery even to someone as inexperienced as Uchiha Shin. But why had he come to seek him out? Suddenly, a rumor he had heard from Shoju crossed his mind. I never imagined you'd become this formidable after 3 years, he mused. Orochimaru's voice retained its distinctive quality, a raspy timbre that Uchiha Shin found oddly alluring. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, he considered himself a straight man. Come. I just received orders to return to Konoha today. Accompany me for a chat, Orochimaru said, patting Uchiha Shin's shoulder before striding ahead. Since Orochimaru had extended the invitation for a walk, Uchiha Shin could hardly refuse. After all, he could boast of having conversed with one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, he pondered, why not rest or catch up with friends instead of seeking out a mere 9-year-old like himself? Was he planning to take him to see some goldfish? A shiver ran down Uchiha Shin's spine. It was true that Orochimaru had a penchant for luring children. As they walked, they soon arrived at a quaint tavern. Uchiha Shin sighed in relief. At least it wasn't a trip to see goldfish, and he had yet to eat. Entering the tavern, he surveyed the sparsely populated establishment, dimly lit and somewhat dilapidated. Orochimaru ordered a jug of sake and a few small dishes. Drinking, are we? But I am still a minor, Uchiha Shin protested. Orochimaru merely nodded, pouring himself a generous glass. When I was younger, I often came here with Tsunade and that fool Jiraiya, he reminisced. Tsunade discovered this place. It's the only establishment in Konoha that serves alcohol to minors. Remarkably, it hasn't been shut down, indicating that this place has some formidable connections. As Uchiha Shin listened, he realized the hidden depths of Konoha's small establishments. I returned this afternoon and learned that the previous owner passed away a few days ago. Now his son has taken over, Orochimaru continued, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. Today, Orochimaru seemed unusually talkative. Uchiha Shin nodded, patiently awaiting Orochimaru to continue his discourse. Everything tangible is destined to wither away, including humanity itself. What do you think? Listening to Orochimaru's contemplations, Uchiha Shin acknowledged with a nod. No one is immortal, are they? Indeed, nothing is eternal. Even beings like the Sage of Six Paths have succumbed to the relentless flow of history. Orochimaru sighed deeply. Aging and then fading into oblivion. Life truly is a vacuous affair. Even at the tender age of 20, I have come to profoundly grasp this notion, Orochimaru remarked. Shin, how do you perceive life? Orochimaru squinted his golden serpentine eyes and suddenly inquired. What is the matter? Has something occurred? Uchiha Shin refrained from directly addressing the question. To him, Orochimaru's enthusiasm seemed a bit excessive. How could a 20-year-old jonin pose such inquiries to a mere 9-year-old child? Oh, it appears I have been rather abrupt in my questioning, Orochimaru said with a rare, slight smile, his voice hoarse yet magnetic. From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I sensed an unusual aura. I have observed you for quite some time, and I believe you are somewhat out of sync with this world. Though merely a child, you exude the essence of a mature soul. It is indeed fascinating. Uchiha Shin felt a surge of vigilance. Orochimaru's perceptiveness was astonishing. I perceive you as a gust of wind, destined to stir the entire world. Thus, I anticipate your answer will be intriguing. Orochimaru paused, then continued. Ever since the day I became an orphan upon the death of my parents, I have been prepared for the inevitability of death. Yet, even I, in the throes of battle, cannot help but feel insignificantly small. This sensation starkly contrasts with the skirmishes encountered during ninja missions. Death is omnipresent. As you gaze around, the landscape is littered with corpses, some foes, some comrades, and even friends who stood alongside you. And what do all those sacrifices yield? Merely an abundance of experiential knowledge from the theater of war. Life is indeed a rather monotonous affair. Orochimaru poured himself another glass of wine. Yes, we are all but ordinary beings. Everyone pursues happiness, yet not all attain it. Uchiha Shin nodded. Orochimaru's gaze was tranquil yet tinged with sorrow, echoing Uchiha Shin's sentiment, as if reminiscing about that which he had lost and could never reclaim. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shin picked up some food with his chopsticks and inquired, Is war imminent? Yes, certain regions have descended into chaos. The tensions between the land of rain and the land of grass are escalating, Orochimaru stated. The land of wind and the land of earth have begun to amass troops along the borders. Should they continue to bolster their forces unchecked, once war erupts, Konoha will find itself at a distinct disadvantage. In such circumstances, why have you returned? Uchiha Chun had his suspicions, but still asked with narrowed eyes. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It is the third Hokage who has summoned us back. The mission scrolls for the Jonin have already been issued. As he spoke, he playfully picked up some peanuts from in front of him with his chopsticks and popped them into his mouth. We have returned as the leading Jonin for you students. He continued in his raspy tone. Leading Jonin? But we are only in the 5th grade, and we have yet to graduate. Uchiha Tatsu expressed his confusion. Precisely. It is precisely because you have yet to graduate that you must now accompany us on this mission. Once the war commences, no one will have the time, like a caretaker, to guide you. At that point, you children will find yourselves on the battlefield. You genin are the future of Konoha. Thus, the third elder exerted considerable effort to summon us back, simply to allow you to experience your first taste of warfare before the onset of conflict. When war erupts, it is always the genin who suffer the most casualties, for they lack psychological preparation and adjustment time. We create such experiences in hopes that your first encounter with blood will not occur amidst the chaos of war. It is better to lessen the toll of death whenever possible. Uchiha Tatsu nodded in understanding. So, Lord Orochimaru, you are my leading Jonin? Indeed. Originally, it was meant to be Tsunade, but the head of the Uchiha clan requested that I take her place, Orochimaru remarked, hinting at something more. Uchiha Tatsu remained silent. The Uchiha clan truly was a considerable burden. And what about Lady Tsunade? She went to confront the teacher about the matter and ended up shattering the door of the Hokage's office. In the end, she extorted 2,000 ryo from the teacher before heading straight to the gambling den. Oh, I see. It appears that in Lady Tsunade's eyes, I am worth only 2,000 ryo, Uchiha Tatsu said, ruffling his hair in resignation. At that moment, the tavern owner approached with a roasted chicken. This is quite embarrassing. I appreciate your generosity. You treat me far better than Lady Tsunade does. Uchiha Tatsu smiled awkwardly, though he showed no hesitation as he reached for the chicken. Not so fast. This chicken is not meant for you, Orochimaru interjected. It is reserved for esteemed guests. Esteemed guests? Uchiha Tatsu inquired, but Orochimaru remained silent, instead biting his finger and performing a summoning technique. Upon completing the hand seals, Orochimaru pressed his bloodied hand to the ground, and a puff of smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, a small white snake, over a meter long, emerged, adorned with 2 purple horns atop its head. Here, Orochimaru stated, lifting the chicken. The small snake's mouth suddenly widened, growing larger until it devoured the entire chicken in one swift motion. TCH, it doesn't fear choking. Once the white snake had finished its meal, it displayed a look of satisfaction. It glanced at Orochimaru before casting a dismissive look toward Uchiha Tatsu, who was lamenting the loss of the roasted chicken. The gaze suggested that Uchiha Tatsu was merely an inconsequential piece of misplaced debris. This little brat? Is he not a tad too small? After casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Tatsu, the white snake began to speak. Its tongue flicked across its lips as it fixed a piercing gaze upon Uchiha Chun. No matter, this scroll will be needed eventually. Orochimaru shook his head and said, hand it over. The white serpent remained silent, but nonetheless regurgitated a sealed scroll from its mouth. This is the summoning contract. Inscribe your name in blood here. After unfurling the scroll, Orochimaru pointed to a blank space upon its surface. I presume you have learned the hand seals for the summoning technique from Jiraiya's foolish apprentice. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me on missions. Consider this contract a gift from your teacher. Upon completion of the inscription, the serpent swallowed the contract again and vanished using reverse summoning. Then, Orochimaru transformed into smoke and dissipated. Damn it, another shadow clone, Uchiha Shin mused, brushing his eye corner with a smile that quickly froze. A dreadful realization struck him. Orochimaru had departed without remuneration. During morning reading, the classroom was filled with a cacophony of chatter. The students were already aware of the impending mission, eagerly discussing which esteemed Jonin would serve as their mentor, rather than contemplating the looming specter of war. To them, perhaps war represented a stage for glory. The one to perish would surely not be themselves. Soon, Uncle Nishimura entered with a grave expression. Silence. Standing at the podium, he supported himself on the desk. So, this is the situation. I believe you are all aware. Lord Hokage wishes for you to experience a true battle. Uncle Nishimura's rugged voice resonated from the podium, laden with seriousness. He was fully supportive of Lord Hokage's decision. Having survived the First Shinobi World War and understanding the battlefield's brutality. Now, let us proceed to the assignment list. Uncle Nishimura picked up a sheet from the desk, densely filled with names. Team 1, Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Mikoto, Senju Rope Tree. Jonin Instructor, Orochimaru. Uchiha Shin had anticipated this arrangement, having received prior notice from Orochimaru the night before. As for Rope Tree, he was depicted as leading the team in the manga. What surprised him was the inclusion of Mikoto. Was this a deliberate consideration of her relationship with Uchiha Shin? Though the third Hokage's appearance was unremarkable, he was indeed meticulous, thoughtfully considering the happiness of his juniors. However, shouldn't Rope Tree have been replaced by Kushina instead? Uchiha Shin harbored a disdain for connections like rope trees. Nevertheless, this team was undoubtedly eye-catching, comprising children from prominent clans, 2 from the Uchiha clan and 1 from the Senju clan. If their instructor lacked sufficient strength, it would be problematic. Yet, the team's qualifications were commendable. Uchiha Shin, a prodigious youth, ranked first in his class, while Mikoto also boasted impressive results. However, her disposition is exceedingly gentle, preferring to remain unobtrusive. Hence, the accomplishments she reveals are merely above average. On the other hand, Xingtian is, without a doubt, a complete fool. Although his practical results are commendable, he is a perennial bottom dweller when it comes to written examinations. Shun, how wonderful. We are in the same class. Meichin exclaimed excitedly to Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Well then, I look forward to your guidance in the future." However, Xingtian, upon hearing that they were in the same class, approached enthusiastically to converse with Uchiha Shin, only to witness this affectionate exchange. "Oh, my heart aches." Xingtian suppressed the urge to reach for his kunai. "What day is it today that you two are so unabashedly displaying your affection?" "No. I must think of a way to interrupt them, or the emotional toll will be even greater." Shun, how wonderful. We are in the same class." Xingtian echoed Meichin's words. Uchiha Shin, however, merely pinched his nose and replied, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Teacher Nishimura ignored the commotion below and continued reading the roster. Class 2, Uzumaki Kushina, Inazuka Mei, Hyuga Sakura. Leading Jonin, Tsunade. Uchiha Shin pondered. This would likely be Kushina's last mission. He had visited Mito a few times, and her condition was deteriorating. After becoming the Jinchuriki, Kushina would no longer be able to undertake missions casually. Choosing Tsunade as her Jonin instructor was a decision made with the intent of ensuring her safety. Kushina wore a look of disappointment, resting her head on the table. Uchiha Shin was about to console her when Kushina suddenly flashed a sweet smile at Xingtian, saying, "Onaikin, could you swap with me? I want to be in class 1 too." Xingtian hastily waved his hands in refusal. No. I do not wish to be a subordinate under my sister. She has already taken all my allowance. I certainly do not want my mission rewards to be squandered in her gambling. Class 3, Namikaze Minato, Yamamoto Ken, Zhou Xian Longtao. Guiding Jonin, Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shin cast a sympathetic glance at Minato. He did not expect members of his small team to be mere extras. Minato chuckled wryly, having initially thought he would be paired with Chun and Xingtian, only to find himself teamed up with 2 relatively unfamiliar faces. Nonetheless, the fact that the leading Jonin was Jiraiya provided him with a sense of comfort. Class 4, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza. Guiding Jonin, Kato Dan. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Shin's attention was instantly captured. The name Kato Dan held particular significance for Uchiha Shin, as it bore a striking resemblance to the name of the teacher he had most admired and respected in his past life, differing by but a single character. That figure, shrouded in darkness and known for his golden right hand, had always served as Uchiha Shin's guiding principle in his previous existence. Kato, a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, was also Tsunade's lover in her youth. As an ambitious youth, he aspired to attain the position of Hokage. Yet he succumbed to the curse that accompanied such power and suffered fatal injuries during the war. Even Tsunade's remarkable medical skills could not restore his life, instilling within her a profound fear of blood. However, at this moment, he likely had not yet crossed paths with Tsunade, especially since Shoju, that foolish individual, had not yet perished beneath the explosive tags. Time gradually passed. All the names had been read, and all necessary matters had been addressed. Teacher Nishimura stood alone at the podium, his voice tinged with sorrow as he implored everyone not to die. Uchiha Shin felt a flicker of emotion. Uncle Nishimura, despite his aging appearance, was not entirely unpleasant. Aside from being somewhat violent, petty, and vengeful, lacking money and housing, his other qualities were rather commendable. He continued, reminding everyone not to forget to review his lessons. He would find time during the summer to make up for any missed classes without expecting compensation. Excuse me. Even if you pay me, I'm not going. Uchiha Shin decided to retract his earlier praise for teacher Nishimura. It was no wonder no one regarded him highly. He had cursed his fourth blind date to failure. As the first class neared its conclusion, a distinctive hoarse voice rang out, Class 1, follow me. Orochimaru's figure appeared at the classroom door, his serpentine aura instantly silencing the entire room. No one dared to utter a word. Truly, Orochimaru's presence was not something an ordinary ninja could possess. He had finally donned a new outfit, replacing his long-standing kimono with a sleek black ninja uniform, complemented by a jonin vest. With his deep, golden serpentine gaze, he appraised teacher Nishimura before turning to leave the classroom. Uchiha Shin and his two companions promptly stood up, exchanging hurried farewells with Kushina and Minato before hastily pursuing Orochimaru. However, the speed of Orochimaru only increased. They found themselves pressed to accelerate their pace. In truth, this speed posed little challenge for Uchiha Shin, while Shoju, skilled in taijutsu, managed to keep up, though Mikoto struggled a bit. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Uchiha Shin took a moment to catch his breath, believing Mikoto and Shoju could afford a brief respite, as this pace was rather taxing for them. However, to his surprise, Orochimaru showed no signs of slowing down. Without any apparent motion, a mission scroll materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll shot toward the wall beside the gate guards, embedding itself with force. Impressive. This technique of throwing papers, no, flying scrolls, was indeed remarkable. Such skill could not be honed without 2 decades of solitude. Yet, one must consider the feelings of the gate guards. With such a display, who could retrieve it? Thus, the 4 of them, without so much as a greeting, dashed arrogantly through the gates. At the entrance stood 2 middle-ranking ninjas, caught off guard as 4 figures suddenly soared past them. Hey, who do they think they are, acting so arrogantly? Muttered a 20-year-old ninja, his indignation palpable, for he regarded himself as a proud guardian of the gate. Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to jeopardize your position. That's Orochimaru. He has powerful connections. His teacher is the Hokage, so he has not to be trifled with, explained a middle-aged man beside him. Even so, this isn't right. What if something goes wrong? It will all fall back on me. A mere temporary worker, he lamented. Once outside, the group sprinted eastward with astonishing speed, surpassing the limits of ordinary perception. Orochimaru glanced back at his 3 companions. Not bad, he mused. Just behind him, Uchiha Tsubasa effortlessly kept pace, while Mikoto and Nobuki followed closely, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat, yet maintaining steady breaths, showing no signs of faltering. It seemed that over the past 3 years, apart from Uchiha Tsubasa, the others had also grown significantly, particularly Mikoto, who, despite her typically low profile in class, could surprisingly match his speed. 3 years prior, her abilities had been quite lacking, especially in terms of stamina. After a single conversation with her, he hadn't anticipated she would remember it so well. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Tsubasa and chuckled, his elongated tongue licking his lips. Interesting. So many exceptional individuals gather around you. I can't wait to see what kind of storm you will stir. He then promptly quickened his pace. Time flowed by swiftly. At this moment, Uchiha Tsubasa continued to maneuver effortlessly, while Mikoto struggled to keep up, and Nobuki was already panting heavily. Orochimaru shook his head, realizing they had reached their limits. He believed the 3rd Hokage should have heeded Shimura Danzo's advice and allowed these prodigies to undergo practical training. Although Danzo's methods were somewhat radical, his sentiments held a kernel of truth. A fledgling eagle, no matter how beautiful, is merely a domesticated pet. To soar to greater heights, powerful wings are essential. Gradually, Orochimaru slowed his pace. Eventually, as afternoon waned, he came to a halt. Yet, their speed had diminished significantly compared to their initial burst. Stop, he rasped, raising a hand. Immediately, Nobuki collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, resembling a lifeless creature. I can't go on. Even if you beat me, I refuse to run anymore. He gasped at Uchiha Tsubasa. Meanwhile, Mikoto was in an even worse state than Nobuki. though she struggled to maintain her composure in front of Uchiha Tsubasa. Here, take some salt water. Uchiha Chun handed his water bottle to Mikoto, while Rope Tree looked on longingly, yearning for a sip. However, he was ignored. Let us rest here for a moment, Orochimaru suggested after a brief survey of their surroundings. At that moment, Rope Tree began rummaging through his ninja pouch, retrieving some provisions to replenish his energy. Yet, Orochimaru licked his lips and broke into a sinister chuckle. Rope Tree, you would do well to discard your provisions. I have already poisoned them. They found themselves in a forest to the east of Konoha, teeming with various creatures. Thus, whether it be fresh water or sustenance, this mission required them to strive for their own resources, including my share. So, once you have rested, hasten to hunt. I am quite famished and desire roasted meat. So be quick about it. What shall we do? In a situation like this, where can we find animals? Rope Tree lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had expected a simple task, bringing along ample military rations and food, only to find them all rendered useless. Moreover, he had no experience in hunting. Very well. Let us split into 3 groups. Each of us shall attempt to procure food separately. If we fail, we can regroup here, Uchiha Chun proposed, squinting thoughtfully. Agreed. Mikoto responded after a moment's silence, nodding earnestly. With a 2-to-1 vote, Rope Tree reluctantly acquiesced. The 3 of them then swiftly parted ways, each heading in a different direction. After running for a while, Uchiha Chun came to a halt beneath a large tree. He scrutinized his surroundings. Dusk had settled, and the sun was nearly sinking below the horizon. Under the dense canopy, the light was dim, rendering visibility quite poor. Uchiha Chun grew cautious. Such an environment was conducive to traps. In truth, from the moment Orochimaru had brought them to undertake this mission, Uchiha Chun had harbored suspicions. While the third Hokage had spoken of executing a task, which was indeed accurate, the true objective was to hone their survival skills. Ordinarily, a seasoned jonin would have taken them to a training ground beforehand for a cordial exchange, discussing aspirations and hobbies, sharing camaraderie, followed by a delightful feast of roasted meat and ramen. Perhaps there would even be a beloved customary game to seize bells. This would have been the proper approach, as evaluating their abilities and teamwork before a mission is paramount. However, Orochimaru had not adhered to the usual training regimen of bell snatching. Furthermore, throughout their journey to the mission site, the speed maintained by Snake Uncle had always been within the limits acceptable to Rope Tree and Mikoto. Yet, could this truly signify anything? Perhaps time was indeed of the essence. Yet, Orochimaru forbade them from consuming their military rations and instead insisted they seek out their own prey in the forest. If, in such an unusual situation, Uchiha Chun remains oblivious, it would reflect poorly on the Rebirth Alliance. It would be prudent for the Time Management Bureau to apprehend him swiftly. Thus, it is apparent that Orochimaru has adopted a new method to test them. After all, the true purpose of this mission is to enhance their survival skills on the battlefield. Presently, this serves as an excellent opportunity. Consequently, Uchiha Chun suggested that the 3 of them separate, as only through this division can each individual's perceptive abilities be honed. Uchiha Chun harbored a sense of assurance regarding Mikoto, given that she had undergone Orochimaru's training 3 years prior. In fact, she was the first among them to react. The sole one who seemed oblivious was that fool, Shoju. Uchiha Chun hesitated for a moment before biting his finger. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke materialized, revealing a 1-meter-long white snake. This was the summon creature he had successfully conjured after acquiring Orochimaru's summoning contract the previous night. The snake excelled in perception and reconnaissance. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chun felt a twinge of reluctance to summon it, as the creature's temperament was somewhat peculiar. The white snake slithered up Uchiha Chun's leg and coiled around his neck. A sensation both comfortable and cool, reminiscent of a refreshing ice pack for the sweltering heat. Uchiha Chun mused about this. Little Chin-Chun, did you miss me after just one night? The snake flicked its tongue and licked Uchiha Chun's neck. The snake's behavior was indeed quite bizarre. While Uchiha Chun had confidence in his appearance, he did not wish to evoke any attraction from a snake. After all, he was certainly no Susien. At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine. Did I just shiver at the thought of a snake? Uchiha Chun quickly shook his head, dismissing such trivial thoughts. Dabai, assist me in sensing any abnormalities in the vicinity and also search for animals. Don't you have anything else to say to me today? Dabai licked Uchiha Chun's ear in response. Hurry and check for me. I'll introduce you to other male companions tonight. I have a good friend named Shoju, handsome, kind-hearted, with fair skin and good looks. Plus, he is from an influential family. Surely he will meet your aesthetic standards. Uchiha Shin urged. Humph, insufferable man, the snake scoffed. It then began to focus intently. There is an explosive tag beneath your right foot. Uchiha Shin gasped and quickly shifted to the left. Stop, halt. There is a trap beneath the grass to your left, with a shuriken aimed directly at you. Additionally, in front of you, behind you. Aha! Uncle Snake, you truly are mischievous. Uchiha Shin chuckled awkwardly. Shoju, may you fend for yourself, he silently prayed, for it was he who had suggested they disperse. In this circumstance, can the rope tree still survive? That is indeed a question. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from afar. Someone must have triggered the explosive tag. Die! I shall certainly kill you. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. The anguished voice of Rope Tree echoed from a distance. Half an hour later, Uchiha Shin successfully returned, dragging a massive wild boar behind him. Meanwhile, Mikoto arrived, cradling a grass chicken. As for Rope Tree, Uchiha Shin did not catch sight of him. He must have been killed by the explosion, as that was his destiny. However, as he approached, Uchiha Shin discovered a dark, indistinguishable mass squatting on the ground. My goodness, what on earth is that? It startled me to no end. The darkness had obscured his vision earlier. Upon closer inspection, he vaguely recognized that the dark mass was, in fact, Rope Tree. His entire body had turned black, and his clothes were in tatters. Uchiha Shin grimaced in distaste. Orochimaru gazed intently into the flickering campfire with his golden eyes. Had Rope Tree been on the battlefield, he would have perished from the explosive tag. The essence of a true ninja lies not solely in strength, which is indeed vital, but in the power to survive. Orochimaru paused, addressing the three of them. Perhaps I will not impart to you an abundance of ninjutsu or genjutsu. However, I shall equip you with the strength necessary to endure in the midst of battle or on missions, for this is more crucial than any other power. A small campfire dispelled the surrounding darkness. Orochimaru picked up a piece of wood from the ground and tossed it into the flames, causing it to crackle and blaze. Your physical stamina and speed still leave much to be desired, he remarked coolly, critiquing Rope Tree and Mikoto's shortcomings from earlier in the day. Speed and stamina are paramount for any ninja. In the coming days, I shall guide you in learning methods suited to your strengths. However, before we begin, you must familiarize yourselves with the various ways to enhance your speed. As he roasted the wild boar, Orochimaru continued. The boar's black skin gradually exuded a golden oil under the intense heat. There exist numerous methods to improve speed. The first is pure taijutsu's high-speed movement, which is predicated on physical conditioning. Thus, it necessitates your relentless training in physical techniques day after day. Orochimaru reflected that some individuals could achieve rapid movement solely through their physical prowess. Such individuals are rare. Your instructor, Nishimura Shin, is a master in this regard. Uchiha Shin's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unreliable Uncle Nishimura would be such a deeply skilled figure. If even Orochimaru holds him in high regard, it appears that Nishimura's claims are not mere bluster. Yet, why is it that Nishimura is still merely a chunin? Could it be that everything is but an illusion? Teacher Nishimura appears to be quite impoverished, unable even to afford a home. He has faced numerous rejections during his matchmaking endeavors. Is it possible that all of this is merely a facade? Uchiha Shin seems to have unearthed some hidden truths. Perhaps, the true identity of Uncle Nishimura is that of the illegitimate son of the third Hokage, or he might be a formidable shadow-level ninja, yet burdened with deep-seated grievances. He quietly conceals himself within a ninja academy in Konoha, akin to a benevolent elder ready to bestow gifts and equipment upon the protagonist. However, why has teacher Nishimura yet to approach Uchiha Shin to discuss the inheritance of ninjutsu and his vast fortune? Uchiha Shin pondered. Could it be that I am simply too exceptional? Orochimaru, oblivious to Uchiha Shin's wild speculations, paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, aside from the basic body flicker technique. The second form of body flicker involves utilizing chakra to stimulate cells, thereby activating them for rapid movement. The most renowned practitioners of this technique hail from the Yatsuki clan of the Land of Lightning. Each generation of rackage has been a paragon among them, employing lightning release to invigorate their chakra for swift mobility. I recall that both you and Mikoto possess lightning affinity, don't you? Orochimaru directed his gaze toward Uchiha Shin and Mikoto, who nodded in affirmation. Uchiha Shin, however, remained silent, lost in contemplation of Uncle Nishimura's enigmatic background. There exists another technique, the body flicker technique of the various nature transformations. This form allows for instantaneous material replacement through various ninjutsu, albeit requiring hand seals. The most illustrious example of this technique is the leader of the Rain Village, nestled between several great nations, Hanzo of the Salamander. A look of longing crossed Orochimaru's face as he recounted Hanzo's ghostly-like speed, complemented by his inscrutable summoning beasts. Though I have never battled him, I have witnessed his prowess, and I am far from his equal. The disparity is staggering. Lastly, the final form of body flicker is the Flying Thunder God technique, pioneered by the second Hokage. This spatial ninjutsu remains elusive, with no one to date having mastered it. Orochimaru refrained from mentioning Uchiha Shin's father, Hugh, in his variant of the body flicker, which is a synthesis of several techniques, thus remaining within the realm of these established forms. Orochimaru continued to engage Uchiha Shin and the others in discussions about various ninjutsu. Once the conversation veered towards his area of expertise, Orochimaru became quite loquacious, shedding the demeanor of a reclusive youth. Feeling fatigued, Orochimaru paused and distributed the roasted wild boar leg among Uchiha Shin and the others. The exterior of the boar glistened with golden grease, emanating a rich aroma. "Hurry and eat. We've been hungry all day," he said in a gentle, rasping voice. Uchiha Shin's eyes widened in surprise. This warmth was rather unexpected. Could it be that this is not the true nature of Uncle Snake? Orochimaru gestured towards the campfire. This fire can only be kindled in such an environment. If we were to venture deeper into other nations, such actions would be tantamount to courting death. As for food, should your team embark on a prolonged mission and find themselves stranded, once your rations are exhausted, you will have no choice but to hunt for sustenance. Orochimaru incessantly imparted to the trio his experiences and insights gathered over the years during their missions. These were the well-documented lessons of predecessors, requiring only their acceptance and application in real combat. By the way, Orochimaru, I just sensed traces of genjutsu in the vicinity. What could that be? Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Tatsu with an appreciative gaze and nodded. Your sensitivity to genjutsu is indeed remarkable. Indeed, I have woven some illusions using chakra around us. Additionally, there are numerous traps, all meticulously set in advance. This way, should any adversary approach, we would receive ample warning, preventing us from being caught off guard. After finishing his grilled meat, Orochimaru continued, Tatsu, I've heard from Tsunade about your talent in genjutsu. Yours is unlike the illusions employed by most ninjas I have encountered. Their genjutsu lacks the potency and subtlety that you possess. Most significantly, many ordinary genjutsu do not require hand seals when executed by me, and their power is significantly amplified. Uchiha Tatsu, intrigued, took up Orochimaru's thread of thought. He pondered over his current proficiency with hand seals, which was commendable, allowing him to perform many ninjutsu with a single hand seal, his utmost limit. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, when it came to genjutsu, he could often release them without any hand seals at all, even without activating his Sharingan. Had he possessed the Sharingan, his capacity to unleash genjutsu would be formidable. He had inquired with his system, which had offered no answers. Thus, he attributed it to his innate talent, being the son of the renowned Shisui, the master of genjutsu. Orochimaru nodded in silence, recognizing that everyone possesses their own unique talents. Genius cannot be succinctly defined. Observing Tatsu, Mikoto, and Shinosuke surrounding him, Orochimaru was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar sentiment. He envisioned the days long past when the third Hokage had led him, Tsunade, and that foolish Jiraiya on missions. They had been just like this trio, bickering and bantering their way through tasks. Time had passed, and now they had all become formidable ninjas in their own right. A smile crept into his heart. Did you feel the same, Sensei Sarutobi? Perhaps it was due to Orochimaru's inherent scientific disposition, for he did not exude the coldness of a serpent towards Uchiha Tatsu. Instead, Tatsu sensed a melancholic literary aura emanating from him. It seemed that the three disciples of the third Hokage all possessed the potential to pen their own tales. Jiraiya could author a collection of risque novels. Orochimaru might write a treatise on scientific inventions, while Tsunade could narrate her journey towards becoming a grand matron. However, despite Orochimaru's current gentle demeanor, human nature is inherently complex. The more one experiences, the more even the purest of hearts inevitably transform. The most quintessential example is the character of Shisui. Originally, he was such a wonderful person, innocent and endearing, often falling prey to playful tricks for his meager allowance. However, now, upon hearing Uchiha Shin refer to Orochimaru as Uncle Snake, he incessantly calls him Big Brother Snake. What does this affectionate tone signify? Uchiha Shin cast a disdainful glance at Shisui and chose to disregard him. Presently, Orochimaru remains a model youth, wholeheartedly devoted to the village of Konoha. What kind of despair must he have endured to transform from a celebrated hero of the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, a legendary Sannin, into the figure depicted in the original narrative? In the source material, Orochimaru metamorphoses into a cold and ruthless individual, consumed by the pursuit of immortality, even undergoing a gender transformation. Ultimately, he orchestrated a plan for Konoha's downfall, murdering his own teacher, the third Hokage. Perhaps, slaying one's mentor to attain enlightenment is a tradition among Hokage. Shin, what are you pondering? Orochimaru's raspy voice jolted Uchiha Shin back to reality. Shin's intense contemplation piqued Orochimaru's interest. It's nothing, Shin replied, shaking his head. I was merely musing about what kind of dreams you, Uncle Snake, teacher, might possess. Me? Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed, and after a moment of reflection, a cryptic expression crossed his face as he slowly spoke in a hoarse, bittersweet tone. To master all techniques in this world, that is my sole desire. Ah, a rather intriguing aspiration, Uchiha Shin responded with a nod, unperturbed. What is it? Do you not find this to be an unrealistic fantasy? Orochimaru inquired. Perhaps if it were you, such a dream could indeed be realized, Uchiha Shin asserted confidently. Ha ha. You truly are an amusing child, Orochimaru chuckled. Uchiha Shin prodded the roasted pig over the fire with a stick, tearing off a generous piece. Suddenly, his large white snake emerged from the hem of his trousers. Concealing a snake in your pants? Shin, that's quite a creative trick, Shisui remarked with a smile. Uchiha Shin grinned mischievously. The white snake flicked its tongue and glanced disdainfully at Shisui. Is this what you consider a quality man to introduce to me? It scoffed, as if Shisui were merely a misplaced garment. Indeed, quite handsome, isn't. Come on, Shisui, greet him. This is the girlfriend I've introduced to you. Didn't you always say you wanted one? What a joke. Shisui retreated closer to Orochimaru. Weren't you the one who insisted that both an interesting soul and a beautiful form are essential? Just look at the physique of this white snake. A perfectly sculpted water snake waist. Its essence aligns entirely with your criteria. Shisui quickly waved his hands in refusal. How about considering it, white snake? Uchiha Shin proposed to his summoning beast. Don't be ridiculous. Just look at this fool. He wouldn't even qualify as my fifth backup option. The white snake promptly rejected Uchiha Shin's suggestion. It seems Shishui's first attempt at matchmaking has ended in failure. The white snake curiously leaned over to sniff the roasted pig in Uchiha Shin's hand, gazing at him intently. The implication is that she too desires to partake in the meal. Uchiha Shin promptly extended the grilled meat towards her, and she immediately began to feast. It is remarkable that merely yesterday, a summoning contract was signed, and now the bond between them has blossomed so effortlessly. Orochimaru observed this scene with a faint smile. It is not mere boasting. While I may lack in other areas, when it comes to charisma, no one in the entire school can rival me. Uchiha Shin playfully tapped the head of his companion, the large white creature, only to elicit a disgruntled response as it defiantly stuck out its tongue at him. Yet ultimately it did nudge its tongue against Shinsu's finger. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, what is the task assigned to us? Mikoto, who had been quietly eating beside Uchiha Shin, suddenly inquired. There exists a band of marauders to the east of the Land of Fire. Our mission is to eradicate them, Orochimaru replied calmly. Is it permissible for us to delay our actions like this? Shoju expressed his doubts. Not at all. As long as we ultimately eliminate them, we will receive our rewards. Orochimaru stated coldly. You must understand, the true purpose of this mission is not merely to deal with a handful of marauders, but to cultivate your survival skills. To equip you with additional means of preserving your lives during warfare, he continued. Thus, are the tasks of other teams similarly aligned? Uchiha Shin inquired. Indeed. Following this mission, the marauders and bandits within the Land of Fire will be nearly eradicated, regardless of whether they are genuine bandits or spies dispatched from other villages. This is intended to establish a stable rear during times of war, Orochimaru elucidated. However, he withheld one critical detail. Each leading jonin has received an order to return with all the assets and provisions of these individuals via scrolls. These ninjas have been plundering merchants annually, so one can imagine the wealth amassed. Thus, the true objective of allowing some bandits to operate freely is to facilitate this very moment. It is indeed a strategy that achieves multiple ends. The village certainly possesses intricate schemes. Orochimaru, having witnessed such darkness within the village, remained unfazed. He then stood up. Very well, that will conclude today's discourse. The task of keeping watch shall now fall upon the three of you. As for how to allocate the watch hours, that is for you to decide among yourselves. With that, I shall take my leave to rest. Good night. Without hesitation, Orochimaru made his way to his tent. In the midst of an expansive forest, Uchiha Shin, Mikoto, and Shoju were diligently engaged in wilderness survival. In the world of ninjas, whether due to the high concentration of oxygen or the unique power of chakra, many animals are astonishingly colossal. This can be evidenced by the toads of Myobokuzen, which appear to have grown to enormous sizes as if under the influence of growth hormones. Therefore, within this forest, not only are there gargantuan trees and plants, but also large wild beasts and insects. Many animals can be trained to serve as ninja beasts or even as summoning creatures. Breathless, Uchiha Shin, Mikoto, and Shoju stood before the colossal mantis and Venusaur they had just vanquished. The kunai in Uchiha's hand, infused with a sharp wind-based chakra, plunged deeply into the cranium of the giant mantis. Well, today's task is complete. Time to call it a day, Shoju remarked, clapping his hands and rising to his feet. As for the several animals that had just met their demise, it was not they who sought trouble, but rather these creatures that had unwittingly walked into their path. One must acknowledge the remarkable aggressiveness of the flora and fauna within this forest, evidenced by the 5 or 6 waves of attacks they endured in a mere few hours. It is indeed perilous for an ordinary person to traverse this terrain. Although the trio were not professional reconnaissance ninjas, they could still anticipate numerous threats. Thanks to Uchiha's keen instincts. In truth, Orochimaru had vanished 3 days after imparting his teachings to them. A wealth of experience, survival skills, and techniques in ninjutsu required practical application. Mere theoretical knowledge was of little value if not translated into action. Following Orochimaru's departure, Uchiha took the lead, guiding Mikoto and Shoju toward their designated task location. Yet, as they sprinted at high speed, they remained vigilant against Orochimaru's lurking presence, poised to ambush them. Mikoto swiftly kindled a fire, for it was imperative to consume their provisions promptly. Otherwise, they risked falling prey to some concoction of laxatives devised by Orochimaru. While such substances might not prove fatal, they were certainly enough to induce considerable discomfort. One could imagine the predicament. When one's posterior is numb from distress, how could one muster the energy to continue their journey? Uchiha still vividly recalled Shoju's despondent gaze, pleading, "Do not assist me. I can manage." Seated before the flickering flames, Uchiha nibbled on the wild fruits he had foraged from the forest. The Ninja Academy had indeed taught them how to identify such fruits. Yet it was only in recent days that they had encountered them in reality. Suddenly, Dabai emitted a warning sound. A series of chimes followed, triggered by a rudimentary trap set by Shoju nearby. Once activated, the bells rang out, alerting them to potential danger. Was it another ambush by Orochimaru? The three exchanged glances. Then Uchiha cautiously advanced to investigate. However, the soft earth bore no human footprints, only a series of impressions left by small creatures scurrying past. Had the tension of recent days rendered them somewhat paranoid? Upon closer inspection, Uchiha released a slight sigh of relief. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a peculiar mound in the soil behind him was gradually swelling. Had this been an assassination rather than training, the trio would have long since met their end at Orochimaru's hands. Nevertheless, this training aimed to enhance their survival skills. Thus, Orochimaru intentionally left discernible traces before launching his ambush, allowing them a chance to detect his presence. Just as Uchiha bent down to scrutinize the tracks of the small animals, Orochimaru's pale hand suddenly erupted from the ground, reaching toward Uchiha's legs. Suddenly, a colossal fireball hurtled towards them. It was the fire release, great fireball technique, an exaggerated sphere of flames infused with chakra, launched from Mikoto towards the hand reaching out from the ground. Uchiha Shin abruptly transformed into a plume of smoke. In truth, the moment their trap was triggered, they had already surmised that Orochimaru was the intruder. Ordinary creatures were incapable of activating such a concealed trap. Thus, Uchiha Shin had bent down to investigate, calculating that it would provide Orochimaru an opportunity to exploit. While it may not have been the most brilliant strategy, it was certainly effective. Under the searing heat of the great fireball, Orochimaru was compelled to emerge from beneath the earth. With a resounding pop, Uchiha Shin snapped his left fingers, and with his right hand clenched into a fist, the chakra beneath his feet erupted instantaneously, propelling him into Orochimaru's embrace, followed by a powerful punch, the might fist. Faced with Uchiha Shin's assault, Orochimaru attempted to block the strike. However, his body suddenly stiffened for a fleeting second. Genjutsu. Although the seasoned Jonin Orochimaru swiftly dispelled the illusion, he was still momentarily paralyzed. A single second. What could one accomplish in such a brief span? At least for Uchiha Shin in that moment, there were not many options available. Yet, he still delivered a punch to Orochimaru's chest, causing him to bend like a bow under the exaggerated force of the might fist. Orochimaru's body shot forth like a cannonball. Earth release, earth flow wall. The earth release seal crafted by rope tree was complete, and a sturdy earthen wall awaited Orochimaru's impending collision. Just as Orochimaru's body was about to strike the wall, several serpents suddenly erupted from his hands. Hidden shadow snake hands. The snakes swiftly coiled around a large tree, pulling Orochimaru's body away from the impending impact with the earthen barrier. Then, a feather descended before Orochimaru. His eyes instantly lost focus, and his entire body went limp. The hunter had transformed into the hunted. With a bit of ingenuity, one could easily achieve this reversal. In the realm of ninja combat, while strength plays a significant role, intelligence holds equal importance. Presently, Uchiha Shin and his companions were intent on seizing this opportunity. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shin's eyes gleamed with determination. In an instant, a kunai appeared in his hand. The glimmering weapon, under his command, shot forth like a bullet from an AWM, aimed straight at Orochimaru's head. However, if everything were to proceed smoothly, Uchiha Shin would have long since ascended to the position of Hokage and married a gentle, adorable maiden. Orochimaru, well aware of the abilities possessed by Uchiha Shin and his companions, had nearly catalogued their skills. Yet, what do they truly know about Orochimaru? They remained largely in the dark. After all, he had never truly engaged them in earnest. Uchiha Shin estimated that Orochimaru had fallen into a deep slumber, ensnared by the illusion of the feather. Yet, in the critical moment, the illusion faltered. Orochimaru, who had clearly fallen under an illusion, still possessed a glimmer of peculiar light in his eyes. Suddenly, his head evaded the kunai thrown by Uchiha Shin's. A shadow of a serpent emerged, and a multitude of snakes surged towards Uchiha Shin's. Mikoto and Shoju. Serpents possessed the ability of infrared perception, and it seemed that Shins had forgotten the most fundamental aspect. Though illusions are notoriously elusive, they ultimately rely on visual and auditory stimuli. Not all illusions affect me, young one. Although it appeared that Uchiha Shin and his companions held the upper hand during the earlier skirmish, a miscalculation in the final illusion led to their swift downfall. Throughout the encounter, Orochimaru had merely employed the techniques of serpent shadow concealment and earth release. Thus, the trio still had a considerable journey ahead of them. Orochimaru continued to evaluate, acknowledging that their tactical maneuvers were indeed commendable. From the initial traps to feigning an investigation to lure him into an attack, their coordination exhibited a blend of illusions, ninjutsu, and taijutsu that reached a commendable level. They were more than capable of applying for the Chunin rank at this point. As a mentor, Orochimaru first highlighted the strengths displayed by the trio during their recent engagement. However, he incisively remarked that their combat style was overly aggressive. If the three of you possessed a sufficient understanding of my strengths, such an approach might be viable. Yet, your comprehension of me is rather superficial, is it not? Shin's illusions are formidable, but your excessive confidence in them stems from their potency. Illusions do not affect everyone. Are you aware of which types of illusions are effective against me? Furthermore, you two exhibited inadequate adaptability once I evaded your strategies. Your reflexes were lacking. Shin's kunai had already been launched, yet you remained unresponsive. Orochimaru had consistently demonstrated his commitment as a teacher, persistently pointing out each individual's shortcomings. The essence of battle is a process of mutual understanding. If you aspire to become self-reliant shinobi, there remains a long path ahead. With a soft sigh, Orochimaru vanished in a burst of smoke. Thus, their journey, marked by starts and stops, passed swiftly over the course of several days. During the day, They utilized high-speed body flicker technique for travel, while much of the time was spent in Orochimaru's ambushes and counter-ambushes. At the very least, Uchiha Shin's did not perceive the passage of time as overly prolonged. It slipped away quietly. Over these few days, Orochimaru launched more than 50 ambushes against them, with the complexity of each attack escalating from blatant approaches to increasingly cunning and challenging maneuvers. Even a pile by the roadside had to be poked with a stick by Uchiha Shin to confirm whether it had transformed into Orochimaru. Due to the meticulously orchestrated ambush by Orochimaru and the intensity of the battles, Uchiha Shin felt as though he were on the brink of nervous exhaustion. At the slightest rustle, he would first create a shadow clone before instinctively taking cover. Overall, the cunning Orochimaru maintained an undeniable advantage. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shin, employing his intellect and skills, vividly exemplified the essence of the 16-character strategy. He adeptly harnessed the fine traditions passed down from his clan, integrating guerrilla tactics, explosive tags, and ninjutsu. In short, he was increasingly embodying the essence of a true ninja. Orochimaru, of course, supported this development. At times, he would deliberately leave subtle openings, allowing the trio to seize opportunities. Uchiha Shin formed a hand sign for water release and gazed into the resulting water, observing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Yet, he remained the dashing man he always was, standing out like a firefly in the pitch darkness, distinctive and exceptional. His melancholic gaze, ebony hair, and flamboyant trench coat captivated Uchiha Shin himself. After several days, the four of them gradually approached their mission site. In truth, they still had a considerable distance to cover. As they neared the land of rivers, this land, nestled between the land of fire and the land of wind, derived its name from the prominent river that flowed within its borders. In terms of area, the land of rivers was one of the larger small nations, even boasting double the size of the land of rain. However, it lacked figures of power such as Hanzo from the land of rain or the renowned hot springs that attracted visitors to the land of water. Although expansive, much of the terrain was sandy, only slightly better than the land of sand. Without the sustenance of the great river, this country would struggle to sustain its populace. As they were about to approach Roga Town, Orochimaru halted, unfurling a map. He gazed toward the forest's edge and remarked, "Are we to enter Roga Town now?" Uchiha Shin inquired from beside him. Orochimaru nodded. "We shall rest in this small town tonight and replenish our supplies." After all, the spirits and stamina of Uchiha Shin and his companions have been stretched to their limits under my relentless pursuit these past few days. It is essential that we take a well-deserved respite before our first encounter with bloodshed. At this moment, Mikoto and Shoju joined them. As first-time mission executors, they lacked the experience of venturing outside and were obliged to heed Orochimaru's guidance. Following the direction indicated by Orochimaru on the map, they noted that the so-called Roga Town was indeed quite close to the land of rivers, while the mission site was situated in a place known as Windmill Village, notorious for harboring many bandits and rogue ninjas, with whispers of pirates lurking as well. This was the task that lay before them. Orochimaru removed the headband from his forehead and tucked away the map in his hand, turning to the three of them and saying, "You should change into different clothes." Uchiha Tatsu and the others nodded in agreement. Since they were here to eliminate bandits, it was imperative to conceal their identities. The three of them, clad in the garments of the Uchiha clan and one from the Senju clan, combined with Orochimaru's striking Jonin vest, would certainly attract attention. It was plausible that there were spies among the townsfolk, possibly even former rogue ninjas. Indeed, if we were to enter brazenly, it would merely alert the enemy. I had anticipated this, Shoju nodded, earnestly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Oh no, I forgot to bring casual clothes. All I have is the Senju clan attire. Orochimaru displayed a look of regret before chuckling. It seems you are the only one who forgot. Impossible. Tatsu didn't bring any either. I secretly checked his backpack. Shoju pointed at Uchiha Tatsu. Just then, Mikoto produced a set of clothing from her scroll and handed it to Uchiha Tatsu. "Tatsu, here is some clothing for you. I feared you might forget, so I brought an extra set." Uchiha Tatsu cast a sidelong glance at Shoju, accepting the garments and shaking them out. "Damn, this stings." Shoju suddenly clutched his chest. "Tatsu, if you don't mind, you could wear women's clothing," Uchiha Tatsu remarked. "Mikoto has another spare outfit that has never been worn." The four of them traversed the dense forest and entered the small town, attracting little notice from the surrounding populace. As this was a common route from the land of rivers to the land of fire, frequented by numerous merchants daily. Orochimaru, the prince of kimonos, was now adorned in a splendid robe. Mikoto wore a white outfit embellished with exquisite patterns, her black ponytail cascading like a waterfall. Uchiha Tatsu donned a similar attire, creating a striking couples ensemble that exuded an aura of lethal charm. In contrast, Shoju wore a simple set of casual clothes, which appeared ordinary to the untrained eye. However, a seasoned ninja like Orochimaru could easily see that Shoju was barely clothed, with only a few leaves strategically placed to conceal vital areas, as his outfit was merely a transformation created from foliage. Having been away from the crowd for several days, upon entering Roga town, Uchiha Tatsu and the others felt a tinge of familiarity amidst the bustling throng. Shoju feigned indifference, yet his eyes roamed about, filled with an underlying urgency. He inexplicably sensed a draft and scanned the area for places selling clothing. Of course, this was not due to a lack of professionalism on their part. It was a directive from Orochimaru. Once they entered the town, they were to behave as ordinary merchants, for remaining tense and alert would undoubtedly draw attention, jeopardizing the mission's secrecy. As they progressed, Uchiha Tatsu observed numerous travelers and merchants laden with goods, though he found something peculiar about the scene. Given the presence of robbers in this vicinity, one might ponder the reason behind its apparent prosperity. Logically, one would expect travelers to take a detour. Yet it seems that these individuals possess an unwavering confidence in their own capabilities. This starkly contrasts with the intelligence reports. The four of them strolled into the quaint town with ease, eventually led by Orochimaru into an unassuming inn. Though modest in size, the inn was adorned with tasteful decorations, creating an atmosphere that felt spacious rather than cramped. Due to its inconspicuous nature, the establishment hosted few guests. The proprietors, a couple in their 50s, welcomed them warmly. After Orochimaru requested a room, the woman guided the four upstairs. The room itself was quite generous, comfortably accommodating all four of them. "You must be visiting from a large city," the innkeeper's wife remarked with a friendly smile. Years of observing travelers had honed her ability to discern the wealth of her guests from the quality of their attire. There was little doubt that the four before her belonged to the affluent class. Uchiha Tatsu and his companions dared not speak too freely, wary of saying the wrong thing. Orochimaru, however, responded in a gravelly voice, "Indeed, we hail from the capital of the land of fire." "Oh, that is the capital of the Fire Nation. It must be quite bustling," she exclaimed, a hint of longing evident in her tone. "My son says that once we save enough money, we plan to move there as well." "Are you here on holiday?" she inquired casually. "Not quite. We are transporting some goods to the land of rivers. I've heard that items from the land of fire are highly sought after there," she continued, her enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed, the land of rivers is not a prosperous nation. Items from here can fetch a good price there," she added. "By the way, madam, where might one find clothing for sale around here?" Shoju suddenly asked. The woman paused for a moment before replying. If you exit and turn left, continue straight until the end. There you will find a commercial street. Speaking of which, there is a notable landmark there, a site where a notorious pirate was executed. I'm not sure if it's true, but it's worth a visit." "Pirates? Have there really been pirates here?" Uchiha Tatsu questioned, his curiosity piqued. "Of course. This place was once a renowned tourist destination," she replied. "How fascinating. Are there still pirates or bandits in the area?" Uchiha Tatsu inquired, a look of excitement brightening his expression. No, certainly not," the woman stuttered slightly. "My dear boy, our town of Rogu is currently a very peaceful place. Under the guidance of our esteemed mayor, everyone here lives quite prosperously. How could there possibly be bandits?" she reiterated. "Is that so? What a pity," Uchiha Tatsu lamented, disappointment evident on his face. After a brief exchange, the woman excused herself. Once she had departed, Orochimaru turned to Tatsu and asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Uchiha Tatsu nodded thoughtfully. "It is indeed curious, I assent it. Our mission is to eliminate these bandits. Rogtown is not far from Windmill Village. Yet, she claims there are no bandits in the vicinity." Orochimaru nodded and opened the window. "Very well. The operation will commence tonight. For now, you may venture out to procure some supplies." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at a particular spot where Shoki stood. "We are currently masquerading as merchants from the land of rivers. Remaining indoors makes it all too easy for any discerning eyes to detect anomalies." Thus, the three of them set out for a brief excursion. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. The foot traffic in the small town began to dwindle. After purchasing a set of clothing for Shoki, Uchiha Shin and his companions soon returned to their lodgings. Following a simple dinner, their expressions gradually shifted to one of solemnity. The trio sat on the floor, attentively listening to Orochimaru's words. The target lies within Windmill Village. Annihilate everyone there. I stress, everyone. This scroll contains a map to the village. I will refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. The enemy is numerous, including a faction of rogue ninjas. Therefore, you must engage your intellect. Orochimaru pointed to his head, though his gaze lingered on Shoki. Do not underestimate your own strength or that of your comrades. However, do not allow arrogance to cloud your judgment. Casting a measured glance at the three, Orochimaru addressed Uchiha Shin. From this moment, you shall assume the role of squad leader. It will be your responsibility to direct and analyze enemy intelligence, subsequently devising a tailored strategy. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from intervening. Do you understand? I wish you good fortune. He tossed a scroll to Uchiha Shin before turning and vanishing into the shadows. In the sky, the morning stars flickered, and a mournful breeze swept through the leaves of a secluded forest outside Windmill Village. From a distance, the faint glow of lights emanated from within the village. Come, come, let us drink. This time, our plump prey is quite affluent. Indeed. Come, let us feast on chicken. The raucous shouts of a group celebrating their recent exploits echoed through the night. Uchiha Shin could discern from the fragments of conversation that these bandits had struck a considerable bounty and were now reveling in their good fortune. Summoning technique. Uchiha Shin bit his thumb and stealthily formed a hand sign. Arise, Abo snake. He shook his cloak, and after a cloud of smoke dissipated, a multitude of small snakes, each measuring over 1/2 meter in length, emerged. These serpents slithered into the village through the underbrush. Uchiha Shin then retraced his steps, following the markings back to the cave where they had previously taken refuge. Cautiously avoiding traps, he pushed aside the stone blocking the cave's entrance. Inside, a dim kerosene lamp flickered. Due to the conspicuousness of the campfire and its pungent smoke, they opted for the lamp instead. A large rock shielded the entrance, ensuring that the light did not spill outside. Uchiha Shin approached and seated himself on the ground. What is the situation? Shoki inquired impatiently. Please wait a moment. My companion is still communicating with her White Serpent Legion, and the intelligence has yet to be relayed. After a short while, my companion finally conveyed the information to Uchiha Tatsu. Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei was correct. The opposing force is substantial, with a total of 4 hidden sentries, each manned by pairs of individuals. Uchiha Tatsu drew the enemy's defensive layout on the ground with a stick. There are approximately 100 individuals in the village. What shall we do? Should we simply charge in? Asked Shoshu. Certainly not, Uchiha Tatsu replied, shaking his head. According to the intelligence provided by our sensei, the most significant concern is the ambiguity surrounding the rank of the enemy leader. The information from Orochimaru-sensei was rather vague, merely stating that a special jonin was slain by the opposing leader. Therefore, the enemy is at least of special jonin caliber. Though it is highly likely they are a full jonin, Uchiha Tatsu analyzed. If they truly are jonin, then we might as well pack our bags and procure some local specialties before making a swift exit, Shoshu remarked, shaking his head. Though I am a genius, I am still somewhat realistic. It is implausible for me to defeat a jonin at the tender age of 9, he added with a smirk. Indeed, Shoshu, you possess a commendable self-awareness. I fear you might get overly zealous, mistakenly believing you to be the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, and thus underestimate the jonin. Uchiha Tatsu nodded in agreement. Hence, Orochimaru-sensei has entrusted such an apparently insurmountable task to us, 3 students who have yet to graduate. It is akin to a beggar suddenly tapping you on the shoulder and proclaiming, "This young genin, I sense your chakra is extraordinary and your appearance exceptional. You are destined to become Hokage. I possess numerous S-rank jutsu. Choose one. The task of saving the ninja world is now yours." Would you believe such words? Uchiha Tatsu questioned. Shoshu suddenly nodded. I would. All 3 points align perfectly with me. Get lost, you shameless individual. Observing their playful banter, the surrounding tension began to dissipate. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the intelligence is erroneous, or Orochimaru will assist in stalling that jonin. Mikoto continued to analyze Uchiha Tatsu's remarks. Precisely. Therefore, our actual mission is to eliminate the lesser foes. Of course, we are also lesser foes. However, our task should become somewhat easier. The enemy is currently indulging in drink, and our time to strike will be in the late hours of the night. When intoxicated, individuals tend to be most disoriented. Even if they are not in a deep sleep or startled awake, their combat effectiveness will be significantly diminished. This is our advantage. Furthermore, I have conceived an ingenious plan. What plan? Explosive tags. The mention of this term sent Shoshu into a psychological spiral of dread. Given the enemy's numbers, we cannot afford a direct assault. How many explosive tags do you have? Uchiha Tatsu inquired. Not particularly many. Most were utilized on Orochimaru-sensei previously, so we are quite depleted. Shoshu replied while rummaging through his backpack. Sufficient. These explosive tags will be enough for them to share a bottle. Certainly. Regardless of the extensive analysis and preparations undertaken by Uchiha Shin, the three of them remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, this was their inaugural experience with killing. Heed my words. Act within your limits. If it becomes too overwhelming, prioritize your own safety, and do not succumb to agitation. Never assume you can take on 10 opponents. After reiterating these cautions to his companions, Uchiha Shin cast a glance at the sky and commenced their mission. At this juncture, it was already the latter half of the night, approximately 3 in the morning, the hour when fatigue weighed heaviest upon one's eyelids, the opportune moment to strike. In the darkness, the silhouettes of the three appeared as serpents lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the lookout point, 2 robbers were languidly stifling yawns. This night had proven unfortunate for them, as it was their turn to keep the night watch, enduring the dreariness of the hour. The elder was attempting to impart some dubious wisdom to the younger. Let me tell you, in this windmill village, only those who are truly ruthless and daring can establish themselves. But do not mistake ruthlessness for sheer bravado. True ruthlessness is wielded only when absolutely necessary. Just once, and everyone will fear you. He recalled a time when a beggar had patted his shoulder, proclaiming him the reincarnation of the sage of the 6 paths suddenly. The elder fell silent. Uchiha Shin had activated his genjutsu. In the next instant, a shuriken sliced through the throats of the 2 men, blood gushing forth as the metallic scent permeated the air. Uchiha Shin possessed a keen sensitivity to the nuances of benevolence and malevolence. From their words, he could readily discern that this village was indeed inhabited by a cadre of ruthless killers. In his past life, he would have distanced himself from such perilous situations. Yet in the world of ninjas, bloodshed was as commonplace as dining. These were trials he must endure for his growth. While Konoha was a place of peace, it did not signify that the world of shinobi was devoid of turmoil. To protect himself and those dear to him, he needed strength, and that necessitated taking lives. Hence, when he resolved to become a ninja, he continuously reminded himself that killing was a simple endeavor. However, despite his mental preparation, the sudden sensation of the shuriken gliding across skin unsettled him. The aged rogue ninja made no move. In the next instant, a fountain of blood erupted, splattering Uchiha Shin's face. The crimson droplets invaded his eyes, instilling a sense of surrealism in his mind. I have killed. A bewildering, baseless feeling surged towards his consciousness. He felt momentarily dazed, grappling with the reality of his surroundings and the gravity of his actions, his heart racing like a wild stallion, his body trembling involuntarily. The nauseating scent engulfed him, inducing a spasm in his stomach. Anxiety and restlessness surged within him, the inability to grasp the situation becoming increasingly infuriating. Damn it! Uchiha Shin regained his composure, suppressing the turmoil within, yet his hand, still gripping the shuriken, continued to plunge into the body before him. The young ninja had not yet succumbed to death. He clutched his neck, emitting a gurgling sound from his throat, reminiscent of bubbles being blown. Yet the metallic scent of blood in the air rendered any humor utterly absent. The young man continued to struggle for life, drawing forth a kunai and aiming it at the twitching body of Uchiha Shin. After years of rigorous training, even in a state of turmoil, Uchiha Shin instinctively evaded the incoming kunai with a slight movement. He compelled his mind to focus. There was no room for excessive thought or complaint. To ponder, he must first eliminate the immediate threat, maintaining composure and resisting haste. In a flash, Uchiha Shin dodged the kunai, akin to a striking serpent, swiftly closing the distance to his assailant, and then, with a sudden motion, his hands clasped together. A crack resounded as the man's head twisted in response. Uchiha Shin then retrieved his own kunai, repeatedly thrusting it into the man's body. An enemy ambush. Suddenly, A deafening alarm reverberated throughout the village. The skirmishes of 3 hidden sentries had finally roused a fourth. The entire village erupted into chaos as countless lights flickered on, illuminating the surroundings. People rushed out of their homes, propelled by the tumult. Uchiha Shin urged himself to remain calm, stealthily approaching a door, kunai in hand, while concealing himself just outside. As footsteps drew near and the door swung open, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking the man at the back of his head. The body collided with several walls before finally coming to rest. Immediately, a flurry of shuriken rained down upon Uchiha Shin. He struck the ground with a fist, lifting a massive stone slab to shield himself. With a swift motion, he hurled the debris, causing nearby ninjas to scatter. Seizing the moment, he leapt onto the rooftops, advancing rapidly toward his objective. As he traversed the path, adversaries attempted to assail him, yet his speed allowed him to evade effortlessly. The village was in turmoil, akin to a frantic scramble for valuables, all converging toward Uchiha Shin. His conspicuous display was intended to divert the majority of the village's attention to himself, thus granting Mikoto precious time to retreat. Upon reaching his target, he found Shoki seated on the ground, his face pale and blood trickling from his arm. "You're injured, Shoki?" Uchiha Shin inquired, furrowing his brow. Shoki replied, his pallor evident, "It's nothing, just a minor wound." Uchiha Shin nodded, choosing not to press further. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shin puffed his cheeks, channeling chakra into his mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shoki commenced his own ninjutsu, lacking wind affinity. Shoki's wind release lacked the potency of those who possessed such abilities, yet it sufficed. After all, this technique was merely intended to attract the enemy while causing some havoc. The massive fireball, bolstered by the wind technique, swelled larger and surged toward the village. As the impending threat loomed over the village, a resounding voice echoed from its heart: "Water release, water barrier." Thick smoke enveloped the area as the forces of water and fire clashed. Seizing the opportunity provided by the obscuring fog, Uchiha Shin swiftly formed hand seals to cast a shadow clone technique. His true self, carrying rope tree, immediately fled towards the forest. Although the flames were momentarily subdued by the water technique, many still suffered burns, and anguished cries echoed throughout the village. Within mere seconds, an increasing number of villagers surged forward, encircling Uchiha Shin as if they were ravenous wolves. From the throng emerged a man in his 30s with jet black hair, who barked, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his inquiry, Uchiha Shin smiled and declared, "Art is an explosion." Boom. Dozens of explosive tags buried underground ignited, sending a tremendous blast reverberating into the sky. Countless villagers frantically dashed away from the village, their eyes filled with a frenzied desperation. In the chaos of such a massive explosion, several unfortunate souls, caught off guard, were engulfed by the flames. As Rope Tree and Uchiha Shin raced towards Meichin, they halted in their tracks, witnessing the colossal explosion in Windmill Village. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Haha, my hands are still trembling," Rope Tree remarked. "Our task should now be complete, right?" Uchiha Shin nodded, gazing at the distant conflagration. "By the way, where is Meichin?" he suddenly questioned, a look of concern crossing his face. "She should have arrived long ago. Are you searching for her?" A cold, chilling voice interrupted from behind. A man in his 30s, with dark hair and a prominent scar marring his face, stepped forward. His expression was sinister, and his kunai was aimed directly at Meichin's head. He glared menacingly at the two boys clad in black ninja attire, whose seemingly harmless faces were marred by traces of blood. "Are you looking for her?" he growled. His teeth clenched, raising his kunai as he shouted. Under the moonlight, the four stood in a tense standoff. The scarred man, the vice leader of Windmill Village, had just orchestrated a significant operation. In a celebratory haze, he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol and returned to his quarters late at night. When he groggily awoke to the alarm ringing incessantly, he heard commotion outside his courtyard. Without hesitation, he donned his attire and rushed into the corridor, where he spotted a girl in a ninja outfit, bloodied and staggering, having just slain one of his subordinates, fleeing towards the forest. Without a moment's pause, he pursued her, intent on capturing her accomplices. The girl paused in the woods, awaiting her comrades, and he seized the moment to ambush her. Though the girl possessed considerable strength, he swiftly overpowered her. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the village. The scarred man was consumed by a profound rage and fear. He longed to end the life of the girl before him with a single throw of his kunai. Yet, he restrained himself, determined to uncover her identity before seeking vengeance. Most pressing of all, he pondered how he would explain this chaos to his leader, well aware of the latter's terrifying nature. The scarred man glared menacingly at the 3 children before him. Silence. Do not move, or I shall kill her. He barked, shifting the kunai back toward Mikoto's forehead, while his other hand released her mouth, tightening its grip around her neck. Uchiha Shin intervened to stop Shoju from rushing forward, recognizing that their adversary was in a volatile state. Any misstep could easily cost Mikoto her life. At this moment, the only recourse was genjutsu. Yet, what if their foe possessed a high skill in illusion techniques? Even if the enemy fell prey to the genjutsu, a mere second would not suffice to rescue Mikoto. The opponent was undoubtedly of elite jonin caliber. What if the genjutsu failed? He could not gamble with Mikoto's life. Uchiha Shin continually reminded himself to remain calm. Analyzing the situation, the enemy had yet to strike, indicating a degree of caution towards them. Although they were not adorned with headbands, ninjas of such prowess at this age could not have emerged from an insignificant locale. The most likely scenario was that they were ninjas from Konoha, which meant a commanding ninja was probably lurking nearby, holding a hostage to counter the unknown jonin. What do you intend to do? Uchiha Shin inquired. Meanwhile, Mikoto's face contorted in pain, clearly feeling the tightening grip around her throat. What do you think I intend to do? The scarred man retorted. For years, I have toiled as an ordinary person, struggling like a dog to reach this point. All I have ever desired is power to protect them and ensure they live their best lives. No one shall bully them. I am on the verge of enduring long enough to take them away from this hell. But you have destroyed everything in a single night. He will kill me. Capturing you will suffice. His emotions were erratic, his speech fragmented. Uchiha Shin found the scarred man increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. The scarred man's expression twisted, and then he chuckled darkly, tightening his hold on Mikoto's throat. As Chin's gaze fixated on Mikoto, he noticed her lips trembling, struggling for breath. Her expression growing increasingly agonized. She attempted to speak, "Don't worry about me." Uchiha Shin had never before felt such intense hatred for his own weakness. Although he understood that the scarred man would not easily take Mikoto's life, he could not bear to see her suffer in such a manner. Uchiha Shin suddenly took a step forward, catching the attention of Scar as he noticed the unusual movement. "What are you doing? Do you wish to die?" Scar inquired. "It's nothing," Uchiha Shin replied, indicating with his gaze that he bore no weapons. A smile graced his lips as he declared, "I am the one who has slain them. And it was I who planted the explosive tags. If you seek someone to blame, it should be me. She is my most treasured companion. If you desire a hostage, I am willing to exchange. May I?" Scar burst into laughter. "What did I just hear? I never expected this." His grip tightened around the kunai, and a hint of madness flickered in his demeanor. "Do you not understand? A ninja has no companions. It is the fate of a ninja to lurk alone in darkness." He scoffed. "You are truly naive. To think you call yourself a ninja. You certainly embody masculinity." Meichin shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Shin, don't concern yourself with me. You must flee." Scar continued to brandish his kunai. "Do you think I will heed your words? You all must die. The question is, who will perish first? Honestly, I am somewhat intimidated by you prodigies. You are mere children, yet you possess such formidable strength. Why was I not born into such an advantageous environment? What are you pondering? Are you attempting to distract me with illusions or other jutsu to eliminate me?" Scar sneered, tossing a kunai in front of Uchiha Shin. "Look, there lies a kunai. Pick it up," he commanded. "Now, drive it into your right hand. If you act, I shall spare the girl." "Shin, no." Shungtong grasped Uchiha Shin's arm. "Hurry. Isn't she your important companion? Do you not care for her life?" Uchiha Shin was well aware of Scar's intentions. The hands of a ninja are paramount. Losing a hand would render an ordinary ninja incapable of forming seals, thereby nullifying their threat. Uchiha Shin bent down to retrieve the kunai, while Meichin struggled in vain. "No, please no," she cried, her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate her fear. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Shin plunged the kunai into his hand, the blade piercing through the skin. Blood gushed forth, and a grimace of pain overtook his visage. "Is this sufficient?" he murmured, his head bowed as he endured the agony. Scar was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated hesitation from the youth, yet the boy displayed an unexpected ferocity. Gradually, he loosened his grip on Meichin's neck, though he remained vigilant, contemplating whether to eliminate Uchiha Shin first. "Hey, Uchiha Shin suddenly raised his head. Scar's attention was drawn to him. Do you know of a couple residing in an inn in Rogatown? What are you babbling about? Scar's demeanor shifted as he became momentarily distracted by Uchiha Shin's words. The tone of Uchiha Shin's voice seemed to harbor an illusionary quality. Under the weight of that statement, the scarred man's mind began to spiral out of control. Images of the couple emerged vividly in his thoughts, causing his hand, which clutched the kunai, to tremble slightly. Uchiha Shin's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This illusion was unlike any he had conjured before. It was a seductive genjutsu. To cast such a high-level illusion upon a fellow ninja was proving to be a formidable challenge for him. He continued, "That couple has already been slain by my master. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Instantly, the scarred man's face drained of color. As Uchiha Shin's words echoed, the harrowing scene of the couple's demise beneath the kunai resurfaced in his mind. The image gradually sharpened from a blur to clarity. The man and woman lay on the ground, their eyes wide open, seemingly pleading with him. "Why did you not save us?" Uchiha Shin exhaled deeply. His chakra and mental fortitude were nearing depletion. At that moment, Mei-chin had freed herself from the man's grasp. Just as Uchiha Shin let his guard down, the scarred man abruptly lifted his head, and in an instant, the kunai flew from his hand. Uchiha Shin's body soared upwards, crashing violently to the ground. The kunai piercing through his left chest, blood erupting in a crimson bloom. In that fleeting moment, Mei-chin's eyes turned a shade of scarlet. A pained cry escaped her lips. Raw and heart-wrenching. "Ah, ha ha. You nearly brought about my demise, you wretch." The scarred man erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "As a jonin, I almost fell to the hands of a mere child. Your genjutsu is truly terrifying, but the seconds you traded your life for will come at a cost." A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. After all these years, this was indeed the most sorrowful wail he had ever heard. Mei-chin, disregarding everything, dashed toward Uchiha Shin. The scarred man reached out, intending to seize the collar of her garment. Yet, as if forewarned, she deftly dodged and drew forth a kunai, thrusting it towards his reaching hand. The kunai grazed the scarred man's palm, and he paused, momentarily bewildered by the glint in her eyes. Sharingan. Then, a wave of elation washed over him. "Ha ha. If I capture you and present you to the leader, tonight's events will surely spare me his wrath." He paid no heed to the wound on his hand and lunged toward Mei-chin once more. Several shuriken flew from Xingtian's hand, hurtling towards the scarred man's head. The scarred man evaded them swiftly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Xingtian swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon that surged toward the scarred man. "Mei-chin, you must save Chun. I will handle everything from here," Xingtian declared, giving Mei-chin a thumbs up, his confident smile radiating. His golden hair danced in the gentle breeze. And then, there was silence. The scarred man swiftly dodged the water dragon. His movements were lightning fast. Before Xingtian could react, he was sent flying with a single kick. "Now, there's no one left to interrupt our conversation, Uchiha's little brat." The scarred man grinned as he advanced toward Mei-chin. As Mikoto lay atop Uchiha Shin, she disregarded the approaching scarred man, her eyes seemingly losing focus as she desperately pressed her hands against the blood pouring from his chest. The scarred man stood behind her, his left hand poised to seize her. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed through the air, causing the man's gaze to momentarily dull. Yet, just a second later, his expression regained its clarity. This was where it all ended. Uchiha Shin, who had been sprawled on the ground, rose with an eerie grace, locking eyes with his adversary. A kunai was still embedded in his chest. With a languid motion, Uchiha Shin allowed his right hand to fall, revealing another kunai in his left hand. Chakra swirling around its hilt. The kunai unleashed a deafening sound, hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The distance between the scarred man and Uchiha Shin was negligible, leaving no room for evasion. He attempted a slight sidestep, but the chilling glint of the kunai sliced through, tearing open his chest. The high-speed projectile pierced a gaping hole, and blood erupted forth in a crimson mist. The pain was but a whisper compared to the fury that surged within me, a fury you cannot tame. Uchiha Shin gazed at the scarred man, his complexion ashen. The man staggered back, collapsing against a great tree. The tide of life and death shifted in an instant. Staring at the wound in his body, he realized his fate was sealed. Am I to perish?" he rasped, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Shin. His voice erupting like a beast's roar. "Spare that couple, I beg you." His throat emitted a series of meaningless gasps, the last words he would utter in this world. The scarred man could no longer perceive any movement from his body. All that remained was the figure before him, the world becoming increasingly distant. At that moment, Mikoto finally came to her senses, her tear-streaked face tilting upward in disbelief as she looked at Uchiha Shun standing beside her, her voice still choked with emotion. "That Shun. Do not worry, it's just a minor injury." Uchiha Shun waved his hand dismissively, yet his pallor betrayed the gravity of his condition. He sank to the ground, the recent movements aggravating the wound on his chest. Mikoto hurried to his side, kneeling beside him. Though she had previously learned some basic first aid and nursing, she now fumbled, unsure of what to do. As she nearly jabbed him in the face with the kunai in her trembling hands, Uchiha Shun felt a twinge of fear. "I still need this face for my livelihood." He forced a smile. "Mikoto, let us communicate calmly. First set down the kunai. No need to be anxious. Your tear-streaked face resembles that of a pig." "What are you joking about?" The mention of pig seemed to snap her back to reality. She lowered the kunai, reaching into her backpack for a bandage, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's all my fault. I let him capture you, leaving you helpless. I would rather, do you know? I almost thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. It's all right. I was able to track the kunai's trajectory when it was thrown. My reflexes allowed me to evade in time. He may be a jonin, but my taijutsu is formidable as well. Due to the influence of Lady Tsunade, I possess a profound understanding of human anatomy. In that fleeting moment, it was merely a matter of avoiding the vital areas and subsequently lowering his guard. This was the simplest and most direct method. If it weren't for my intervention, it would not concern you." Interrupting Mikoto's tears, Uchiha Shin's gaze fell upon the Sharingan in her eyes. He gently patted Mikoto's head, affirming that this was his own choice. In such circumstances, with Mikoto captured by a jonin, Uchiha Shun had but one chance to rescue her. The scarred man bore a striking resemblance to the couple who ran the small inn where Orochimaru resided. As Uchiha Shun observed the scarred man, this realization finally dawned upon him. Thus, he resolved to employ an illusory technique. Under Uchiha Shin's guidance, this illusion would evoke the deepest fears lurking within the opponent's heart. Should the adversary fall prey to the illusion, all would be well. Even if they resisted, the provocation of the illusion would compel them to prioritize attacking Uchiha Shun. This was the only method he conceived to save Mikoto in such dire circumstances. Typically, although the scarred man was a jonin, Uchiha Shun could still engage him in a continuous battle, even if he couldn't defeat him outright. However, with the abduction of a dear friend, he might be compelled to wager blood and life in exchange for her safety. This was precisely why Yahiko had met his demise at Hanzo's hands. In such a scenario, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. The path chosen was his own, and now that it had been selected, there was little room for complaint. Mikoto fell into a contemplative silence, feeling helpless as Uchiha Shun found himself in peril. A desire to grow stronger ignited within her, a yearning to at least share in the dangers of battle alongside Shun. This thought took root in Mikoto's mind. From afar, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Uchiha Shin slowly closed his eyes. Shoju had returned. "I'll just faint for a moment. Mikoto, you mustn't faint." Mikoto suddenly cried out, "You cannot sleep. I want to allow you to close your eyes." "Mikoto, I'm merely going to faint for a bit. Holding on like this is manageable. But having lost so much blood, I am weary. I just need to rest for a moment. It's nothing serious." "You cannot faint. If you fall asleep and do not awaken, what then? Please, I beg you, do not sleep." Mikoto cried out loudly, slapping Uchiha Shun's face, leaving it stained with blood. Fainting is merely the body's automatic response. Such knowledge was indeed imparted at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Shin painfully opened his eyes. "Please, stop crying. You frighten me. I won't faint anymore. Is that all right?" Uchiha Shun murmured helplessly. "You are far more terrifying than that scarred man." Uchiha Shun rested his head upon Mikoto's lap, adjusting to a comfortable position. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, relishing the sensation beneath his head, and a smile graced his lips. This form of comfort seemed rather delightful. Uchiha Shun raised a middle finger to the heavens. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Hey, Orochimaru-sensei, how much longer do you intend to spy on us?" The night enveloped the dense forest, and everything around them returned to a serene calm, as if the fierce battle that had just transpired had never existed. The dim light surrounding them, coupled with the presence of 3 injured individuals, rendered the group of 4 moving at a painfully slow pace. The summer forest was rife with various insects. Shinshu swatted at the pests with one hand while his eyes incessantly scrutinized Meichin and Uchiha Shin. At that moment, Uchiha Shin's hand rested gently on Meichin's shoulder. As she assisted him in trudging forward, Shin felt somewhat uneasy under Shinshu's piercing gaze. Irritated, he remarked, "What are you staring at? What is it to you?" Taking a moment to compose himself, he continued, "Isn't it obvious? Any normal person would choose Meichin over you." With a scoff, Shinshu made a playful grimace and emitted a peculiar squeal. "Shinshu, what are you trying to be cute for? You're just a scruffy brute. How dare you?" Uchiha Shin suppressed his discomfort, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, more intense than what he had experienced during his recent act of violence. Shinshu said nothing, merely gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. He tousled his tousled brown hair and exhaled softly. "No, you don't understand." He shook his head. "A genius who killed a jonin at the age of 9, paired with another who awakened the Sharingan at the same age. I've come to realize that, at some point, I have become the weak link of this team." Uchiha Shin paused, about to pat Shinshu on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, when Shinshu continued, still melancholic, "It's all this excellence that has clouded my vision, leading me to become arrogant." Orochimaru, clad in a ninja uniform, chuckled lightly but remained silent, continuing to lead the way. After a while, they finally reached the windmill village. However, what once was a vibrant community had now been reduced to ruins. The area appeared as if it had been leveled by a demolition crew and urban management, with billowing black smoke and scattered smoldering fires all around. Uchiha Shin surveyed his surroundings, taken aback by the realization that he had returned to this place. A seemingly simple mission had stirred such turmoil. Yet, in the end, outcomes tend to be favorable. At the very least, he would be a force capable of annihilating an entire village. Orochimaru halted at the entrance of a house that had yet to be affected by the explosive tags, standing silently as he gazed out at the shattered village. The sky was painted a vivid crimson by the flames of the detonations, appearing somewhat enchanting amidst the darkness. Meichin helped Uchiha Shin find a clean spot to sit. Shinshu formed a hand seal, puffed out his cheeks, and invoked water release, water chaos. The torrent of water extinguished the surrounding flames, and Shinshu beamed. "How about that? My water release is quite impressive, isn't it? Does it evoke a sense of divinity?" Uchiha Shin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite remarkable. If you ever tire of being a ninja, you could always become a firefighter." After a brief silence, Orochimaru rasped, "Your mission is not yet complete. Isn't it? This place is already in ruins. How could it still be unfinished?" Shinshu questioned, puzzled. Orochimaru offered no response, casually settling onto the ground. "What do you believe a ninja requires the least?" This question seems rather peculiar. A ninja has countless necessities, such as ninjutsu, chakra, experience, and a myriad of other elements. A ninja could provide 1,000 answers. But what is it that a ninja does not need? Orochimaru gestured towards Shoju, indicating for him to respond. Shoju hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head and inquired, "Is it not needing to be too exceptional? For those who are exceedingly talented stand out like fireflies in the dark, strikingly vivid and remarkable." In a sense, Shoju's assertion holds merit. Geniuses are the most susceptible to being targeted on the battlefield. Yet, Orochimaru felt a sense of unease. Why is it that, despite the same 6 years of compulsory education at the Ninja Academy, Shoju in the 5th grade excels, while others can merely gaze in admiration? Orochimaru stifled the impulse to eliminate Shoju, this pretentious individual, with an explosive tag, and turned his gaze towards Mikoto. "What about you, Mikoto?" Orochimaru expressed keen interest in this 9-year-old disciple who had awakened her Sharingan at such a young age. It is not uncommon for a member of the Uchiha clan to manifest the Sharingan at this age, yet it is certainly remarkable. After all, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader's son, has yet to awaken his Sharingan in his teenage years. Mikoto contemplated Orochimaru's words carefully before slowly articulating, "Is it emotion?" "You are partially correct," he replied. "Your scope is too broad. Ninjas are human, not mere tools for murder. No one can entirely suppress their emotions. Subjective feelings are inescapable for everyone. You may feel anger or sorrow. As long as it does not cloud your judgment, it is inconsequential." Orochimaru continued, "Only you remain, Cho. If you answer incorrectly again, I regret to inform you that I will assign you a grade of D for this mission." What consequences might a D grade entail? You may very well lose the opportunity to graduate next year and will need to repeat a year. Ultimately, this will influence your mindset as you step onto the battlefield, as well as your survival capabilities therein. Mindset dictates fate. This is a phrase you have uttered. Uchiha Cho pondered deeply. Since you mentioned that Mikoto's answer was too broad, it must refer to a specific emotion. Is it pity or compassion, then? Precisely, it is compassion, Orochimaru affirmed with a nod. A ninja can experience anger, hatred, or joy during missions and warfare. However, the one emotion you must forego is compassion. This compassion is bidirectional. You must not harbor compassion for yourself, nor for your enemies. Observing Shoju and Mikoto's puzzled expressions, Orochimaru elaborated. Consider the enemy you are battling. You can undoubtedly eliminate them without hesitation. However, if an injured enemy lies before you, or if it is a defenseless woman or child, or if your mission entails the slaughter of innocents, can you carry out such deeds? When they weep and grasp your pant leg, pleading for mercy, can you bring yourself to strike? Orochimaru's voice grew hoarse as he posed this question. The compassion of the strong towards the weak is innate. However, such sentiment is the least required of you as ninjas. This is the final lesson I shall impart. There is little time for you to adapt on the battlefield. Once dead, all is lost. Thus, what you must do now is quite simple. Orochimaru rose to his feet, producing 3 shurikens and casting them at the feet of the trio. Within the confines of the room, several bandits, along with their families who had survived the explosive tags, were now bound. Take up the shurikens and eliminate them all, he commanded. I shall await your return at the door. Of course, if you are unable to do so, it matters not. After all, it is you who must face the battlefield, not I. The once crimson sky began to dim. As a cool breeze swept through, Uchiha Shin inhaled the acrid scent of smoke, causing discomfort in his lungs. The wound on his chest, inflicted by a shuriken not long ago, throbbed persistently. Uchiha Shin bent down to retrieve the shuriken before rising to his feet. Ropetree and Mei-chin followed suit, collecting their weapons. Together, the 3 pushed open the door and entered without hesitation. Although this was not their first experience with taking a life, it was their inaugural encounter with unarmed victims. As Orochimaru had stated, this was the path they had chosen, and they must see it through, even if it meant crawling. Uchiha Shin stealthily moved inside, discovering over a dozen individuals bound within the room. Aside from a few mangled men, there were also women, their eyes reflecting the agony of being ensnared like serpents. Uchiha Shin's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man, whose expression was a mixture of helplessness, despair, and rage. Perhaps he had once been a formidable presence in the windmill village. Yet now he could only watch as the shuriken approached him. Having resolved to face death upon choosing this path, he never anticipated it would be at the hands of a mere child. With no means of resistance, he could only witness the weapon drawing closer. In a desperate struggle, he inadvertently aggravated the wound on his severed arm, his face contorting with rage. These children had destroyed everything he held dear. Uchiha Shin approached him with an impassive demeanor, the shuriken slowly slicing towards his neck. Blood spattered forth as the man emitted muffled cries. In an instant, the world turned frigid, as if all the coldness of existence had coalesced within his throat. Uchiha Shin glanced at the blood upon the shuriken and proceeded towards his next target, a woman who wept and pleaded for mercy, her voice a pitiful whimper. Yet, the shuriken still found its mark across her throat. After completing the grim task, he pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving the remaining individuals to Ropetree and Mei-chin. At that moment, Orochimaru sat on the ground, gazing skyward. Uchiha Shin joined him, also turning his eyes to the heavens. Here, seated together, they could see the moon above, with the distant, shadowy outlines of the forest. Were it not for the ruins before them, the scenery beyond would appear remarkably vibrant, the leaves a dazzling shade of green. During his time in Konoha, Uchiha Shin greatly admired the scenery of the village. However, despite its moderate size, the monotony of the daily views began to wear on him, igniting a yearning for the diverse landscapes beyond the ninja world. Yet, only a few days after leaving Konoha, he found himself missing it. He soon realized that the outside world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. The lingering scent of blood around Uchiha Shin, which had begun to dissipate, intensified once more, altering his demeanor significantly. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, for the mission had attracted the attention of a jonin, and since you had eliminated this jonin, I will petition to upgrade this mission to an A rank. It is rare for Orochimaru to speak at such length. How does it feel to accomplish an A rank mission before even becoming a genin? Orochimaru licked his lips. What a nice feeling, Uchiha Shin scoffed. I nearly met my demise. He swore that he would rather starve or leap from a height than undertake another A rank mission. Let anyone else go. I refuse. Therefore, you are a clay clone? Uchiha Shin remarked, not directing his gaze toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, revealing that his true self was pursuing the leader. Uchiha Shin wore an expression of realization. The moment he noticed the resemblance between the scarred man and the innkeeper couple, he understood that everything was under Orochimaru's control. Hence, the inn was not chosen by chance. Orochimaru was already aware of the connection between the scarred man and the innkeeper. This was the source of Uchiha Shin's confidence to use genjutsu at the critical moment. Initially uncertain of Orochimaru's proximity, he grasped that Orochimaru was indeed nearby. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to inquire if Orochimaru could save them should they fail. Such a question would indicate a lack of trust, and once doubt crept in, it could never be mended. What is the situation with this village? Uchiha Shin asked, perplexed. Orochimaru did not provide a direct answer. In fact, the mission to eradicate the bandits had already been issued twice before. So, this place has been targeted by ninjas on 2 separate occasions, yet bandits still roam? Uchiha Shin inquired. Indeed, during my solo investigation, I discovered that the vice leader frequently visited this rogue town, and I noted the striking resemblance between him and the couple. This led me to understand that the village and rogue town are essentially one. Every day, various merchants pass through the town, and the townsfolk gather intelligence, relaying details about these lucrative targets to the bandits, who then decide which merchants to rob. The reason the bandits have never been thoroughly eradicated is precisely due to this. As long as Rogue Town exists, this village will inevitably be rebuilt, regardless of how many times it is attacked. Uchiha Shin could not help but be taken aback, as this revelation challenged his previous understanding. The world of ninjas was indeed a dark one. Who could have imagined that such a town would conspire with bandits? Uchiha Shin nodded, inquiring how you intend to deal with this town. What do you mean by dealing with it? Orochimaru replied with a cold smirk. Uchiha Shin was taken aback. Hadn't he the village already made plans? This is a town leading to the land of rivers, with smooth transportation and flourishing trade. Its significance would be self-evident in the event of war with the land of wind. It could almost be transformed into a new base with minimal effort. Otherwise, why would the village send you here? Was it merely for you to hone your abilities? Orochimaru scoffed. In a raspy voice, Orochimaru continued, of course. Konoha has only just signed an alliance agreement with the 3rd Kazekage. Such words should not be spread carelessly. Uchiha Shin felt speechless, having been coerced. He was told not to speak of it. Would it not be better to have less scheming and more sincerity? What about that couple? He asked. That is your task. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. How about sealing their memories and providing them with some money to go to the feudal lord's estate? Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Shin, who quickly interjected, Master, this is not compassion. If it were merely a task, I could eliminate them without hesitation. Our mission concerns the bandits of this village. They are not part of the task and will not expose anything. They are inconsequential. Moreover, is it not preferable to have less bloodshed? Bloodshed is the essence of a ninja. If that is the case, then allow me to transform this ninja world. That is my wish. I wish to converse with this world of ninjas. And if the negotiations fail, then we shall subdue the ninja world directly. I am somewhat disappointed in it. I want to reshape this world into something I admire. Is this not the privilege of the strong? At this moment, the forest lay in utter disarray. Orochimaru faced off against a ninja who appeared to be in his 40s. In a hoarse voice, Orochimaru remarked, a ninja of your caliber should not be a nameless individual. How have I never heard of you? The ninja, with disheveled hair and a scar beneath his left eye, bore a stern expression and did not respond. Years of effort had been devastated, leaving him in a foul mood. However, killing this young man could somewhat compensate for his losses, for he was a favored disciple of the 3rd Hokage. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the water release, water surge. With a resounding crash, the torrent of water surged forth. Orochimaru formed hand seals, invoking earth release, earth wall. A deluge of water poured down like a torrential storm, crashing against the earthen barrier. Moments later, a loud explosion erupted from the wall behind Orochimaru, which now bore a circular hole nearly a meter in diameter. In the next instant, Orochimaru suddenly pivoted, directing his arm toward the cracked wall, anticipating his opponent to break through. Then, silence enveloped the area, the wind whispering through the air. Orochimaru's heart tightened slightly. After a brief moment, a small wind blade sliced through the stillness. The wall exploded with a resounding bang, fragments of stone propelled outward with tremendous force. Orochimaru leapt aside, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the ninja technique, Ash Gale. Suddenly, a dense cloud of dust surged forth from the ninja's mouth, shrouding the entire area and even hindering the ability to breathe. Orochimaru closed his eyes. The infrared vision of the serpent allowed him to effortlessly perceive the opponent's movements. Unbeknownst to the adversary, who believed Orochimaru was utterly blinded by the dust, he charged forward with the intent to kill. Amidst the cloud, Orochimaru deftly evaded the incoming punch. The ninja then executed a fierce side kick aimed at Orochimaru. With a subtle sidestep, Orochimaru raised his arms to block, causing both combatants to stagger back a couple of steps. Soon after, dust swirled in from all directions, once more obscuring their vision and disrupting their hearing with gusts of wind. In a matter of moments, the opponent unleashed a flurry of over 10 consecutive attacks, all of which Orochimaru deftly parried. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his hand, he seized the fabric at the ninja's chest. In the next instant, the world spun wildly for the adversary. With a thunderous crash, the already shattered wall behind them seemed to break apart even further. Orochimaru forcefully slammed the opponent's body against it. With the speed of lightning, a kick from Orochimaru struck the adversary's abdomen with devastating force. The ninja emitted a pained gasp, violently expelling blood, before being sent flying by Orochimaru's powerful kick. Without hesitation, Orochimaru performed the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb technique, summoning a massive earthen dragon that surged forth. The opponent pressed his hands to the ground, triggering dozens of explosive tags that adhered to the dragon. A colossal explosion ensued, scattering the dragon into countless fragments. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru observed that the opponent had vanished. After standing still for a moment, Orochimaru chose not to pursue further. The explosive tags on the ground were clearly pre-placed traps, and he was uncertain how many more lay in wait along his path. He had no desire to meet an untimely end due to hidden explosives. Thus, he promptly turned back. Upon returning to Log Town, he found his Earth clone and several members of the Uchiha clan waiting for him. "Did you capture the enemy, Orochimaru-sensei?" Uchiha Chihiro inquired. Orochimaru, with his golden eyes, looked at Chihiro and shook his head, indicating the opponent had escaped. Shoju crossed his arms and comforted Orochimaru, stating, "It's all right. Even the best can stumble. I, too, have faced failures. Do not be disheartened." Orochimaru ignored him and led the group towards a cellar. "This is where the leader hid the plundered treasures. Let us enter and take stock." As they descended into the cellar, Uchiha Chihiro rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Before him lay a dazzling array of gold bars, silver ingots, and various other valuable antiques. Chihiro swallowed hard. He had never seen such wealth before. Surely, this cannot be a dream? He then slapped Shoju's face. Observing Shoju's pained expression, Chihiro nodded, realizing it was indeed reality. "Why did you hit me?" Shoju exclaimed, pointing at Chihiro. "I found myself overwhelmed by the presence of these items, my anxiety causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably. I needed a moment to regain my composure." Turning around, Uchiha-chun embraced Mikoto, exclaiming, "How wonderful, Mikoto! These are the spoils of our recent mission. We have become affluent. We are on the brink of entering high society." At that moment, a raspy voice emerged from behind. "It seems necessary for you to understand who wields the ultimate authority in Konoha." It was Orochimaru. "Teacher, look at all this loot filling the room. Won't you take a closer look?" Uchiha-chan approached Orochimaru with a bashful smile. "In a couple of days, it will be transported to Konoha. What a pity." Uchiha-chan grimaced, as if in pain. "Yes, I am aware. I am responsible for the transportation of these items," Orochimaru replied coolly. "Teacher, you misunderstand my intent," Uchiha-chan said, shaking his hips. "All these treasures will be submitted to Konoha. They will construct buildings and hospitals. But what does that mean for us? It is akin to the third Hokage using the spoils of our mission to bribe the ninjas of Konoha." Seeing Orochimaru's expression remain impassive, Uchiha-chan became anxious. "Oh, you still do not grasp my meaning. Look at Konoha. It is now the wealthiest among the 5 great nations, while we remain impoverished. Shouldn't we address our personal issues before focusing on the village? Such precious items deserve to be preserved by those with true taste. What do those politicians understand?" Uchiha-chun continued. Orochimaru remained expressionless. "Furthermore, teacher, I have already explored the treasures here. There are indeed many valuable items, especially a scroll containing a forbidden jutsu." Orochimaru's eyes lit up. "I have extracted it, and no one else will know of this matter. Here, I present it to you personally. What do you think? After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru nodded. Shun, I have been contemplating your application for the position of a shinobi. However, you are merely a student at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, I can compensate you in other ways. Feel free to seek out any items you particularly desire to collect. Go ahead. Orochimaru patted Uchiha Shin on the shoulder. Uchiha Shin immediately adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." He promptly turned to search for precious spoils, while Orochimaru began to rummage through the scrolls, hoping to supplement his research funding. Suddenly, he spotted a scroll on a table. Picking it up, he examined it, and his expression grew grave. The atmosphere around them shifted, becoming noticeably tense. "What is it, teacher?" Uchiha Shin inquired. Something has gone awry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a cart traversed the mountain path surrounded by woods. With Orochimaru, now clad in a fresh kimono, at the reins, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Orochimaru has a penchant for kimonos? Why else would he be so fond of wearing them? He pondered this psychological quirk of Orochimaru in his mind. Ninjas rarely don traditional kimonos. So the illustrious Orochimaru has remained single for so long, possibly due to the absence of women in kimonos surrounding him. This pondering leads him to gradually transform into a pervert, ultimately choosing to embody a female figure merely to indulge himself in the sight. At this thought, Uchiha Tatsu shivered involuntarily, increasingly convinced of its plausibility. While Uchiha Tatsu was deep in analysis, his companion, Mikoto, remained silently observant, her gaze fixed upon him. At the rear of the carriage sat the yellow-haired, foolish-looking rope tree, whose appearance paled in comparison to the other three. He diminished the overall aesthetic appeal of the carriage. At that moment, he was bent over, obstructing the view of those in front, as he meticulously counted his gold bars. Having recounted the few bars multiple times, he tucked them back into his undergarments. Once secured, he resumed his usual exuberance. "At last, we can return to Konoha," Rope Tree exclaimed with glee. His words elicited smiles from the group. Uchiha Tatsu rolled comfortably within the carriage. After a night's rest in Robe Town, they embarked on their journey back to Konoha. Unlike their hurried arrival, their return was leisurely in a carriage, as all three bore various injuries. As for Robe Town, Konoha would subsequently dispatch ninjas to take charge, leaving them unperturbed. Everyone had endured a strenuous period. Orochimaru chuckled softly, having departed from Robe Town, his previously taut expression gradually relaxing. Since accepting this mission, the four of them had been engaged in it for nearly a week. Orochimaru had to remain vigilant about the safety of the trio. Thus his nerves were in a constant state of high alert. "Upon my return, I shall purchase 100 comic books featuring various types of professional women." Rope Tree rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Now that he had money again, he could indulge in numerous comics centered around romantic escapades. The comic books he had secretly acquired over the years had all been sold off at a meager price by his sister, Tsunade. "Rope Tree, before your mission, Tsunade-sensei laid down some conditions. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Uchiha Tatsu remarked. "A long-lost memory of that 800 years ago. Allow me to remind you." She insisted that 70% of your mission reward be surrendered to her, promising to save it for your future. "But I am merely 9 years old. What need have I for retirement? A single night would suffice for her to squander it." Uchiha Tatsu shrugged, feeling helpless, as he too had to remit 20% of his earnings to Tsunade. As she often said, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After all, her gambling habits had left her in dire debt. Suddenly, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, sensing a summons. "What is it, Orochimaru-sensei?" Uchiha Tatsu keenly perceived the shift in Orochimaru's demeanor. "It appears that intelligence from Konoha has arrived," Orochimaru replied, slicing open his thumb and forming seals within the carriage. The art of spirit communication summoned forth a diminutive red serpent. The serpent glanced at Orochimaru and then extruded a viscous scroll from its mouth. Uchiha Shin felt a familiar queasiness rising within him. He had been experiencing an unsettling desire to retch of late. He came to realize that his obsession with cleanliness was, at times, not merely a personal affliction, but could also be a reaction to the influences of those around him. Orochimaru, however, remained unfazed by the slimy residue on the scroll. He wiped it on the bag of Shinshu before unfurling the scroll. Shinshu remarked that it had been procured for him from the land of soup at a considerable shipping expense, now rendered wasteful. Orochimaru quietly perused the latest intelligence transmitted from Konoha. The letter he had discovered in the cellar had already been relayed to Konoha. The correspondents commanded the leader of Rogu town to transport the collected treasures and promptly head to the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain, where a small gold mine had been uncovered. The letter bore the signature of Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Shin regarded this with skepticism. After all, such confidential missives were typically destroyed by ninjas upon reading. It was inconceivable that one would remain in a secret chamber. Furthermore, the gold mine was, strictly speaking, situated within the territory of the land of fire. Even Hanzo, despite his inflated self-image, could not possibly consider himself the god of ninjas, capable of single-handedly facing 10 adversaries. The land of fire was the mightiest of the 5 great nations, and given the current precarious situation, a misstep could precipitate a ninja world war. He could provoke the land of grass without consequence, but would he dare to incite Konoha's sensitive nerves? It would take madness to attempt such a thing. Thus, was the ninja truly from the land of rain? Was the content of this letter genuine? Uchiha Shin harbored doubts, perceiving this as a potential trap. Yet, whether it was indeed a trap was not for him to determine, and Konoha was no longer under his dominion. Though the third Hokage frequently proclaimed them to be the successors to the Hokage, no ninja had approached him to discuss the specifics of succession. In truth, he remained a mere pawn, an inconsequential figure in the grand scheme of things, entirely detached from the concerns of Konoha's higher-ups. Orochimaru tucked the letter away in silence. Uchiha Shin and the others would not foolishly inquire about its contents. The shinobi regulations were explicit. Certain matters were not to be questioned lightly. After all, Orochimaru was the leading jonin, while they were merely students, lacking the standing to inquire about such classified information. If Orochimaru wished to divulge anything, he would do so. If not, it was simple. They were not worthy of knowing. Uchiha Shin turned over, seeking a more comfortable position to lie down. The carriage jostled along the road, lulling him into drowsiness. He found a peculiar enjoyment in the sensation of the swaying vehicle. Orochimaru turned his head, his golden eyes fixed upon Uchiha Shin. By the way, Shin, is your body truly all right? The wound on Uchiha Shin's chest was still in the process of healing. Despite having been injured, he seemed to exhibit no outward signs of distress. Uchiha Shin smiled gently and waved his right hand, indicating that he was completely unscathed. A man must not admit defeat. Such an injury is nothing to me. That's good to hear. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Shin felt somewhat perplexed. What was this sudden display of concern? Such tender dialogue should not emerge from Orochimaru's lips. The carriage proceeded slowly forward, approaching a crossroads in the distance. If one turned right and continued straight, they would reach Konoha. Just as they were about to pass the intersection, Orochimaru subtly veered left. After a moment, Uchiha Shin could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Sensei, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? We seem to be moving further away from Konoha. Indeed, we have just received a new mission. Konoha has dispatched us to investigate a small gold mine. But I am injured. I just asked if your injury was serious. I was considering abandoning this mission if you truly could not manage. However, you claimed you were perfectly fine. My chest aches terribly, Orochimaru-sensei. It's nothing. Coincidentally, Tsunade's team is nearby. We are to collaborate with them on this mission. She can assist with your treatment. I remember she has a remarkable technique involving leeches. Would you care to give it a try? It's quite delightful." Meanwhile, in a certain subterranean depth of the ninja world, an elderly man reclined in a massive wooden chair. His hair, entirely white and cascading down his back, framed his face, which was shrouded in a black robe. His eyes closed. This region was enveloped in darkness. From within the shadows, the ground appeared to twist slowly, eventually giving rise to a pair of pure white beings with brown hair. The old man opened his eyes, revealing mesmerizing concentric purple ripples that drew one into their depths. In the vast expanse, an enormous humanoid figure loomed. This figure possessed 9 eyes, its color reminiscent of withered wood, with 10 column-like protrusions rising from its back. Various white beings hung suspended around this humanoid, each bearing a striking resemblance to the first Hokage. "Madara-sama, the message has been delivered," spoke a white being with a spiral face to the elder. The old man nodded. "That rascal Orochimaru has delivered the letter to Konoha. The third Hokage has dispatched Tsunade and Orochimaru to investigate," another white being remarked. "As I anticipated, though Sarutobi professes a doctrine of compassion akin to Hashirama's, he is, at his core, quite hypocritical. Coupled with that cunning rat Shimura by his side, they will undoubtedly not relinquish this gold mine, The old man stated coolly. Madara-sama, why not inform Konoha of our plans? Would it not be better for the Rain Country to secretly extract the gold? The spiral-faced being inquired. Indeed. Did you not claim to despise Konoha? I merely seek a bit of amusement for myself, akin to a small dessert after a meal, the elder replied nonchalantly. Madara-sama, I have a question I wish to pose to you. The white being suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. What question? Madara, noticing the gravity of the inquiry, assumed it was of significant importance. What is dessert? Once a man, now like me, free from the need for sustenance. You must surely comprehend the essence of desserts, those delights that prompt the call of nature. The elderly man disregarded the somewhat eccentric clone before him. With a gentle sigh, he reflected on the tranquility that had enveloped the 5 great nations since the last shinobi war, a stillness akin to a stagnant pool. Ever since the passing of Hashirama, my boredom has reached its zenith. Nothing stirs my excitement. I can only hope that this so-called 5 great nations will not let me down. The old man grimaced. Will this not incite war? Inquired the spiral-faced entity. You are not human. You are merely a clone of my making. Is it customary to converse with one's creator in such a manner? The elder retorted with a light snort. You yourself claim to abhor war, the spiral face responded. Somewhat aggrieved. I detest war, yet this conflict was not of my instigation. At most, I merely added a touch of prelude to this war. This gold mine serves as a lubricant. I merely sought to ease the rigidity of all participants, so that the engagement would be thrilling for everyone involved. To me, it is merely a game to please myself, nothing more. Gazing at the white clone before him, the old man found himself unusually loquacious. Why am I even discussing this with you? You lack the understanding. You are not Hashirama. You are merely his clone. If Hashirama were present, he would grasp my sentiments. Only in his company can I find excitement, he lamented. Alas, the seeds of this war were sown long ago, from the moment Hashirama established the village and nation system. The desire to protect peace, born of selfishness, will inevitably lead to conflict. To safeguard love, war must ensue. This is an inextricable cause and effect relationship. No one can evade it. Hashirama, you fail to perceive reality. Yet these eyes, born of our union, reveal to you the truth. I see that under the new order you have created, discontent still prevails. The elder caressed his eyes. The longer I live, the more I perceive that reality is steeped in anguish, pain, and solitude. Without you, I am truly lonely, he sighed. Sir, do you share a close relationship with the first Hokage? Inquired another white entity. The spiral face sought to cover its mouth, but it was too late. One cannot say it is close. Rather, it is unique. I feel as though I have known him in a past life. At that time, one of my brothers had just perished in battle. Between disappointment and despair, I mourned endlessly for a minor setback. The elder was lost in reminiscence. Then I encountered Hashirama. It was he who warmed my spirit. Hashirama imparted to me that even after suffering, even amidst disappointment, we must adhere to our ninja way. Yet, I found him hypocritical. The ninja way offers no solace for the soul. What was once confusion remains confusion. Thus, the old man continued to speak endlessly. Here we go again. Once this old man enters this state, he cannot cease his musings on Hashirama, the spiral face remarked with resignation. After half an hour, the elder finally felt fatigued. He paused, reflecting, I never anticipated I would one day feel this frail and decrepit. If it were not for the old demon statue, who once again chuckled, though this laughter bore a tinge of desolation. How is it on Nagato's side? The old man inquired, seemingly slowly closing his eyelids amid the darkness. Everything is normal. They have settled in the land of rain. The memories of that child's parents regarding Uzumaki village have been sealed away. The elder nodded. And what of the Uchiha clan? I instructed you to keep a close watch on them, seeking out any intriguing children. What progress have you made? Why are you, an old man, so interested in children? Can't we? The elder huffed in dissatisfaction. Well, I recently discovered a particularly fascinating child. The spiral face, sensing the elder's displeasure, hastily replied, do tell. That child is the son of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami. The elder rose, leaning on his scythe, known as the judgment of death. Let me think. Kagami. Yes, I remember that child. Indeed, he was quite exceptional. I once considered him as my successor, but alas, he became a disciple of that man. The elder's expression soured. That man, is he Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage? Inquired the white figure. Indeed, an exceedingly bothersome fellow. However, he has long since passed. And quite miserably at that, the aged voice chuckled, the laughter growing louder yet somewhat strained due to his advanced years, culminating in a violent fit of coughing. Lord Madara, are you all right? Of no consequence. By the way, to whom did Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan fall? In terms of scenery, besides the first day which stirred a bit of excitement among the three individuals, thereafter they began to find the journey quite tedious. The trio inside the carriage, all injured, were undoubtedly experiencing a carriage ride for the first time. After all, ninjas typically relied on their own legs. Unlike the ever-energetic Shoju, Mikoto quickly succumbed to drowsiness upon boarding. The little girl, adorably sleepy, dozed off against Uchiha Tachi's shoulder, ultimately surrendering to her fatigue. The swaying of the carriage indeed induced a sense of drowsiness. Given her age, Mikoto was undoubtedly still in elementary school in her previous life. Despite the precociousness of the Naruto world, she was merely a little over 9 years old. In his past life, Uchiha Itachi should have been at least 3 years into his journey, facing the highest stakes. Uchiha Itachi gently adjusted Mikoto's disheveled hair as she leaned against him. He then opened the carriage window. The pace was leisurely, and as he gazed outside, he observed they were traversing a narrow path within the forest. The land of fire, blessed with ample rainfall, boasted fertile land on either side, the forest stretching endlessly. With a gentle breeze flowing through the window, Uchiha Itachi noted they would require 3 more days to reach the first town for resupply and rest. Suddenly, he remembered that upon slaying that Jonin, the system had notified him of task completion. It seemed he had neglected the system for quite some time. It was not that he wished to forget it, but rather that his accumulation of points had been painfully slow, and the requirements for leveling up were exceedingly high. In recent years, with the enhancement of Uchiha Shin's strength, acquiring points in the Ninja Academy has become increasingly arduous. Presently, Minato and Shoju have lost all value, having transformed entirely into liabilities. It is more advantageous to accrue points through personal training. However, having just completed his first mission, it is likely that he will receive a substantial amount of ninja points. With this thought, Uchiha Shin activated his holographic projection. Before him, the system displayed the following information. Host, Uchiha Shin Country, Land of Fire Age, 9 years Comprehensive Strength Index, an unparalleled existence among Chunin Chakra Level, 9, 34002000, Taijutsu Level, 10, 5003000, Shuriken Jutsu Level, 7, 60012000, Ninjutsu Level, 9, 5002000, Genjutsu Level, 10, 6113000, Wind Attribute Level, 6, 6004000, Fire Attribute Level, 8, 7801600, Lightning Attribute Level, 8, 5801600, Water Attribute Level, 3, 02000, Earth Attribute Level, 3, 02000, Sealing Technique Level, 3, 02000, Yang Attribute Level, 3, 02000, In Attribute Level, 3, 02000, Sharingan. Not yet activated. Remaining ninja points, 26,000 indeed. His ninja points have significantly increased compared to before. Levels 8 to 10 denote the Chunin tier, and Uchiha Chun now possesses 6 attributes within this rank, with 2 having reached level 10. The attributes displayed on this panel are far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age due to their remarkable comprehensiveness. Over the years, Uchiha Chun has primarily allocated his points towards enhancing his chakra, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Chakra serves as the fundamental basis for a ninja's existence. Although the Uchiha clan possesses an advantage in chakra compared to ordinary ninjas, the disparity is not as vast as one might think. His body is still developing and has not yet reached the high-speed growth phase. It is improbable for a 9-year-old Uchiha to possess chakra at level 9. As the Uchiha clan is not renowned for an abundance of chakra, the chakra level Uchiha Shin currently exhibits is a product of his investments in ninja points, built upon the foundation of a typical 9-year-old. The same principle applies to taijutsu. At 9 years old, his body is still in the developmental stage, making extreme training unfeasible without risking injury. Taijutsu has always been one of Uchiha Shin's trump cards, and he has consistently focused on enhancing it with ninja points. The investment in ninjutsu attributes has significantly improved his comprehension and learning capabilities in this area. Thus, these 3 aspects have remained the focal point of Uchiha Shin's enhancements. This method has proven to be the most effective way for him to rapidly elevate his prowess over the past few years. As for shuriken throwing and hand seals, Uchiha Shin no longer wastes his points on those attributes. He relies solely on personal training for their advancement. In his youth, Uchiha Shin was naive and thought of himself as a nobleman, believing he should augment all attributes. Eventually, he came to the bitter realization that he was, in fact, a destitute individual. He lamented his ignorance of the value of points in his youth, now left to weep alone in his later years, regretting his past decisions. As for the elemental affinities of wind, fire, and lightning, there was no need for Uchiha Shin to allocate points to them. With a profound understanding of ninjutsu at level 9, he had already achieved the transformation of fire and lightning attributes, thus elevating them to level 8. Now, his task was to master the transformation of the wind attribute. To enhance his strength further, Uchiha Shin realized he had to await his physical development while also accumulating points. However, amassing ninja points was no simple endeavor. Unlike Kuin, who began with a system that enabled effortless upgrades, Uchiha Shin turned his attention to his yin and yang attributes, which he had not invested heavily in thus far. Initially, after allocating a few levels, he found the results negligible and could not immediately enhance his power, leading him to abandon further investment. Yet, as the points required for other aspects increased, the significance of yin and yang attributes became increasingly apparent. These attributes could influence his other abilities, with their importance becoming more pronounced in the later stages. Thus, if he wished to grow stronger, he needed to invest in these two facets. Consequently, Uchiha Shin devoted all his ninja points to enhancing his yin and yang attributes. Congratulations! The yang attribute has increased to level 5. Congratulations! The yang attribute has increased to level 6. At level 6, the host would experience substantial improvements in vitality and chakra recovery. Congratulations! The yin attribute has increased to level 5. Congratulations! The yin attribute has increased to level 6. At level 6, the host would see significant advancements in illusion techniques and mental strength. The system information updated. The host's remaining ninja points stand at 2,000. Though his body showed no immediate changes, Uchiha Shin was aware that gradual transformations were underway. As for illusion techniques, he still refrained from allocating any points. This was not due to a lack of appreciation. Rather, he recognized that, akin to taijutsu, illusion techniques were among the highest attributes. Uchiha Shin discovered that his body possessed a remarkable aptitude for illusions, requiring minimal investment to achieve substantial progress. Of course, he would never admit as much, attributing his success solely to his hard work. Much like Kushina, who consistently denied her abundant chakra, or Konoha Shoin, who downplayed his family's influence. He too refrained from acknowledging his advantages. As the saying goes, not fond of peeping on Jiraiya, despising gambling Tsunade, and loathing forbidden arts Orochimaru. A typical family like Shoin's. Moderate talent in Minato, average illusion skills in Uchiha, the ugliest in Konoha being Mikoto, and lastly, a low chakra reserve in Kushina. Well, that encapsulates the essence of it. Observing his once substantial savings dwindle down to merely 2,000, Uchiha Shin felt a pang of regret. The system is perpetually insatiable, demanding tributes at all hours, leaving Uchiha Shin feeling as though he is being relentlessly drained each day. In the past, when his strength was modest, earning points was relatively effortless. And coupled with his physical training, Uchiha Shin often found himself with a surplus of resources. He even had the leisure to enhance other attributes. Thus, the pressing question arises, how can one refuse the system's incessant demands for tributes? Were it not for this intangible system, Uchiha Shin would be inclined to confront it directly, venting his frustrations and imparting a lesson on the beauty of flowers. After traversing the dense forest for over 3 days, they emerged onto a well-trodden path, leading them to a modest town nestled within the jaws of Orochimaru. One cannot help but question whether such dilapidated, makeshift accommodations merit the title of a town. I could readily accept the notion of a village, but this? As they ventured deeper into the town, an air of tension permeated the atmosphere, more palpable than that of Konoha. The proximity to the border heightened their awareness. Various ninjas were present, undertaking missions amidst the backdrop of regions embroiled in conflict. The scars of war were evident, with numerous refugees lining the streets, pleading for sustenance and aid. Their ragged attire and sorrowful expressions painted a poignant picture. With many families struggling to survive, their children's faces coated in dust, invoking a sense of deep pity. However, Orochimaru remained aloof. his gaze fixed ahead as he navigated the dilapidated streets, seemingly indifferent to the plight surrounding him. Soon, the carriage came to a halt outside a rather shabby inn, which appeared to be their lodging for the night. Uchiha Shin couldn't help but speculate whether this inn held significance related to their task, for Orochimaru's choices often bore deeper meanings that required his subtle contemplation. Dismounting the carriage, Uchiha Shin and Mikoto followed suit. Orochimaru addressed them. "We are now quite close to the border. We shall rest here tonight and set off again at dawn." With that, he strode into the inn. "Wait, where's Shinshu?" Mikoto inquired. "He's still asleep in the carriage. I'll go wake him. Wait here for me." Mikoto nodded in agreement. "Hey, Shinshu, wake up. We've arrived," Uchiha Shin called, gently shaking him. Startled awake, Shinshu quickly assumed a defensive posture, his left hand instinctively reaching for his ninja pouch, while his right ventured towards his pants. Still here," he confirmed, relaxing slightly. "We've arrived at a small town. We'll rest here tonight." "Oh," Shinshu replied, immediately easing his tension. He removed his hand from his face, flicking away the remnants of sleep. Upon disembarking, they found Mikoto waiting for them, and they hurried inside. Although the exterior of the inn was shabby, the interior was surprisingly clean. Inside, only Orochimaru stood at the counter. "Sensei, where's the proprietor?" Uchiha Shin inquired. "He just stepped away to change clothes." "What? At this hour, with guests present?" Uchiha Shin felt a sense of perplexity, for Orochimaru was not the type to exhibit patience towards an ordinary individual. Yet, to his surprise, Orochimaru displayed no signs of impatience and remained standing there. After a while, when no one emerged, a woman in her 30s hurried out from the room. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she possessed an undeniable grace. As she approached, it felt as if a gentle spring breeze caressed Lugu Lake, and autumn rains nourished Jusagu. Thoughts unbidden floated into one's mind, and sentiments unexpressed resounded within the heart, especially accentuated by the kimono she wore. Uchiha Shin and his companions exchanged curious glances at Orochimaru, who was similarly adorned. Understanding dawned upon Uchiha Shin as he observed Orochimaru's momentary distraction. He believed he had deciphered the deeper intention behind Orochimaru's visit. How astute Orochimaru was, for he immediately sensed the three gazes directed at him. In a raspy voice, he explained that he had previously embarked on missions with Tsunade and Jiraiya, frequently lodging here, thus familiarizing himself with the surroundings. "Oh, acquaintances," Uchiha Shin elongated his tone, revealing an expression of comprehension. "Esteemed ninjas, please proceed upstairs. The room you frequently inhabit has been tidied." Although she referred to them as esteemed ninjas, her eyes remained fixed on Orochimaru. She led the way and halted before the last room, opening the door to reveal a simple, yet impeccably clean space. "Very well. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, my lord, simply command me," the woman said, bowing to Orochimaru before departing. "I shall procure some supplies. You may explore the area, as it remains relatively safe," Orochimaru stated nonchalantly before exiting the room as well. Although their provisions were not particularly abundant, the appetite of a ninja was substantial. While military rations could stave off hunger, they were undoubtedly classified as strategic dry resources, with several of them nursing injuries. Such sustenance was ill-suited for consumption. Thus, Orochimaru's words held merit. As for what Orochimaru was truly up to, they were left in the dark. Yet they could scarcely question their mentor's character. He certainly did not strike one as the type to lure children to view goldfish. Uchiha Shin opened the window, and the sunset poured in, casting shadows as night began to fall. Smoke wafted from homes throughout the small town, a testament to the evening's cooking. Mikoto retrieved several packets of fine tea leaves from her scroll, intending to brew a pot with the hot water available in the room. "Let us venture out for a stroll," she suggested. After days confined within the carriage, despite Mikoto's company and efforts to alleviate his boredom, Uchiha Shin felt as though he were growing idle. Mikoto never declined his proposals. The tea packets she had intended to open were set aside once more as she rose to accompany Uchiha Shin out of the room. Observing this, Shoju, the ever-present light bulb, followed suit. Since Orochimaru declared that this place is safe before departing, it must indeed be secure. Although various nations are currently amassing troops at the borders, there remains a degree of restraint among all parties in the short term. The interior of the Land of Fire has yet to feel even the slightest ripple of turmoil. It is worth noting, however, that the burden of taxation on the common folk has undoubtedly increased. After all, warfare fundamentally revolves around attrition. The beneficiaries of such conflicts will always be those positioned at the upper echelons of the food chain. Uchiha Shin led Mikoto out of the somewhat dilapidated inn, guiding her along the solitary main road of the small town, with Shoju trailing behind like a loyal shadow. If one were to adhere to the conventions of fantasy novels, Uchiha Shin would be portrayed as a figure of arrogance, parading through the village with his subservient companions. Mikoto, of course, would be the woman he had forcibly taken, while Shoju would serve as the sycophant and enforcer. Yet, no protagonist appeared to challenge Uchiha Shin's authority. The only souls nearby were impoverished and gaunt. To Uchiha Shin's surprise, at the end of the town stood an abandoned shrine, long forsaken by the dwindling populace, who scarcely had enough to eat, let alone concern themselves with such places of worship. Shoju shook his head, reminiscing. However, my grandmother once spoke of a land called the Country of Demons, where shrines flourished. In her youth, she traveled there and recounted fascinating tales of their sealing techniques. It is said to be a mysterious nation inhabited by priestesses. A glimmer of longing danced in Shoju's eyes. Uchiha Shin nodded in agreement, suggesting, in due course, we might venture to see if the priestesses there are as beautiful as they say. If they are, we shall bring them back to Konoha. Both Uchiha Shin and Shoju wore mischievous grins, while Mikoto chuckled softly, her smile growing increasingly frigid. Uchiha Shin promptly closed his mouth. As Uchiha Shin and his companions had entered the town in the evening, their excursion had not lasted long before the dimly lit oil lamps flickered to life, casting a muted glow across the streets. In this town, where electricity was a foreign concept, one could hardly expect more. After their stroll, they returned to the inn. Since the establishment did not provide meals, Mikoto took it upon herself to prepare dinner in the inn's kitchen. The ingredients had been procured with silver coins exchanged with the town's residents. Given her efforts, the meal turned out to be quite bountiful. Mikoto's culinary skills were commendable, having learned to cook from a young age. In this regard, she could easily surpass several iterations of Kushina. Of course, Uchiha Shin had no standing to critique Kushina, for his own cooking was far less palatable. For the past few years, Uchiha Shin had thrived on Mikoto's home-cooked meals. As Shoju put it, Uchiha Shin had been effectively spoiled by Mikoto. As Mikoto enjoyed her dinner, she would occasionally place morsels of meat from her plate into Uchiha Shin's bowl, embodying the essence of a gentle wife. It would have been even more delightful had Shoju not been present. Observe how the esteemed Orochimaru possesses a keen awareness of his surroundings. He claimed to be stepping out for supplies, yet Uchiha Tatsu has not seen him since. One cannot ascertain whether he genuinely went for provisions or perhaps to deliver milk. After finishing dinner, Uchiha Tatsu savored a sip of tea prepared by Mikoto, a sensation reminiscent of returning to the village. Typically, after school, they would gather in a similar manner. Just as Uchiha Tatsu was about to utter a few words, a commotion erupted from the room above. "Ah, there's a snake. Help!" A piercing voice suddenly resonated from the second floor. The three of them were dining on the first floor, and the sound emanated from their room above. It was unlikely that Orochimaru would be in there. Exhibiting a bashful demeanor, raising his hand to exclaim there was a snake. Such a scenario would be too picturesque. Thus, it must be a thief. It was evident that Shoju also deduced the same, as his expression shifted and he dashed upstairs. "Hey, wasn't your gold bar hidden in your pants? Why the rush?" Could it be that Shoju had secretly stashed away something unbeknownst to Uchiha Tatsu? "Let me see what is going on." After uttering this, Uchiha Tatsu rose and hurried upstairs. Upon opening the door, he found Shoju already standing there. Mikoto followed closely behind Uchiha Tatsu. Inside, Uchiha Tatsu discovered a small child, clutching the backpack that Shoju had procured from the land of soup. My word, what a discerning eye. The child was ensnared by the large white creature summoned by Uchiha Tatsu. This was merely a precautionary measure, yet who would have thought it would prove useful? The child appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, emaciated as though he had not eaten in quite some time. He seemed terrified of snakes. Nevertheless, he stubbornly clutched Shoju's backpack. Yet, the grip of the large white creature tightened, and the child began to falter. "Die, release him," Uchiha Tatsu urged, fearing that the creature might inadvertently strangle the child. Once freed, the little one did not cease his resistance. He shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Tatsu, then seized the backpack and dashed toward the window. Clearly, he had climbed through there. Shoju would not allow him to escape. He reached out to seize the child. The boy, however, turned and attempted to bite Shoju's hand. Oh dear, he can bite. Yet, he was no match for Shoju. In an instant, Shoju tripped him. Shoju retrieved his backpack and hurriedly exited to investigate. Uchiha Tatsu's eyes gleamed with insight. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dai-bai, who quietly followed Shoju outside. TCH. To think you could slip past my notice, Shoju. You are still quite inexperienced. Uchiha Tatsu grasped the child's ankle and lifted him, shaking him gently. From his grasp fell a wallet, Uchiha Tatsu's wallet. Upon dislodging the wallet, Uchiha Tatsu did not cease his actions, continuing to shake until several articles of clothing tumbled out. Just how many items did you pilfer? Such petty thieves abound in the outside world. However, it was the first time that Uchiha Shun encountered someone brazen enough to steal from a ninja, truly fearless. After revealing the stolen item, Uchiha Chun casually tossed the small boy in his hand, landing squarely on the mat. The boy let out a pained cry, clutching his head. Feigning innocence, are we? Just then, Orochimaru, who had been absent for a long while, slowly emerged. Just a petty thief, Uchiha Chun replied. The shopkeeper, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Still clad in her elegant kimono, she looked at the group and addressed Orochimaru. Please forgive her this once, esteemed ninja. Your relative? Orochimaru inquired with interest. No. This child is merely a war orphan, having fled from another place. I took pity on her and occasionally provided her with some food, the woman explained. Oh, you are capable of such kindness? This is quite uncharacteristic of you, Orochimaru rasped. An orphan's survival amidst war is already a challenge, especially for a girl, the woman continued. A girl? Uchiha Chun rubbed his eyes and gazed at the short-haired child. Her face was smudged with dirt, bearing the signs of malnutrition, dressed in tattered boy's clothing, with mucus running from her nose. Are you certain this creature is a soft and adorable girl? The being referred to as a girl exuded a foul odor, her attire being in tatters. She stood with her hands clasped behind her, appearing somewhat anxious, her eyes squinting as she gazed at the woman who had rescued her. Her originally golden hair had turned a dull gray from neglect. Could this be Minato's sister, missing for many years? If so, this is a grave jest. I might very well be killed by Minato, Uchiha Shin pondered, scrutinizing her closely for any resemblance to Minato. Fortunately, aside from her hair, there were no striking similarities. However, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but admire the audacity of engaging in such petty antics under the watchful eyes of ninjas. Yet, there existed a substantial risk. If they encountered a ninja with a foul temper, even if they were to kill the thief, no one would raise an eyebrow. The life of a pauper held little value. Observing her gaunt appearance, Uchiha Chun understood her plight. She must be ravenous. Due to her malnutrition, her actual age might be slightly older than she appeared. In this era, commoners endured great hardships, oppressed by nobles and landlords, and occasionally encountering ninjas who might take a disliking to them, resulting in dire consequences. For a ninja, as long as they did not deliberately set out to massacre a multitude of innocent civilians, they bore no responsibility for the accidental death of a few. Nevertheless, it was clear that none of them had intended to harm the child, especially with the woman pleading for her. Orochimaru's golden gaze turned toward the woman. You aren't considering sending her there, are you? Indeed, the woman nodded. Given your background, you should be acutely aware of the brutality there. Have you not yearned to escape at all, yet you wish to send her back? Orochimaru chuckled, a hissing sound escaping his lips. Certainly. The situation is preferable to the current state of affairs. She wishes to survive and has no choice but to venture there. The woman shook her head. Uchiha Chun and the others were utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the silent exchange between the two. What is all this about here and there? It is evident that there is a story between you. Why the pretense? As if no one understands the unspoken language. Uchiha Chun scoffed, and he began to form some conjectures regarding the woman's identity. Get lost, Orochimaru said to the young boy. Wait. Meichin suddenly called out to the girl. She placed some of her clothes and a bit of money into the girl's hands. The girl glanced at Meichin and the others, hesitating to accept. Take it. Why refuse what you've stolen through your own efforts? Uchiha Chun remarked, although he had already tucked his wallet securely into his pocket. Oh, that does make a certain sense. The boy pondered for a moment before snatching the items and leaping out the window. For them, it was merely a trifling matter. After all, it was unlikely they would encounter this boy again. After a restful night, Orochimaru and his companions resumed their quest. Based on Uchiha Chun's observations, at their current pace, they would likely reach their destination within 2 days. However, Uchiha Chun was not idle. He began to seek Orochimaru's guidance on the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra. He had previously mastered both lightning and fire attributes with relative ease, but encountered difficulties with the wind. It appeared that his level 9 ninja technique attributes were insufficient. Yet, he found himself devoid of ninja points to advance. Fortunately, he had a versatile teacher like Orochimaru at his side, akin to a portable sage. "How far have you progressed?" Orochimaru inquired. Since leaving the inn, he had seemed somewhat sullen, exuding an aura that discouraged interaction. "I've merely grasped a slight sensation. Yet I am far from the first step." Uchiha Shin indicated towards the leaf in his palm, which bore a cut. "There is no need to utilize the leaf at this moment. The difficulty is considerable, and the chakra conductivity is too low," Orochimaru stated solemnly. He then retrieved a crumpled piece of white paper from his pocket. A surge of chakra emanated from Orochimaru's hand, transforming into a razor-sharp wind attribute chakra as it separated from his body, instantly cleaving the paper in two. With a slight tremor of his hand, the paper disintegrated into fragments. "Impressive, quite formidable," Uchiha Shin nodded in acknowledgement. "You may wish to try it. The chakra conductivity within the paper is significantly superior to that of the leaf." "Indeed. But where am I to procure such paper? Isn't there an H-manga book in Shinju's bag? Just take it out and utilize it. After a few days, Tsunade will discover it and sell it anyway, so it is better to make use of it now," Orochimaru suggested. Uchiha Shin nodded and glanced at the still sleeping Shinju. "Having watched the rope tree 5 or 6 times, the plot has become thoroughly familiar to me, so there is no need to specially greet the rope tree." With great care, Uchiha Shin retrieved the manga. Oh, how regretful it would be to tear it apart. He hesitated, reluctant to take action. Yet, in the face of Mikoto's icy smile, he had no choice but to proceed. Following the method suggested by Orochimaru, Uchiha Shin tested the manga paper. Indeed, the incision was significantly larger than that of a leaf. The following 2 days unfolded with a tranquility akin to a still surface of water. Whenever the mood struck, Uchiha Shin and Mikoto engaged in conversation. In moments of boredom, he would lie down to refine his chakra or practice the transformation of wind attribute chakra. Amidst this seemingly mundane journey, time slipped swiftly through their fingers, and they finally reached their destination. To his astonishment, it was far grander than he had anticipated. Uchiha Shin had expected a dilapidated town. Outside the town, while Orochimaru handled the entry formalities, Uchiha Shin lifted the curtain of the carriage door. Gazing at the towering walls and the vigilant ninjas stationed atop, this place bore a striking resemblance to Konoha, indicating it was indeed a stronghold for the war efforts. The land of fire is vast, and once war breaks out, the logistics of resource allocation are sluggish. Thus, a significant amount of supplies would be concentrated here in advance, ready to be dispatched to various battlefields when the time comes, saving considerable time. The three of them peered into the town from the entrance. From what Uchiha Shin could see, the main thoroughfare was paved with square bricks, and the buildings on either side were constructed with remarkably sturdy earth techniques. Most of the individuals around were ninjas, along with provisions transported from various regions of the Land of Fire. With such a multitude of ninjas and stringent defenses, there was no place in the Land of Fire that could compare. Only Konoha could rival it, but the atmosphere of war in Konoha was entirely incomparable to this place. The thought of resting in such a location tonight, finally free from the confines of a cramped carriage and the desolation of the wilderness, made Uchiha Shin feel as though his injuries were healing and his movements became noticeably lighter. Once the entry formalities were completed, Orochimaru returned. "All right, let's disembark," he announced, clapping his hands. "Are we to walk in?" Uchiha Shin inquired, puzzled, for he had observed other carriages entering, and it seemed illogical for them to be left behind. Were they looked down upon for not being ninjas? "Not at all. We shall not enter," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. What? Uchiha Shin realized they had merely come to the entrance for a brief visit. How disappointing. "Where will we sleep tonight?" the equally disheartened rope tree asked. "We will be staying with Tsunade's team tonight," Orochimaru responded. Uchiha Shin recalled that their team consisted entirely of young women. "Oh, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten," he exclaimed, eager to join Tsunade and the others who awaited them. Uchiha Shin promptly slung his backpack over his shoulders, and alongside Orochimaru, they dashed toward the forest with spirited enthusiasm. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the site where they would spend the night, only to be greeted by the sight of a dilapidated tent. The once military green canvas was now cloaked in a layer of dust, transforming it into a drab gray. The three of them, burdened with their luggage, stood momentarily in a stupor. Well, we have arrived, remarked Orochimaru, nodding in satisfaction. Farewell, my quaint little town. Farewell, my soft, inviting bed. He was the first to step inside the tent, followed closely by Uchiha Shin and the others. Upon entering, Uchiha Shin discovered that the interior was rather dim. The furnishings were sparse, consisting of merely a table and a stool, and Tsunade was sprawled atop the table, fast asleep. Tsunade-sama, please wake up, urged the slug beside her. Kushina-chan, I assure you, I was not asleep, Tsunade replied, lifting her head and reaching for the pen on the table. Upon seeing that it was Orochimaru and the others, she ceased her pretense, wiping the drool from her mouth and stifling a large yawn. What took you so long to arrive? She chided as she spoke. Orochimaru, unfazed by Tsunade's tone, replied in a raspy voice. It seems you have been living quite leisurely lately, Tsunade. Humph. It's all your fault for sending such dreadful intelligence. I am utterly exhausted from the daily grind of scouting that gold mine, she retorted. Ah, Chun and Mikoto, it has been quite some time, Tsunade greeted them warmly. Tsunade-sensei. It has indeed been a while, Uchiha Shin responded. Tsunade-sama, it has been a while, Mikoto echoed. Hey, sister, you inexplicably ignored my presence. Am I truly that insignificant? Shoju exclaimed, vexed. Oh, is that not my foolish little brother? What brings you to this team? Tsunade laughed. Enough, Tsunade. Chun is injured. Please tend to his wounds. Orochimaru reminded her. Oh, injured? Tsunade lifted her face and glanced at Uchiha Shin. Mikoto and Shoju bore only minor injuries, healing quickly, while Uchiha Shin's wound from a kunai in his chest remained unhealed. Humph, what a disgrace for your teacher. To be injured on a mere bandit extermination mission. Do you know that my subordinate has taken down a Chunin this time? Tsunade scoffed. Allow me to correct you, Tsunade. Chun is now my esteemed subordinate and disciple. His injury was incurred while defeating a Jonin. Orochimaru countered with a hint of superiority. What are you so proud of? It is not as if I did not train him well, Tsunade retorted, somewhat indignant. She still harbored resentment toward the third Hokage for transferring Uchiha Shin from her squad. You still require my assistance for healing. Had he remained in my team, such injuries would not have occurred. Tsunade, rising from her seat, stretched languidly. Clad in a Jounin vest and a sleek black ninja outfit, her golden hair was elegantly tied at the back, with her forehead protector casually placed upon the table. In comparison to her future self, the present Tsunade bore little difference aside from her aura. She exuded the vivacious essence of a youthful girl. Although her appearance would remain similar in the years to come, a more mature demeanor would eventually envelop her. Indeed, it was a sense of ripeness and sophistication. Tsunade's figure had transformed. Her chest was no longer as flat as it had been 3 years prior, having developed considerably, though not to the exaggerated extent of her later years. It was a testament to the unpredictable nature of life that even someone like Tsunade had matured. Jiraiya, who often mocked her, would surely never have anticipated such an outcome. A purple diamond marked Tsunade's forehead, a feature that Uchiha Chuan remembered as absent 3 years ago. Evidently, Tsunade had mastered the sealing technique. All right, kid, remove your clothing, she instructed, standing before Uchiha Chuan. Faced with such potentially misleading words from Tsunade, Uchiha Chuan harbored no inappropriate thoughts. He obediently shed his outer garment. While it is said that generosity embodies greatness, Tsunade was quite the opposite, at times. She could be exceedingly magnanimous, yet at others, she exhibited a rather petty nature. On the list of individuals Uchiha Chuan must never provoke, Tsunade certainly ranked within the top 5 in terms of danger. Thus, uttering foolishly flirtatious remarks to Tsunade would only lead one to contemplate the fate of Jiraiya. Providing clarity on one's course of action, a swirl of green chakra emanated from Tsunade's hands, and Uchiha Chuan felt an itch at the wound on his left chest. He could only marvel at the marvels of medical ninjutsu. As Tsunade tended to him, Orochimaru inquired, "By the way, Tsunade, has your team located the gold mine?" Tsunade sighed, expressing her doubts. "I suspect there is no gold mine here at all." Orochimaru squinted at her, incredulously asking, "You mean to say there is absolutely no gold mine?" Tsunade, still focused on her treatment, replied without lifting her gaze, "At least I have not found any evidence of that so-called small gold mine." Uchiha Chuan grimaced, clutching his chest in pain. He had vowed never to accept another A-rank mission, even if it meant starving to death. However, Orochimaru confidently proclaimed that Tsunade had indeed discovered the gold mine. Their task was merely to retrieve the already mined gold, allowing them to effortlessly complete this A-rank mission. Who gave you the audacity to make such claims? Tsunade remarked, continuing her analysis of the situation. The letter you sent indicated that the gold mine is nearly depleted, advising that a ninja from Rogue Town be dispatched for escort. She elaborated, according to the letter, there are several jounin, a few chunin, and a mining team here. Such an evident objective, under the assumption of familiarity with the area, should indeed permit the discovery of some traces with relative ease. They must attend to their sustenance and daily needs. Yet, thus far, my team has uncovered no signs in this vicinity. It can only be concluded that we have been deceived. There is, in fact, no gold mine here. A profound silence enveloped the tent. Tsunade's analysis was astute. The authenticity of the letter's contents is indeed difficult to ascertain. From Tsunade's perspective, her stance aligns with that of Uchiha Shin, deeming the letter to be a fabrication. Tsunade's lengthy discourse ultimately aimed to abandon this mission and return to Konoha. However, the veracity rests in the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Should the Hokage place their faith in Uchiha Shin, then he and his comrades are obliged to fulfill the mission. After all, the worth of a small gold mine is considerable. Konoha's directive was for Tsunade's team, currently stationed nearby, to conduct reconnaissance and ascertain the location of the purported gold mine. Subsequently, they were to coordinate with Orochimaru's team to intercept the ninjas from the Land of Rain and transport the extracted gold back to Konoha. Although the area is expansive, Tsunade's squad includes members from the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans. Ninjas from these two families are renowned for their exceptional reconnaissance skills. It is implausible that they have yet to uncover any trace after such a prolonged period. By the way, what of that ninja? Tsunade inquired. He fled, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Hearing Orochimaru's matter-of-fact tone, Tsunade inhaled deeply, attempting to regain her composure. Worthless. You ought to return home and tend to pigs. To let such an important individual escape is inexcusable. Can you not apply yourself? What else can you possibly accomplish? Tsunade unleashed her ire. Ah, it hurts. In her exertion, she inadvertently struck Uchiha Shin's wound. You may not have learned much else, but you certainly mastered Orochimaru's cowardice. The moment you exert yourself, you whine of pain. Tsunade's rebuke now turned toward Uchiha Shin. In that instant, the tent was filled with the sound of Tsunade's relentless tirade. Aside from Mikoto, the other three were subjected to her scorn. All were acutely aware that provoking Tsunade at this juncture was ill-advised. One could only speculate how much pent-up anger she harbored. Exhausted from her outburst, Tsunade returned to her seat, while Uchiha Shin offered her a back rub and Shinjuro poured her tea. This complicates matters. It is quite possible that the fleeing ninja utilized a summoning beast to alert others, enabling them to conceal themselves. Tsunade appraised. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of such a scenario. He continued, previously your numbers were insufficient, and with the need to monitor significant routes, thorough searches were unattainable. Therefore, this time we must conduct a comprehensive search. Do you have any notion of the fatigue I endure here? I scarcely eat or sleep well. I toil until the late hours daily in search of the gold mine, while Kushina and the others are still outside laboring diligently. Tsunade resumed her lamentations. Yet before she could elaborate, a chorus of laughter erupted from outside. Sister Tsunade, Weevee returned with shaved ice. Such a charming voice, with a hint of peculiar intonation, could only belong to Kushina. Tsunade's complaints abruptly ceased. Orochimaru and his three companions gazed at Tsunade, who had recently been quite irate. How could Kushina, who had agreed to undertake a mission, have gone off to purchase shaved ice instead? This once again affirmed the admonition from the Jonin. Never trust a single punctuation mark. She patted her head, revealing an awkward smile, having completely forgotten about it. Tsunade, the bibimbap you wanted is sold out. Kushina announced as she pushed aside the curtain and entered. Following her was a girl adorned with face paint, and right behind her was another girl with striking white eyes. The trio entered the room, beaming with joy, each carrying an assortment of foodstuffs. Kushina even had a chunk of shaved ice in her mouth. Upon noticing the presence of others in the room, an exuberant Kushina spotted Uchiha Tatsuya, who was giving Tsunade a back massage. Tatsuya, you're here, she exclaimed, bouncing over to him. And Mikoto, and Uncle Orochimaru. Shoju smiled, eagerly awaiting Kushina to call his name, yet she seemed oblivious to his presence. Kushina, this is unacceptable. How could you go shopping during a mission? Tsunade scolded, her expression stern. Didn't you say you could summon slugs to keep watch? Haha, Tsunade chuckled awkwardly. It must be said that Tsunade was indeed quite audacious. The third Hokage had entrusted her with Kushina's safety. Yet she had casually sent the 3 students from the ninja academy to a nearby town for shopping, although the girls carried slugs with them. Allowing Tsunade to rush over in case of an emergency, it was still a bold move. Of course, she might not have been aware that Kushina was destined to become a Jinchuriki. However, even if she were, it's likely she wouldn't have cared, considering she had previously sent Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, on missions without much concern. Having made a mistake, Tsunade sulked in a corner, while Orochimaru took on the role of commander. "I am Orochimaru, the commander of this joint mission," he stated, standing at the forefront. In his raspy voice, he conveyed the mission's objectives clearly. First, secure all roads leading to the land of rain. Second, thoroughly search this area to locate a small gold mine and that team from the land of rain. Now, let the mission commence. Despite the collaboration of 2 teams, Orochimaru chose not to deploy a unified strategy. Instead, he opted for a more perilous approach, dividing the 8 members into 3 smaller teams. Tsunade led the first team, consisting of the 2 girls from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, embarking on a comprehensive search of the area. In Orochimaru's words, they were to turn the place inside out, ensuring they discovered the small gold mine. If they failed, he would report Tsunade's negligence during the mission to the 3rd Hokage. Although Tsunade complained incessantly, she ultimately had no choice but to obediently lead her team. Uchiha Shin, accompanied by Mikoto, Kushina, and Shoju, formed the 3rd squad, stationed at the strategic thoroughfare leading to the land of rain. Naturally, their position was relatively secure, as they operated solely on the periphery. In contrast, Orochimaru took command of the 2nd squad, positioned between Tsunade and Uchiha Shin. This arrangement significantly escalated the level of risk, considering the opposing team included a Jonin and several Chunin. Tsunade's team, aside from her Jonin status, comprised only ungraduated students, lacking even the rank of Genin, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with the formidable Chunin adversaries. Uchiha Shin's squad was no better, consisting entirely of students from the ninja academy. Truly a case of 1 expert leading 3 novices. However, the advantages of this distribution were apparent. The separation of individuals greatly enhanced efficiency and reconnaissance capabilities. This strategy mirrored Orochimaru's own nature, akin to a venomous serpent concealed within the depths of the jungle, dangerous yet capable of striking deeper. In terms of mission execution, Orochimaru's approach was undoubtedly astute. He remained indifferent to casualties, as long as those he valued were unharmed. After outlining the situation to Tsunade's squad, Orochimaru turned to converse with Uchiha Shin. He unveiled a meticulously prepared border map, indicating with his finger the sections marked in red, which denoted the rapid transport routes back to the land of rain. 6 in total, a rather intricate network. Most of these routes were largely independent of one another. "Your squad is tasked with monitoring this area," Orochimaru instructed, gesturing at the map. "Shun, your experience is invaluable. Leave no stone unturned. Should you sense any anomalies, do not hesitate to contact the slug for support. I shall establish a 2nd base nearby." Although the capabilities of Chin's squad were lacking, their positioning at the outermost edge provided a measure of safety. Uchiha Shin nodded, fully comprehending Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru would lead alone while simultaneously fulfilling 2 roles, establishing the 2nd base not far from both Tsunade and Uchiha Shin's squads. This would ensure high mobility to assist them when necessary, as he could swiftly traverse the border in a matter of moments. The seemingly straightforward deployment would not only facilitate thorough surveillance of the surrounding area, but also effectively seal off the route back to the land of rain. With the map in hand, Uchiha Shin departed with his team. Among them, the swiftest were Uchiha Shin and Mikoto, followed closely by Shoju. All 3 had previously undergone Orochimaru's intensive training in speed. Mikoto, possessing considerable skill in lightning release, found her speed slightly surpassing that of Shoju due to the cellular activation properties of the technique. Undoubtedly, the slowest was the young Kushina. Despite Uchiha Shin's efforts over the years to teach her chakra application and control, her speed remained a tier below that of Shoju. It is evident that Uchiha Shin has made every effort to accommodate Kushina's pace. Although Tsunade is not primarily a speed-oriented ninja, she is still a jonin, and one would hope for a modicum of diligence. Of course, it could also be attributed to Kushina's numerous bags, reminiscent of luggage for a spring outing. Nevertheless, Kushina's stamina surpasses that of the 4 of them combined, enabling her to keep up with some effort. carrying such a heavy load and still managing to maintain pace. Kushina is indeed quite exceptional. As Uchiha Shin walked, he briefed the trio on their mission. The primary objective this time is to monitor the designated location. According to their teacher, Orochimaru, the site they are surveilling is comparatively safer than that of Tsunade's team, yet complacency is not an option. In the days to come, the four of them will cohabitate for a while. The exact time for withdrawal will depend on further instructions from Orochimaru at the secondary outpost. Regarding intelligence transfer, this is a matter of particular concern for Mikoto and the others. Each day, I will establish contact through Tsunade's slug and Orochimaru. At that time, either Orochimaru or Tsunade will communicate with us at predetermined intervals. Our task is simply to observe. Should any urgent intelligence arise during reconnaissance, signal flares can be deployed, at which point I will notify Orochimaru. We are nearly there. Uchiha Shin glanced at the map in his hand, cross-referencing it before addressing the three behind him. Just ahead lies our destination. Over 2 hours have sufficed for Uchiha Shin and his companions to reach this border area, the junction of the land of rain and the land of fire. The distinctive forested terrain indeed possesses a certain grandeur. However, they had no time to admire the scenery. Uchiha Shin halted within a thicket. To facilitate concealment and reconnaissance, our tent will be set up in this forested area, he announced to Kushina and the others. Mikoto possesses the Sharingan, and both she and I have commendable scouting abilities. We shall investigate the surrounding conditions. Shinshu, your task is to seek a suitable spot for the tent. That will suffice. As for water, Mikoto and I will endeavor to locate a source, given that our supplies are not particularly abundant for the extended duration ahead. Understood, Shinshu nodded, recognizing his lack of scouting jutsu or techniques. Kushina had not awakened any perceptive abilities akin to the Kagura's hard eye. This allocation of tasks is undoubtedly sensible. We will return in 2 hours. By the way, here is a signal flare for you. If we are not back within 2 hours, Shinshu, please launch it into the sky. And what about me, Shin? Kushina inquired. As for you, Kushina, gather some firewood and assist Shinshu in setting up the tent. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult Shinshu, Uchiha Shin replied, casting a glance at Kushina standing aside. Well then, I entrust the logistics to you both. Uchiha Chunshao and his companions waved their hands and departed from that place with Meichin. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Uchiha Chun did not take the time to investigate the traces left by the surrounding flora, nor did he seek out any potential sources of water. Instead, he meandered through the woods as if lost, aimlessly darting about without a clear purpose in mind.